I, Ares, transmigrated into the HP world as a living blood pact. And right from the start, I huddled for warmth with 6-year-old Tom Riddle in the orphanage. Ding! Binding the redemption system, nurturing the Dark Lord, rewards of extraordinary magic await. While others fear and despise him, I am determined to cherish and adore him, nurturing him from a gloomy little wretch into the most handsome and academically accomplished student of his year. I use the power of the blood pact to serve as a comforting pillow for him, employing the system's magic to retaliate against his bullies. He expresses a desire for immortality, to which I promptly present a soul stabilizer. Be good, splitting one's soul can lead to an unsightly transformation. When he covets power, I take his hand and assist him in forming the precursor to the Death Eaters. I assume the role of the strategist behind the scenes while he emerges as the Emperor in the limelight. Dumbledore perceives me as a more perilous enigma than Tom, while Grindelwald seeks to capture me as his heir, until I reveal the key of the twin souls, causing the pupils of both legendary fathers to tremble in shock. Albus Dumbledore, child, the color of your eyes. Gellert Grindelwald, the markings upon you are of my bloodline. In due course, the entire school discovers that the cold-hearted Riddle is perpetually accompanied by an advisor with mismatched eyes. He forsakes the creation of Horcruxes for me, reforms the Ministry of Magic, and transforms the front page of the Prophet into our wedding announcement. Chapter 1. The Fall of the Twin Stars, the Birth of a Miracle. Location: a narrow alley near the Woos Orphanage in London. Time: 1932, on a rain-soaked night. The last consciousness of Ares Phoenix is a dazzling light intertwined and torn apart, accompanied by a sigh filled with endless regret and resignation, and the crisp sound of a glass bottle shattering. Then there is the fall, an unending descent. Following that, system loading, detecting unknown temporal turbulence, anchoring coordinates, a voice reminiscent of electronic synthesis yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of grievance and panic, resonates in Ares' chaotic mind. Ugh, so dizzy. I feel nauseous. Ares perceives himself as being thrust into a tumble dryer. Even the act of thinking becomes immensely arduous. Warning, warning, insufficient energy. The vessel is too fragile. It's going to fall. Fall. Fall where? Down, down. You'll splatter like a pancake. Host, think of solution. A solution? He can scarcely move a finger. What solution could there possibly be? Just as he believes he is destined to be the fastest transmigrator to meet his demise, a gentle yet resilient force cradles him, akin to an invisible hand that cushions his descent. Phew, safe landing. I almost met my end before it even began. The system's voice carries an exaggerated tone of relief. Ares lands heavily upon the cold, damp cobblestones. Though he does not end up as a pancake, he is left dazed and disoriented, his bones feeling as though they have been scattered. The frigid rain immediately, mercilessly pelts his face, jolting him into partial awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by an extraordinary vision. His left eye a brilliant blue, his right a dark gray, an heterochromatic trait belonging to this new body. The rain obscures his vision, but he manages to prop himself up, realizing he lies in a filthy, narrow alley, the air thick with the stench of refuse and dampness. In the distance, a gloomy building looms, devoid of any semblance of joy amidst the rain. Is this the Woos Orphanage? He murmurs softly, his voice carrying the innocence of a child yet tinged with an understanding and rasp that belies his age. Ding dong. Correct answer. This is indeed the mission location, Woos Orphanage. The host is quite clever. The tone of the system brightens instantly, as though the panicked voice just moments ago was not its own. Ares, or rather the current embodiment of Ares, cast a glance downward at his noticeably shrunken form, clad in ill-fitting, tattered garments, as he grappled with the chaotic fragments of memories that swirled in his mind, including names such as Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald, and the enigmatic Blood Pact, letting out a resigned sigh. He is arguably one of the most absurd time travelers in history. Rather than a complete transference of his being, it is more akin to a fusion of consciousness and energy centered around the legendary Blood Pact, which has reconstituted a child's body in this world. He is a miraculous collision born from Dumbledore's love and Grindelwald's obsession, a serendipitous occurrence amidst the tumult of time and space. Host, do not be disheartened. We have a mission, a grand mission. The system, sensing his despondency, immediately attempted to uplift him with an exuberant and somewhat childish voice. Mission. Ares leaned against the damp, cold wall, allowing the rainwater to wash over his face, as the newly formed chain-like pattern beneath his left eye, seemingly etched in golden blood and winding toward his temple, emitted a faint warmth under the rain's embrace. Is it that? Anchor fate in the shadows. Exactly. Our ultimate objective is to cultivate Tom Riddle, to prevent him from becoming that noseless monster, to sway him with love, to envelop him in warmth, to mold him into a commendable wizard of the new era, embodying the qualities of beauty and virtue. The system proclaimed in a slogan-like tone. Ares, he is noseless. That seems to be quite a distant affair. He rubbed his aching temple and said, speak plainly. All right, to put it simply, we need to find him, accompany him, guide him, ensure he doesn't go astray, and perhaps, save the world along the way. The system's voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Of course, throughout this process, this system will wholeheartedly serve you, providing essential knowledge and a modicum of, truly just a smidgen of help. After all, our energy reserves are quite limited. Ares gazed at his diminutive hands, feeling the peculiar magic coursing through this body, warm yet cold, vibrant yet laced with an air of destruction, and he let out a bitter laugh. To nurture the future dark wizard who will instill fear across the entire magical realm in this state? System, are you certain you are not merely sending me as an appetizer for him? The fragments of memory in his mind informed him that Tom Riddle was no ordinary child to be appeased with sweets and tales. Rest assured, host, you are the living blood pact, a miracle of light and darkness, with boundless potential, and you have me, the most adorable and intelligent guardian system in history. We shall succeed. The system began to weave grand visions. First, we must find a way to infiltrate that orphanage. Just then, a stifling scream, tinged with tears, accompanied by mocking laughter, pierced through from the alleyway, interrupting the system's discourse. Ares instinctively shrank deeper into the shadows, cautiously peering out. He beheld several slightly older boys, similarly clad in ragged attire, encircling a frail figure. The child ensnared in their midst had his back turned to Ares, obscuring his features, revealing only his slight form trembling ever so slightly. Monster, hand over the things you stole, a tall boy snarled, shoving him with malice. I didn't steal, came a faint yet remarkably calm voice, imbued with an uncharacteristic restraint for one so young. Liar, we all saw it. Your strange tricks. Another boy lunged forward, attempting to snatch the tightly clenched hand. Just as the filthy hand was about to make contact, an anomaly occurred. Without incantation or wand, the besieged slender figure abruptly lifted his head, and Ares caught a glimpse of half of his pallid visage. Immediately, the boy who sought to seize the item emitted a terrified scream, as if scorched or electrified, retracting his hand sharply and staggering backward, pointing at the small boy in a frenzied stammer. He did that trick again. It's sorcery. The surrounding boys exhibited expressions of fear, retreating in haste. Meanwhile, the boy labeled a monster gradually straightened his posture. He turned, his gaze icy as it swept across his tormentors. In that instant, Ares beheld his eyes. They were profoundly dark, akin to the deepest night. Within them resided no tears, no pleas for mercy, only a chilling calmness bordering on cruelty, alongside a suppressed tempest ready to erupt. His hair was pure obsidian, and his features transcended gender in their exquisite coldness, reminiscent of a marble statue. He uttered not a word, merely observing them. Under his gaze, the older boys, despite their bravado, muttered curses and quickly retreated, shoving one another as they fled. Silence reclaimed the alley, save for the sound of the rain. The black-haired boy remained rooted in place, breathing slightly heavier, his clenched fists gradually relaxing, revealing a grimy, yet uniquely shaped stone within. He lowered his head, obscuring his expression, but an aura of solitude and danger enveloped him, blending seamlessly with the dreary, rain-soaked night. Ares held his breath. He recognized who he was. Tom Riddle, his future cultivation target. High-energy response detected. Target individual has appeared. Magical fluctuation, violent. Emotional state, highly unstable. Danger rating, 2 stars. Currently low threat to the host, but with immense potential. Initiating the initial quest. The Dawn of the Anchor. Quest requirement. Establish the first non-hostile contact with the target without revealing one's anomalies. Quest reward. Basic magical stability techniques and a modest sum of local currency. Host. Our magnificent endeavor commences here. Onward, Pika. No, rather Ares. Ares gazed at the slender silhouette of the future Dark Lord, standing alone in the rain, and reflected on his own equally frail form, as well as the unreliable system echoing in his mind. He inhaled a deep breath of the cold, rain-scented air. This path appeared to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. The first step was to venture toward that abyss. Chapter 2. Reflections in Heterochromatic Eyes. Host. P.S. looking over. P.S. looking over. What to do, what to do? The system's frantic cries exploded within Ares's mind, abruptly pulling him from his thoughts on how to navigate this first encounter with natural grace. Just moments ago, after the bullies had retreated, Tom Riddle, the future Dark Lord, seemed to sense some movement deeper within the alley. He suddenly turned his head, those eyes as profound as a black abyss, precisely locking onto Ares, who was huddled in the shadows. Cold raindrops cascaded down Ares's platinum hair, interspersed with errant strands of chestnut, trickling into his heterochromatic eyes, bringing a sense of discomfort. Yet, he dared not blink, almost holding his breath. Tom's gaze contained not a shred of the childlike fear or curiosity one might expect. Instead, it bore a predatory scrutiny, imbued with a chilling detachment. Moments ago, he had wielded an unknown power to scare off his tormentors, and now, he stood like a wounded yet perilously dangerous young beast, spikes raised in defense. Ares could feel the golden blood pact mark beneath his left eye warming slightly, as if resonating with something unseen. Ares parted his lips, his mind a blank slate. The system continued to bombard him with a flurry of panicked emojis, offering no assistance. Tom remained silent, merely observing him, his gaze akin to an icy probe, as though seeking to peel away his disheveled exterior and pierce into the depths of his soul. His right hand, firmly grasping a stone, subtly lifted, prepared to unleash his immature yet sufficiently intimidating magic once more. The tension in the air was palpable. Task. Non-hostile contact. Host, you must act. Act cute, play dumb, or simply faint. Act cute. In front of Tom Riddle, Ares thought the system must have short-circuited. In the suffocating silence, Ares found himself inexplicably raising his right hand, not in a fist or any threatening gesture, but simply opening his palm, facing upwards, allowing the cold rain to fall upon it. A diminutive, submissive gesture. He remained silent, aware that any carefully crafted lie under such a gaze might be riddled with flaws. Instead, he met Tom's left eye, a cerulean hue reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, imbued with a hint of innocence and goodwill, while the right eye, dark and stormy, seemed to harbor secrets far beyond his years. Light and shadow coexisted in an exquisite, yet conflicting harmony upon this youthful visage. Tom's attention was undeniably ensnared by those heterochromatic eyes. The coldness and wariness within his gaze seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment, revealing the faintest crack, an unmistakable glimmer of surprise, even a tremor of an unexplainable kinship. He had never encountered such eyes before, not even in the terrifying tales of oddities and wizards. Who was this drenched figure, cowering in the depths of the alley, appearing even more disheveled than himself? Time felt stretched, yet fleeting. Tom's taut body relaxed imperceptibly, though the wariness in his eyes did not entirely dissipate. Finally, he spoke, his voice as calm as it had been when facing his bullies, yet lacking a sharp edge, tinged with curiosity. How much did you see? Ares's heart skipped a beat. Here it came, the question of doom. He pressed his pale lips together, responding with a quivering childlike voice, half from the cold, half from anxiety. I saw them run away. He opted for vagueness, avoiding mention of the strange magic. Tom scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of his statement. His gaze slid from Ares's heterochromatic eyes to the faint golden markings beneath his left eye, then finally landed on his own tattered clothing, scarcely better than Tom's. You're not from around here, Tom asserted, rather than questioned. He was well acquainted with the orphanage and the surrounding area. Ares silently commended Tom's keen observation and inwardly grumbled to the system. See, I told you it wouldn't be easy to blend in. Host, do not fear. According to this system scan, the target's curiosity towards you has surpassed hostility. This is a positive omen. Quickly, strike while the iron is hot. How to strike? Ares felt a surge of despair. At that moment, a stronger gust of cold wind swept through the alley, whipping the frigid raindrops against the two slender children. Ares uncontrollably sneezed, shaking like a leaf in the wind. This new body seemed particularly sensitive to the cold. The sneeze shattered the tense atmosphere between them. Tom frowned slightly, seemingly irked by Ares's display of vulnerability, yet the last vestige of aggression in his eyes dissipated. At the very least, this peculiar boy appeared to pose no immediate threat. He averted his gaze from Ares, silently stuffing the stone into the pocket of his ragged coat, then turned to leave the murky alley. Wait. Ares instinctively called out to him. Tom paused, half-turning, casting a questioning glance. Ares's mind raced. Contact. A connection must be forged. He suddenly recalled the local currency the system had mentioned earlier. Although he was unaware of its specific form, he reached into his damp pocket, mentally urging, system, reward, currency. I need it now. Ding. Newbie care package being dispensed. Ares felt a slight weight in his palm as he touched several hard, round objects. He pulled them out, revealing a few coins that appeared rather antiquated, British shillings. In this era of economic depression, this would amount to a fortune for a child. Ares opened his palm, displaying the coins, striving to appear sincere and harmless. I'm lost. It's very cold. Can you take me somewhere sheltered, where I can have something warm to eat? I'll share half with you. He selectively ignored the system's reminder about not exposing his abnormalities. A lost child with a little money, but nowhere to go seemed a plausible identity. Tom's gaze fell upon the coins, lingering for a few seconds. Money was universally valuable, especially at the Woosley orphanage. Then, his attention reverted to Ares' face, particularly fixating on those heterochromatic eyes. His expression was exceedingly complex, an instinctive calculation regarding the money. Suspicion about Ares' origins, but more profoundly, a deeper intrigue was stirred. This suddenly appearing boy, endowed with peculiar eyes and markings, and seemingly possessing a bit of coin. Silence stretched once more. Just as Ares thought Tom would refuse, he spoke in a tone still lacking warmth. Follow me. With that, he did not linger. Striding confidently out of the alley, as though nothing had transpired, Ares stood momentarily stunned, then a wave of immense relief surged within him. He quickly clutched the coins and hurried to keep pace, cautiously maintaining a distance of a step or two. Hooray! Task anchoring initiation complete. Reward dispensed. Basic magical stabilization technique transmitted. Currency advanced. Those shillings in the host's hand. Host, splendid job. You thought of using money to pave the way. Though a tad mundane, it proved effective. Ares had no time to heed the system's afterthoughts. He followed closely behind Tom, observing the slender yet upright figure ahead. Feeling the newfound knowledge of how to stabilize the intertwining powers within him swirling in his mind, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The first step had finally been taken. Yet, gazing at Tom's indistinct silhouette in the rain, Ares understood that this was merely the beginning. Tom Riddle resembled a heavily fortified castle. He had perhaps only been permitted to stand on the outskirts of the moat. To truly enter that castle, he required more time, greater patience, and an abundance of miracles. The rain continued to fall. Two figures, one large and one small, silently approached the heavy door of the Wooten orphanage. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn slowly. Chapter 3, The Silent Conspiracy. Environmental scan in progress. Confirming coordinates, Wooten orphanage, interior. Environmental parameters, damp, chilly, with an extremely low happiness index. The system's incessant murmurs echoed in Ares' mind, articulately depicting his current sentiments. Following Tom through the creaking, peeling door, a stifling air, infused with the scent of disinfectant, old fabric, and a faint hint of mildew, enveloped him. The corridor was narrow and dimly lit. The walls painted in a suffocating dark green, devoid of any decoration. Occasionally, children clad in gray or brown uniforms passed by with expressionless faces, their gazes often vacant or prematurely guarded. Everything here silently narrated tales of deprivation and indifference. Throughout their journey, Tom remained taciturn, leading Ares straight through the corridor to a door marked with an office sign. He knocked, and a slightly weary female voice beckoned from within. Come in. The door was opened by Mrs. Cole, a slender, serious-looking middle-aged woman dressed in a conservative skirt. Adjusting her glasses, her gaze first fell upon Tom, revealing an unmistakable expression of mingled resignation and detachment. Riddle, what brings you here? Her tone was businesslike. Then, her attention shifted to Ares. Upon noticing his unusual hair color and mismatched eyes, she momentarily faltered, her brow furrowing further. Madam, Tom's voice remained calm and devoid of emotion. He seems to have lost his way nearby and appears to need assistance. Mrs. Cole's eyes scanned Ares' tattered yet evidently non-orphanage-issued clothing, before returning to his face, which, despite its grime, could not conceal its delicacy, particularly those strikingly mismatched eyes. Lost. Child, what is your name? Where is your home? Ares had long prepared his lines. He lowered his eyelashes, striving to appear more helpless and bewildered, and spoke in a voice tinged with a subtle quiver. I am Ares. I woke up in an alley, with no memory of anything. As he spoke, he discreetly summoned the basic magical stabilization technique just transmitted by the system, enhancing the authenticity of his emotional fluctuations, while cautiously guiding a barely perceptible wave of calming magic, an initial application of his blood bond talent, more akin to a mental suggestion than powerful sorcery. Host's performance is exemplary. An Oscar is on the horizon. The magical guidance is flawless, successfully triggering a faint empathic effect. Mrs. Cole regarded Ares' pale visage and those tearful yet resolute mismatched eyes, her heart inexplicably softening. That subtle magical wave rippled through her subconscious like a pebble cast into still waters. Given the tumultuous times marked by conflict and economic despair, lost or abandoned children were not uncommon. She sighed, her tone softening somewhat. Amnesia? Poor child. She glanced at Tom, then back at Ares. You may stay here for the time being. We will find a way to contact your family, if there is still one. Turning to Tom, she adopted a somewhat routine tone. Riddle, take him to the empty bed on the second floor, and have Sister Martha provide him with a set of toiletries and clothing. Yes, madam, Tom replied, his expression unchanged. Success. Host, we have infiltrated. Ares felt a wave of relief wash over him, promptly whispering to Mrs. Cole, thank you, madam. Following Tom out of the office and up the creaking wooden stairs, Ares finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the cradle of the future Dark Lord. The environment was even worse than he had imagined, a faint, unpleasant odor permeating the air. Tom led him to a cramped dormitory filled with 7 or 8 iron-framed beds, the bedding appearing thin and worn. He pointed to a dusty vacant bed by the window. Yours. His tone remained cold, and after issuing his instructions, he prepared to leave, as if he had completed an obligation that bore no relation to him. Ares called out to him again, retrieving several shillings from his pocket and offering half. Thank you for bringing me in. It was agreed. Tom paused, his gaze falling upon the coins, then lifting to meet Ares' eyes. This time, the scrutiny in his expression deepened. This Ares, though amnesiac, remembered he was wealthy, and so readily offered him half. He fell silent for a few seconds before extending his hand, not taking all, but only 2 shillings from Ares' palm. This will suffice, he said, slipping the coins into his pocket with a natural motion. The rest, keep it hidden. Displaying wealth here is not wise. This was the first time Tom had spoken to Ares with a note of caution, though his tone remained flat. Ares was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Thank you. Tom said nothing further and turned to leave the dormitory. What? He didn't take it all? And he even cautioned you? Has the target's favor for the host subtly increased? Perhaps he simply wished to avoid trouble or believed in a more measured approach. Ares mused in response to the system. Yet, undeniably, Tom's restrained gesture revealed a glimpse of the pragmatic reason beneath his frigid exterior, rather than sheer avarice. For the remainder of the day, Ares received items from a kind, yet weary Sister Martha, and managed to tidy up his bed. Dinner was served in a loud and oppressive large room, consisting of thin, watery oatmeal and a small piece of hard, dry black bread. He noted Tom sitting alone in a corner, quietly and swiftly finishing his meal, oblivious to the surrounding clamor, like an isolated island. That night, lying on the hard, unyielding bed, listening to the occasional murmurs and snores of the other children, Ares felt the weariness and discomfort of this body, his heart a tumult of emotions. Host. Detecting emotional fluctuations and residual magic from the target. He seems to be having a nightmare? The system's prompt caused Ares to turn his head. Moonlight streamed through the grimy window, illuminating Tom on the opposite bed. He was curled up, his brow furrowed, fine beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, lips moving silently as if resisting something. Was it a precursor to a magical upheaval, or merely a bad dream? Ares recalled the basic magical stabilization technique rewarded by the system, which included methods to soothe both oneself and the unstable magic of the external world. He hesitated for a moment, then cautiously summoned the warm yet cold intertwining magic within him, transforming it into a remarkably gentle, nearly imperceptible wave, like a silent lullaby, slowly spreading towards Tom. He was uncertain if it would prove effective, but he wished to try. When that faint magical wave brushed against Tom, he trembled violently, abruptly opening his eyes. Those dark eyes, in the shadows, resembled a startled beast, instantly locking onto Ares' direction, filled with wariness and a lingering trace of terror. Ares' heart nearly stopped. Yet, in the next moment, the sharpness in Tom's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a deeper inquiry and bewilderment. He seemed to sense the force that had just soothed the turmoil within him, a power emanating from the newcomer with those peculiar eyes. Without uttering a word, he cast a profound and inscrutable glance at Ares. Subsequently, he turned over, presenting his back to Ares, yet his taut body appeared to relax slightly. The dormitory once again fell into silence. Ares, however, found himself unable to sleep for an extended period. The look Tom had given him earlier made it clear that Tom had not only noticed his subtle movements, but had begun to associate him with the extraordinary and the unusual. New mission released. Mission name: The Silent Alliance. Mission requirements: within 3 days, engage in at least 3 nonverbal effective interactions with the target, such as sharing food, collaborating on a small task, etc., and establish a rudimentary rapport. Mission rewards: basic physical enhancement. Dear host, you truly need this. Minor gold coins. Gazing at the newly unveiled mission on the system panel, Ares glanced at the solitary and perilous figure across the room, turned away from him. He let out a soft sigh in the darkness. The road ahead seemed long. It appeared that his development plan must commence from these most subtle, inconspicuous beginnings. The first silent magical contact between them resembled a seed cast into a deep pond, uncertain of what blossoms it might yield or what monstrosities it could nurture. Chapter 4. The tempestuous yet poetic soothing. On the following morning, Ares awakened to the incessant chime of the system's notifications. Ding! A new day has commenced. Today's mission: complete 3 nonverbal effective interactions. Host, do your best, go for it. Ares rubbed his bleary eyes, feeling as if his body had been disassembled and reassembled. Sir, all over. The hard cot and thin blankets of the orphanage were unkind to his seemingly particularly sensitive bloodline. He glanced at the opposite bed, where Tom was already up, facing away from him, silently adjusting his tattered, yet as tidy as possible coat. As though the previous night's brief vulnerability and disturbance had never transpired. Breakfast remained dreary. Ares received his meager portion of gruel and bread, his gaze scanning the bustling cafeteria for Tom's figure. He was still seated in that corner, like an island with its own quarantine. Opportunity has arisen, host. Sharing food is the first step to forging friendship. Quickly, offer him half of your bread. Ares looked at the piece of hard, brick-like black bread in his hand, harboring serious doubts about the system's suggestion. Share this. Is it certain he won't be met with hostility? After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from approaching directly, instead choosing to silently follow Tom at a distance as he finished eating and prepared to leave. Tom clearly sensed his presence, yet did not turn around or deter him. He merely continued his steady march towards the overgrown, cluttered backyard of the orphanage. This area was typically where the children engaged in spontaneous games or settled personal grievances. Today, however, the atmosphere felt tense. The older children, frightened off by Tom's magic the previous day, had gathered, their hostile gazes fixed on the solitary figure of Tom. Leading the group was a burly boy named Albert. Riddle, you got lucky yesterday, Albert sneered, blocking Tom's path, a malevolent glee evident on his face. Today, let us see how you wield your devilish tricks. Clearly prepared, he signaled to 2 other boys, attempting to overpower Tom through sheer physical dominance, denying him the opportunity to concentrate and harness his magic. Tom's expression darkened instantly, a storm brewing within his dark eyes. He clenched his fists, his body taut like an enraged young leopard. Ares could feel an invisible force in the air around them growing restless, the temperature seemingly dropping a few degrees. Tom's magic, fueled by anger, began to spiral out of control. Warning, warning, the target's magical volatility risk has surged. Potential for physical destruction and backlash. No longer able to remain a passive observer, Ares dashed forward without a second thought. He did not position himself heroically in front of Tom. Instead, he executed an unexpected maneuver, stumbling as if by accident and colliding heavily with the boy lunging at Tom from behind. Ow! The boy staggered, disrupting their encircling formation. This sudden development caught everyone off guard, including Tom, who blinked in confusion at Ares' abrupt appearance, his magical focus interrupted. Albert, regaining his composure, redirected his anger. You again. You freak. Mind your own business. He reached out to grab Ares. Just as Albert's hand was about to touch Ares' shoulder, an anomaly unfolded. The intertwining light and dark magic within Ares seemed to respond to the external malice and Tom's agitated magical field, swirling into motion autonomously. The golden chain pattern beneath his left eye began to warm. Rather than retaliate or intimidate like Tom, Ares instinctively employed the soothing technique he had used the previous night, transforming his magic into a grander, gentler force. An invisible aura, imbued with warmth yet tinged with a hint of coolness, radiated gently from Ares, spreading outward. There was no tempest, no flying objects. Albert's outstretched hand froze in midair, his rage instantly replaced by a bewildering calmness. The 2 other boys stood still, their expressions vacant, as if they had forgotten their intentions. Even the surrounding turbulent magical particles seemed to have mellowed significantly. This sensation was remarkably subtle, akin to pressing the pause button just before a storm's arrival. Tom felt the effect most profoundly, the destructive force within him, poised to erupt. gradually subsided under the influence of that peculiar wave of tranquility, as if an invisible hand were gently soothing a frenzied beast. He stared at Ares in astonishment, taking in the dual hues of his eyes. The blue of his left eye seemed to harbor the serenity that calmed the storm, while the gray-black of his right eye resembled a deep abyss, absorbing all agitation. What exactly did this guy just do? Ares was equally bewildered, not anticipating such a pronounced effect. He quickly lowered his gaze, tugging at Tom's sleeve, signaling him to leave swiftly. Tom, snapping out of his shock, locked eyes with Ares. His expression a complex tapestry of astonishment, inquiry, and a hint of awkwardness from having received assistance, yet more so, an ineffable intensity of realization. Without hesitation, seizing the moment while Albert and his companions remained in their dazed state, Tom quickly departed with Ares, retreating from the backyard. The two remained silent as they hurried back to the relative safety of the hallway deep within the dormitory. Tom halted, turning to face Ares, his gaze sharp and penetrating, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable challenge. What did you just do? You're special too, aren't you? He used the word special, and both understood its true connotation. Ares' heart raced. He knew he could no longer fully conceal the truth. He raised his head to meet Tom's gaze, nodding gently instead of providing a direct answer. Then, he lifted his hand, pointing to Tom, then to himself, finally bringing the two fingers together in a simple gesture representing unity. A silent declaration, we are kin. We can stand together. Tom fixed his gaze on him, as if assessing the depths of meaning behind that gesture. In the dim light of the corridor, the two boys stood in silent confrontation. In the air, two distinctly different, yet subtly resonating remnants of magic continued to ripple gently. After a considerable pause, the sharpness in Tom's gaze slightly receded. He neither admitted nor denied anything, merely uttering an enigmatic hum before turning to depart. However, Ares observed that his tightly clenched fists had, unbeknownst to him, relaxed. Beep. Task silent. Alliance progress updated. Nonverbal effective interaction, 13. Jointly addressing a crisis. Initial rapport established. Reward predisbursement. Minor physical enhancement, slight, activated. Host, do you not feel your back is less strained and your legs less weary? As Ares sensed a tangible alleviation of some of his aches, he leaned against the cold wall and exhaled deeply. Their first collaboration had been tentatively successful. Yet, he understood that Tom's doubts had only intensified. The calming influence he exhibited starkly contrasted with Tom's more aggressive power, a dichotomy that both intrigued Tom and potentially nurtured deeper apprehensions. Rage and poetry, destruction and solace. Could these two forces genuinely coexist? How far could their alliance endure through the tempests of the future? Ares gazed down the corridor where Tom had vanished, quietly sowing seeds of profound contemplation about what lay ahead. Chapter 5. The Pendant and the Accomplice. In the ensuing 2 days, life at the orphanage seemed to descend into an eerie tranquility. Tom no longer initiated conversations with Ares, yet the icy scrutiny and deliberate aloofness had dissipated. A subtle equilibrium had formed between them, dining at the same table and cohabitating within the same room, yet enveloped in silence, communicating solely through glances and minute gestures of unspoken exchange. Host, the target appears to have entered observation mode. He is secretly studying you. The system's assertion rang true. Ares could discern Tom's obsidian eyes frequently resting upon him when he thought himself unnoticed, imbued with an almost scholarly focus. As if intent on thoroughly dissecting this anomalous specimen, Ares remained unhurried, diligently adhering to the task of nonverbal interaction and patiently seeking opportunities. On the first day, while distributing dinner, he subtly nudged the sole piece of tender carrot from his bowl onto the rim of Tom's, seizing a moment when no one was watching. Tom paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the orange vegetable before flicking to Ares, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yet he said nothing and silently consumed the carrot. Nonverbal effective interaction, 23. Well done, host. Successful feeding. On the second day, during what was labeled as outdoor activities, essentially being expelled to find something to occupy themselves, Tom instinctively gravitated toward his usual secluded corner, where a heap of discarded bricks lay. Ares followed, maintaining a respectful distance, settling on a nearby stone, and discreetly retrieving a small piece of chalk he had cleverly concealed within the confines of the system space. Quietly sketching something on the smooth stone surface, he illustrated Hogwarts' castle beneath a night sky, its spires towering, warm lights spilling from its windows. Though his strokes were juvenile, the outline remained discernible. Initially, Tom ignored him, but when his peripheral vision caught the familiar silhouette of the castle, his body subtly stiffened. He recognized that place, having encountered it in the fragmented dreams that set him apart from others. Abruptly, he turned, his gaze sharp upon Ares and his drawing. Ares, undeterred, added the final touch of starlight, then gently erased the castle's image with his finger, as if it were merely a trivial, inconsequential doodle. He stood, dusting off his hands, offering Tom a faint, almost imperceptible smile before turning to leave. Tom remained rooted in place, staring at the blurred stone surface, then glancing at Ares's retreating figure. His brow furrowed in deep thought. The seed of curiosity took root in his heart, mingling with an indescribable thrill, as if his innermost secrets had been touched. Beep. Nonverbal effective interaction, 33. Task silent, alliance completed. Reward. Minor physical enhancement, stabilized. 5 gold coins have been dispersed. Host. Do you feel invigorated? Feeling a slight surge of vitality within, Ares breathed a sigh of relief. With 3 tasks accomplished, the situation had finally begun to unfold. However, tranquility was shattered on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Ares was assisting in the laundry room when the system abruptly triggered an alarm in his mind. Alert! Alert! The target is in an emergency situation. Emotional fluctuations are severe. Risk of magic going out of control. Location, dormitory. Ares's heart tightened. He promptly set down his tasks and hurried back to the dormitory. Upon pushing open the door, he found Tom facing away from him, his body trembling with anger. His bed was in disarray, several drawers yanked open violently, their contents strewn across the floor. In the center of the room stood Albert, the ringleader from the previous day, gloating as he held aloft an antiquated silver pendant, its surface etched with some emblem. Look what I found. Riddle, you still steal? Where did you pilfer this from? From some lady? Or is it a keepsake from your lunatic mother? Albert jeered maliciously, flanked by several boys who relished the spectacle. Tom spun around abruptly, his face betraying a cold, lethal intent that Ares had never witnessed before. His eyes, dark and menacing, caused the surrounding air to warp. A glass cup on the table emitted a strained cracking sound, fissures appearing as it struggled under the pressure. Return it to me. Tom's voice was dangerously low, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Return it? I intend to hand it over to Mrs. Cole. Let us see what fate awaits you. Monster! Albert retorted defiantly, convinced that Tom would not dare to unleash magic in front of witnesses. Ares knew the situation could not continue in this manner. Tom's magic teetered on the brink of chaos. Should it erupt, the ramifications would be dire and would solidify his reputation as a monster. Taking a deep breath, Ares refrained from resorting to magic as he had previously. Instead, he strode into the room, directly approaching Albert amidst the astonished stares of the others. Albert! Ares's voice was soft yet unmistakably clear. You just shattered Mrs. Cole's favorite vase. Aren't you concerned she'll find out? Albert blinked in confusion, instinctively retorting. What nonsense are you spouting? Just moments ago, in the backyard, Ares interrupted, his mismatched eyes steady upon him. Exuding an undeniable authority, I witnessed it. You kicked the ball onto the windowsill, and the vase fell and shattered, scattering pieces into the grass. His words were delivered with conviction, the details vividly clear. This was, of course, a fabrication inspired by the system's recent scan of the backyard situation. Albert's complexion paled instantly. Mrs. Cole indeed had a cherished vase perched on the windowsill in the backyard, and he had been playing ball there today. Could it have been an accident? Panic began to seep into him. You lie? Albert's voice faltered, losing its bravado. Whether I lie or not can be easily determined. Ares maintained his calm demeanor. Shall we inform Mrs. Cole now, and see whom she believes? A potential vasebreaker who lies, or us? He deliberately emphasized the word us, casting a pointed glance at Tom. This was an overt threat and an exchange of leverage. Albert gazed into Ares's eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very essence of existence, and then shifted his attention to Tom, whose icy demeanor suggested he might pounce at any moment. A shiver ran down his spine as he weighed the risk of wagering with a mysterious, tattered pendant. Considering the potential consequences of shattering the vase, it was simply not worth it. Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate. Albert muttered a sharp reprimand under his breath, reluctantly discarded the pendant upon the ground, and hastily departed the dormitory with several other boys who shared a similar sense of trepidation, evidently eager to investigate the vase's fate in the backyard. Only Ares and Tom remained in the dormitory. Tom did not immediately retrieve the pendant. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the doorway, ensuring that Albert and the others had truly left, before gradually shifting his attention to Ares. His expression was a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, scrutiny, and a hint of vulnerability, as though he were being seen through to his most cherished secrets. Ares remained silent, merely walking over to stoop and pick up the diminutive silver pendant. It felt frigid in his grasp, and he could sense the faintest trace of Tom's magical aura lingering upon it. He extended the pendant towards Tom. Tom hesitated to take it, observing Ares's open palm, gazing at the pendant that held profound significance for him, and then meeting Ares's calm, mismatched eyes. A silence enveloped them. After several seconds, Tom finally reached out. almost harshly reclaiming the pendant from Ares' hand, gripping it tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force of his hold. This was the sole relic left by his mother. The frail tether to the magical world he both despised and secretly yearned for. "Why did you help me?" Tom finally spoke, his voice hoarse, laced with an unrecognized tremor. He no longer questioned what Ares had done, but rather why he had chosen to do it. Ares regarded him, aware that this was a pivotal moment. He raised his hand again, not gesturing, but instead pointing to Tom's tightly clasped fist, then to his own heart, and finally, bringing two fingers together in a gesture that signified unity. This time, his gaze was imbued with utmost seriousness. "We are kindred spirits. That which you hold dear, I shall help you protect. Together, we shall face what lies ahead." Tom comprehended the message. His hand, clutching the pendant, trembled slightly, and the icy veneer in his dark eyes appeared to fracture, revealing deeper fissures. He refrained from further inquiries, offered no gratitude, but instead cast a lingering glance at Ares, as if to etch his image into memory. Then, he turned away, carefully concealing the pendant anew, and began to silently tidy the disheveled state of his bed. Yet this time, his posture seemed less burdened by the impenetrable isolation that had once defined him. Ares observed Tom's industrious silhouette, mentally conveying to the system, "It seems a bond of complicity has tentatively formed. Indeed, host. You are now good partners who have frightened adversaries together and safeguarded secrets. The revolutionary friendship has reached new heights." New task issued, the foundation of trust. Task requirements. Encourage the target to willingly share a personal secret about themselves, be it their abilities or lineage. Task rewards. Enhanced magical perception. Foundational knowledge of ancient runes. As he surveyed the escalating difficulty of the new task, Ares felt no surprise. Convincing Tom Riddle to voluntarily disclose a secret? This would undoubtedly rank among the most arduous challenges on their developmental journey. Yet, witnessing Tom's less rigid demeanor, Ares felt a flicker of hope as the invisible thread of conspiracy began to weave them closer together. From this small pendant, let the foundation of trust be constructed, brick by brick. Chapter 6. The System and the Starry Sky. Once more, night enveloped the Wool Orphanage. The cacophony and malice of the day settled into a deeper stillness, punctuated only by the distant sounds of traffic, a reminder of a world starkly different from the one within. In the dormitory, the other children had surrendered to slumber, their snores and grinding teeth echoing through the stillness. Ares lay upon the hard bed, yet sleep eluded him. After completing the Silent Alliance task, he felt somewhat lighter. But the new task, the foundation of trust, loomed over him like a weighty stone pressing upon his heart. To prompt Tom Riddle to voluntarily share a secret? It was akin to asking a hedgehog to willingly expose its vulnerable belly. He turned his head, utilizing the dim light filtering through the window to observe the opposite bed. Tom was also awake, lying on his back, eyes fixed on the mottled shadows on the ceiling, lost in thought. One hand rested beneath his pillow. Ares knew he was clutching the pendant he had regained. The incident with the pendant during the day had formed an invisible thread that bound them more tightly and intricately together. They were indeed conspirators. Yet this relationship was as fragile as a spider's web, requiring delicate maintenance. "Host, the atmosphere feels rather tense. Would you like the system to share a joke to lighten the mood?" "No, thank you." Ares silently declined. What he needed was a breakthrough. An opportunity to lower Tom's defenses just a fraction. He recalled Tom's fascination with the peculiarities of magic and his reaction upon seeing the graffiti of Hogwarts. Knowledge, perhaps, was the only bridge. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He quietly rose, nearly soundlessly, and turned towards Tom, making a subtle beckoning gesture. In the darkness, Tom keenly detected the movement. He turned his head, his dark eyes glinting with caution and curiosity. Ares pointed towards the window, then to himself, and silently mouthed the word, "Outside." Tom furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by Ares' intentions. Without further explanation, Ares carefully slipped from his bed, stealthily moving like a cat to the door, glancing back at Tom before slipping out of the dormitory. He leaned against the cool wall of the corridor, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Would Tom follow? A few seconds later, the dormitory door creaked open, and Tom's silhouette appeared in the doorway. He still wore that tattered coat, his sharp gaze scanning the empty corridor before settling on Ares. "What do you want?" he whispered, his tone laced with habitual caution. Ares did not respond, but turned, gesturing for him to follow. Drawing upon his memory of the day and the system's faint guidance, he led Tom through the dark corridor, meticulously avoiding the likely paths of patrolling guards until they reached the end of a narrow, abandoned staircase leading to the rooftop terrace. There stood a rusted iron door, usually locked, yet its lock had long been compromised, easily opened by the nimble hands of children. Ares exerted effort to pry the door ajar, and they squeezed through one after the other. The rooftop's wind carried the coolness of the night, dispersing the stale air that lingered within the orphanage. The London night sky was not clear, tainted by the city's lights, casting a hazy crimson hue, with only a few of the brightest stars defiantly twinkling above. "Why have you brought me here?" Tom surveyed the surroundings, his tone still aloof, yet his taut posture betrayed some degree of impact. Standing here felt like a temporary escape from the suffocating confines. Ares approached the edge of the terrace, leaning against the low railing, gazing up at the limited expanse of stars. Then he turned to face Tom, once more pointing to the sky, then to himself and Tom. He inhaled deeply, initiating a mental dialogue with the system. "System, assist me by conveying some information about our world in the simplest and least revealing way possible." "Understood. The knowledge dissemination classroom is now in session. The host follows my prompts and speaks." Ares gazed at Tom, forming words with an exceedingly slow and deliberate mouth movement, accompanied by simplistic gestures, as he embarked on his clumsy yet perilous sermon. "Those peculiar occurrences." He pointed at Tom, then indicated himself, declaring, "Neither devil nor curse, but a gift." Tom's pupils contracted imperceptibly, yet he refrained from interrupting, silently focusing intently on Ares. Ares continued, his hands sketching an indistinct but grand shape. "The castle is vast, with many towers akin to those in dreams." He referred to the graffiti scene in daylight. "There are others there, much like us." For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Tom's breath had stilled. He took a small step forward, his voice laced with an urgency he was scarcely aware of. "Where is this place? What is its name?" Ares shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the full name or his inability to articulate it. He then tapped his temple. "The power resides here. It requires learning. Control." He mimicked gathering scattered items, lest one injure oneself or others. This was a drastically simplified explanation, derived from the system's knowledge about the chaos of a young wizard's magical surges, intertwined with his own understanding. Tom stared intently at him, his dark eyes gleaming astonishingly in the night. Ares' words acted as a key, unlocking the long-sealed door of confusion and anger within Tom's heart. Those uncontrollable forces, those bizarre dreams, those fears of exclusion. Could it be that all of this was not a curse, but rather a gift? And was there truly a place filled with his kind? "How do you know this?" Tom's voice was low and taut. "Who are you, really?" This was the pivotal question. Ares paused, lifting his hand to gently brush over the golden chain-like mark beneath his left eye, then pointed towards the starry sky, finally spreading his palm over his chest. Feeling the ebb and flow of light and dark magic within him like a gentle tide. He could not elucidate the blood pact, the system, or the concept of traversing worlds. He could only imply in this manner, "My origins are as mysterious as the cosmos, and my essence is entwined with this power." This response was riddled with gaps, yet in this moment, beneath the starry sky, shrouded in the secrecy they both guarded, this symbolic gesture bore more impact than any intricate lie. Tom did not receive a definitive answer, but as he looked into Ares' eyes, those enigmatic orbs appearing even deeper in the night, and observed the almost compassionate calm on his face, which did not belong to an orphan, his doubts and desires clashed violently within him. Ultimately, desire triumphed over all. He ceased to inquire about Ares' origins and instead posed the question that had tormented him until now. "How do I control it?" It was the first time he referred to the ability that had once instilled fear, yet granted him power. Ares beheld the flame of thirst for knowledge and power burning in Tom's eyes. Aware that his venture had taken its first successful step, he began to demonstrate, with exceedingly slow movements and clear enunciation, combined with simple mental guidance, how to sense the flow of magic within oneself and how to stabilize it during emotional upheavals. Drawing from the most rudimentary aspects of the basic magical stabilization techniques transmitted by the system, Tom watched with utmost seriousness, missing not a single detail, even beginning to mimic Ares' breathing rhythm. On the rooftop, two abandoned children of the world, one teaching clumsily yet sincerely, the other learning with focused greed, found themselves in a solitary and secret classroom, exclusive to budding sorcerers, as the starlight dimmed and the urban clamor faded beneath them. Host. The target actively seeks knowledge. This is a significant indicator of trust being established. Although we are still far from sharing secrets, we have made substantial progress. Time passed unmeasured until a distant cough from a night watchman shattered the tranquility. Both boys grew alert. Tom instantly ceased his mimicry, restoring his usual aloof expression. Yet the fire in his eyes remained unquenched. He cast a deep glance at Ares, his gaze now imbued with something beyond mere scrutiny, an unarticulated semblance of acknowledgement. "It's time to return," he murmured, leading the way toward the iron door. Ares followed closely, observing Tom's once straight posture now seemed less solitary. A quiet sigh of relief washed over him. This night, he had cracked open a tiny window into Tom's cloistered world, allowing him a glimpse of the starlight. Whether this starlight would ultimately illuminate his path through darkness or be wielded to seize deeper shadows remained unknown to Ares. However, he understood that from this moment forth, the bond between them, forged through the shared secret of magic, had grown both stronger and more perilous. The starry expanse of the system and Tom's yearning for the same sky had begun to intertwine. Chapter 7, Mrs. Cole's inquiry. The starry classroom atop the roof felt like a fleeting dream, dissipating with the arrival of dawn as the cold tendrils of reality once again spread. The following day, everything appeared to return to its mundane origins, bland breakfasts, numbing routines, and the subtle yet sharp frictions among the children. Yet, something was undeniably different. Tom remained silent, but Ares sensed that the scrutinizing gaze upon him had softened, losing some of its biting chill, replaced by a measure of contemplation and assessment. An unspoken understanding had blossomed between them. In the dining hall, Ares would inadvertently slide a portion of the better food from his bowl toward Tom. In the yard, Tom would occupy a vantage point that allowed him to observe while remaining relatively concealed, while Ares' presence unconsciously dispelled some of the figures who sought to provoke them. They resembled two young beasts encountering each other on a desolate plain, maintaining a safe distance yet instinctively aware that proximity offered a semblance of protection. Host, camaraderie level up. The target, though silent, exhibits a 153 reduction in feelings of aversion toward you. The system's analysis provided Ares with a modicum of comfort. Yet the foundation of trust, task remained stagnant. Encouraging Tom to voluntarily share secrets was no simple feat that afternoon. Ares was summoned by Sister Martha to assist in organizing the storeroom. As he emerged, cradling a stack of discarded newspapers, he serendipitously encountered Mrs. Cole around the corridor's bend. "Ares," Mrs. Cole called out, adjusting her glasses, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, particularly on his mismatched eyes and the mark beneath his left eye. "Are you still settling in here?" "I'm well. Thank you for your concern, ma'am," Ares replied, lowering his head in feigned obedience. Mrs. Cole's tone was even. "Have you recalled anything about your family?" Ares' heart tightened as he maintained a bewildered expression, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I only remember my name." Mrs. Cole regarded him thoughtfully. "That's rather peculiar. You seem different from the others." She did not elaborate, yet her gaze swept over his eyes and hair again. "Your demeanor and actions seem more composed than those of your peers." She paused, seemingly deliberating her words. "It seems you and Riddle have grown quite close recently?" Ares' heart raced. "Here it comes." He lifted his head, striving to project an air of innocence and clarity. "Tom just isn't very talkative. Sometimes I ask him about things here." "Is that so?" Mrs. Cole's voice concealed any hint of emotion. "I've noticed that since your arrival, Riddle has stirred up less trouble." This was indeed the truth. With Ares acting as an unseen stabilizer and crisis manager, the frequency of Tom's magical outbursts and conflicts with others had indeed diminished. "That's commendable. However, Ares," her voice lowered with a note of caution, "you must understand that young Riddle is quite extraordinary. At times, being too close to someone exceptional may not be a blessing." Her words pierced through the veneer of tranquility that had enveloped the past few days like a cold needle. Perhaps Mrs. Cole was unaware of the existence of magic. Yet her adult intuition and years of managing the orphanage allowed her to keenly sense Tom's peculiarities, as well as the subtle changes brought about by Ares, this new variable. She was warning him. "I understand, madam," Ares replied, bowing his head to conceal the emotions in his eyes. "I will be cautious." Mrs. Cole said nothing further, merely casting him one last penetrating glance before turning away. Ares stood frozen in place, clutching the old newspaper, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his back. Mrs. Cole's suspicions loomed over him like a dark cloud. He needed to exercise greater caution. That night, as he lay in bed, Ares replayed Mrs. Cole's words in his mind over and over. He realized that mere coexistence and trivial assistance would not suffice to win Tom's trust. He needed to demonstrate greater worth or create an opportunity. Host, detecting a state of emotional distress in the target character. The fluctuations in magical energy indicate he may have experienced nightmares again or is troubled by something. The system's prompt caused Ares to turn his head. Tom lay with his back to him, curled up, yet the tension in his shoulders was palpable. Was it due to the warning from earlier? Or had he recalled some unpleasant memory? Ares hesitated briefly before once again summoning that gentle wave of magical energy, allowing it to caress like a soft night breeze. This time, Tom's reaction was less intense. He merely relaxed slightly, yet he still did not turn around. It appeared that simple comfort was insufficient. Ares recalled the system's reward, Introduction to Ancient Runic Language. Although it contained only the most basic knowledge, it included some exceedingly simple symbols that possessed calming and focusing effects. These symbols lacked inherent magical power, but could be activated by magic to guide emotions. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Quietly, he sat up in bed, using the faint light from the window to dip his finger into the cup of water and carefully inscribed a freshly learned rune symbolizing tranquility on the cold cement floor between their beds. The symbol was simple, resembling an unfurling leaf. He then concentrated, gradually and cautiously infusing a thread of gentle magic from within himself into the pattern formed by the damp mark. There was no dazzling light or violent fluctuations. Yet, the moist symbol seemed to come alive, emitting a presence that was imperceptible to the eyes but could be sensed by the soul, exuding a serene and cool aura akin to moonlight. This aura was faint, confined to the area surrounding their beds. Aries watched Tom's silhouette with bated breath. After a few moments, the tension in Tom's shoulders visibly eased. He turned over, lying flat, his breathing becoming steady and deep. He even unconsciously tilted his head slightly toward the rune, as if absorbing the rare tranquility it provided. He had fallen asleep, not in the throes of a nightmare, but in genuine peace. Aries gazed at the symbol on the floor, which gradually dried and vanished, then looked at Tom's face, softened in slumber, and felt a strange sense of accomplishment swell within him. He had not used words, nor had he directly employed magical intervention. Instead, he had provided Tom with tangible assistance in a more subtle manner, one that drew closer to the essence of knowledge itself. The following morning, when Tom awoke, his eyes carried a rare, dazed look of someone who had not fully rested, yet there was also a refreshing clarity. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly and peacefully. He sat up, his gaze instinctively scanning Aries' bed before landing on the now dry spot on the floor, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He did not inquire about what had transpired the previous night, but he knew it was somehow connected to the mysterious boy across from him. On their way to the dining hall, Tom unexpectedly walked alongside Aries instead of ahead, maintaining a silence between them. Just before they stepped into the bustling dining hall, he paused, his gaze fixed ahead, and in a barely audible voice that seemed both introspective and directed at Aries, he murmured, "Albert and the others sometimes see things move, or suddenly feel afraid." Having spoken, he hastened his steps, entering the dining hall ahead of Aries. Aries stood there, momentarily stunned. Ding. Task Foundation of Trust completed. The target character has voluntarily shared a secret about the influence of his abilities, albeit indirectly. Reward granted. Enhanced magical perception now active. Transmission of Introduction to Ancient Runic Language, advanced, in progress. Host. He has shared a secret with you, though it is a small one, regarding how he frightens others. It marks a breakthrough, a historic step. A surge of clarity enveloped Aries' consciousness, enabling him to detect the subtle shifts in magical energy surrounding him with heightened sensitivity, including the restrained yet powerful source of magic emanating from Tom. Simultaneously, a wealth of more complex runes and knowledge flooded into his mind. Aries watched Tom's upright figure vanish through the doors of the dining hall, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, barely containable. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Tom was testing the waters, reciprocating the silent tranquility symbol from the night before. Yet, this was the cornerstone. The first and most challenging block of trust had finally been carefully laid, constructed through conspiracy, knowledge, and unspoken concern. The path ahead remained fraught with thorns, Mrs. Cole's doubts hanging like the sword of Damocles above him. Yet, Aries felt as if he had grasped a flicker of genuine light in his hands. This light was called possibility. Chapter 8. 5 years in an instant. Tom's whispered words rippled through Aries' heart like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating a continuous wave of resonance. The completion of the Foundation of Trust task brought not only rewards but a subtle shift in their atmosphere. The invisible wall between them, though still imposing and formidable, appeared to have opened a tiny window, allowing a sliver of light and air to seep through. Days passed, seasons changed, and the trees outside the Wolves' orphanage shifted from green to yellow, then bare. The ominous clouds of war gathered over the European continent. Yet for the orphanage in this London corner, the greatest battle remained the daily struggle for survival amid silent internal strife. However, for Aries and Tom, these 5 years, from 1932 to 1937, were not wholly drab. Time flowed like a silent river, carrying them along, quietly shaping something resilient amidst their seemingly repetitive daily lives. Loading 5-year growth montage. Please note important milestones. Segment 1, A Bridge of Knowledge. Since that secret sharing, Tom's attitude toward Aries had entered a new phase. He no longer merely observed and assessed. He began to utilize Aries to a limited extent. Initially, it was through words. Tom discovered that Aries seemed rather inept at reading and writing in English. Aries, after all, I am essentially a Chinese speaker. Meanwhile, Tom had long since surpassed his peers in reading ability, having learned through eavesdropping on classroom lessons and self-study. One day, on the rooftop, Tom thrust a crumpled, well-worn literacy textbook into Aries' hands. his tone still bearing that characteristic cold detachment of someone bestowing a favor. If you can't even understand this, how will you help me figure things out in the future? Ares paused for a moment, then accepted the book. He understood that this was not purely an act of goodwill, but rather a utilitarian investment on Tom's part. To him, an illiterate peer held limited value. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. Host, the target is teaching you literacy. Although the motivation is impure, this signifies tremendous progress. Thus, the starlit classroom atop the rooftop occasionally transformed into a literacy lesson. Tom was a stern instructor, impatient and sharp-tongued, yet Ares, with the comprehension of an adult and the aid of the system, learned rapidly. When he stumbled through a simple sentence, a fleeting glimmer of unacknowledged satisfaction would flicker in Tom's eyes. Literacy opened a gateway to a broader realm of knowledge for them. Tom began to unearth discarded books on mysticism, history, and even basic science from the scrapyard or the library's neglected corners. The two, like ravenous sponges, secretly absorbed nourishment in the unnoticed shadows. Ares posed thought-provoking, timeless questions, while Tom, with his brilliant insight and logic, conducted profound analyses and memorization. Fragment 2. The forging of power. The practice of magical control continued unabated. Ares combined the foundational techniques of magical stability and enhanced magical perception transmitted by the system with his understanding of the ancient language, guiding Tom in a manner he could grasp, little by little. No longer confined to the rooftop, they sometimes found themselves in the secluded corners of abandoned backyards or the quiet laundry room during the late hours of the night. Ares demonstrated how to condense magic to the fingertips, making a small leaf levitate or creating specific ripples on the water's surface. Tom learned swiftly. His magical essence leaned more towards control and influence than Ares' calming resonance. He quickly surpassed expectations, not only stabilizing his powers, but also experimenting with more intricate maneuvers, such as causing a lock to tremble subtly from a distance or making those who had bullied him stumble in a manner so discreet that it left no trace. Ares did not hinder these small acts of retribution. He recognized them as part of Tom's need to release and control. He merely ensured that such actions would not invite real trouble or cause Tom to be seen as a complete monster. They developed a tacit division of labor. Ares served as the shield and intellect, providing comfort, warnings, and strategy. Tom became the spear in hand, executing actions requiring strength and intimidation. Fragment 3. United against external threats. As they matured, the power dynamics within the orphanage shifted. The cohort of children surrounding Albert gradually departed. Yet new challengers emerged, seeking to contest Tom's position. However, they soon discovered that confronting Tom Riddle was no longer as effortless as before. On one occasion, several newly arrived older children attempted to seize a hefty book on pyramids that Tom had just acquired. Tom's gaze turned icy, and just as he was about to take action, Ares stepped in first. He refrained from using magic, instead employing clear, calm logic to dissect their previous violations of the orphanage's rules, such as smoking in secret and vandalizing property, indicating that if they did not leave immediately, he would not hesitate to inform Mrs. Cole. The children paled at his words, astonished that this typically quiet, seemingly frail boy with mismatched eyes possessed so much detrimental information about them. Ultimately, they retreated in disgruntled silence. Clutching the book, Tom looked at Ares with a complex expression. He was accustomed to instilling fear through power. For the first time, someone had resolved a conflict through wisdom and information. He said nothing, but that night, he silently placed a rare fruit-flavored hard candy he had hidden beneath his pillow for Ares. Received a candy offering from the future Dark Lord. Host feels a profound sense of accomplishment. Fragment 4. Silent dependence. Year after year, they became a unique sight within the orphanage. Two equally exceptional, equally solitary boys, inseparable. They shared the books they found, divided their meager food supplies, and on cold winter nights, would huddle together in the same bed, dispersing the chill with each other's body heat and the magic flowing within. Tom continued to reveal little emotion, yet Ares could sense that the initial, purely utilitarian mindset had quietly transformed. When Ares occasionally fell ill due to his constitution, Tom would stay awake the entire night, clumsily attempting to lower his temperature with his still maturing magic, his eyes betraying a sense of anxiety. When new children pointed and whispered about Ares' mismatched eyes and markings, a single icy glare from Tom was enough to silence them. They were each other's only life raft in an ocean of darkness, the sole companions on a desolate island. This bond, forged in an environment of despair, ran deeper than any superficial affection. 5 years flowed by like water. Ares blossomed from the rain-soaked, disheveled child into a slender youth, his features becoming increasingly refined and beautiful, the chestnut hue in his platinum hair growing more pronounced, and the wisdom and compassion in his mismatched eyes deepening. Tom shed some of his childish contours, revealing the handsome sharpness of adolescence. His jet black hair and profound gaze strikingly beautiful, almost unreal, yet increasingly reserved and unfathomable. They remained mired in the mire, yet their hearts soared to vastly different realms. Buoyed by each other's existence and a nascent understanding of the magical world. The 5-year montage concludes. The bond level between the host and the target has significantly heightened. Current status, an unbreakable symbiotic entity. Another evening, Ares and Tom sat side by side on a pile of bricks in the abandoned backyard, poring over an ancient tome on celestial mythology. The sunset cast long shadows of them. Suddenly, Tom closed the book, lifted his gaze toward the southeastern sky, the direction of central London. His expression no longer bore the confusion or naive longing of a child, but rather a clear, sharp ambition and determination. Soon, he said cryptically. Ares' heart jolted. He knew precisely what Tom was alluding to. The system's calendar feature clearly indicated that the summer of 1937 was fast approaching. The professor, adorned in a robe of stars and moons, with piercing blue eyes, was about to knock on the door of the Wolves' orphanage. A storm was on the horizon, and the ark they had built together over the past 5 years was about to face its first true test of endurance. Ares gazed at Tom's sculpted profile in the sunset, feeling the blood bond resonating with Tom's magic within him, and clenched his fist lightly. The 5-year dormancy had come to an end. The true story was just beginning. Chapter 9, The Calm Before the Storm. Tom's cryptic utterance of soon hung like an ominous prophecy in Ares' mind. In the days that followed, life in the orphanage continued at its usual, dreary rhythm. Yet Ares could sense an invisible tension permeating the air. Tom grew increasingly silent, a flicker of barely perceptible anxiety and anticipation often crossing the depths of his dark eyes. Akin to a cheetah awaiting its prey to step into a trap, his frequency of perusing those tomes on mysticism increased, and at times, he would practice the pronunciation of certain convoluted, un-English-like syllables in a whisper, as he attempted to mimic the ancient incantations mentioned in the books. Despite lacking a wand, and thus rendering his efforts futile, the system within Ares seemed to enter a state of readiness, monitoring environmental magical energy density. No unusually high-energy entities detected nearby. Temporal parameters stable, but according to the original timeline, the probability of a key visitor's arrival has risen to 873. Host. What should we do? He is coming. The venerable old bee, with his long white beard, though it may now be a shade of auburn, fond of sweets and possessing an uncanny gaze that seems to pierce the very souls of those around him, is on his way. The frantic terminology of the system elicited a suppressed chuckle from Ares, yet he found himself unable to laugh. Dumbledore was approaching. This not only heralded the imminent opening of the magical world's gates to them, but also signaled the inevitable shattering of the delicate and clandestine balance he and Tom had established over the past 5 years. How would Dumbledore perceive Tom? And what of him, the evidently anomalous variable closely entwined with Tom? That night, the moonlight was unusually bright, filtering through the grimy windows of the dormitory and casting mottled patches of light upon the floor. While the other children slumbered, Ares found himself wide awake. He turned his head and noticed that Tom, too, was awake, staring at the ceiling with steady breaths, though his hand, resting at his side, was slightly clenched. Tom, Ares whispered, his voice barely audible. Rarely had he directly called out his name in the past 5 years. Tom's body tensed imperceptibly, and he slowly turned his head. In the darkness, his eyes resembled 2 fathomless pools of cold water. What is it? His voice was equally low. Ares fell silent for a few moments, seemingly gathering his thoughts. He understood that some matters needed to be clarified before the storm arrived. If someone were to come, he carefully chose his words, referring to those from that world. They might scrutinize us, judge us. Tom's gaze sharpened instantaneously. He propped himself up, his eyes fixed intently on Ares. What do you know? His tone carried a hint of displeasure at being kept in the dark, mingled with deeper inquiry. I sense something, Ares replied, unable to articulate the system clearly. He gestured towards his head and heart, as if to convey that they could feel each other's power. There is a formidable force drawing near. Tom's breath quickened for a moment. Ares' words confirmed the premonition that had been gnawing at him. He lay back down, though his body remained tense. And then, he asked, his voice imbued with a calmness that belied his age, tinged with calculation. We must be cautious, Ares replied, his heterochromatic eyes appearing particularly earnest under the moonlight. Do not reveal everything too easily, especially your little experiments, he implied, referring to Tom's manipulations of magic tinged with revenge and control. Tom let out a soft huff, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He evidently did not believe his powers required concealment. They were a testament to his distinction from the common rabble. Ares, understanding his thoughts, added, exposing our trump cards before comprehending their rules is foolish. Power should be wielded at the most critical junctures. He paused, lowering his voice, yet imbued with a peculiar soothing force. Remember, we are in this together. This final phrase brushed against some hardened corners of Tom's heart, like a gentle breeze. In these 5 years, Ares' presence had instilled in him a sense of strength that was not about destruction but protection, not isolation, but connection. Though he still yearned for power and control, the word we had taken on a profound significance within him. He remained silent for a long while. So long that Ares feared he would not respond. I know what to do. Tom's voice finally broke the silence, flat yet devoid of its usual chill. He did not meet Ares' gaze, but the very essence of those words constituted a promise and acknowledgement. Recognition of target individual has increased. The host has successfully completed pre-battle mobilization. The following day, an inexplicable sense of restlessness enveloped the entire orphanage. Even Mrs. Cole appeared more serious and distracted than usual. In the afternoon, the sky became laden with gray clouds, and the air was stiflingly oppressive. Ares and Tom were assigned to the laundry room to assist in wringing out the freshly laundered sheets. The sound of rushing water drowned out other noises. Yet Ares' heightened magical perception captured a faint yet distinct ripple of magic emanating from the direction of the orphanage's front door, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. This ripple was gentle yet powerful, imbued with a wisdom and depth accrued over time, resonating faintly with the blood bond within him, starkly contrasting with Tom's darker, controlling magic. His movements abruptly halted. Almost simultaneously, Tom ceased his actions as well, lifting his head. A glimmer of wolf-like alertness flashing in his dark eyes as he gazed towards the entrance of the laundry room. He too sensed it, albeit less distinctly than Ares. It was an instinctual tremor brought on by the proximity of a kindred spirit, or perhaps a higher order of existence. They exchanged glances, each discerning the same answer reflected in the other's eyes. He has arrived. Albus Dumbledore. Alert! Alert! High-energy individual has entered the vicinity of the Woosley orphanage. Energy level, extremely high. Characteristics match. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Final preparations initiated. Host, remember our plan. Remain calm. Ares inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Continuing with his task, yet every sense was heightened to its utmost. Tom too lowered his gaze, resuming his wringing of the sheets. Though his pale knuckles turned white from exertion, betraying his inner turmoil. The laundry room was filled only with the sounds of rushing water and fabric rubbing against itself, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Time stretched on, the minutes feeling like an eternity. Sister Martha's figure appeared at the laundry room door, her face a blend of confusion and reverence. Riddle, she called out, glancing at Ares and Phoenix as well. Mrs. Cole requests your presence in her office. She paused, adding, a professor wishes to meet with you. The word professor struck like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the stifling air of the laundry room. Tom shot up, his eyes ablaze with an uncontrollable mix of longing and wariness. Ares' heart skipped a beat. He gently set down the damp sheet in his hands and signaled to Tom to adhere to their plan. The storm had finally arrived. They followed Sister Martha, one after the other, towards the office that would soon dictate their fates. The corridor seemed interminably elongated, each step resonating with the palpable scrutiny emanating from beyond the door. Ares could sense Tom's magic swirling around him like ripples in a deep pool, charged with danger and tension. Within him, the powers of light and dark began to flow, drawn forth by the blood bond, preparing for this fateful encounter. Chapter 10. Uninvited Guests and Half-Moon Lenses. The hallway felt as though it were stretching infinitely. Each step set upon taut nerves. Ares could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of his own heart within his chest, and he could feel the tension radiating from Tom, akin to a bowstring drawn tight. Sister Martha walked ahead, her posture betraying an unusual sense of apprehension. At last, they halted before the dark wooden door of Mrs. Cole's office. Sister Martha knocked, and a voice emerged from within, more dignified than usual. Enter. The door swung open, revealing a dust-laden window and an overcast sky beyond. Ares' gaze was immediately ensnared by the figure seated in an old armchair across from Mrs. Cole. He was not the elderly man he had envisioned, with hair and beard all white. Rather, he possessed a thick mane of auburn hair and a neatly trimmed beard of the same hue, though strands of silver were beginning to peek through at the tips. He was clad in an opulent, long robe of a rich, crimson hue reminiscent of velvet, adorned with intricate silver runes that were nearly indecipherable, creating a stark contrast against the dreary and dilapidated surroundings of the orphanage. It was as if a classical oil painting had been erroneously framed in a cheap, shoddy border. Perched upon his nose were half-moon spectacles, through which shone a pair of astonishingly sharp eyes, as pure and blue as the finest sapphire. Albus Dumbledore. The serene yet formidable aura that enveloped him rendered the cramped office almost suffocating. Mrs. Cole sat behind her desk, her expression a complex tapestry of respect, confusion, and a barely perceptible hint of anxiety. The moment the door swung open, Dumbledore's gaze swept over, like a precisely directed spotlight, first landing on Tom. His look was gentle, yet imbued with a penetrating power that seemed capable of seeing through all facades, as if he could peer directly into the essence of one's soul. Is this young man Tom Riddle? Dumbledore's voice was calm and magnetic, akin to warm honey, yet it instilled in Aries an intangible sense of pressure. Yes, Professor, Mrs. Cole quickly replied, then glanced at Aries, somewhat hesitating. This is Aries Phoenix. He is also one of our children. She appeared uncertain about how to elucidate Aries' presence, particularly in the presence of such an extraordinary professor. Dumbledore's gaze then gradually shifted to Aries. In that fleeting moment, Aries distinctly perceived the tranquility in Dumbledore's azure eyes, which suddenly fissured like ice breaking apart. His pupils constricted slightly, his gaze magnetically drawn and firmly anchored to Aries' face, more specifically, to his mismatched eyes and the serpentine golden blood pact mark that shimmered subtly in the indoor light beneath his left eye. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds. Aries could sense a minuscule yet tangible disturbance in Dumbledore's gentle magical aura, akin to a tranquil lake disrupted by a deep water explosion. The look in Dumbledore's eyes brimmed with incredulous shock, profound confusion, and a haunting recollection of something that should not exist, tightly intertwined with the past. High-intensity mental fluctuations detected, originating from the target, Albus Dumbledore. His focus on the host has instantly surpassed that on Tom Riddle. Tom, too, had evidently sensed this unusual scrutiny. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure and deeper vigilance crossing his dark eyes. The professor's undue attention towards Aries evoked in him a sense of unexpected loss of control over his plans. Dumbledore quickly reined in his momentary lapse. Yet his gaze lingered on Aries' face for an unusually prolonged duration before returning to Tom, smiling as though nothing had occurred. It is a pleasure to meet you both. He gestured for them to take a seat on the two wooden chairs nearby. Aries and Tom complied, their postures stiff and reserved. Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore resumed his gentle and probing demeanor. I hail from a school known as Hogwarts. We have received word that you seem to possess some extraordinary abilities. Tom immediately slipped into his performance mode. He raised his head, his expression a perfect blend of unease, politeness, and a hint of misunderstood grievance. Sir, I do not understand what you mean. Strange things just happen sometimes, but I cannot control them. He flawlessly portrayed an orphan bewildered and frightened by his own powers. Aries silently observed from the side, inwardly admiring Tom's acting prowess. Had he not been aware of Tom's true nature, he might have been easily deceived by this masterful performance. Dumbledore's blue eyes, concealed behind his half-moon spectacles, were as deep as an ancient well, quietly listening as Tom recounted his experiences of objects moving unexpectedly and animals obeying, never interrupting but occasionally posing a couple of pivotal questions, each precisely targeting Tom's concealed desire for control and his cold essence. Aries knew that Dumbledore was not fooled by Tom's facade. He was akin to an experienced connoisseur, scrutinizing a meticulously forged counterfeit, having already discerned the true material beneath. Throughout the entire exchange, Aries could feel that at least a third of Dumbledore's attention lingered, almost imperceptibly, upon him. That gaze was not as piercing as when assessing Tom. Rather, it resembled the examination of a mysterious tome inscribed in a forgotten language. Finally, Dumbledore concluded his inquiries directed at Tom. He turned to Mrs. Cole, confirming that Tom would indeed attend Hogwarts and arranging subsequent matters. Mrs. Cole visibly exhaled in relief. Then, Dumbledore's gaze returned to Aries, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. So, Mr. Phoenix, he leaned in slightly, the half-moon glasses reflecting the faint light from the window. Mrs. Cole mentioned that you seem to have lost some memories? The eye of the storm, without warning, shifted towards Aries. Tom's body tensed instantaneously, a flash of sharpness flitting across his dark eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on Dumbledore. Aries inhaled deeply, lifting his head to meet those piercing blue eyes that seemed capable of unraveling every secret. He understood that the true test was merely beginning. Final challenge. The Blade of Wisdom. Initiate. Host. Proceed with caution. Chapter 11. The Blade of Wisdom. The office was so quiet that one could hear the sound of dust settling. Mrs. Cole's gaze flitted back and forth between Dumbledore and Aries, laden with evident confusion. Tom remained as still as a cold statue, his senses entirely focused on Dumbledore, poised to respond to any potential provocation. The pressure weighed heavily on Aries' shoulders. He recognized that Dumbledore's query was far from superficial. It pertained to his identity, his origins, and a certain clandestine connection he shared with Tom, as well as with Dumbledore's own past. He raised his head, not shying away from those piercing blue eyes, which reflected a perfectly balanced mix of bewilderment and the struggle to recollect. He could not appear too composed. That would not align with the persona of an amnesiac child. Yet, he could not be overly frantic, either, as that would raise deeper suspicions. Yes, Professor, Ares' voice was soft and childlike, yet steady. I only remember my name. Ares Phoenix. He deliberately emphasized his surname, keenly observing the almost imperceptible twitch of Dumbledore's fingers upon hearing Phoenix. Phoenix, Dumbledore softly repeated, as if savoring the significance behind the name, an ancient and powerful lineage. Do you recall anything about your family? Even a fleeting image, a sensation? Ares shook his head, his gaze vacant, only rain, very cold rain, and a bright light, along with the sound of shattering glass. He was articulating the hazy memories of his arrival, as well as the symbolic echo of the broken blood pact. He carefully controlled his tone, making it sound like fragmented dream sequences rather than genuine experiences. Dumbledore's gaze deepened suddenly. The sound of shattering glass. This resonated dangerously with a long-buried, sharp memory fragment of summer in Godric's Hollow that stirred within his mind. His gaze involuntarily flickered back to the golden chain mark beneath Ares' left eye, a pattern he had never seen before, yet instinctively felt an unsettling familiarity and stirring deep within his bloodline. I see. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, yet Ares could sense an undercurrent brewing beneath that gentleness. So Ares, have you also encountered some unusual occurrences? Much like Tom, he deftly redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter. Tom's breath caught almost imperceptibly. Ares understood that this was the true test. He could not entirely deny it, for that would appear suspicious, nor could he admit to possessing an aggressive ability, for that would brand him as dangerous, much like Tom. He lowered his gaze slightly, seemingly uneasy as he twisted his fingers, and spoke with a tone of uncertainty. Sometimes I have very peculiar dreams. In them, golden birds fly through flames, alongside dark shadows, akin to horses, racing across the sky. His description alluded to the phoenix and the nocturnal steed, resonating with the core of his wand, subtly hinting at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. At times, he would raise his head, genuine confusion flickering in his mismatched eyes. This confusion stemming from his lack of understanding regarding the power of his blood pact. He continued, when others are sad or angry, I seem to feel a bit of it, and then I find myself hoping they could feel a little better, and sometimes, they actually appear to calm down. He was showcasing a capacity for soothing and empathy, a seemingly passive force inclined towards light and healing. This not only explained why he could coexist peacefully with Tom, even exerting a positive influence, but also distinguished him from Tom's controlling and intimidating power. Host. Perfect response. Successfully crafted an image of a harmless soother, exhibiting uniqueness while diminishing perceived threat. Dumbledore listened intently, his gaze behind half-moon spectacles as profound as the ocean. He refrained from immediate judgment. Ares' narration, particularly concerning his dreams and calming ability, did not entirely align with any magical phenomenon he was familiar with, yet curiously intertwined with certain traits of himself and Gellert. The golden birds, Phoenix, the dark shadows, nocturnal steed, and this pure, almost instinctual power of reassurance. This child resembled a puzzle pieced together from fragments of his and Gellert's lives. A most intriguing description. Ares, Dumbledore finally spoke, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. This is an exceptionally unique gift. He did not press for further details, but turned to Madame Quirrell. Given Ares' unique circumstances and the potential he has displayed, Hogwarts might indeed offer him a suitable haven. Of course, this requires further evaluation. Madame Quirrell appeared visibly bewildered by the sequence of events, instinctively nodding. I will defer to your arrangements, Professor. Dumbledore redirected his gaze towards the two boys seated side by side, his eyes sweeping between Tom's taut visage and Ares' seemingly tranquil, yet vigilant mismatched eyes. Therefore, Tom Riddle. Ares Phoenix, he said with a smile that concealed a clarity of insight. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you both to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this coming September. He extended his hand, conjuring two thick envelopes made of heavy parchment, inscribed with addresses in emerald green ink, unadorned by stamps, merely bearing an ornate crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake encircling a grand letter H. Tom's gaze was instantly captured by the envelope, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented, almost uncontrollable fervor. That was acknowledgement. A ticket to the world he had long yearned for. Ares too accepted his letter, feeling the delicate texture of the parchment and the faint traces of magic imbued within. He sighed inwardly, relieved that the first hurdle had been cleared. Dumbledore rose, the hem of his robe sweeping across the floor without stirring a speck of dust. I shall return in August to accompany you for your school supplies, he stated, his gaze once more skimming over Ares before finally resting on Tom. His tone laced with a subtle caution. At Hogwarts, you will learn how to properly understand and control your powers. I hope you are prepared. He made his way to the door, glancing back at Ares one last time, his expression enigmatic, as if to convey, "I see your difference, child. We shall meet again." The office door closed gently behind him, leaving the three of them with their disparate thoughts. Madame Coral exhaled deeply, collapsing into her chair. Tom clutched the acceptance letter tightly, his knuckles paling from the pressure, his expression a mix of ecstatic ambition and cold calculation. Meanwhile, Ares lowered his gaze to the letter in his hands, a symbol of the pivotal shift in his fate, feeling the faint warmth of the blood pact mark beneath his left eye, accompanied by the system's cheerful notification echoing in his mind. Main quest updated. Successfully obtained admission to Hogwarts. New phase initiated. The gateway to the magical world. Next objective, a journey to Diagon Alley. The storm had temporarily abated, yet they all understood that this was merely the beginning. The path to the magical realm had been laid out before them, and what awaited them would be an even more tumultuous and perilous future. The Blade of Wisdom had crossed its first threshold, leaving Dumbledore with questions and opportunities in its wake. Now, they needed to prepare thoroughly for the impending journey to Diagon Alley. Chapter 12, Letters and Trials. Once Dumbledore departed, the stagnant air in the office seemed to dissolve instantly, swiftly replaced by a new, more intricate emotional current. Madame Coral sighed deeply, as though a monumental weight had been lifted. Yet she felt ensnared in a vortex beyond her comprehension. Rubbing her brow, she glanced at the two boys clutching their parchment envelopes, her expression complex and inscrutable. Ultimately, she waved her hand, her voice tinged with fatigue. "All right, you both should return now. Remember the professor's words, be prepared." Tom almost immediately leapt to his feet, gripping the acceptance letter as if it bore the entirety of his existence. He did not glance at Madame Coral, nor did he wait for Ares. Turning sharply and departing with even more urgency and determination than before, vanishing like a shadow into the corridor. Ares, however, politely nodded to Madame Coral, uttering a thank you, "Madam," before following suit. The corridor revealed no trace of Tom's figure. Ares knew he must have retreated to their secret rooftop alcove or some solitary corner of their dormitory. He needed space to process this overwhelming impact, to savor this ticket to power in the unknown world alone. Ares did not seek him out immediately. He took his own letter and returned to the temporarily unoccupied dormitory. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the grimy window, casting dappled light upon the letter. He carefully peeled away the heavy wax seal, releasing a faint yet distinctive scent of parchment and ink. The contents of the letter mirrored what he already knew. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Ares mused. This kind-hearted, yet somewhat befuddled old headmaster, sincerely inviting him to enroll. Enclosed was a lengthy list of required supplies: robes, pointed hats, protective gloves, wands made of dragon hide or similar materials, and a list of first-year textbooks, including standard spells, beginner, magical theory, a guide to transfiguration, and so forth. The familiar titles sent a flutter of excitement through Ares' heart. This was not a game, nor a mere tale, but the tangible world he was about to step into. Wow! Host. It's a formal acceptance letter. We really did it. Quickly, check the list. We need to buy wands, and robes, and more. The system chirped excitedly in his mind. Ares couldn't help but smile faintly. Yet amidst the joy, the weight of Dumbledore's last probing gaze settled like cold raindrops upon his fervor. He understood that Dumbledore's suspicion of him far exceeded that of Tom. Tom's danger was overt and foreseeable, while Ares Phoenix was an enigma intricately entwined with Dumbledore's past. As dusk descended, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, Ares finally spotted Tom on the rooftop. Tom stood with his back to him, poised at the edge, the evening breeze tousling his obsidian-like short hair. He still clutched that letter tightly, yet his emotions appeared to have settled, leaving only a cold, smoldering resolve. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not turn around. "I suspect you," Tom stated calmly, shattering the silence. Ares approached him, standing shoulder to shoulder as they gazed down at the London streets below, where flickering lights began to emerge. "I know," he replied with equal calmness. "Is it because of your eyes? Or that pattern?" Tom turned to face him, his dark eyes glimmering with a sharp light in the sunset. "The way he looked at you was different. There was shock, remembrance, and even a trace of barely perceptible pain." This stirred an inexplicable irritation within Tom, as if his own focus had been divided. Ares paused, choosing not to respond directly. He lifted his hand, gently brushing the golden chain-like pattern beneath his left eye, feeling its warm sensation. "This may be related to my origins. Even I am not entirely sure." This was the truth. He could not elucidate the blood pact and the system to Tom. Tom scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. After a moment, he abruptly reached out, his movement so swift that Ares barely had time to react. His cool fingertips briefly grazed the line beneath Ares' left eye. Both of them shuddered slightly. Tom recoiled as if burned, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing his face, quickly masked by his habitual indifference. He sensed a faint yet profound resonance of ancient magic, akin to his own power, yet distinctly different. Ares felt the ripple of the blood pact's power in response to that touch, as if something dormant had been gently stirred. This is of no consequence. Tom averted his gaze, looking into the distance once more, his tone reverting to its usual calm and authoritative demeanor. What matters is that we have secured the ticket. The world where ambition ignites once more in his eyes will be our starting point. He no longer lingered on Dumbledore's attitude or Ares' secret, at least not outwardly. For him, the outcome was paramount. They stood now at the same starting line, endowed with equal opportunity. We need to understand that world, Ares echoed, retrieving his letter and list. Before we head to Diagon Alley, we must know what we are up against. He extended the list to Tom. Tom accepted it, his gaze swiftly scanning the names of the items, pausing for an extended moment on the word wand. We will figure it out, he stated with unwavering confidence, a tone that brooked no dissent. In the following days, the atmosphere between the two shifted into a new dynamic. A sense of purpose and eager anticipation supplanted the previous anxiety of waiting. They continued to share the books they had discovered, but discussions increasingly revolved around the list and the tome titled A History of Magic. Tom displayed immense interest in wands, meticulously studying the descriptions of materials on the list, while Ares focused more on the knowledge systems that the textbooks might encompass. They remained the two reticent boys from the orphanage, yet in the unnoticed corners. Their eyes sparkled with a shared yearning and plotting for the impending new world. Until one afternoon, Tom unexpectedly produced a more tattered book, seemingly filled with folklore. He pointed to a blurred illustration depicting a wizard navigating through a bustling street lined with shops, then looked up at Ares, his dark eyes alight with excitement. Look here. This could be Diagon Alley. The image was crude, yet the aura of mystery and vibrancy emanated from the paper, enveloping them. The first gateway to the magical world was being gradually unveiled by two boys eager to break free from their constraints. New task prompt, knowledge acquisition. Please, host, endeavor to gather as much foundational knowledge of the magical world as possible with the target character before heading to Diagon Alley. This will assist you in better adapting and making choices. Reward, unlock corresponding knowledge repository and a small amount of gold based on comprehension level. Ares gazed at the indistinct illustration, then at Tom, who was engrossed in his studies, realizing that their next journey was imminent. Meanwhile, the questions and scrutiny left by Dumbledore would accompany them as they stepped into that wondrous alleyway. Chapter 13, The Dust of the Leaky Cauldron. August 1937 arrived quietly amidst anticipation and schemes. The summer in London bore a damp, sticky warmth. Yet the hearts of the two boys at the Wolves orphanage burned hotter than ever. That morning, when Albus Dumbledore appeared once more at the orphanage door, he was still clad in that vibrant robe, this time a deep blue, standing in stark contrast to the drab surroundings. His gaze swept over Tom and Ares, pausing momentarily on Ares' face, imbued with his usual curiosity, yet he said nothing further. Are you ready, gentlemen? He inquired with a smile, his tone casual, as if he were merely leading them on an ordinary outing. Tom nodded, his expression a carefully maintained blend of anxiety and anticipation. Ares remained quieter, merely offering a soft affirmative. They bore little in the way of luggage, only a tattered cloth bag filled with a few changes of clothes, provided by Mrs. Cole, and their admission letters and item lists tucked securely away. Dumbledore did not employ any magical means of transportation as they had imagined. Instead, he guided them through the bustling streets of London, took them on a crowded subway, and finally walked them into a nondescript, somewhat dilapidated street known as Charing Cross Road. Tom's brow furrowed slightly, an almost imperceptible sign of doubt in his gaze. Was this truly the entrance to the magical world he had longed for? It appeared no different from the filthy Muggle world. Ares, however, with the system's faint hints and his innate foresight, scanned the street with keen perception. At last, his eyes settled on a grimy, narrow shop nestled between a boisterous bookstore and another dilapidated establishment. It resembled a long-forgotten entryway, marked by a precariously hanging wooden sign depicting a faded cauldron. The sign read, The Leaky Cauldron. Destination confirmed. The Leaky Cauldron, the first portal to the magical world. Dumbledore strode directly toward the entrance, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar phenomenon of Muggles passing by, ignoring this place entirely. He pushed open the seemingly rickety wooden door. A warm and odd aroma, a blend of roasted tobacco, aged beer, and some herbal fragrance, enveloped them, in stark contrast to the bright clamor outside. The interior of the pub was dim and bustling. A few oddly dressed individuals in robes sat whispering in the shadows of the corners, and an elderly witch, her teeth nearly gone, cackled by the fireplace, puffing on a long pipe. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, wholly severed from the Muggle world. As Tom stepped into the pub, his footsteps hesitated imperceptibly, his dark eyes swiftly scanning the space, flickering with an irrepressible excitement and a hint of innate disdain. Was this what the magical world looked like? It appeared rather unimpressive. Ares felt the blood pact's chain beneath his left eye warm slightly, as the light and dark magic within him resonated more actively with the traces of magic in the environment. The pub's proprietor, an old man named Tom, hunched and toothless, immediately displayed a blend of reverence and fear upon seeing Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, what a rare visitor. The same as always? Not today, Tom, Dumbledore said gently. I have brought 2 new students to procure their supplies. The regular patrons of the pub cast curious glances at the 2 boys behind Dumbledore. Their eyes skimmed over Tom's handsome yet frigid visage, ultimately lingering upon Ares, captivated by his peculiar hair color, mismatched eyes, and the golden markings adorning his face. Whispering among themselves in hushed tones, that is the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, also named Tom. Dumbledore seemed oblivious to their scrutiny as he introduced the 2 boys beside him, leading them through the pub towards a small courtyard enclosed by walls at the back. The courtyard was cluttered with empty barrels and refuse, devoid of anything but brick walls. Doubt flickered once more in Tom's eyes. Yet, Dumbledore remained unperturbed. Producing what appeared to be an ordinary wooden stick from the pocket of his robe, his wand, he turned towards the brick wall and gently tapped a specific brick 3 times. The brick he struck began to tremble, followed swiftly by its neighboring bricks, which shifted and rotated, a narrow archway rapidly materializing in the wall, expanding to reveal a wide passage that led to a winding cobblestone street, seemingly endless. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the sights at the end of the archway. The lively sounds of chatter, an array of peculiar haggling, the hooting of owls, and the mingling aromas of sweet confections, leather, ink from books, and some strange potions surged forth. For the first time, Tom Riddle stood utterly transfixed, his dark eyes widening, reflecting a scene he had never imagined, a bustling, fantastical street. Signs hung at shop fronts that moved, windows displayed flying brooms, bubbling cauldrons, and shimmering crystal balls, as robed witches and wizards navigated through the throng, owls soaring overhead. His breath quickened, the mask of calm on his face shattering entirely, leaving only pure, overwhelming shock engulfed in exhilaration. This was his world, the place where he truly belonged. Ares, though prepared for this moment, felt his heart race involuntarily at the sight of this dreamlike spectacle. This was Diagon Alley, the very heart of the magical world's commercial hub. Dumbledore observed the distinctly varied yet equally profound reactions of the 2 boys, particularly Tom's barely concealed avarice and longing. A flicker of nearly imperceptible concern passed through his blue eyes, but it quickly vanished. Welcome, he smiled, stepping aside to gesture invitingly. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Tom, nearly unable to contain his eagerness, was the first to step through the archway, as if entering a kingdom destined for him. Ares took a deep breath, feeling the resonance of his own magical essence with this enchanting street, following closely behind. The dust of the Leaky Cauldron fell behind them, revealing a brand new world brimming with infinite possibilities and unknown dangers before them. Their destinies would commence from this bustling alley, steering towards an unpredictable future. Chapter 14, The Bronze Door of Gringotts. The moment they stepped into Diagon Alley, their senses were plunged into a boiling cauldron of magic. The air was saturated with a multitude of scents, the cloying sweetness wafting from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the acrid scent of sulfur from the cauldron shop, the ink aroma from the antiquarian bookstore, and the myriad of strange, indescribable magical ingredients. Their ears were filled with the hoots of owls, the calls of merchants, the conversations of wizards, and the rustling, buzzing, and popping sounds of various magical items. The colors were dazzling. Shop signs were vibrant and ever-changing, while the fabric displayed in the robe shop's window shimmered with iridescence. And the latest broomstick components sparkled in the sunlight at the Quidditch supply store. Tom stood at the mouth of the archway, momentarily frozen. His black eyes, accustomed to concealing emotions, widened in disbelief, mirroring the bizarre spectacle before him. After the initial shock, an almost overflowing, burning desire surged within him. He absorbed every detail like a parched sponge. Every shop, every wizard, every magical creation he had never encountered before stirred a tremendous wave within his heart. This was where he was meant to exist. He was inherently destined for this place. Ares, equally entranced, felt a sense of validation and wonder. The descriptions from books had transformed into reality, a feeling utterly extraordinary. The flow of his light and dark magic surged joyfully, and the blood bond mark beneath his left eye radiated gentle warmth. He sensed Dumbledore's gaze lingering on them, particularly on himself. Our first destination. Dumbledore's voice cut through the clamor, Awakening the two boys lost in their own thoughts is Gringotts, the wizarding bank. You will need to exchange some currency and Ares. It seems you have a key you need to use. Tom immediately turned his sharp eyes to Ares. Key? What key? Ares nodded, retrieving the twin soul's key from his pocket. As the key was exposed to the air, it resonated more intensely with the rich magical environment. The pale wood of elder and golden metallic veins seemingly shimmering with a soft glow. The diminutive blood bond vial and the phoenix and knight steed vying for the gemstone depicted on it came to life. Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon the key. Even from a distance, he could sense the ancient and potent magic emanating from it, intimately connected to both himself and Grindelwald. Especially the shape of the blood bond vial elicited a fleeting glimpse of complex emotions deep within his blue eyes, though his surface remained calm and unruffled. Follow me. Dumbledore asked no further questions, turning to lead them down the bustling street. Gringotts stood tall between the shops, a gleaming white structure, its bronze doors shimmering. A goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform stood at the entrance, diminutive in stature, with a clever yet haughty countenance, exuding a subtle disdain towards wizards. Tom regarded the bronze door and the guarding goblin with a discerning gaze. A bank signifies wealth and power, and the goblin represents a non-human intelligent being that he needed to understand and possibly control. Upon entering the door, they encountered a second silver door inscribed with a warning poem. Passing through the silver door led them into a vast marble hall. Behind a long counter, hundreds of goblins perched on high stools, diligently weighing coins, inspecting gems, recording accounts, their long, claw-like fingers swiftly manipulating abacuses, producing a crisp clatter. The hall bustled with movement. Yet the atmosphere was significantly more solemn than outside. Many wizards appeared somewhat reserved and respectful in the presence of the goblins. Dumbledore walked directly to an unoccupied counter. The goblin behind the counter raised his large, wrinkled head, scrutinizing them with sharp black eyes. "Good morning," Dumbledore said. "We need to conduct some business for these two young gentlemen. This is Mr. Tom Riddle, who requires the exchange of muggle currency for galleons, sickles, and nuts. This is Mr. Ares Phoenix, who needs to access a vault." The goblin shifted his gaze to Tom, formally accepting the muggle currency he presented, skillfully counting and converting it. Tom intently observed every movement of the goblin, as if etching the process into his memory. Then, the goblin turned to Ares. "Key." Ares took a deep breath, extending the twin soul's key into the goblin's grasp. As the rough fingers of the fairy brushed against the peculiar key, the haughty expression on his face abruptly transformed. He sharply raised his head, staring incredulously at the key in his hand, and then directed a fierce gaze towards Ares, particularly fixating on his mismatched eyes and the intricate patterns adorning his face. Finally, his gaze flickered with uncertainty towards Dumbledore, who stood nearby. The magic imbued within this key was ancient and formidable, exuding an aura woven from the interplay of light and darkness, tinged with an ominous hint of threat. "This." The fairy's voice faltered, losing its usual composure, trembling ever so slightly as he uttered, "The twin soul key? The Phoenix Vault?" It was evident he recognized the provenance of the key, but this realization only deepened his astonishment, for the vault had not been accessed in ages, and its owner, yes. Ares replied calmly, though his heart raced uncontrollably. He was aware that this key was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated such a profound reaction from the fairy. The fairy regarded Ares with a newfound wariness, even tinged with a hint of reverence. He cautiously placed the key upon a special ink crystal plate to ascertain its authenticity. And when the key emanated a soft glow of intertwined gold and black, his confirmation was complete. Verification successful, the fairy's voice was hoarse. "Please follow me. This gentleman requires a guide." He addressed Dumbledore, clearly considering him the guardian. Another fairy was summoned to escort Tom for currency exchange. Tom watched as Ares and Dumbledore followed the now noticeably altered fairy deeper into the vault, a shadow of discontent flickering in his dark eyes. Once again, he found himself excluded, and it seemed Ares harbored more secrets than he had imagined. Ares and Dumbledore trailed behind the fairy through a door, traversing a narrow stone corridor flanked by flickering torches. They were led to a small platform, where a rather perilous-looking cart, driven by a fairy, awaited them. "Please take your seats," the fairy stated brusquely as he leapt into the driver's seat. Ares and Dumbledore settled into the rear of the cart. With a swift pull of the lever, the cart surged forward, hurtling down a labyrinthine track at an astonishing speed, twisting and turning into the depths below. The wind howled past their ears as the vault doors on either side of the tunnel rushed by. Dumbledore remained as steady as a mountain, even taking the time to observe Ares' reaction. Ares clutched the handrail tightly, his complexion paling, for the velocity exceeded his expectations. Eventually, the cart screeched to a halt before a small waterfall, dousing them in water, said to deter thieves. before continuing onward to a massive, ancient-looking vault door. The door bore no keyhole, only intricate runes and magical engravings. The guiding fairy jumped down, approached the door, and reverently held the twin soul key with both hands, bringing it close to a recess at the door's center. The instant the key made contact with the indentation, the runes and engravings on the door blazed to life. Golden light intertwined with dark luminescence, writhing across the surface of the door, ultimately converging around the key. A heavy sound, akin to ancient mechanisms stirring, echoed from the door. With a resounding click, the massive vault door gradually and silently slid open. A scent, a blend of ancient parchment, metal, and a hint of magical dust, wafted from within. The fairy stepped aside, bowing to Ares. "Mr. Phoenix, your vault, please." Taking a deep breath under Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Ares stepped into this vault that belonged to him, or rather, to his forebears. Inside, it was not the mountain of gold coins he had envisioned. The space was not particularly vast, yet the items contained within left him momentarily breathless. Against the wall stood several ancient wooden shelves, neatly stacked with faded but well-preserved tomes and scrolls, resonating with powerful magical vibrations. On the other side, several locked chests, adorned with intricate runes, awaited. At the center of the vault, in a prominent position, rested a small stone pedestal, upon which lay two items, a modest pile of galleons. Enough for a student's needs for several years, and an exceedingly ancient black box, its surface smooth as a mirror, concealing its material. The box bore no lock. Only a small, dark red gem, reminiscent of congealed blood, embedded at its center. The twin soul key trembled slightly in Ares' hand, the blood-red gem at its tip seemingly resonating in harmony with the one atop the box. Ares understood that the coins were merely a facade. The true treasures of this vault were the tomes, the scrolls, and this enigmatic box, all pointing towards his elusive heritage and the intertwined past of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore lingered at the threshold of the vault, refraining from entering. His gaze swept over the books before settling on the black box, and for the first time, his blue eyes revealed a profound mixture of astonishment and heavy reminiscence. It appeared he recognized the box. Chapter 15. Ollivander's choice. The chill emanating from the depths of Gringotts and the secret of the black box was abruptly interrupted by the fairy's dry voice, urging them to hurry. Ares quickly deposited the galleons from the pedestal into a money pouch Dumbledore had handed him, which had been enchanted with a stretching charm. Before carefully picking up the black box, it felt cold and heavy in his hands, the dark red gem pulsating faintly beneath his fingers. He attempted to touch it with the twin soul key, yet the box remained unresponsive. High-intensity magical seal detected. Specific conditions or incantations are required to unlock. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Ares discreetly secured the box and key, swiftly glancing over the shelves of books. He selected a few ancient scrolls that appeared to pertain to the history of magic and foundational theory, tucking them into the pouch. He was aware that one should not be overly greedy, especially with Dumbledore's watchful gaze following him like a spotlight. Upon their return to the marble hall above in the frenzied cart, Tom awaited them, having already exchanged his currency. The pouch in his possession appeared slightly less filled than Ares', yet no trace of disappointment marred his expression, only a deep, calculating demeanor. Upon seeing Ares and Dumbledore emerge, his gaze lingered on the unassuming black box in Ares' hands for a fleeting moment, a flicker of swift curiosity crossing his dark eyes. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to the silent exchange between the two boys, spoke in a casual tone. "Let us proceed to Ollivander's wand shop. A wand that suits you best is a wizard's most vital companion." This statement ignited a spark in Tom's eyes, illuminating them with all the enthusiasm he had harbored. A wand. This was the embodiment of his true desire, the key to the realm of magic. He could hardly contain his excitement. Yet he forced himself to maintain an exterior of calm, though his steps unconsciously quickened. Ollivander's wand shop was small and dilapidated. The peeling golden letters on the door proclaiming, "Ollivander, since 382 B.C., exceptional wands." In the dusty window, a solitary wand rested on a faded purple cushion. The shop was cramped, with only a long bench available, the rest of the space nearly consumed by thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. The air was thick with a light dust and an unusual scent reminiscent of wood and metal, a magical essence steeped in the passage of countless years enveloping them, leaving one instinctively breathless. A faint chime resonated from the back of the shop, and an elderly man, with hair as white as snow and eyes pale as the moon, glided forth like a specter. His gaze immediately settled upon Dumbledore. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." Mr. Ollivander's voice was soft, imbued with a dreamlike quality. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I have brought 2 new students to select their first wands." Mr. Ollivander's pale, penetrating eyes swiftly shifted to Tom and Ares. measuring them with the precision of a ruler. "Ah, yes," he murmured. "Another new generation begins." He first approached Tom. "And who might this gentleman be?" "Tom Riddle," Tom replied, his voice taut with an imperceptible tension. "Mr. Riddle," Ollivander remarked, retrieving a long measuring tape embossed with silver markings from his pocket. "Which hand do you favor?" "My right," Tom answered. The tape soared into the air, commencing its measurements of Tom's arm length, height, head circumference, and even the distance between his nostrils. Tom furrowed his brow slightly, but remained still, suppressing any urge to move. Meanwhile, Ollivander began to weave between the shelves, extracting one box after another. "Try this," he said, presenting a wand made of ebony and unicorn hair, 9.5 inches, with moderate flexibility. Tom took the wand and gave it a flick, but Ollivander swiftly snatched it back. "No, not this one. Try this hawthorn wand, dragon heartstring, 10 inches, rather rigid." Tom attempted again, and sparks erupted from the wand's tip, but Ollivander continued to shake his head. No, not it." After several more failed attempts, the boxes piled high on the counter. Tom's expression darkened. He despised this feeling of being at the mercy of inanimate objects. Each failure seemed to question his distinctive identity. Yet, Ollivander appeared increasingly exhilarated. "A discerning customer, Fear not. There is always one that is a perfect match." His gaze roamed over Tom, as if deciphering some invisible mark. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and turned to retrieve a dust-laden box from the highest shelf, blowing away the dust to reveal a deep purple velvet lining inside. "Now, let us try this," Ollivander intoned with solemn anticipation. "You would, phoenix feather core, 13.5 inches." Tom received the wand, feeling its icy touch. The wood's texture intricate, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. As his fingers wrapped around the handle, a warm current surged from the wand directly into his heart. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and a crimson beam shot forth from the wand's tip, accompanied by a sharp crack, striking the opposite wall and leaving a charred mark. The entire shop seemed to fill with a dangerous, unsettling energy, and a faint scent reminiscent of burnt sweet almonds, the odor of cyanide, wafted through the air. Tom stood frozen, his hand trembling around the wand, not out of fear, but sheer ecstasy. This was it. The power, the sense of command. Felt as if the wand were an extension of his own body. Mr. Ollivander gasped, his moon-like eyes wide with wonder, murmuring to himself, "Oh, how marvelous. What an extraordinary combination." Dumbledore's blue eyes, peering over his crescent-shaped spectacles, narrowed, his expression growing immensely sharp and grave. "You would," signifying death and rebirth. Often associated with dark magic, phoenix feather, exceedingly rare and powerful, yet the aura emanating from this wand bore a distinctly ominous quality. Wands typically endow their wielders with formidable power, particularly in dueling and curses. Ollivander's voice held a barely perceptible note of reverence, or perhaps caution. And the phoenix feather is one of the most difficult cores to tame, yet it can perform the broadest range of magic, recognizing and being loyal to its true master. "This wand has chosen you, Mr. Riddle, without a doubt." His gaze upon Tom resembled that of someone beholding a walking legend fraught with unknown peril. Tom gripped the wand tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He felt the wand resonate perfectly with his core of magic, a dark, commanding, and powerful sensation. He lifted his gaze to Ollivander, then to Dumbledore, and finally, his eyes fell upon Eris, a cold, satisfied smile creeping upon his lips. He had acquired power, real, recognized power. Now, it was Eris's turn. Mr. Ollivander turned his attention to Eris, his pale eyes lingering longer, filled with greater confusion and curiosity. "And who might this be?" "Eris Phoenix," Eris announced, sensing Ollivander's gaze nearly piercing through him, especially lingering on his heterochromatic eyes and blood pact mark. "Phoenix, another ancient name," Ollivander murmured. The measuring tape flew back, beginning to assess Eris. The process, however, proved equally unfruitful. A wand of elderwood and dragon heartstring yielded no response. A laurel wood and unicorn hair wand merely emitted a faint glow. A vinewood wand with vela hair even burned his hand in rejection. Ollivander tried wand after wand, his brow furrowing deeper, his gaze toward Eris filled with unprecedented perplexity. "Unusual indeed. Your magical signature. I have never encountered such a contradictory yet harmonious existence." Light and darkness entwined so closely. He had nearly tested every conventional combination in the shop, yet none resonated genuinely. Just as he grasped his unruly hair, on the verge of declaring himself powerless, his gaze inadvertently swept across the shop's furthest corner, where a dusty, ancient box of material neither wood nor stone lay, almost forgotten. He stood as if struck by lightning. "Wait," he murmured, slowly approaching that corner, cautiously retrieving the box. The surface was thick with dust, but beneath it, one could discern a deep gray and light gold intertwining. resembling a naturally formed spiral. This wand, Ollivander's tone carried an almost reverent awe. Its origins I cannot fully articulate. Legends say it's what is not of natural origin, but a creation of magic and emotion, born from the ultimate opposition and fusion. Its core is unparalleled. A blend of phoenix ashes and the wings of the night steed that understands death, perfectly fused in alchemy. He opened the box, revealing a wand lying quietly within. The wand's body displayed a deep gray and light gold spiraling texture, as if two eternal entities of light and shadow were in perpetual pursuit of one another. It felt icy to the touch, yet after a moment of grasping it, one could sense an internal warmth akin to a heartbeat. Ollivander handed the wand to Eris. His voice a mere whisper, "Try this, the eternal cycle." Eris inhaled deeply, extending his hand to grasp the wand's handle. The moment his fingertips brushed against the wand, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Chapter 16, Ollivander's Choice. When Eris's fingertips touched the handle of the eternal cycle, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, an indescribable sensation surged through him like a tidal wave. It was not the domineering, fierce power that Tom had experienced, but a deeper, older resonance. The light and dark magic within him appeared to have found its long-lost counterpart, joyfully flowing together, merging perfectly with the wand's internal fiery rebirth from phoenix ashes and the chilling insight of the night steed's feathers. The blood bond sigil beneath his left eye suddenly became fervently warm, radiating a gentle yet enduring golden aura. Without the need for a flourish, the wand itself began to emit an extraordinary brilliance. The deep gray and light gold spirals seemed to come alive, slowly swirling. At the tip of the wand, instead of a singular beam of light, two intertwined streams of energy surged forth, one warm and resplendent, akin to the golden glow of a phoenix's tail feather. The other cool and profound, reminiscent of the silvery mist enveloping a moonlit nightingale's wings. The golden light and silver mist did not devour one another, but harmoniously entwined and rotated, akin to the structure of a DNA double helix, ascending within the confined space of the shop and illuminating every nook and cranny. The air was suffused with two distinct fragrances. One was the warm, sun-baked aroma of grass and wood, while the other was the crisp scent of moss from the depths of a post-rain forest. The radiance was not blinding, but carried an ancient and solemn majesty that resonated deep within the soul. The walls, lined with towering stacks of wand boxes, seemed to tremble slightly, emitting a low hum, as if paying homage to this one-of-kind wand. Mr. Ollivander's mouth fell agape, his moon-like eyes widening in astonishment, brimming with unprecedented shock and fervor. "Merlin," he nearly groaned, "I have never seen such a sight before. Light and dark, life and death, so exquisitely balanced, so symbiotic. It has chosen you. Without a doubt, you are the master it has awaited." Professor Dumbledore stood quietly to the side, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He observed the intertwining spectacle of light and darkness, gazing at Ares, whose profile appeared more sacred and mysterious under the glow, particularly the radiant blood bond sigil. The wand's unique attributes resonated profoundly with the child's origins and that entangled past of light and shadow, love and regret. This was no mere coincidence. Tom gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles turning white. He watched Ares wield the wand that had evoked such a grand phenomenon, observing the harmonious coexistence of light and dark, contrasting sharply with the aggressive and ominous crimson glow of his own wand. For the first time, an indescribable emotion, mingled with jealousy and profound confusion, surged within him. Why did Ares always possess such seemingly contradictory, yet perfectly unified elements? The brilliance persisted for nearly a minute before gradually receding, ultimately merging completely with the wand. The shop returned to its previous dimness, yet the strange resonance lingered in the air. Ares held the eternal cycle, feeling as though it were a part of him, as natural as an extension of his own being. He could distinctly sense the two powerful, yet opposing forces flowing obediently under his will. Marvelous. Exceedingly marvelous. Ollivander was beside himself with excitement, regarding Ares with the awe reserved for a rare treasure. The legend of the eternal cycle spoke of its wood born from the collision of profound emotion and magic, with a core transcending the boundaries of life and death. It would only choose those whose hearts bore immense contradictions, who profoundly understood sacrifice, and who could maintain clarity amidst suffering. "Mr. Phoenix, you are destined for extraordinary endeavors." He then turned to Dumbledore, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. "Professor Dumbledore, you have brought two extraordinarily remarkable young individuals today." Dumbledore nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on Ares and the wand in his hand, his voice calm. "The selection of each wand reveals a part of its master's essence." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." After settling the payment, Ares's wand was quite costly, but he had just retrieved ample galleons from the vault. The two emerged from Ollivander's wand shop, each bearing their own wand box. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Tom walked silently ahead, his posture seemingly more tense and isolated than before. Ares' wand, along with Ollivander's pointed remarks, pricked at his proud heart. He had once believed himself unique, the chosen one selected by a powerful and exceptional wand. Yet Ares' eternal cycle revealed a harmony he could not comprehend, one that even felt threatening. Ares sensed Tom's low spirits, but at that moment, he had no time to spare. He was immersed in the joy of possessing a wand that truly belonged to him, pondering the implications of the future. The name Eternal Cycle itself was laden with a sense of destiny. The wand is the most crucial companion for a wizard. Dumbledore's voice resonated beside them, walking alongside, his gaze calmly observing the street ahead. They not only wield magic, but also reflect our choices. How you choose to wield this power is entirely up to you. His words seemed directed at both, yet Ares felt they served more as a reminder for Tom. The atmosphere grew subtly strained as they continued their journey. They visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where the stout, amiable, which measured them for tailored robes. Tom remained silent throughout, cooperating with the process. Yet his gaze was icy. Ares, attempting to lighten the mood, engaged Madame Malkin in casual conversation. Next, they ventured to Flourish and Blots to acquire the textbooks on their list. Tom swiftly and accurately located all the necessary books, including Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, which he appeared particularly interested in. Ares, in addition to the textbooks, selected several additional volumes on magical history and an introduction to runes. After procuring scales, telescopes, brass cauldrons, and other assorted items, they finally arrived at Elop's Owl Emporium. Tom gazed for a long time at a massive, fierce-looking owl, but ultimately chose a more unassuming black owl with notably sharp eyes. It was quiet and easily overlooked. Tom offered a faint explanation, though it was unclear to whom he was speaking. Ares, lacking a particular preference for birds, was encouraged by the system to choose a strikingly beautiful white owl with snow-like feathers. As he reached toward the cage, the snowy owl affectionately nuzzled his fingers with its beak. "Wow, host, it's so adorable. Let us choose it. It can help us deliver messages in the future." As the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden hue over Diagon Alley, their shopping finally concluded. Both held an array of parcels, with Tom additionally carrying the cage of his black owl. Standing before the back wall of the leaky cauldron, preparing to leave this enchanting realm, their mindsets were starkly different. Tom glanced back at the still bustling street, cold flames igniting in his dark eyes. He had obtained the ticket to power, glimpsed a broader world, and his inner ambition surged like a poisonous vine, growing wildly. He yearned to seize control of it all. Ares also looked back, his heart filled with hope for the future and a hint of unease. He had acquired a wand, gained a companion, albeit a dangerous and complex one, and possessed clues to uncover his own secrets. He understood that the path ahead would not be smooth. Dumbledore once again tapped the brick wall with his wand, causing the archway to slowly close, concealing the clamor and magic of Diagon Alley once more. They traversed the leaky cauldron, returning to the dreary streets of Muggle London. The journey back was marked by silence among the three. Tom was lost in his ambitions. Ares contemplated the significance of the box and wand in the vault, while Dumbledore, with his penetrating blue eyes, observed these two extraordinary children destined to embark on their journey to Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express awaited them, and their legend was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 17, The Return and Undercurrents. Exiting the leaky cauldron and re-entering the gray, drab Muggle London felt like plummeting from a vividly colorful dream back into the monotony of reality. The air no longer wafted with the enchanting aromas of magical materials. Instead, it was thick with the familiar stench of coal smoke and dust. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, blissfully unaware of the magical transaction that had just occurred beside them. The return subway was even more crowded and raucous than before. Tom and Ares, burdened with their myriad magical items, felt distinctly out of place as they jostled through the throng. Tom clutched his wand box tightly, along with a sharp-eyed black owl confined in a cage, his body taut as if enduring some unspoken torment. His dark eyes cast downward, reflecting a blurred image of himself in the opposite glass window. Or perhaps glancing over the oblivious muggles in the carriage, his gaze suffused with an unmistakable sense of detachment and a hint of chilling superiority. Ares stood quietly beside him, feeling the faint warmth of the eternal cycle wand box in his hands, akin to the gentle ebb and flow of a tide. His thoughts lingered on the interplay of light and shadow he had witnessed in Ollivander's shop, as well as the mysterious black box deep within Gringotts. He sensed the oppressive silence emanating from Tom, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, yet he was at a loss for how to break it. Dumbledore stood a short distance ahead, his back turned to them, seemingly engrossed in the subway map. Yet, his broad shoulders formed an invisible barrier, exuding a silent scrutiny. The journey was marked by silence. As the familiar, oppressive silhouette of the Wolves' orphanage loomed into view, Tom's pace subtly quickened. This was no longer his prison, but rather a nest where he lay in wait, amassing strength for his ascent. Mrs. Cole displayed little astonishment at their bountiful return, merely performing her routine inspection of their items and advising them to safeguard their belongings. Her gaze lingered on Eris's face for a few moments, as if seeking to glean something from his calm, mismatched eyes, but ultimately, she simply shook her head. Upon returning to their cramped dormitory, they cautiously tucked their newly acquired treasures into the sole dilapidated suitcase beneath the bed. They needed this to remain inconspicuous, and the night had fully descended. Other children curiously regarded the strange parcels and the owl they had brought back, but under Tom's frigid gaze, no one dared to approach. Dinner proceeded as usual. Yet both Tom and Eris dined with distracted minds. The night enveloped the orphanage entirely. The dormitory echoed with the rhythmic snores of the other children. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold beam between their two beds. Tom did not immediately recline as was his custom. Instead, he sat on the edge of his bed, illuminated by the moonlight, and reopened his wand box. The U-wand lay quietly upon the purple velvet, glistening with a shadowy sheen under the moon's glow. He extended his hand, gently caressing the wand's body, feeling the formidable power resonating within it, harmonizing with his very soul. A near-obsessive smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then, his gaze lifted, crossing the moonlight to rest upon Eris across the way. Eris too was awake. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the black box he had brought from Gringotts resting on his lap, the key to the twin souls in his hand. His brow furrowed as if he were attempting something. Host, it still won't work. The seal level is too high. It may require a specific bloodline resonance or a particularly special incantation. The system murmured in his mind. Tom observed the profile of Eris, who was engrossed in his study of the box, noting the peculiar key in his hand, and recalling the wand that had triggered the light and shadow phenomenon earlier that day. A tumultuous mix of frustration and curiosity surged within him. Why did Eris always possess such unique items? Why had Ollivander regarded him with such an expression? Suddenly, he stood, walking to the side of Eris's bed. Eris sensed the shadow looming and looked up to meet Tom's gaze, which appeared particularly profound in the darkness. What is that? Tom's voice was low, laden with an undeniable challenge, his eyes fixated on the black box. Eris hesitated momentarily, aware that complete concealment was impossible. It's from the vault. I can't open it, he admitted candidly. Tom extended his hand, not to take the box, but to point at the eternal cycle wand resting by Eris's pillow. Your wand, he stated, his voice taut with an unrecognized tension, is different from mine. This was not a question, but a declaration. Eris regarded Tom, and in the moonlight, he could clearly see the lingering gloom and a well-concealed frustration in his eyes. He understood. Tom's pride had been challenged today. His own powerful wand, imbued with phoenix feather, seemed singular and destructive in contrast to the harmonious interplay of light and shadow surrounding the eternal cycle. Ollivander said that wands choose wizards. Eris pondered his words carefully, refraining from offering comfort, as it would only incite Tom's ire. It reflects our essence. Your wand is powerful and focused, suited for conquest and protection. He deliberately avoided mentioning dark magic. And yours? Tom pressed, his tone colder. Light and shadow coexist? Understanding sacrifice? He echoed Ollivander's words with a hint of sarcasm. What is your essence, Eris? A contradictory soother? He stepped closer, looking down at Eris, exuding an invisible pressure. You know my secrets, have witnessed my power. Yet, I know almost nothing about you. His voice was like a cold thread, wrapping around them. This is unfair. Is it not? This marked the first time Tom openly expressed his dissatisfaction with Eris's concealment, even bearing a near-obsessive demand for transparency. He could not abide such an imbalance of information, especially after he had come to regard Eris as a kindred spirit and ally. Eris's heart tightened slightly. He recognized this as an inevitable growing pain in their trust-building process, as well as a manifestation of Tom's desire for control. He looked up at Tom, his mismatched eyes appearing remarkably calm in the moonlight. I am right here, Tom. He did not flinch, his voice steady and clear, just like you. My power may differ from yours, but my objective has never wavered. He pointed to himself, then to Tom, finally gesturing toward the window and the direction of Hogwarts. Together, we go there. He did not elaborate on his origins, nor did he promise to share all his secrets, but he reaffirmed their unity. This was the cornerstone of their relationship, the only thing that could presently soothe Tom's turmoil. Tom stared intently at him, as if trying to penetrate his very soul through his eyes. The moonlight flowed quietly between them, while the snores of the other children echoed in the dormitory. After what felt like an eternity, the palpable tension surrounding Tom gradually dissipated. He snorted softly, ceasing his interrogation. Eris's declaration had, at least for the moment, satisfied his need for affirmation of their alliance. He turned away, returning to his own bed, lying down with his back to Eris, yet his clenched fists slowly relaxed. Eris watched his silhouette, exhaling softly. He stowed away the black box and key once more, then lay down as well. The crisis was temporarily averted. But Eris knew that a fissure had formed. Tom's ambition and suspicion lay dormant like a hidden volcano. While the mysteries surrounding Eris could serve as the catalyst for an eruption, Hogwarts would no longer merely be a realm of opportunity. It would evolve into a far more intricate battleground. He gazed at the sparse stars outside, feeling the faint resonance of the wand beside him. Aware that the days of tranquility had indeed come to an end, the end of their journey home marked the beginning of another, far more tumultuous adventure. Chapter 18. The Agreement of Platform 9 3/4. The remaining days of August flew by in a facade of calm, concealing an inner turmoil. For Tom, each day felt akin to gnawing on a mixture of desire and impatience, like gravel beneath his teeth. He devoted nearly all his waking hours to the study of new textbooks and the repetitive caress of his wand. No longer content with the foundational magical stability taught by Ares, he began to delve into the principles behind the rudimentary spells outlined in the texts. Even practicing the minutiae of magical guidance silently against walls or fallen leaves when alone, his progress was astonishing, and the flames igniting in his dark eyes grew ever more intense. In contrast, Ares appeared more composed. He too was reviewing the textbooks, yet spent a greater portion of his time poring over the ancient scrolls retrieved from the vault, as well as repeatedly attempting to unlock the enigmatic black box. When practicing magical control with the wand of eternal rebirth, he exhibited a sense of harmony and balance. Where the powers of light and dark flowed like gentle streams under his will, a stark contrast to Tom's pursuit of precision, imbued with an edge of aggressive sharpness. The tension between the two that night seemed temporarily set aside, yet an invisible chasm had already formed. Tom ceased to share every new discovery regarding magic, frequently casting contemplative glances at Ares' wand resting by his pillow and the impenetrable box, filled with deep reflection and assessment. At last, September 1st dawned. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, infusing the London morning with a touch of chill and haste. At the entrance of the orphanage, Mrs. Cole regarded the two departing boys with a complex expression, ultimately uttering a terse admonition to behave well at school before retreating indoors, as if shedding a heavy burden. Dumbledore did not make an appearance. Only a letter delivered by an owl succinctly conveyed their route to King's Cross Station, concluding with a cautionary note, "Stay vigilant. Remember your choices." This phrase rippled through Ares' mind like a small stone dropped in water. They carried the old suitcase filled with all their magical belongings, which Ares had subtly enlarged using a preliminary non-detection spell he had learned from the ancient scrolls. While Tom clutched his silent black owl, merging into the bustling throng of London's morning as they boarded the subway to King's Cross Station. The station was alive with noise, the thunder of steam engines intertwined with the chatter of travelers. Muggles hurriedly dragged their luggage, oblivious to the miracle about to unfold between platforms 9 and 10. Standing before the barrier that separated the two platforms, Tom furrowed his brow, his face revealing a rare display of uncertainty and a flicker of vexation at being toyed with. There was nothing behind it. "It's just a wall," he coldly remarked, his gaze sweeping over the ceaseless flow of Muggles with unabashed disdain. The letter instructed them to walk straight at the barrier. Ares reminded him, sensing the faint magical tremors emanating from beyond the wall, reminiscent of the entrance to the leaky cauldron, yet more vibrant and youthful. "What if we collide?" Tom's tone was rife with skepticism. "I believe that won't happen," Ares replied calmly, adjusting the suitcase in his grip. "Are you ready to run?" Tom glanced at him, pressed his lips together, and ultimately nodded. He despised the feeling of placing himself in an unknown realm, yet the allure of Hogwarts overshadowed all else. Ares inhaled deeply, pushing the luggage cart forward, no longer hesitating as he accelerated toward the seemingly solid barrier. He fixed his gaze upon the wall, silently reciting Hogwarts. Just as the cart was about to crash into the bricks, an odd, chilling sensation coursed through his body, as if passing through a curtain of water. The scene before him blurred, and then crystallized in an instant. The cacophony of the Muggle station vanished, replaced by an entirely different vista. He found himself standing on a crowded, vintage-style platform. A deep crimson steam engine was stationed nearby, its front adorned with a conspicuous sign, Hogwarts Express. Thick, milky steam billowed from the engine, suffusing the air with the delightful scents of coal and oil. The platform teemed with wizards and witches clad in black robes. Accompanied by their children, owls cooed from their cages, cats weaved between people's feet, and toads of various hues hopped atop luggage. It was lively, vibrant, and pulsating with the unique vitality of magic. He had succeeded. Moments later, Tom emerged through the barrier, appearing beside him. The uncertainty and vexation instantly faded from Tom's face, replaced by an almost covetous scrutiny. He surveyed the wizarding world that belonged to him, observing the families engaged in lively conversation, and gazing at the train that was about to whisk him toward realms of power and knowledge, his dark eyes gleaming with fervor. He instinctively straightened his back, as though striving to better integrate into this new world. "We have arrived," Ares whispered, his heart surging with indescribable excitement. They pushed their luggage forward along the platform, seeking an empty carriage. The surrounding young wizards regarded the two solitary and extraordinary boys with curiosity, their gaze lingering particularly on Ares' heterochromatic eyes and the golden markings on his face. Just then, an exuberant voice, tinged with a hint of exaggeration, rang out beside them. Merlin's beard. "Look who it is." Two fresh faces. The brave souls venturing alone onto platform 9 3/4. Ares and Tom turned simultaneously. A boy with golden curls and blue eyes, clad in a knight's outfit with gilded trim, grinned at them, while beside him stood a pale, handsome boy with short, light gold hair and cool gray eyes, radiating an air of scrutiny. The latter's refined attire and demeanor exuded an innate elegance and arrogance. The golden-haired boy extended his hand, his smile radiant. Bilius Blanchot. This is Abraxas Malfoy. You two must be first-year students, am I right?" Tom's gaze swiftly traversed the two, pausing momentarily on Abraxas Malfoy, keenly discerning the aura of pure-blood lineage and potential utility emanating from him. A practiced, polite smile, tinged with a hint of aloofness, immediately graced his features. "Tom Riddle." He introduced himself, briefly shaking hands with Bilius before nodding slightly at Abraxas. Abraxas' cool gray eyes lingered on Tom's handsome face for a moment before shifting to Ares, whereupon he noted the latter's heterochromatic eyes and the golden markings on his visage, a flicker of surprise briefly crossing his countenance, swiftly masked by impeccable decorum. "Abraxas Malfoy," he stated, his voice steady, underscored by a subtle note of appraisal. "Ares Phoenix," Ares replied, attuning to the depth of Abraxas' gaze, which bore a more profound inquisitiveness than bilious innocent curiosity. "Phoenix?" Abraxas echoed, a glimmer of contemplation surfacing in his gray eyes, recognizing an ancient and rare surname. "Our carriage still has space," Bilius cheerfully invited, evidently intrigued by the two uniquely poised newcomers. "Shall we? We can get to know each other on the way." Tom hesitated for hardly a moment. He needed to understand the rules of this world and identify potential allies. "It would be an honor," he replied with a smile, exuding an air of ease, as though he was destined to belong in such circles. Ares glanced at Tom and nodded in agreement. He understood that from the moment they boarded this train, they would no longer merely be accomplices from the orphanage, but actors stepping onto the grand stage of Hogwarts. And before them, Bilius Blanchot and Abraxas Malfoy represented the first significant characters they would encounter. Together, the four made their way toward an empty compartment. Tom and Abraxas walked ahead, engaged in a hushed conversation, Tom's profile appearing particularly serene and charismatic amidst the swirling steam. Meanwhile, Bilius leaned closer to Ares, inquisitively peppering him with questions, especially captivated by his eyes and wand. The whistle of the train pierced the air as the Hogwarts Express emitted a denser plume of steam, gradually setting off from King's Cross Station, laden with hopes, ambitions, and secrets, journeying towards the enchanted castle nestled among mountains and lakes. The Hogwarts career of Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix was officially commencing, while their vessel, constructed on a solitary island, was about to navigate into a broader and more tempestuous sea. Chapter 19. Reflections of the Black Lake and the Stars. The Hogwarts Express traversed the embrace of the Scottish Highlands, the scenery outside transitioning from the clamor of the city to rolling hills, dense forests, and deep, mist-shrouded valleys. However, the atmosphere within the compartment was not entirely harmonious. Bilius Black, an incessant chatterbox, enthusiastically shared amusing anecdotes about Hogwarts gleaned from his family, brimming with speculation about the impending sorting ceremony, even pulling out a somewhat worn deck of cards to attempt a reading. Abraxas Malfoy maintained an air of restrained elegance, dedicating most of his time to quietly perusing a leather-bound book, only occasionally contributing to the conversation, subtly showcasing the knowledge and superiority associated with his pure-blood lineage. His gaze often flitting between Tom and Ares, imbued with shrewd appraisal. Tom expertly embodied the persona of a humble, yet extraordinarily gifted first-year student. He listened attentively, occasionally posing questions that demonstrated his prior familiarity with the textbook material, prompting a slight glance from Abraxas. He expressed appropriate respect for the illustrious history of the Black family and the ancient heritage of the Malfoys. Yet Ares discerned the cold calculation and irreplaceable ambition lurking beneath that veneer of deference. as Bilius attempted to divine Ares' fortune with tea leaves. Exclaiming he saw intertwining light and shadow along with a shattered yet mended vessel, Tom's hand holding the teacup hesitated imperceptibly, a flicker of shadow crossing his dark eyes. Ares, on the other hand, remained relatively silent, managing Bilius's exuberant curiosity while responding to Abraxas' subtly inviting overtures with a polite, yet distant smile. His attention was largely focused on absorbing the increasingly potent magical aura outside the window, as well as the faint resonance of the eternal cycle wand within him with this land. He could sense that the train was heading towards a nexus of magical energy. As twilight deepened, a rich purple nightfall began to envelop the earth. The train finally came to a gradual halt at an unfamiliar platform shrouded in dusk. A wooden sign on the platform read, Hogwarts Station. First years. This way, first years. A booming voice resonated amidst the clamor of the crowd. Abraxas gracefully rose, offering a slight nod to Tom and Ares. Well then, we shall meet at the castle later. Best of luck with the sorting. His gaze lingered on Tom for a moment longer, imbued with assessment and a hint of expectation. Bilius jumped up, patting Ares on the shoulder. Don't forget my reading. I bet you'll be sorted into Gryffindor. Of course, I'll be there waiting for you. With that, he followed Abraxas out of the compartment, merging into the throng of upperclassmen adeptly making their way towards the waiting carriages. Tom and Ares joined the other bewildered yet excited first years, heading towards the source of the voice. It belonged to an extraordinarily tall and burly man, sporting a bushy beard, who held a massive lantern emitting a flickering glow, standing like a towering sentinel at the edge of the platform, tasked with guiding the newcomers. Identification, Lantern Man identity, current keeper of the Hogwarts grounds, not Rubius Hagrid. Function, to guide first years across the Black Lake. As they approached, the enormity of the man became more pronounced. His thick moleskin coat bore the earthy scent of soil and night dew, appearing rugged yet dependable. Keep up, everyone. Watch your step, it's a bit slippery. His voice boomed like distant thunder as he waved the lantern, leading the cohort of first years away from the platform, down a steep, narrow path. Surrounding them was a shroud of darkness, illuminated only by the swaying light of the lantern and the scattered lights of Hogsmeade Village in the distance. The path twisted and turned, flanked by dense woods, the darkness alive with the rustling sounds of unseen creatures. The first years huddled together, whispering nervously. Tom pursed his lips, walking silently alongside Ares, his keen gaze scanning the shadows as if assessing potential dangers, also seemingly memorizing the route. Ares could feel the magical energy around them becoming purer and more potent, the air imbued with the essence of lake water and the whispers of ancient spells. Duck! The Lantern Man suddenly commanded. Everyone complied, bending low as they passed beneath a curtain of hanging vines. In an instant, their view opened up. They arrived at the edge of a vast, black lake. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed, its towers reaching high, windows aglow with countless flickering lights. Resembling a mythical creation adorned with stars against the backdrop of the dark lake and night sky. Its reflection danced upon the mirror-like surface of the water, rippling gently with the waves, adding an air of mystery and grandeur. Each boat can hold no more than 4. The Lantern Man pointed to a row of small boats resembling black shells. The first years gasped in awe, rushing towards the boats. Tom and Ares climbed into the same boat, joined by 2 unfamiliar first-year boys. The boat required no paddling. Upon the Lantern Man's deep command to begin, it glided smoothly across the inky waters, silently making its way towards the resplendent castle. The lake was eerily quiet, save for the gentle sound of the boat cutting through the water. All heads were tilted back, entranced by the approaching castle. Hogwarts, it was more than just a school. It felt like a living legend, a realm brimming with boundless possibilities. Tom gazed silently, words escaping him. His handsome visage flickered in the light and shadow cast by the castle, the brilliant glow reflected in the depths of his dark eyes, igniting a flame that transformed mere desire into a profound, resolute yearning for possession. His hand resting on his knee tightened ever so slightly. Here, he would showcase his talents and seize power. Ares sat opposite Tom, gazing at his profile illuminated by starlight and lantern glow, then lowered his gaze to the mirror-like surface of the lake. In the water, the reflection of the castle intertwined with the real stars, and the blurred images of himself and Tom were faintly mirrored, as if foretelling something. He felt the blood bond mark beneath his left eye begin to warm, the eternal cycle wand resonating steadily within the pocket of his robe. Light and darkness achieved a peculiar balance above the Black Lake. Between the castle's brilliance and the lake's profound depths, the flotilla of boats gradually approached an entrance beneath the castle's shadow, resembling a hidden dock. The Lantern Man awaited there, his immense silhouette appearing as a guardian in the shadows of the rock face. Welcome to Hogwarts, children, His resounding voice echoed among the rocks. Imbued with a sense of solemn ceremony, the boats gently nudged ashore. The first years disembarked in succession, gathering on the pebble-strewn lakeshore, gazing up at the imposing oak doors of the castle ahead. Upon the hillside road above them, the faint sound of a carriage's wheels and the distant laughter of older students echoed as they entered the castle through another path. The grand doors slowly creaked open. Standing in the warm glow emanating from within was not the stern which they had anticipated, but a familiar figure, Albus Dumbledore. This evening, he was not clad in the somewhat eccentric starry and lunar robes he wore in Diagon Alley, but rather an elegant deep purple wizard's robe. His chestnut hair was neatly tied back, and his thick beard was meticulously groomed. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses, his sharp yet gentle blue eyes scanned each face of the first-year students, lingering a moment longer on Tom, and particularly on Eris, whose left eye bore a distinctive golden chain pattern. That gaze was intricate, filled with concern, scrutiny, a hint of profound pain, and an almost palpable curiosity that Eris could sense, threatening to overflow. "Welcome, first-year students." Dumbledore's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a reassuring power. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. Now, please follow me to the Great Hall, where you will partake in the sorting ceremony and officially become members of Hogwarts." He slightly turned aside to clear the passage. The first years, filled with awe and trepidation, filed in one after another. As Tom and Eris passed by Dumbledore, the professor's gaze once more fell upon the golden chain beneath Eris's left eye. This time, Eris distinctly noticed Dumbledore's pupils contract almost imperceptibly, and the fingers gripping the door handle tightened slightly. Yet, he said nothing, merely nodding to the two children, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes, something akin to acknowledgement, or perhaps a silent sigh. Tom perceptively caught this brief exchange of glances. His expression darkened, and though he did not pause his stride, he subtly drew closer to Eris, as if making a silent declaration. They stepped into a wide stone corridor, where torches cast long shadows upon the walls. Ahead, the sounds of raucous chatter and the cheerful clatter of cutlery mingled with the aroma of food. The great hall was just beyond. Dumbledore led the way, his silhouette upright, the hem of his robe trailing lightly against the stone floor. He did not look back, yet Eris could feel that gaze, a blend of inquiry, concern, and some profound emotion, seemingly resting upon his back. Meanwhile, Tom walked beside him, his dark eyes cast downward, his lips pressed into a calm line. He was contemplating, calculating, assessing whether this professor, who evidently held a special interest in Eris, would be an ally in their Hogwarts journey or a variable to be wary of. At the end of the stone corridor loomed a pair of enormous oak doors. Beyond them lay the sorting ceremony, which would determine their affiliation for the next 7 years. Alongside hundreds of curious, scrutinizing eyes, Eris inhaled deeply, feeling the resonance of his wand grow ever clearer, the blood bond chain pulsating with warmth. He glanced at Tom, who was also raising his eyes to meet his. In that moment of eye contact, no words were necessary. They understood. The gates of Hogwarts had swung wide open. Behind those doors lay a world filled with a starry, resplendent canopy and the unfathomable depths of the Black Lake's reflection. Their journey was set to commence at this very moment. Chapter 20. The Silver and Green Intertwined Long Table. Within the castle's grand entrance stood a vast hall encircled by stone walls, spacious enough to accommodate the entirety of the orphanage of the Wood family. Torches blazed fiercely upon iron stands, casting flickering shadows upon the lofty ceiling. The air was thick with the scent of ancient stone, burning beeswax, and an indescribable essence of magic. Professor Dumbledore stood in the center of the hall, awaiting the new arrivals, his deep purple robe glinting dully in the torchlight. He was not alone. Beside him stood the 3 other house heads, ready to welcome their respective newcomers. A solemn sense of anticipation hung in the air. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Dumbledore's voice, gentle yet clear, reached every ear. "Before you proceed to the Great Hall for the welcoming feast, you will first undergo the sorting ceremony. This is an ancient and significant tradition. As for the next 7 years, your house will become your home at Hogwarts." He introduced his 3 colleagues in turn, speaking at a measured pace to allow the first year's time to memorize the faces that would influence their academic lives. "This is Professor Horace Slughorn." He gestured towards the rotund, walrus-like wizard, adorned in an extravagant silk robe, the head of Slytherin House and Potions Professor. Slughorn flashed a smooth smile, his gaze sweeping over the newcomers like a searchlight, lingering a moment longer on those with renowned surnames or remarkable presence. When his eyes brushed over Tom and Eris, a glimmer of appraisal flickered within his astute gaze. "Professor Filius Flitwick," Dumbledore continued, introducing the diminutive, sharp-eyed lady clad in emerald robes of the Charms Professor, the head of Ravenclaw House. Professor Flitwick nodded solemnly, her eyes meticulously assessing each new student, as if already evaluating their aptitude for magic. Professor Herbert Beasley. Lastly came the introduction of a kindly-faced, silver-haired wizard, donning a deep brown robe marked with signs of herbology, the head of Hufflepuff House and herbology professor. Professor Beasley offered a warm smile, his eyes radiating equal welcome to every newcomer. "And I," Dumbledore said with a smile, his blue eyes sparkling behind his crescent-shaped glasses, "am Albus Dumbledore, head of Gryffindor House and professor of transfiguration." Statues of the four founders stood silently on either side of the hall, seemingly bearing witness to this moment. Tom listened intently to each house's introduction, especially when he heard that Slytherin valued ambition, cunning, leadership, and resourcefulness. A determined light flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Eris noted that Dumbledore's gaze lingered on him once more when mentioning himself, filled with inquiry, warmth, and a deeper emotion. "The sorting ceremony will take place before the entire faculty and student body," Dumbledore concluded. "I recommend you take this time to tidy yourselves. Now please follow me." He turned, leading the procession of newcomers through the hall towards the grand oak doors. The four house heads followed closely behind, Slughorn and Flitwick engaged in quiet conversation, while Beasley kindly nodded at several particularly nervous first years. Beyond the doors, the buzz of hundreds of conversations could be faintly heard. The new students exchanged anxious glances, adjusting their pristine robes. Tom instinctively straightened his back, positioning himself to showcase his best profile. Eris, on the other hand, took a deep breath, feeling the eternal resonance of the bond within him. The oak doors swung open slowly. A blinding golden light and a cacophony of voices surged forth, nearly overwhelming. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was grander than one could ever imagine. For long tables, each representing a house, were filled with students. Thousands of floating candles illuminating the entire space, and the velvety, pitch-black ceiling sparkled with real stars, rumored to be enchanted to reflect the sky outside. The first-year procession made its way down the central aisle, acutely aware of the myriad gazes upon them. Whispers arose as they passed, many eyes curiously fixated on the uniquely charismatic Tom and the peculiarly colored Eris. At the far end of the hall, seated in the guest of honors section, were the school's faculty. Ares immediately spotted the silver-haired, bearded figure seated prominently in the center. Wearing half-moon spectacles and exuding a benevolent demeanor, Headmaster Armando Dippet, along with the other professors of various disciplines. The four heads of houses departed from the line of first-year students, proceeding to their respective positions at the guest table. Prior to taking his seat, Dumbledore glanced back at the first-year cohort, his gaze once again connecting with Ares. This time, Ares distinctly perceived Dumbledore's slight nod, a subtle yet significant gesture. The line halted before the assembled faculty and students. A sturdy four-legged stool stood before them, upon which rested a tattered, patched, and soiled sorting hat. As the entire gathering held its breath, a fissure along the hat's edge opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. This year's lyrics revolved around themes of unity and the distinctive traits of the four houses, concluding with the proclamation that if one were to wear it firmly upon their head, it would reveal to them their true house. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Dumbledore rose from the guest table, holding a lengthy scroll of parchment. As the head of Gryffindor, he was tasked with presiding over this year's sorting ceremony. "When I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take your seat for sorting," he announced, his voice clear yet gentle, resonating through the stillness of the hall. One by one, names were called, and the first years were assigned to their respective houses. Each time a house was named, cheers and applause erupted from the corresponding long table. A silent boy named Avery and a girl named Rosier, whose eyes reflected an obsession with familial restoration, were sorted into Slytherin, destined to become members of Tom's early inner circle. Professor Slughorn nodded approvingly from his seat. As expected, Sirius Black was sorted into Gryffindor, prompting a wave of enthusiastic cheers from that table. Dumbledore smiled and acknowledged him with a nod. Finally, it was Tom Riddle's turn. A murmur of speculation rippled through the hall, with many eyes fixating on the strikingly handsome boy with black hair and dark eyes. Tom maintained a calm demeanor as he confidently approached and donned the grimy hat, which obscured his vision. Time seemed to stretch longer than for any before him. He tightened his hands slightly on his knees, and an unusual silence enveloped the hall. Ares could sense the latent magic within Tom subtly stirring beneath the hat. He too awaited in silence. At last, the sorting hat's opening widened, and it declared in a voice clear as crystal, "Slytherin." Polite applause erupted from the Slytherin table, tinged with a sense of appraisal. Professor Slughorn's smile deepened, his plump form leaning forward in satisfaction. Tom slowly removed the hat and placed it back on the stool, turning to face the Slytherin table, his expression a blend of humility and confidence. He walked toward the sea of silver and green with a composed stride, as though he was destined to belong there. Once seated, Tom's gaze immediately swept toward Ares, his dark eyes harboring an almost imperceptible mix of anticipation and command. Professor Dumbledore's voice rang out once more, Ares Phoenix. The murmurs grew louder than before. Ares' platinum hair, tinged with russet, his mismatched blue and gray eyes, and the serpentine golden markings beneath his left eye, all caught the attention of the assembly under the bright candlelight. He sensed Dumbledore's gaze sharpen. While Professor Slughorn visibly perked up with interest, he stepped forward, took his place on the stool, and placed the sorting hat atop his head. The hat was oversized, effectively obscuring his vision, plunging him into darkness and a peculiar cognitive sensation. A faint voice echoed in his ear, or perhaps in his mind. Quite difficult. Extremely difficult. Ares held his breath. A thirst for knowledge, a true wisdom that perceives the heart. Ravenclaw would suit you well. Ares mentally protested. No, not Ravenclaw. Oh, a strong bond? For someone special? Intriguing. Then, courage. You possess ample bravery to fight for protection. Gryffindor would welcome you. Ares again denied it in his thoughts. I see the light and dark so profoundly intertwined within your soul, stemming even from your lineage. How peculiar, how contradictory. Slytherin could aid you in attaining strength and realizing your ambitions? This time, Ares hesitated to reject the notion. He thought of Tom, their shared beginnings, and the uncertain end that lay ahead. He contemplated the power of light and dark coexisting within him and the eternal cycle of the wand. I see your choice, child. The hat's voice conveyed a hint of understanding and perhaps admiration, not solely for the sake of ambition, but to protect that unique bond. To channel that perilous power toward another possibility, even yearning to resolve ancient grievances, a remarkable aspiration, fraught with challenges. Very well. The hat drew a deep breath, if a hat could breathe, and then loudly proclaimed to the entire hall, Slytherin. Applause erupted from the Slytherin table, even more fervent than before. Professor Slughorn's face radiated evident delight. Ares removed the hat, returning it to its place, and made his way to the Slytherin table, directly occupying the vacant seat beside Tom. Though Tom did not look at him, his gaze fixed ahead, his hand brushed lightly against Ares' hand beneath the table. A fleeting touch that conveyed a silent message. We remain together. At the guest table, Dumbledore observed Ares approach the Slytherin table, a complex array of emotions, concern, anxiety, and a glimmer of resolute determination, flashing in the depths of his blue eyes. He rolled up the parchment and resumed his seat. The sorting ceremony continued, but Ares found himself disinterested. Seated at the table adorned in silver and green, he felt the curious, evaluative, and friendly gazes of his fellow Slytherins upon him as he stared at the twinkling stars above the hall, his heart imbued with clarity. He had chosen this path, opting to walk alongside darkness, not for descent, but for guidance. Slytherin would be his battleground for protection and redemption. As the last first year was sorted into Hufflepuff, Headmaster Dippet rose to deliver a few welcoming words, after which the grand feast commenced. The long table was instantly laden with a splendid array of dishes, and the atmosphere grew vibrant. Tom elegantly picked up his knife and fork, beginning to dine while engaging in hushed conversation with a friendly upperclassman, swiftly integrating into this new environment. His inherent charm and graceful demeanor rendered him a natural fit, even within the bloodline-dominant Slytherin. Ares too took a slice of pie, his gaze sweeping across the magnificent hall, observing the various professors at the staff table. Dumbledore was deep in conversation with Slughorn, their eyes occasionally drifting toward the Slytherin table. Slughorn, beaming with satisfaction, appeared pleased with the promising new talent of the academic year. Finally, Ares' gaze settled upon Tom's seemingly flawless profile beside him. Thus, life at Hogwarts officially commenced. Beneath the interwoven silver and green tapestry, under the watchful eyes of the four house heads and the entire student body, the epic tale of light and dark quietly unfurled its first page. Chapter 21, The Common Room Beneath the Black Lake. The opening feast concluded in an atmosphere bordering on jubilation, as the final remnants of food vanished from the plates. Headmaster Dippet rose once more to announce the important matters of the new term. Subsequently, under the guidance of the prefects, the students from each house departed in succession, returning to their respective common rooms. The first-year Slytherins were summoned together by a seventh-year male prefect and a female prefect. The male prefect, with a stern countenance, possessed light golden hair and pale blue eyes, introducing himself as Cassius Warrington. The female prefect, an imperious figure with neatly pinned black hair, was named Septima Vector. Follow me. Prefect Warrington stated succinctly, his voice laced with the characteristic coolness of Slytherin. Watch your step, stay close to the line, and refrain from looking around to avoid bringing shame to the house. They exited the clamorous hall and descended the stone steps, further down, ever downward. The temperature around them seemed to drop gradually, the torches on the walls metamorphosing into ghostly green flames, casting flickering shadows on the intricately carved serpentine designs adorning the stone walls. The air grew damp, imbued with the unique, slightly briny mist of the depths of the Black Lake. Environmental monitoring. Host has entered the depths of Hogwarts, the magical field leaning towards the cold and secretive. A slight repulsion is detected with the host's light-dark symbiotic constitution, but the eternal recurrence wand stabilizes the energy field. Ares could feel the wand in his embrace radiating a warm, soothing sensation that dispelled the lingering discomfort. He glanced at Tom beside him. Tom's expression was devoid of any anomaly, instead revealing an affinity for the profound and secretive environment, as if he were a fish in water. His sharp black eyes meticulously observed every detail along the way, as though committing the path to their lair to memory. At last, they halted before a vacant, damp stone wall. Besides a few entwined stone-carved serpents, there was nothing else. Remember the password. Prefect Vector turned to face the first years, her voice clear, pure blood. The password would be changed regularly, so pay attention to the announcements. She then turned to the stone wall and articulated with clarity, pure blood. The stone serpents appeared to come alive, silently slithering apart as the wall quietly slid open to reveal an oval entrance. A more potent air, mingled with the sense of ancient wood, damp stone, and faint spices, surged forth. Behind the door lay the Slytherin common room. It was a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber situated at the bottom of the Black Lake. The rough stone walls were illuminated by ghostly green lights, casting a hazy glow. The ceiling projected an image of the lake's bottom, where shadows of colossal squids and other peculiar creatures occasionally drifted by, casting flowing shadows. At the center of the room stood an exquisitely carved fireplace, ablaze with a sea-green flame that exuded warmth yet could not dispel the inherent chill of the subterranean space. Surrounding the fireplace were numerous intricately designed black or deep green leather armchairs and sofas. The entire common room radiated an ancient, opulent, yet somewhat oppressive atmosphere. A few upperclassmen congregated in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations. Upon noticing the first year's arrival, they offered only brief, scrutinizing glances before returning to their discussions, epitomizing the typical Slytherin reserve and exclusivity. The boys' dormitory was down the left corridor, while the girls' was on the right. Your names are on the door plates. Prefect Warrington indicated the two stone corridors extending into darkness. Your luggage has already been delivered. Remember to check your class schedules tomorrow morning. Dismissed. The first years dispersed somewhat awkwardly, seeking their dormitories. Tom and Ares traversed the left corridor and soon found themselves before two adjacent doors, each bearing their names on brass plates. Their dormitory was a two-person chamber, an evident privilege for certain special or pure-blood students, echoing the style of the common room, with stone walls. A ceiling depicting the lake's bottom, two four-poster beds draped with dark green curtains, and intricately carved black wooden desks and wardrobes. The environment was 1,000 times better than the orphanage, yet still carried the chill of the underground. Tom pushed open the door to his room and entered, not immediately tending to his luggage, but instead walking directly to the window, which was not a true window, but a magical projection of the lake's depths. He gazed at the murky water and the swaying shadows of aquatic plants, his face betraying no expression, yet Ares could sense the deep, tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, akin to the waters beyond. Ares also stepped into his room, placing his suitcase beside the bed. He brushed his fingers against the cold stone walls, feeling the faint vibrations emanating from the depths of the Black Lake beneath his feet. It was quiet here. Suddenly, Tom's voice echoed from the doorway, leaning against the frame. He regarded Ares with an air of safety. The implication was clear. This place was sufficiently secluded, far removed from the gaze of professors and most other house students. An ideal venue for private research and the establishment of influence. Ares nodded. We need to familiarize ourselves with the environment and the people here. He indicated the upperclassmen in the common room and peers like Abraxas. Tom's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course. He paused, his gaze falling upon Ares's eternal recurrence wand, which had drawn attention today. Yours has as well, Ares replied calmly. Their eyes met, each understanding the unspoken meaning. They required power, yet also prudence. In Slytherin, excessive brilliance and excessive mediocrity were equally perilous. Just then, footsteps and voices echoed down the corridor. Abraxas and several other first years, who appeared equally distinguished, approached. It seems we reside quite close. Riddle, Phoenix, Abraxas greeted with a smile, his gaze flitting between the two before settling on Tom. Common room later? Perhaps we can chat. This was a clear invitation for alliance. Tom instantly donned an appropriate facade, replying with a smile, certainly, Malfoy. We shall join you shortly. Abraxas nodded in satisfaction and departed with his companions. Tom closed the door behind him. and the smile vanished instantly. He stepped closer to Aries, lowering his voice. The Malfoy family is one of the 28 sacred families, possessing significant influence. Approaching him would be advantageous for us. But he is astute, Aries cautioned. He is interested in your potential, not you as a person. I am aware, Tom replied. A hint of disdain in his tone. It is merely mutual exploitation. However, I require his resources and connections. He turned to Aries. And you? You must play your part. An enigmatic figure with unique powers, but ultimately harmless. Aries understood Tom's intent. He needed Aries' intellect and the calming presence as a cover, while he himself would focus on showcasing strength, ambition, and leadership to attract followers like Malfoy. I understand, Aries affirmed. This is the division of labor that formed in the orphanage. The stage has simply grown larger. They briefly organized their belongings, donned fresh school robes, and then returned together to the common room. By the fireplace, Abraxas was already seated with several upperclassmen. Upon seeing them approach, he waved them over. Tom naturally walked over to join the conversation, his elegant discourse and occasional display of precise magical understanding quickly capturing the attention of the upperclassmen. Aries opted for a seat further away, near the window, settling into an armchair and retrieving the ancient scroll of magical history he had brought from the vault. Quietly perusing its contents. Under the ghostly green light, his mismatched eyes appeared even more profound, the golden chain pattern beneath his left eye subtly visible. Maintaining a delicate distance from the prying, curious gazes around him, he need not strive to assimilate as eagerly as Tom. His very difference serves as both an asset and a barrier. In the common room, the green flames crackled softly, while creatures of the lake glided silently beneath the surface. Tom Riddle was taking his first steps along a path of his own choosing, while Aries Phoenix, akin to a gem submerged at the lake's depths, harboring secrets of light and darkness, observed quietly, biding his time. Their journey as Slytherins had officially commenced in the murky depths of the lake. Beneath the still surface, dark currents stirred unseen. Chapter 22. The Intellect of Transfiguration. The classes at Hogwarts commenced punctually the following morning. Owls delivered the timetables, the ink on the parchment still wet, exuding a faint aura of magic. For the first-year Slytherins, the first lesson on Wednesday morning was Transfiguration, taught by Professor Albus Dumbledore. As Tom and Aries entered the Transfiguration classroom amidst the throng, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the room. Unlike the bright and orderly Charms classroom, or the damp and chilly Potions room, this classroom was spacious with large windows, yet the light seemed softened by an unseen force, and the air was filled with fine, golden magical particles akin to stardust. On the wall behind the lectern hung a tapestry depicting a geometric figure that constantly shifted its form. Professor Dumbledore stood at the front, draped in a deep blue robe embroidered with silver moons and stars, his blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, calmly surveying the students as they filed in. Exuding the demeanor of a gentle scholar rather than the intense scrutiny he had displayed the previous night in the Great Hall. However, Aries could distinctly sense that as he and Tom entered the classroom, Dumbledore's gaze lingered upon them for the briefest moment, an ephemeral touch akin to the softest feather, yet laden with perceptive weight. Tom evidently sensed it too. He straightened his back, his face a perfect study of earnestness and thirst for knowledge, and chose a seat toward the front and center of the classroom. Aries settled beside him. Good morning. Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the room, neither loud nor harsh, yet curiously silencing all whispers. Welcome to Transfiguration. This subject is one of the most complex and perilous magics you will encounter at Hogwarts. Any student who behaves recklessly in my classroom will be asked to leave, with the possibility of never returning. Therefore, I advise each of you to listen attentively and practice diligently. His tone remained gentle, yet the gravity of his words compelled all first years to sit up straight. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Tom's eyes. Danger and complexity were precisely to his liking. Dumbledore did not open a textbook, but instead commenced his lecture directly. He elucidated the fundamental principles of transfiguration, particularly the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, using clear and captivating language that rendered the dry theory akin to a key for exploring the mysteries of the universe. He even interspersed amusing anecdotes about failed transfiguration attempts, eliciting muffled laughter from the students, including a few of the most nervous Hufflepuffs, who visibly relaxed. Yet Aries noted that Dumbledore's gaze remained like a precise radar, scanning the faces of every student, gauging their comprehension and reactions. Following the theoretical exposition, they transitioned to the practical segment. Today's task was to transform a matchstick into a needle. One had to articulate the incantation Vera Vito clearly while vividly envisioning the shape, texture, and sheen of the target object, the needle. Willpower was the key to successful transfiguration. Dumbledore demonstrated. The matchstick in his hand elongated and brightened with a flick of his wand, transforming into a silver needle glinting with a metallic sheen, the process fluid and flawless. The students began to attempt the transformation. The classroom was soon filled with a cacophony of uneven incantations and wand movements. Most results were unsatisfactory. Some matchsticks merely emitted a wisp of smoke, while others morphed into grotesque, half-wood, half-metal abominations. One Slytherin first year, named Evan Rosier, even set his matchstick ablaze, frantically extinguishing it. His lanky frame and dark hair flushing crimson, a stark reminder of his earlier mishap in Slughorn's potions class, where nerves had caused him to topple a cauldron. Tom was among the few who immediately demonstrated talent. He concentrated, his lips moving slightly, as his wand precisely tapped the matchstick before him, causing one end to sharpen. Though still wooden in appearance and color, it bore the nascent shape of a needle. In a room full of students making little progress or creating chaos, he stood out remarkably. Several nearby Slytherin students cast admiring glances his way. Tom maintained a facade of humility, yet the pride in his eyes threatened to overflow. He was aware that he was being observed, not only by Dumbledore, but also by the upperclassmen of Slytherin. He had heard that sixth-year Abraxas Malfoy was keeping an eye on the performances of the first years, and Tom yearned to be noticed. Dumbledore approached, examining Tom's half-finished product, and smiled. "A splendid start, Mr. Riddle. Your focus is commendable, and your conceptualization of the form is largely correct. However, you must hold a firmer belief in the material transformation. Try again." Encouraged by Dumbledore's approval, Tom's spirit soared, and he waved his wand once more. This time, the metallic sheen of the needle became even more pronounced. Then, Dumbledore's footsteps halted before Ares's desk. The matchstick before Ares appeared utterly unchanged. Tom frowned imperceptibly. Ares's abilities should not result in such stagnation. Dumbledore regarded the motionless matchstick, then glanced at Ares and his wand, which bore a deep gray and pale gold spiral pattern, and gently inquired, "Are you encountering difficulties, Mr. Phoenix?" Ares lifted his gaze, his heterochromatic eyes reflecting contemplation rather than defeat. "Professor," he spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly in the relatively quiet classroom, "I was pondering Gamp's law, which states that we cannot conjure food from thin air. So, what if we merely alter perception? For instance, if we could make this matchstick appear and feel entirely like a needle, even convincing those who touch it that it is a needle, yet its essence remains unchanged? Would that constitute a successful transformation, or is it merely a sophisticated illusion? Where lies the boundary between the two?" This question transcended the confines of the textbook, imbued with a hint of philosophical inquiry. It did not challenge the practice of transfiguration itself, but rather explored its essence and boundaries. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Even the students struggling with their matchsticks paused, astonished by Ares's profound inquiry. Tom's pupils dilated slightly. He had not anticipated Ares would pose such an odd yet profound question at this moment. Dumbledore's blue eyes, framed by his half-moon spectacles, brightened suddenly. Akin to blue flames ignited. He did not respond immediately, but regarded Ares with keen interest, as if examining a shell revealing peculiar patterns. "A most intriguing question, Mr. Phoenix." Dumbledore's tone resonated with unmasked admiration and deeper inquiry, touching upon the blurred lines between transfiguration, illusion, and even the confundus charm. Strictly speaking, altering perception without changing essence leans closer to the realm of advanced illusion. Yet, the pinnacle of transfiguration itself involves the challenge and reimagining of the essence of things. Your perspective is remarkably unique. He did not provide a binary answer, but guided the direction of thought. Perhaps, in your future studies, you may explore and verify this boundary for yourself. However, at this moment, he smiled gently and lightly tapped the match in front of Ares with his wand, urging us to first focus on the most fundamental aspect, the transformation of material forms. A clear intention, Mr. Phoenix. Envision it as a needle, rather than merely resembling one. As his words fell, the match before Ares silently and smoothly morphed into a flawless, glistening silver needle, indistinguishable from the one previously conjured by Dumbledore. Ares understood that this was a demonstration and encouragement personally orchestrated by Dumbledore. "Thank you, Professor," Ares said. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze lingering on Ares' face for a moment, particularly gliding over the golden chain-like mark beneath his left eye, before turning to face the other students. The class continued, yet the atmosphere had subtly shifted. Many students, including those from Slytherin and Ravenclaw, could not help but steal glances at Ares. Tom's success appeared solid and resplendent, yet the questions posed by Ares, seemingly born of failure, revealed a distinctly elusive wisdom. Tom silently persisted in his practice, rendering his needle increasingly lifelike, yet his peripheral vision remained acutely aware of Ares. Ares refrained from attempting again, merely contemplating the silver needle conjured by Dumbledore, lost in thought. When the class bell rang, Dumbledore assigned reading homework and reiterated the significance of intention. The students gathered their belongings and departed the classroom. Tom and Aries walked side by side through the corridor. Was your question just now intentional? Tom suddenly asked, his voice low and deliberate. Aries glanced at him and calmly replied, it was simply a thought that arose, and I expressed it. Tom remained silent for a few seconds before saying, Dumbledore holds you in high regard. There was no discernible emotion in his tone. Yet Aries sensed a subtle tension lurking beneath. He disliked any factors that might threaten his esteemed position, even if that factor was Aries. He appreciates the question, not me. Aries corrected, and his gaze upon me differs from how he regards you. Tom momentarily halted, recalling Dumbledore's unusual look directed at Aries during the sorting ceremony last night. He pressed his lips together, choosing not to speak further. The first lesson in transfiguration concluded. Tom received recognition for his talent, while Aries, through a single inquiry, left a more profound impression in Dumbledore's mind and in the eyes of those who were observant. This game of wits had only just commenced, unbeknownst to them. Just outside the classroom, Professor Fildos Spore, having concluded her lesson on charms, happened to overhear Aries' thought-provoking question regarding the boundaries of transfiguration and illusion. A flicker of surprise crossed her keen eyes, which soon fell into a brief contemplation. At the corner of the corridor, two upperclassmen from Slytherin were engaged in hushed conversation. The meticulously coiffed Abraxas Malfoy, with his pale gold hair and icy gaze, swept over the retreating figures of Aries and Tom, speaking to his companion. A sixth-year Gryffindor with wild black hair and fervent eyes, Sirius Black, an intriguing new student. Riddle possesses talent, but that phoenix does not ask how to do it. He inquires what it is. Dumbledore is fond of this. Sirius scoffed lightly, his golden curls shimmering in the sunlight. Are you interested in him? I thought you only collected polished gems. Unrefined stones can sometimes hold greater value. Malfoy's voice was elegant yet aloof. And Ollivander has mentioned that he has never encountered such a wand combination. My father would be keen to know. Sirius did not respond, merely fixating on Aries' silhouette. A flicker of fervor igniting in his cerulean eyes as if he glimpsed some extraordinary omen within tea leaves or the stars. He murmured softly, the paradox of light and dark, a prophecy in motion. Malfoy shot him a glance. You have begun to speak in riddles again. Sirius merely smiled, turning on his heel and striding away, his robes billowing. Meanwhile, beyond their sight, Tom and Aries had vanished around the staircase corner. Tom's hand tightened slightly within the pocket of his robe. He understood that from this day forth, Aries was no longer solely his secret. Chapter 23, Potions Class and Slughorn's Favor. After the Transfiguration lesson, the air seemed to still resonate with the gentle, yet potent echoes of Dumbledore's magic. Along with the ripples evoked by Aries' thought-provoking question, Tom remained somewhat subdued as they traversed the damp corridors of the castle, making their way to the potions classroom located in the dungeons, seemingly regaining focus. In stark contrast to the brightness of the Transfiguration classroom, the potions classroom was considerably colder, aligning more closely with Slytherin's vision of a dungeon. The walls were constructed of rough-hewn stone, exuding the aroma of herbs and chemical reagents accumulated over the years. Numerous glass jars filled with preserved animal specimens lined the walls, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. In the center of the classroom stood rows of stone tables, each equipped with a copper cauldron and a small magical stove. As the first-year Slytherins entered the classroom alongside the Gryffindors, a figure as round and plump as a walrus, sporting a fluffy honey-colored beard, stood behind the lectern, draped in a luxurious dark green velvet robe adorned with intricate patterns and a gleaming gemstone brooch upon his chest. It was none other than Professor Horace Slughorn. Ah, new faces. Welcome, welcome, my dear new friends. Slughorn's voice was booming and filled with enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the chilly surroundings. His round, shrewd eyes swept over each student like searchlights, brightening further upon seeing Abraxas Malfoy, but pausing noticeably with keen interest as he glanced over Tom and Aries. Potion making, Slughorn exclaimed, throwing his arms wide as if to embrace the subject. It is a precise science, as well as a marvelous art. It can brew glory, stave off death, and even concoct love potions that make one's heart race. He winked at the students, prompting a wave of soft laughter. Of course, he continued, his tone shifting to one of caution, it can also lead to dreadful calamities. Therefore, in my classroom, adhering strictly to the steps is paramount. Now, turn to page 3 of Magical Potions and Elixirs. Today we shall learn to brew a simple potion for treating boils. In contrast to Dumbledore's emphasis on principles and thought stimulation, Slughorn's teaching leaned more towards practical application, techniques, and the identification of promising students. He elaborated meticulously on the handling of each ingredient, the control of heat, and the direction and frequency of stirring, sparing no detail. Now, pair up. Let me see your nimble hands. The classroom buzzed to life immediately, filled with the sounds of processing nettles, grinding snake fangs, and slicing horned slugs. The atmosphere was far more tense than in the Transfiguration lesson, with a medley of peculiar scents wafting through the air. Tom naturally partnered with Aries. Tom took charge of handling the ingredients, his movements precise and steady, exuding a near-cold efficiency, as if he were not preparing potions but conducting a rigorous experiment. Aries, on the other hand, managed the heat and added the ingredients according to the steps, leveraging systematic aids and his own meticulousness to time everything perfectly. Their teamwork was seamless, and the potion in their cauldron manifested the ideal pale blue color described in textbooks. In contrast, other pairs faced various predicaments. Sirius and another Hufflepuff boy's cauldron was emitting a bizarre green smoke, while a nearby group had rendered their potion into a viscous sludge due to incorrect stirring direction. Slughorn ambled about the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally vocalizing admiration or corrections. Very standard, Mr. Malfoy. Perfectly sliced ginger root. Oh, Merlin. Mr. Black. Cease at once. Do you wish to blow the classroom to smithereens? As he strolled to the table occupied by Tom and Aries, his rotund figure came to a halt. His round eyes fixated on their cauldron of perfectly hued potion, leaning in closer to inhale its aroma. He observed the meticulously arranged ingredients at Tom's side and the precisely measured components before Aries, his face betraying an unabashed admiration. Splendid. Truly splendid. Mr. Riddle, Mr. Phoenix. Is it? A flawless collaboration. Your handling of the materials is masterful, and the control of the heat is impeccable. 5 points to Slytherin for this. Nearly perfect potion for treating boils. His booming voice resonated throughout the classroom, drawing nearly every gaze towards their table. Tom offered a slight nod, his expression one of appropriately tempered humility. Thank you, Professor. Aries echoed him softly. Slughorn's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, lingering momentarily on Aries's peculiar eyes and markings before ultimately focusing more on Tom. A child hailing from a Muggle orphanage, he had clearly done his research, yet possessing such extraordinary talent. Looks and demeanor. An uncut diamond, indeed. Very good, very good. Slughorn clapped Tom on the shoulder in a congenial manner. Keep it up, my dear boy. I look forward to your future endeavors. He cast one last glance at their nearly finished potion before contentedly making his way to the next group. After class, the students gathered their belongings in preparation to leave. Slughorn stood at the door, beaming as he bid farewell to departing students. As Tom and Aries passed by, he deliberately called out to Tom. Mr. Riddle, please linger for a moment. Tom halted, while Aries naturally took a step back, positioning himself slightly behind. Slughorn rubbed his chubby hands together, his face adorned with an affable smile. Mr. Riddle, I am profoundly impressed by your performance in class, truly impressed. You know, I occasionally host small gatherings, inviting some, particularly gifted or intriguingly background students. We gather to savor delightful snacks and exchange knowledge and connections beyond the classroom. Lowering his voice as though sharing a secret, he continued, I believe there may be one next Friday evening. I wonder if you would be interested in attending? This is an invitation to the Slug Club. A glimmer of bright excitement flickered in Tom's eyes, quickly tempered by a mask of feigned surprise and slight bashfulness. It would be my honor, Professor. Thank you very much for the invitation. Splendid. Slughorn exclaimed joyfully, casting another glance at Aries, hesitating briefly before adding, Of course, Mr. Phoenix, should you be interested, you are welcome to join as well. Your unique perspective would surely be fascinating. His interest in Aries seemed more driven by curiosity towards an unusual specimen than the investment he saw in Tom's potential. Thank you, Professor, Aries replied calmly, revealing little enthusiasm. Slughorn nodded in satisfaction, offering further encouragement to Tom before allowing them to depart. As they exited the potions classroom, the chill of the dungeon corridor seemed to dissipate considerably. Tom's footsteps were light, and although his expression remained composed, the flames flickering within his dark eyes betrayed his inner exhilaration. The Slug Club. It was an exceptional opportunity to connect with the elite of Hogwarts and establish invaluable networks. He values you more, Aries stated, breaking the silence. Tom's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course. He is drawn to my potential. A marvel emerging from the Muggle world. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, yet predominantly reflected a determination to leverage this newfound attention. However, he invited you, which indicates that your uniqueness has also piqued his interest. This is advantageous. He turned his sharp gaze towards Aries. We must capitalize on this opportunity. In the club, I will be the focal point, while he paused, you need to observe, listen, and utilize your insight to unearth valuable information and individuals. Simultaneously, maintain your air of mystery. Once again, they delineated their roles. Tom would capture attention and resources at the forefront, while Aries would provide support and analysis from behind the scenes. This was the most effective model they had honed together. I know what to do. Ares nodded affirmatively. They made their way down the corridor towards the Great Hall, ready to partake in lunch. The success of Potion's class and Slughorn's favor served as a potent stimulant, invigorating Tom's ambition. He envisioned his ascension within Slytherin and even Hogwarts, step by step. Meanwhile, Ares observed Tom's increasingly radiant profile, driven by ambition. Feeling the pulsing balance of light and dark from the eternal cycle wand nestled in his grasp, his thoughts swirling. The Slug Club was a stepping stone, but it could also amplify the darkness within Tom. He must tread carefully, guiding him along this tempting path of power while safeguarding the faint glimmer of connection. Chapter 24. Midnight Conversations in the Corridor. Slughorn's invitation acted as a catalyst, propelling Tom Riddle's rise within Slytherin. His already remarkable appearance, polished demeanor, and the talents he showcased in potions and transfiguration quickly made him the center of attention among first-year students. Some astute upperclassmen began to take notice of this extraordinary boy from a Muggle orphanage, including fifth-year Abraxas Malfoy. This pureblood heir, with his light golden hair and an innate air of haughty elegance, extended an olive branch to Tom during a chance encounter in the library. Subtly acknowledging his potential while hinting at the friendship and resources the Malfoy family could offer, Tom responded cautiously to this attention, akin to a shrewd chess player. Carefully crafting his image as a gifted yet humble learner, respectful of the long-standing traditions of pureblood lineage, while also hinting at an underlying desire to rise above. He understood that both Slughorn's club and Malfoy's favor were critical rungs on the ladder of his next plans. Ares remained steadfastly in the role of observer, often quietly reading ancient scrolls drawn from the vault or practicing control over the eternal cycle wand. In the common room, he resembled more of a background figure. Yet the occasional piercing gaze from his mismatched eyes would prompt even the most boisterous students to temper their discussions. His distinctiveness complemented Tom's brilliance in a remarkable way. Friday evening arrived swiftly. Tom donned his tedious school robe, albeit secondhand, yet magically pressed to crisp perfection, while Ares appeared far more casual. They made their way to the warm, inviting room on the 8th floor, as instructed by Slughorn. This space was a stark contrast to the chill of the Slytherin common room. Soft armchairs adorned the room, a genuine, warm fire crackled in the hearth, and the air was infused with the aromas of pastries, cakes, and a sweet scent of candied jackfruit. A dozen or so students had already gathered, predominantly upperclassmen from various houses, each renowned for their unique qualities or illustrious backgrounds, such as the already present Abraxas Malfoy, or those with exceptional academic prowess, or gifted individuals like Tom himself. Professor Slughorn, clad in an opulent burgundy robe, flitted through the crowd like a jovial walrus, enthusiastically introducing everyone, forging connections among those he deemed valuable. "Ah, Mr. Riddle, Mr. Phoenix, welcome, welcome." Upon spotting them, Slughorn called out exuberantly, ushering them towards a few upperclassmen engaged in discussions about the latest decrees from the Ministry of Magic. "This is Tom Riddle, a first-year student, yet possessing astonishing talent in potions and transfiguration. This is Ares Phoenix, his companion, equally remarkable." Tom immediately adorned his face with a perfect smile and joined the conversation. He neither pretended to understand nor feigned ignorance. Instead, he posed questions with impeccable timing, demonstrating a keen interest in the workings of the Ministry of Magic and an astuteness regarding the intricacies of higher political games, swiftly capturing the attention of several upperclassmen. His demeanor was one of respect towards his seniors while adroitly showcasing his own intellect and potential. Ares, on the other hand, accepted a cup of pumpkin juice from Slughorn and retreated to a shadowy corner near the bookshelf. He appeared to be perusing the tomes on the shelves. Yet his magical perception was fully attuned, akin to an invisible web ensnaring every dialogue and exchanged glance within the room. He overheard several Ravenclaw students discussing a translation conundrum regarding some ancient texts. He caught 2 Hufflepuff students lamenting about their history of magic essays. He listened as Abraxas quietly conversed with a 7th-year Slytherin girl about a recent betrothal plan among pureblood families, his gaze occasionally assessing Tom. Meanwhile, Tom was being ushered by Slughorn towards a girl with an air of arrogance, her light golden hair cascading elegantly. "Riddle, this is Cassandra Vole, a 4th year with extraordinary talents in prophecy, a true scion of the prophetic bloodline." Cassandra Vole regarded Tom with her misty gray eyes, her tone indifferent. "I see the mist that surrounds you, Riddle. Light and shadow vie for dominance, and your choices will determine their outcome." Her words resonated like an oracle, causing Tom's smile to momentarily stiffen, though he quickly regained his composure. "Destiny must be written by oneself, Miss Vole," he replied politely, deftly sidestepping the topic. Ares observed the entire exchange, noting how Tom, in conversation, instinctively steered discussions towards the more profound realms of magic or the core of power, particularly those concerning strength, influence, and control. He also noted the unmistakable yearning in Tom's eyes whenever Slughorn mentioned rare magical materials or lost spells. The gathering lasted over an hour, concluding in a friendly yet slightly opportunistic atmosphere. As they departed, Slughorn affectionately patted Tom on the shoulder, implying his eagerness to see him at the next gathering. Abraxas also cast a significant, approving glance in Tom's direction. On their way back to the Slytherin common room, Tom remained silent until they entered the dimly lit dungeon corridor, at which point he spoke, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. The Vole family, an ancient prophetic bloodline. The Malfoys, one of the 28 sacred families, possessing both wealth and power. In those 7th years, their parents are deeply entrenched within the Ministry of Magic. He seemed to be cataloging his acquisitions. Slughorn is a fine springboard. Yet he knows too much and relishes flaunting his collection, Tom remarked, his tone laced with a barely perceptible disdain. He covets valuable things, Ares calmly interjected, including people. You must ensure he perceives you as the most valuable among them. Tom nodded, his dark eyes glinting with calculated ambition in the flickering torchlight. I am aware. Nevertheless, there are certain pieces of knowledge he evidently will not share at gatherings. His pace slowed as they passed a fork leading to a more secluded, abandoned corridor. At that moment, a stifled, fear-laden whimper and several menacing growls emanated from the depths of the forsaken passage. Both halted abruptly. Tom's brow furrowed, a look of annoyance at the disturbance crossing his face. Ares, however, sensed a chaotic and faint magical disturbance, accompanied by the presence of some large creature. What is it? Tom murmured, instinctively gripping his wand concealed within his robes. Ares focused, his enhanced magical perception extending like tendrils. Several upperclassmen and a half-blood giant? What is he protecting? A half-blood giant? Disgust and wariness flickered in Tom's eyes. Within the pure-blood ideology he had embraced, giants were considered inferior beings. They silently approached the corridor's corner, shrouded in shadows, peering into the depths. There, 3 upperclassmen clad in Slytherin robes surrounded an exceptionally tall, hulking boy dressed in a tattered moleskin coat. The boy appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, yet stood nearly 3 meters tall. With thick hair and a shell-like black gaze filled with fury and a childlike helplessness, he stood like a wall before a battered crate, which seemed to tremble with whatever lay within. Get away, you filthy half-breed. One upperclassman spat venomously, brandishing his wand. Hand over that crate. Who knows what kind of monster you're harboring inside? No, you can't have him. The half-blood giant's voice boomed, tinged with desperation. He's just a poor little thing. Don't waste time talking to him. Teach him a lesson. Another upperclassman raised his wand, seemingly preparing to cast some malevolent curse. Tom observed the scene with cold detachment, evidently unwilling to intervene. To him, clashing over a half-blood giant and a few upperclassmen, potentially individuals he might need to deal with or exploit in the future, was not worth the trouble. Yet Ares' gaze fell upon the giant's protective stance over the crate, embodying a selfless will to safeguard. He recalled the times he and Tom had been bullied in the orphanage. Just as the upperclassman's incantation was about to escape his lips, stop. A clear, calm voice resonated through the silent corridor, not loud, yet imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality. The upperclassman jumped in surprise, turning abruptly to see Ares and Tom emerging from the shadows. Albeit reluctantly, Tom had followed. Who? The lead upperclassman squinted, recognizing them as lowerclassmen, particularly noting Ares' mismatched eyes, which prompted a mocking smile to cross his face. What? 2 first-years wish to meddle. Ares did not regard them, but instead focused on the half-blood giant. His tone composed. What is your name? The half-blood giant seemed taken aback by the inquiry, stammering, Rubius Hagrid. Ares nodded before turning back to the upperclassman, his mismatched eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. It seems Administrator Pringle is patrolling nearby. He appears especially concerned about violations of school rules, particularly regarding lingering in abandoned areas. He did not issue a threat, merely stating a fact. Yet combined with his eerily calm demeanor and the formidable presence of Tom, who, although silent, was no less imposing, caused the upperclassmen to hesitate. They exchanged glances, then shot a final glare at Hagrid. Consider yourself lucky, half-breed. The lead upperclassman begrudgingly sheathed his wand and hurriedly departed the corridor with the others. Hagrid's massive form visibly relaxed, his grateful gaze directed at Ares and Tom. Especially Ares. Thank you, thank you. Tom coldly glanced at Hagrid and the crate behind him, saying nothing, before turning to leave. He harbored no interest in the gratitude of the weak. Ares offered a slight nod to Hagrid, his gaze lingering momentarily on the giant's protective figure and the crate, softly advising, be careful. He then turned and followed Tom. As they exited the abandoned corridor, Tom scoffed, a waste of time. A half-blood giant will only bring trouble. He might prove useful, Ares replied nonchalantly, an assistant to the keeper of the grounds, perhaps? He had the opportunity to encounter a myriad of elements surrounding the castle and the forbidden forest, alluding to the potential existence of unconventional magical creatures or materials. Tom momentarily halted his stride, casting a sidelong glance at Ares, a flicker of calculation dancing in his dark eyes. You always seem to perceive value in different forms, he remarked, his tone ambiguous, neither entirely commendatory nor otherwise. This unexpected encounter, akin to a discordant note, intruded upon the meticulously orchestrated rhythm of their plans. Yet for Ares, it might serve as a seed of guardianship, planted in a world where Tom was increasingly steeped in ambition and the ideology of pure blood. Conversely, for Tom, it was merely a trivial, if somewhat irksome, interlude. His thoughts had already soared towards how to leverage the favor of Slughorn and Malfoy to acquire profound magical knowledge, connections, and to delve into the secrets lurking deeper within the castle. The clandestine discussions in the midnight corridors never transpired. Yet this silent intervention subtly altered the course of events in an unnoticed corner. Chapter 25. The first weekend in Hogsmeade. In the Scottish Highlands of October, the air bore a brisk chill, with exquisite frost patterns beginning to adorn the castle windows. For third-year students and above, this heralded the arrival of the first weekend in Hogsmeade. However, for first-year newcomers like Tom and Ares, they were confined within the castle, gazing longingly through the frost-clad glass at the snow-blanketed magical village, imagining its vibrant atmosphere. The great hall on Saturday appeared considerably emptier. Tom sat at the Slytherin table, leisurely savoring his breakfast, though the knuckles gripping his cutlery betrayed a hint of his inner turmoil. He observed several seventh-year Slytherin students animatedly discussing their plans to visit the Three Broomsticks for butterbeer or to shop for the latest prank products at Zonko's, his dark eyes betraying an almost palpable gloom. He despised the constraining sensation of being excluded by rules. Hogsmeade represented freedom, a broader magical society, yet he, Tom Riddle, was imprisoned within the castle merely due to an absurd age restriction. Ares, seated beside him, quietly sipped a glass of milk. He could sense the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Tom, akin to the heavy stillness before a snowstorm. We could go to the library, he suggested, or explore the castle. There are always places that even the older students may not have discovered. Tom shot him a cold glance, offering no response. While the allure of the library and the castle's hidden corners was undeniable, at that moment, they could not assuage his irritation at his exclusion. What he yearned for was acknowledgement, integration, and the possession of equal rights with others, rather than feeling like a child under supervision. After breakfast, Tom abruptly rose and exited the hall without waiting for Ares, who watched his silhouette vanish behind the stone door with a soft sigh. He understood that Tom's pride was being eroded by reality, which often birthed more extreme responses. He made his way to the library alone, intent on further studying the forbidden chapters on soul magic contained within the ancient scrolls, hoping to discover a safe way to guide Tom. As he traversed the entrance hall, he noticed Filch berating a hapless Hufflepuff student who had inadvertently tracked mud into the castle, while Mrs. Norris purred smugly nearby. Just as he was about to ascend the marble staircase, a loud and familiar voice called out to him. "Hey, you, wait." Ares turned to see the unusually tall half-giant boy, Rubeus Hagrid, awkwardly standing in the corner of the entrance hall, his ill-fitting moleskin coat splattered with snow and grass clippings. Gratitude and hesitation flickering in his beetle-like black eyes. "Is there something you need?" Ares inquired calmly. Hagrid rubbed his enormous hands, which looked capable of easily crushing pumpkins, and clumsily produced a small parcel wrapped in coarse oilskin from behind him, presenting it to Ares. "For you, and for Riddle," he added, his voice booming like distant thunder, albeit subdued. "Homemade rock cakes. Thank you for that day." Ares hesitated for a moment, accepting the warm package that still bore Hagrid's heat. Inside the oilskin were several biscuits that appeared as hard as stone, irregularly shaped. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Hagrid seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a simple, joyous smile. "I must go help the keeper feed the Thestrals," he indicated towards the door. "If you ever want to take a look at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, I can show you. There are many wondrous creatures there," he eagerly added, evidently viewing Ares and Tom as rare friends. Ares felt a stir of interest. The Forbidden Forest was indeed one of the most mysterious and rule-defying places in Hogwarts. He nodded, "Perhaps another time. Thank you for the cakes, Hagrid." Hagrid beamed, awkwardly waved goodbye, and then turned to amble away from the entrance hall. Holding the parcel of rock cakes, Ares did not immediately head to the library, but instead turned towards the dungeons. He knew Tom was likely sulking in some secluded spot. Sure enough, at the end of a corridor leading to an abandoned classroom, he found Tom. Tom stood with his back to him, gazing through a tall, dust-laden arched window at the snow-covered courtyard and the distant outline of Hogsmeade Village. His silhouette was rigid, resembling a cold stone statue. Ares approached and placed the oilskin package on the windowsill. From Hagrid, a token of gratitude. Tom did not lift his gaze, merely emitting a faint scoff from his nose, laced with disdain for the coarse food and its giver. He can take us to the edge of the forbidden forest, Ares continued. This time, Tom finally reacted. He slowly turned his head, a flicker of interest igniting in his dark eyes, only to be shrouded again by a shadow of contempt. The forbidden forest is indeed an intriguing place, fraught with danger and opportunity, he murmured, his voice low, but needing a half-giant as a guide. How ironic. He knows the area well, and he trusts us, Ares emphasized. That trust may prove more valuable than strength when exploring certain regions. Tom fell silent, grasping Ares' implication. By leveraging Hagrid's trust and identity, they could access the resources within the forbidden forest more safely and discreetly, be they perilous magical creatures or rare magical materials. This approach was undoubtedly more prudent than recklessly venturing in alone. You always find these roundabout methods. Tom's tone was indeterminate, neither praise nor sarcasm. He glanced at the rock cakes on the windowsill, but ultimately refrained from touching them. We'll discuss it when the time is right. For now, my attention returns to the view of Hogsmeade. Ambition flickered like a cold flame in his eyes once more. What I seek is something more direct, knowledge, power, connections, not an adventure fueled by the pity of a half-giant. He turned away, dismissing the vexatious, snowy landscape. I am heading to the abandoned classroom. Some spells require a quiet environment for practice. Ares watched his departing figure, aware that Tom's inner agitation remained uncalmed, merely suppressed and transformed into a more potent drive. He picked up the parcel of rock cakes, finding them hard to chew, yet he sensed the simple kindness they contained. In the afternoon, as students returning from Hogsmeade filled the castle with bags and excited smiles, Tom had already returned from the room of requirement. He appeared considerably more composed. But Ares could feel an intensified, barely perceptible sharpness surrounding him. That evening, in the Slytherin common room, Abraxas Malfoy and several other students who had visited Hogsmeade were sharing their observations and experiences. Bilious Black exaggeratedly recounted the ghostly wails heard outside the Scream Shack, while another student showcased the latest peeping mirror acquired from the Davies Band store. Tom sat by the fireplace, quietly listening, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips, as if he too shared in the joy. Yet, Ares discerned that within him stirred a determination forged from the regrets of experiences he could not partake in. He yearned to grow stronger, to a degree that would allow him to disregard the tiresome rules, to be powerful enough to open the gates of the entire wizarding world, including Hogsmeade and beyond. The first Hogsmeade weekend passed amidst a mix of elation and desolation. For Tom Riddle, it was both a thrill and a crucible. The blueprint in his mind sharpened, and the path to his goals promised to be ever more radical and ruthless. Ares observed Tom's half-lit face, illuminated by the emerald flames of the fireplace, understanding that the duty of guardianship was becoming increasingly arduous. The coexistence of light and dark, in this winter at Hogwarts, was quietly undergoing yet another subtle imbalance and adjustment. Chapter 26. Christmas Gifts. The cold winds of November swept through the towers of Hogwarts, yet within the castle, an atmosphere of warmth and excited anticipation began to replace the chill as Christmas approached. Holly and mistletoe garlands adorned the corridors, and the suits of armor had been enchanted to occasionally hum off-key carols. For most students, this was a time of reunion with family, and the Great Hall buzzed with lively discussions about holiday plans. Yet this atmosphere pierced through Tom Riddle's meticulously maintained facade of tranquility like an invisible needle. When Abraxas Malfoy casually mentioned his return to the family estate in Wiltshire for a Christmas dinner attended by high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic, when Bilious Black excitedly recounted the Christmas tree at the Black ancestral home adorned with genuine fairy lights, Tom's hand, concealed within his robes, clenched tightly. He had nowhere to go. The orphanage. It had never been home, merely a mire from which to escape. Hogwarts was splendid, yet during the holidays, it would be desolate. A stark reminder of his profound estrangement from this world. This sense of rootlessness burned his proud heart more fiercely than any curse. Ares noticed Tom's growing gloom. He could see that when alone, Tom's gaze became hollow and cold, and the magical aura surrounding him pulsed with a sharp restlessness. He knew he had to act, otherwise, Tom might be driven further into paranoia by this loneliness and jealousy. At the same time, Ares faced a dilemma of his own. A new task flickered on the system's task list. Special holiday mission, gifts and bonds. Task requirement. Present the target with a unique Christmas gift that touches their heart. Task reward. Significant increase in bond value. One mysterious gift box, blood pact related. A gift that would resonate with Tom Riddle's heart? This was a challenge more formidable than unraveling ancient runes. Money and ostentatious trinkets could not penetrate the depths of his soul. Time slipped away amidst the bustling reviews and Tom's increasingly palpable low pressure. On the final day before the Christmas holiday, most students had already departed, leaving the great hall eerily empty. During dinner, even the faculty table had fewer occupied seats. That evening, the Slytherin common room housed only a small handful of students. The emerald flames of the fireplace crackled, casting the shadows of creatures lurking beneath the lake upon the stone walls. Tom sat alone in an armchair distanced from the others. A copy of Advanced Spell Theory spread before him, yet he was clearly not engaged, his gaze fixed on the void, his jaw clenched tightly. Ares approached and sat in the chair opposite him. Tom lifted his eyelids, casting a cold glance his way. "What is it?" His voice was more detached than usual. Ares did not respond, instead retrieving a flat, rectangular parcel meticulously wrapped in dark green silk with silver edges from the inner pocket of his robe. Setting it upon the low table between them, Tom's gaze fell upon the parcel, his brow furrowing. "What is this?" "A Christmas gift," Ares replied calmly. Tom was taken aback. He clearly had not anticipated receiving a gift, especially from Ares. He stared at the parcel, his eyes brimming with skepticism and scrutiny, as though it were a curse box that needed to be decoded. "Open it," Ares gestured. Tom hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended his hand. His movements were deliberate, slow and cautious. The silk was carefully unwrapped, revealing not the extravagant magical item he had imagined, but a handmade journal bound in rough black dragon hide. Clearly not of superior quality. The cover bore no title. Instead, a complex symbol, reminiscent of intertwined chains and stars, was traced in a silver ink he had never seen but felt oddly familiar with. This was Ares imitating part of the pattern from the Key of Twin Souls, combined with designs from ancient runes, symbolizing connection and secrets. Tom opened the journal, and his breath hitched. The first half was filled with meticulously detailed notes about Hogwarts Castle. Not merely maps, though there were hand-drawn sketches indicating secret passages and suspicious areas, but rather observational records, which portraits dozed off at specific times. The movement patterns of certain staircases, the patrol routes, and time preferences of Caretaker Filch and Professor Pringle, which abandoned classrooms or empty rooms were seldom visited. Every detail as if a ghost had wandered the castle for years, gathering intelligence. This information was invaluable to Tom, who yearned to explore the castle's secrets and engage in clandestine activities. The latter half was even more astounding. It contained advanced magical knowledge, meticulously organized by Ares through his system and personal understanding, surpassing first-year textbooks. Not only were there deeper analyses of existing spells and insights into casting techniques, but also contemplations and hypotheses regarding the essence of magic gleaned from ancient scrolls and vault texts, including several marked as high risk, requiring caution, concerning ancient runes and their possible effects. One page even held a dried, oddly shaped leaf, annotated with conjectures about the periodic calm of the Whomping Willow. This was not merely a notebook. It was the culmination of Ares' observations, thoughts, and secret studies over the past months. It was the most precious gift he could offer, sharing his kingdom, sharing the wisdom that enabled him to survive and progress. Tom flipped through the pages, his fingers trembling slightly from the force of his grip. Initially, his face registered shock, then disbelief, and finally, all emotions settled into an extraordinarily complex, profound resonance. He lifted his gaze to Ares, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with unprecedented turmoil. There was no insincere politeness, no calculating evaluation, only a profound shock at being genuinely touched at the core of his being. He understood the weight of this gift. It was worth more than any expensive broom or magical artifact. It represented understanding, trust, and a declaration of an unreserved alliance. Why? Tom's voice was hoarse. He rarely asked such direct questions. Ares looked at him, his mismatched eyes clear as the flames reflected in them. "We agreed, together." These simple 3 words contained all the answers. From the rainy night at the orphanage, to the hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley, to the common room beneath the Black Lake, they had always been together. Tom remained silent for a long while. He closed the notebook tightly in his grasp, his knuckles turning pale. Then, he performed an action that even Ares found unexpected. From within the folds of his robe, he produced an object and placed it beside the notebook. It was a small box, carved from smooth dark wood. Its craftsmanship not particularly exquisite and somewhat rough around the edges, yet one could discern the carver's dedication. The surface of the box bore no embellishment save for a tiny serpentine mark etched along its edge, reminiscent of the texture of Tom's wand. "For you." Tom's voice remained somewhat stiff as he averted his gaze, seemingly unaccustomed to such an act of giving. Ares picked up the small wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a black velvet lining upon which rested a brooch of extraordinary design, distinct from the Hogwarts house crest. It took the form of an abstract bird, intricately woven from silver metal and dark enamel. One wing was a brilliant silver, unfurling as if to embrace the light. The other wing was a profound dark hue, speckled with tiny points of light akin to stars, coiling inward and shrouded in mystery. The bird's head was slightly tilted, its eyes adorned with tiny gemstones, one a deep azure, the other a smoky gray. This clearly symbolized Ares' own duality of light and darkness. The brooch emanated a faint magical aura, imbued with protective spells. Though its power was not overwhelming, it was remarkably refined, a testament to Tom's countless discreet practices. This gift bore with it an essence of observation, understanding, and heartfelt intention. Ares gazed at the brooch, warmth swelling within him as he carefully pinned it to the collar of his robe. The silver and dark intermingling bird stood in stark, yet harmonious contrast against his deep green attire. Ding. Special holiday task. Gifts and bonds completed. Bond value significantly increased. Current level, unbreakable symbiosis. Reward, mysterious gift box, blood pact related, X1 issued to system space. Tom watched the brooch gleam against Ares' robe, the corners of his mouth curving up ever so slightly before swiftly returning to a neutral expression. He did not utter a word of thanks, nor did Ares require it. Between them, words had long since transcended their necessity. The flames in the fireplace flickered quietly, while the colossal squid beneath the lake glided past, casting enormous shadows. In the empty common room, two boys with nowhere to go exchanged their most cherished realms and understandings. This Christmas, devoid of family gatherings by the hearth or a Christmas tree overflowing with gifts, saw the quiet birth of a bond more profound and resilient beneath the intertwining shades of silver and green in the Slytherin common room. Could this bond withstand the greater storms and darkness that lay ahead? None could say, but at this moment, it was undeniably real and warm, much like a faint glimmer illuminating the eternal cycle of the wand as it pierced the depths of the Black Lake. Chapter 27. The Discovery of the Room of Requirement. The lingering warmth of Christmas enveloped Hogwarts like a delicate layer of brittle icing, gently resting upon its skeletal winter structure. The castle awakened amidst the post-holiday clamor. Yet something sharper was taking form, concealed within Tom Riddle's overly straightened posture upon his return, hidden within the unervingly perfect smile he wore while greeting Slughorn. Ares sensed a shift during the first charms class. When Professor Spout called for everyone to practice the levitation charm, Tom's feather did not simply float, it shot forth, propelled as if from an invisible bowstring, embedding itself with a thud into the oak paneling at the back of the classroom. Quivering as it lodged half an inch deep into the wood, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Tom merely inclined his head slightly. Apologies, Professor. I miscalculated the force. His apology was impeccable, yet Ares noticed something. In the instant the feather launched, a flicker of dark golden, viscous magic lingered at Tom's fingertips. That was not the standard levitation charm. After class, Tom offered no explanation. He strode directly to the restricted section of the library, the note granting him special permission flipping through his fingers like a talisman. As Ares followed, he caught a faint TSK from Madame Pants behind the counter, the librarian rarely displaying such apparent disapproval towards special permissions. What are you looking for? Ares interjected, blocking him in front of the shelf labeled Origins of Dark Curses. The black dragonhide cover appeared like a solidified knight under the dim light. Tom's fingers paused on the spine, not turning back. They are afraid, Ares, he murmured softly, a note of delight in the discovery of secrets lacing his voice. Can you feel it? Dumbledore, Slughorn, even Binns, they impart knowledge. Yet their eyes betray a guardedness when we approach certain boundaries. He withdrew the book, its crimson title pulsing faintly. Power bears no labels of good or evil, Tom continued, tracing his finger over the embossed curse emblem. Only those who wield it possess that distinction. And what they seek to do is shackle our hands and feet under the guise of protection. That evening in the common room, Tom turned the last pages of the book. The fire cast a warm hue upon his pale face, yet the light dancing in his eyes remained cold and profound. Ares sat across from him, watching as he closed the book, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the armrest, a habit of Tom's when he was excited. The rhythm quickening like the beat of a dark ritual's drum. We need a place, Tom suddenly declared, lifting his gaze. A place that truly belongs to us. Ares' heart skipped a beat. He was unprepared to reveal the secret of the Room of Requirement, which he had discovered through the system's clues and explored alone several times. Yet Tom's gaze was too piercing, as if he had dissected his hesitation. I found some clues, Ares finally admitted, opening his palm to reveal ancient runes of unknown origin projected magically into the air, shimmering like breath. 8th floor. Opposite the tapestry of the giant troll beating Barnabas the Barmy. When one concentrates and walks past that blank wall 3 times, with a strong desire for a specific location. The door will appear. Tom's eyes brightened suddenly. A room that responds to need. How marvelous a magic. He stood, the hem of his robe trailing decisively in the wake of the firelight. Let us go now. The corridor on the 8th floor lay deserted after midnight, the only sounds being the hollow darkness within the visors of suits of armor and the snores of ancestral portraits. The giant troll on the tapestry eternally wielded its club, while the opposite wall loomed bare, casting a cold, gray-white hue under the moonlight. Think of what you need, Ares murmured. Tom closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he strode forward, his first step composed, his second urgent, and his third nearly charged with determination. As he turned to face the wall for the 3rd time, the stone surface rippled, akin to water disturbed by pebbles. A heavy oak door materialized from the center of the ripples, its bronze handle fashioned in the shape of a serpent devouring its tail. Tom grasped the doorknob and pushed it open. The sight that greeted them both left them momentarily stunned. This was not the bright study room Ares had previously summoned. Rather, it was a vast, vaulted hall, significantly larger than the 8th floor's apparent space, evidently enchanted with a spell of seamless expansion. The walls were a deep emerald green, adorned with glowing ancient runes that flickered like breath. In the center of the room stood a circular platform crafted from black basalt, etched with intricate magical diagrams. Towering bookshelves surrounded it, empty and seemingly awaiting to be filled. Most striking of all, at the far end of the room loomed a massive mirror, its edges inlaid with obsidian. The surface was not glass, but a flowing liquid of mercury-like silver, reflecting not their images, but a constantly shifting tableau of blurred star maps and streams of runes. It discerned my deepest longings. Tom's voice reverberated through the vast hall, laden with a suppressed exhilaration, a true sanctuary for the exploration of taboos, unobserved. He approached the platform, his wand gently tapping, and the etched array instantly ignited with a dim golden glow. Behold, this configuration of runes is the long-lost Hermes resonance array, capable of amplifying the precision and potency of experimental magic. He turned toward the bookshelf, waving his wand, causing the titles of dangerous tomes, marked by him in the restricted section and unavailable for borrowing, to materialize on the surface of the shelves. The soul-rending rite, the alchemy of eternal blood, the shadow-binding curse examination. The titles oozed a dark crimson light like an open wound. Ares felt the blood bond mark beneath his left eye pulse with warmth. The magical essence of this chamber resonated with him. It was both a refuge and an amplifier, faithfully revealing the innermost desires of its wielder. Tom yearned for unfettered power, and thus the room manifested in kind. We require rules, Tom, Ares asserted, his voice resonating with clarity in the emptiness. Some magics must remain untouched. Some prices are too steep to pay. Tom pivoted from the bookshelf, the fluid light of the mercury-silver mirror casting reflections upon his face, rendering his expression a blend of brightness and shadow. The rules are ours to establish, Ares. He strode to the center of the platform, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entirety of the hall. Here, there exists no cannot, only that which has yet to be mastered. The ensuing night witnessed the house of response to requests bear witness to 2 utterly divergent quests. Tom's corner grew increasingly perilous, yet exquisite. He had procured lacewing flies from the greenhouse, the eggs of a flobberworm, and even managed to acquire a small vial of venom from an 8-eyed giant spider. Hagrid had been bewildered for days, believing he had simply failed to seal the bottle properly. He experimented with variants of curses upon the basalt platform, rewriting the magical flow of standard incantations with ancient runes. Ares observed as he levitated a beetle, softly reciting a modified spell. The beetle did not perish, yet intricate black patterns began to emerge upon its shell. And then it commenced to echo Tom's voice. Power is freedom. Meanwhile, Ares positioned himself on the opposite side of the hall, centering an ancient runic array with the eternal cycle wand. As the wand was embedded into the focal point of the array, the powers of light and dark ebbed and flowed like the tide, leaving a shimmering trail of gold and silver in the air. He withdrew the black box he had brought back from Gringotts, placing it at the center of the array. At the moment the key of Twin Souls was inserted into the lock, the dark red gemstone upon the lid flared brightly, projecting a swirling ring of intricate runes. Yet the box remained tightly sealed, emitting only a deep resonant sound, as if awaiting a missing syllable or a specific moment. Ares understood that this box was intrinsically linked to his blood bond, as well as to Tom's soul trajectory. But the key to their connection might be concealed in far more perilous realms. The fissure manifested on a night of the full moon. Tom successfully cast a silent, wandless fiendfire spell. Ethereal blue flames surged from his palm, neither dispersing nor expanding, but coalescing into a delicate serpent, weaving and undulating around his fingers. The temperature of the flames was perfectly controlled, causing him no harm, Yet the glimmering hunger within the serpent's eyes bore an unsettling yearning. Behold, Tom's voice, tinged with excitement, became slightly hoarse. One of the most dangerous dark magics. I can tame it as a pet. This is mastery, Ares. Transcend the rules, redefine them. Standing at the center of the platform, the eerie blue light cast him as a deity emerging from a dark myth, both beautiful and terrifying. In the mercury silver mirror, his reflection elongated and distorted, as if a pair of wings composed of flame and shadow unfurled behind him. Ares gazed at him, his heart gripped tightly as if by icy hands. He recognized that familiar fervor in Tom's eyes. It was not merely a thirst for power, but an insatiable hunger for complete freedom, a resolute willingness to incinerate all shackles, including morality, bonds, and even his own self, in pursuit of that freedom. Stop, Tom, Ares implored, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating in the silence of the hall like a stone cast into the mercury silver mirror. The flame serpent abruptly vanished. Tom turned his head, the radiance upon his face gradually fading, replaced by a profound, evaluative expression. Why? Because if the fiend fire spirals out of control, it will consume everything, including the caster. Ares advanced toward the platform, his footsteps echoing clearly against the stone floor. What you are toying with is not magic, it is molten steel. You believe you are wielding it, yet you are simply savoring those fleeting moments of heat before it sears through your palm. Tom laughed, a smile devoid of warmth, calculated to perfection. So you choose to side with them? To warn me with those trite admonitions? I stand with you. Ares halted a mere step away from him, their shadows nearly overlapping upon the platform's array in the dim light. I understand better than you. When the abyss tempts you, it first grants the illusion of wings. True power is not about burning away the shackles, Tom. It is about constructing a palace in which you are willing to dwell eternally, not transforming into a conflagration that you cannot even control. A prolonged silence ensued. The star map within the mercury silver mirror spun wildly, projecting fragments of countless possibilities. Ultimately, Tom lowered his wand. The pressure within the hall abruptly eased, yet something deeper sank to the depths, neither vanishing nor disappearing, merely awaiting. We must return, Ares stated, turning toward the oak door. Behind him, Tom cast a final glance at the mercury silver mirror. Their reflections stood side by side, yet the backdrop was no longer the hall, but a burning wasteland, with a vaguely discernible tower constructed of bones and oaths at the horizon's edge. As the door closed, the house of response to requests fell silent once more. The array upon the basalt platform dimmed gradually, the ominous titles upon the bookshelf fading into darkness. Save for the mercury silver mirror, which continued to faithfully flow with reflections of the future, the past, and the present that may forever remain unattainable. In the corridor, the footsteps of the two boys receded in opposite directions, yet were tightly entwined by an invisible thread. The castle slumbered in the deep winter night, blissfully unaware. And behind that blank wall on the 8th floor, secrets were growing roots, delving deep into the ancient foundations of Hogwarts, as well as into the most fragile and resilient intersections of the two boys' souls. The pendulum had swung. The next tremor would either bring a clearer echo or a fissure. Chapter 28. Behind the Veil. The oppressive atmosphere of the Black Lake peaked at midnight. Outside the window of the Slytherin dormitory, the tentacles of the giant squid occasionally glided past the glass, leaving behind a sticky shadow. The emerald flames in the fireplace flickered, casting elongated, struggling shapes upon the stone walls. Tom Riddle sat on the edge of his bed, an ominous tome spread across his lap. The pages turned of their own accord beneath his fingertips, pausing at the chapter on the 17 variants of soul rending, the strokes of ancient runes seemingly coming alive, slithering across the parchment. His pace of flipping through the pages quickened. Upon reaching the 3rd chapter, his right pinky twitched involuntarily. At the 7th chapter, a fine thread of blood appeared beneath his left eye. By the 12th chapter, his exhalation crystallized into a fleeting black mist in the frigid air. Ares observed all these details from across the room. He sat upon the opposite bed, his quill motionless for 5 minutes. Ink droplets pooled on the parchment, spreading into a black lake reminiscent of the one outside. His gaze penetrated the thin darkness of the dormitory, focusing on the almost visible currents of chaotic magic surrounding Tom. They extended like invisible tendrils from Tom's body, attempting to burrow back within, each surge slightly warping the air. Enough. Ares' voice sliced through the silence. It was not a plea, but a declaration. Tom's fingers lingered in midair as he turned the page. He lifted his gaze, and something within the depths of his dark eyes churned, not anger, but something far more perilous, the intoxicating allure of knowledge and the dizzying promise of power. What did you say? Tom's voice was barely a whisper, as soft as a serpent slithering across the sand. The 12th page, the 3rd annotation. Ares set down his quill, bare feet touching the cold stone floor as he approached step by step, and you leapt over it. That warning. Tom's pupils constricted. You understand, Old Norse? I understand you. Ares halted just a step away from him. Your magic is screaming, Tom. Each time you return from the room of requirement, that scream grows louder. The words pierced through something within him. Tom abruptly closed the book, the leather cover thudding against itself with a dull sound. He rose, towering half a head above Ares, casting a shadow that completely enveloped the boy across from him. Then tell me, his voice was low, each word forced through clenched teeth. How am I to protect us without taking these shortcuts? The word we weighed heavily on him, spoken with urgency, as if confessing a shameful secret. Ares did not retreat. Instead, he stepped closer, close enough to see his own reflection in Tom's eyes, a pale boy with mismatched irises. The golden chain mark beneath his left eye glimmering faintly in the dim light. With this, Ares extended his hand, not to touch the book, but gently pressed against Tom's heart. Through the fabric, he felt the violent rhythm of Tom's heartbeat, too fast, too chaotic, utterly unlike the usually composed Tom Riddle. Tom froze. He wanted to push the hand away, to scoff, to utter sharp retorts, but he did not. Because Ares's hand was glowing. Not the light of a spell, but the cool, intertwining radiance of blood pact runes resonating, seeping through the fabric like fireflies on a summer night, faint yet stubbornly illuminating the darkness of his chest. Are you soothing me? Tom's voice cracked for the first time. I am allowing you to hear. Ares raised his other hand, fingertips brushing against the chain mark beneath his own left eye. Hear the connection between us. It is older than any forbidden spell, more solid than any contract. Yet you are drowning it out with that dark noise. Outside the window, the octopus's tentacles slid across the glass once more, this time with more force, producing a faint groan. Tom looked down at the luminous hand on his chest. The glow was weak, but peculiarly stabilized the tumultuous magic swirling within him. The dark tendrils that sought to escape his body slowly retracted. Prove it. Tom finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Prove that this connection is strong enough. Ares made a move Tom had not anticipated. He stood on tiptoe, gently resting his forehead against Tom's. No incantation. No magic. Just two boys sharing breath in the depths of the night within the dormitory. Tom could smell the scent of parchment and green apples on Ares. Feel the coolness of his body temperature, and see those mismatched eyes so close, the azure of the left reflecting him, the gray-black of the right mirroring him as well. Time. Ares whispered, breath brushing against Tom's lips. Give me time, and give yourself time. Do not hastily pawn your soul to the darkness, Tom. We have better buyers. Better buyers. What did that imply? A path of light, or something else? Tom did not know, but in that moment, he did not wish to know. He shut his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he opened them again, the surging darkness had receded deep within his pupils, locked once more within that flawless shell. He stepped back, and Ares's hand slipped from his chest. Tomorrow, Tom said, turning towards his bed, we have an exam on the advanced application of the Patronus charm. I know. Ares returned to his own bedside. Tom threw back the covers and lay down, turning his back to Ares. A few minutes later, he said, the book is under my pillow. Ares's voice came from behind the curtain. I saw it. Tom did not respond. He merely reached under his pillow, grasping the volume with the black dragonhide cover, hesitating for 3 seconds before forcefully pushing it to the farthest depths beneath the bed. The flames in the fireplace finally extinguished. The dormitory descended into complete darkness. In that moment of utter invisibility, both boys understood. Tonight, darkness had lost a small battle. It was not light that triumphed, but something far more complex, more dangerous, a connection yet unnamed, but one that was growing. Outside, in the depths of the Black Lake, something let out a long sigh. Chapter 29, The Mark of the Accomplice. The touch and conversation that transpired in the night rippled through Tom Riddle's closed heart, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth waves of unrest that could not easily settle. Since that evening, the atmosphere in the dormitory felt subtly altered. Tom continued to delve into the tomes procured from the restricted section, yet Ares sensed that the sharp, icy turbulence of his magic had somewhat abated, no longer brimming with the same aggressive energy. Occasionally, he would set his book aside in the dead of night, gazing thoughtfully at the curtain of the bed opposite him. Ares was not a doll devoid of emotions. Within him flowed Dumbledore's compassion and Grindelwald's obsession, granting him an innate insight and resonance with feelings that surpassed the ordinary. He could clearly perceive Tom's inner turmoil, the fierce clash between an insatiable thirst for absolute power and a desperate reliance on a singular bond. He knew he must carefully maintain this fragile equilibrium. The opportunity soon arose. It was a weekend afternoon, and they were preparing, as planned, to return to the room of requirement for magical practice. However, as they traversed a secluded corridor on the 7th floor, they unexpectedly encountered the caretaker, Filch, and his gaunt, malevolent-eyed cat, Mrs. Norris. Filch scrutinized them with his murky eyes, particularly upon noticing the forbidden book in Tom's hand, disguised beneath an ordinary cover. Though its ancient and dangerous aura seemed impossible to conceal completely. "What are you two doing here, sneaking around?" Filch's voice creaked like a rusty hinge. "What do you have there? Show me." Tom's body tensed instantaneously, yet his face adopted the impeccable expression of a model student, tinged with just the right amount of feigned alarm. "Mr. Filch, we were just on our way to the library. This book was recommended by Professor Slughorn as an extracurricular read." As he spoke, he obediently extended the book. But Ares noticed that his other hand had quietly grasped his wand hidden within his robe. The atmosphere grew tense. If Filch insisted on inspecting and unmasking the disguise, the consequences would be dire. In that critical moment, Ares stepped forward, positioning himself between Tom and Filch. He did not meet Filch's gaze. Instead, he directed his attention to a still life painting of a fruit basket on the corridor wall. A faint silver glimmer flashing in his mismatched eyes, he had summoned the alluring magical qualities belonging to Grindelwald's lineage, combined with ancient runes of misdirection. "Sir," Ares spoke with an oddly tranquil and disorienting calmness, "did you not hear the strange noises coming from the armory corridor? We seem to have spotted Peeves slipping in there." He casually gestured in a random direction. Filch's attention was indeed diverted. He glanced skeptically towards the direction Ares pointed, then back at Ares's soul-sucking mismatched eyes. His expression momentarily blank. Mrs. Norris, too, anxiously flicked her tail, baring her teeth and growling in that direction. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ares gently touched Tom's arm. Tom immediately grasped the situation, swiftly but discreetly stowing the forbidden book into the deepest recesses of his dragon-hide bag, which he had enchanted with a stealth charm. When Pringle regained his composure and cast another suspicious glance at Tom, the latter stood empty-handed, his expression innocent, tinged with a hint of wrongful accusation. "Humph. It would be best if I don't catch you violating school rules." Pringle found no evidence, and, with a fierce glare directed at them, stalked off with Madame Loris towards the direction of the armory corridor. The crisis was averted. The two departed in silence, hastening away until they turned several corners to ensure they were completely out of Pringle's sight, finally pausing in the shadow of a deserted statue. Tom leaned against the cold stone wall, taking a slight breath, not out of fear, but due to the adrenaline of the intense focus and the peril of nearly being exposed. He raised his gaze to meet that of Ares, whose dark eyes sparkled with an unprecedented intensity, not merely gratitude, but a fervent affirmation. "What did you just use?" Tom's voice was low, laced with curiosity and an unmistakable thrill. "It wasn't an ordinary confundus charm. I can feel it." Ares did not respond directly, merely gazing at him calmly. "We are in this together, Tom. You take the risks, and I provide cover." This understanding held more weight than any explanation. It declared that they were not merely allies, but co-conspirators, sharing secrets and shielding one another. Tom studied Ares, his eyes drawn to the brooch at his collar, where light and shadow intertwined, and to the potent force concealed beneath his tranquil exterior, a power that was both akin to his own yet distinctly different, igniting within him a peculiar sense of satisfaction and possessiveness. Suddenly, he reached out, not with the tentative force of before, but with his fingertips, gently brushing against the golden blood bond mark beneath Ares's left eye. The motion was swift, a fleeting touch, akin to a feather gliding past. Ares was momentarily taken aback. He felt the warmth of Tom's fingertips, a sensation unlike magic, imbued with a physical warmth, representing a recognition and intimacy that transcended words. "I understand." Tom withdrew his hand, his tone returning to its usual calm, yet deep within his dark eyes, something seemed to ignite, locking onto Ares firmly. "We are co-conspirators." From that day forth, their unspoken understanding reached new heights. In class, when they were required to showcase extraordinary magical prowess, Tom would take the lead, drawing all awe and attention to himself, while Ares, at the opportune moment, would deliver his unique, penetrating questions or precise supportive spells, solidifying their image as a genius duo. In Slughorn's club, Tom navigated between pureblood families and the powerful, while Ares remained a quiet observer, always ready to provide a critical piece of information or a fresh perspective when needed. Even in the common room, an invisible barrier formed around them. When other Slytherin students attempted to encroach upon or pry into Ares's affairs, a mere cold glare from Tom was sufficient to deter them. Conversely, when anyone expressed disdain for Tom's Muggle heritage, Ares needed only to direct his heterochromatic gaze their way, and they would feel an inexplicable pressure, as if their superficiality had been utterly laid bare. They were each other's sharpest spear and most steadfast shield. This profound and exclusive bond, in the environment of Slytherin that revered power and bloodline, evoked both trepidation and envy. One evening, in the dormitory, Tom was practicing a silent spell, attempting to make a galleon perform a series of specific flips in midair. After several failures, a familiar irritation began to crease his brow. Ares set aside the ancient runic scroll he had been studying and approached him silently, extending his hand to grasp Tom's wrist, the one holding the wand. Tom's body stiffened, yet he did not pull away. Ares guided his wrist, feeling the flow of his magic, and then, with his gentle yet firm magical essence, like a stream directing a somewhat turbulent river, helped him execute the intricate gesture. Willpower is not merely a forceful push, Ares whispered in his ear, his warm breath brushing against Tom's earlobe. It is also precise guidance. With that, the wand carved a perfect arc, and the galleon spun elegantly through the air, completing 7 flawless rotations before settling steadily. Tom gazed at the still spinning galleon, then glanced down at Ares's hand, which had yet to release his. He could feel the warmth of Ares's palm, and the distinct yet harmoniously intertwined essence of their magic. He turned his hand to clasp Ares's, this time not as a tentative gesture or a warning, but firmly, infused with a sense of affirmation. I understand now. Tom's voice was somewhat husky. He lifted his gaze to meet Ares's, their eyes intertwining in the darkness, as if unspoken sparks crackled in the air. The mark of co-conspirators had long transcended mere secrets and dangers. It was quietly infiltrating their veins, entwining their souls, taking root and blossoming in the depths of that lake-like dormitory. At the tender age of 11, they were not yet equipped to fully comprehend the complexities of this emotion. Yet the rapid heartbeat and clasped hands had inscribed an indelible footnote to their intertwined fates of light and shadow. Chapter 30, Silent Gravity. The relationship of co-conspirators formed an invisible pact, binding Tom and Ares even more closely together. However, Ares was neither Tom's shadow nor his subordinate. Within him flowed the mixed blood of 2 legendary wizards, Albus Dumbledore's wisdom and compassion, and Gellert Grindelwald's beguiling charm. This quality, at specific moments, would quietly radiate its own brilliance, like a concealed star revealing itself. The first-year curriculum gradually delved into deeper waters. The spells and charms grew increasingly intricate. Transfiguration demanded more precise transformations of form and material, and the seemingly mundane timelines of history of magic began to touch upon profound themes of power shifts and ideological conflicts. In one history of magic class, Professor Binns monotonously recounted the official version of the medieval Goblin Rebellion, portraying the goblins as greedy and treacherous. Most students were either dozing off or mechanically jotting down dates and events. When Professor Binns mentioned that the goblins' plea for the use of wands had been summarily rejected by the Wizarding Council, viewed as a challenge to wizardly privilege, Ares, usually the quietest student in class, suddenly raised his hand. Professor Binns' floating form paused, seemingly taken aback. Mr. Phoenix? Ares stood, his heterochromatic eyes devoid of their usual haze, now shining with clarity and calm analysis. Professor, from the goblin's perspective, does the refusal to allow them to use wands not equate to stripping them of their core rights to wield magic for self-defense and development? Could this not be seen as a form of systemic oppression, thereby explaining why rebellions erupt periodically, rather than merely stemming from greed? His voice was soft, yet it shattered the classroom's somnolence like a stone cast into still waters. All the drowsy students lifted their heads, astonished at him. Even Tom, seated beside him, turned slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his dark gaze. Ares' question pierced through the textbook narrative, touching upon the sensitive nerves of power and fairness. Professor Binns appeared momentarily at a loss, mumbling some well-worn platitudes about wizarding authority and the management of non-human beings, but clearly unable to provide a convincing rebuttal. The classroom fell into an odd silence, with many Ravenclaw students beginning to ponder the question seriously, and even several Slytherin students, though disagreeing with Ares' implied stance, could not help but acknowledge the question's potency. Ares sat calmly, as if he had merely inquired about the weather moments ago. Yet, he remained oblivious to the gaze of several inquisitive Ravenclaw seniors seated behind him, their eyes fixated upon him with newfound scrutiny and curiosity. His distinctive appearance, underpinned by a calm wisdom, appeared even more enigmatic and deserving of exploration. A few days later, during a charms class, Professor Flitwick assigned a challenging collaborative task, requiring pairs to attempt a simple joint protective spell, demanding exceptional synergy and magical coordination. Most combinations faltered, their magical energies either clashing or failing to synchronize. Naturally, Tom and Ares formed a team. Tom took charge of the spell's core structure, his magic precise and formidable, yet heavily imprinted with his individuality, making it difficult to accommodate external forces. Ares, however, did not force his way in. Instead, he harnessed the power of the eternal rebirth wand, transforming his own intertwined light and dark magic into a gentle, flowing membrane that enveloped the outer layer of Tom's constructed shield, not as a means of opposition, but as a means of enhancement and fortification, while the protective barriers of other pairs shattered or trembled violently under the spell's impact. Their collaborative shield stood firm as a rock, dispersing and absorbing the force with an aura of harmonious stability. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in delight. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Mr. Riddle, Mr. Phoenix. 10 points to Slytherin. This is a paragon of magical coordination, not merely a simple amalgamation of power, but a symbiosis and complementarity. In that moment, Aries demonstrated not dependence, but a remarkable ability to complement and even elevate Tom's formidable strength. Some students, who had previously regarded Aries merely as Riddle's peculiar sidekick, began to reassess his worth. Tom gazed at the steadfast shield, then at the composed Aries beside him, feeling not just the joy of collaboration, but also a subtle pride, one that he didn't even recognize within himself. Aries' brilliance did not overshadow him. Rather, it rendered their unity even more resplendent and flawless. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Particularly within Slytherin, some upperclassmen, adhering to extreme pureblood ideologies or simply envious of Tom's talent, began to cast disparaging looks toward Aries. They believed that this enigmatic individual, with questionable lineage and striking heterochromia, exerted far too much influence over Riddle, potentially tainting the gem they had high hopes for, hailing from the Muggle world. One evening, as Aries made his way to the library alone, he was intercepted by two fourth-year Slytherin students in a secluded corridor. They wore malicious smiles. "Hey, Phoenix," drawled one tall student lazily. "What kind of potion did you feed Riddle to make him hover around you all day?" His words trailed off, but the contemptuous glance he cast over Aries' heterochromatic eyes and markings spoke volumes. Aries halted, displaying no trace of fear, merely observing them with a calm demeanor, his unique gaze appearing fathomless in the dim light. "This is none of your concern." "None of our concern?" scoffed the shorter, stockier student. "We're just curious how a freak who doesn't even know who his parents are thinks he can." Just then, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Carrying an undeniable weight, he said, "It is none of your concern." Tom Riddle appeared at the entrance of the corridor, his youthful form radiating an aura that instantly froze the two fourth years in their tracks. His black eyes, reminiscent of the coldest depths, locked onto them. And although his wand remained lowered, it emanated a dangerous ripple of magic. The two students' expressions shifted, evidently taken aback by Tom's sudden appearance and his unwavering demeanor. They shot Aries a resentful glare, muttering curses under their breath as they hurriedly departed. Tom approached Aries, his gaze still fixed on the direction the two had vanished. His tone frigid. "They will not bother you again." Aries observed the tension in Tom's profile, sensing his repressed anger. This was not merely about preserving his own authority. It was a reaction to the insult directed at Aries. "I can handle it," Aries replied softly. "I know." Tom turned to face him, his eyes a mixture of complexity. "But I will not allow it." 5 simple words, yet they bore more weight than any elaborate oath. They proclaimed Aries as a unique entity under Tom's protection, impervious to any infringement. At that moment, a notification from Aries' internal system resonated in his mind. Its tone steadier than usual. Key emotional node detected. Balance achieved between guardianship and possessiveness. Triggering latent long-term quest. Soul anchor point. Quest description. Establish an irreplaceable emotional connection within the target's heart, becoming the sole fulcrum of light and dark balance in their soul. This quest bears no explicit reward. The process itself is the greatest safeguard against the ultimate darkness. Hint: trust, understanding, shared secrets and crises, along with unparalleled companionship, are the cornerstones of constructing the anchor point. The system's hint was timely, emphasizing that emotion itself was the most vital weapon, aligning perfectly with Aries' ongoing endeavors. He looked at Tom, at this boy who would one day unleash tumultuous waves, and at this moment, was revealing genuine anger in defense of him. Suddenly, Aries reached out, not to touch, but to gently adjust Tom's slightly disheveled robe collar, a result of his brisk stride. "Thank you," Aries whispered softly. Tom's body stiffened imperceptibly, but did not flinch away. He gazed into Aries' close-up face, observing the understanding and warmth beneath his calm exterior. And the fury sparked by the insult oddly subsided. He said nothing, merely turned and walked alongside Aries toward the library. The setting sun's rays filtered through the high windows, elongating their shadows, intertwining upon the ancient stone floor. Tom's strength and guardianship, paired with Aries' wisdom and inclusivity, forged a unique equilibrium at that moment. Aries harbored no desire to vie for leadership, yet the innate ability to perceive hearts, bridge divides, and attract followers from his bloodline began to subtly emanate its silent allure. They were no longer mere accomplices. They were assuming increasingly indispensable roles in one another's worlds. At 11 years of age, perhaps they did not yet comprehend the shape of love, but the deepening bond and guardianship had transcended a mere alliance, quietly extending toward the profound resonance of souls. Chapter 31. The Resonance of Souls. Tom Riddle's pursuit of power had never wavered, but following the corridor incident, his approach underwent a subtle transformation. He continued to study the tomes in the restricted section, still engaging in perilous magical experiments within the room of requirement. Yet he no longer completely excluded Ares from these core secrets. A deeper, almost instinctual trust began to blossom. He realized he needed Ares, not merely as an accomplice and shield, but as an anchor capable of restoring his balance amid his explorations of the dark arts. This necessity manifested most clearly during their joint research on ancient runes. Among the ancient scrolls Ares retrieved from the vault, several specifically detailed protective and stabilizing runic diagrams for the soul. This knowledge was profound and perilous. A moment's carelessness could inflict irreversible harm upon the caster's psyche. Yet the power it harbored captivated Tom immensely. In the Room of Wishes Fulfilled, set by Tom as a dim chamber adorned with flickering candles and etched with rudimentary protective runes on the floor, two individuals stood before a complex diagram composed of 7 core runes of Nivern and dozens of auxiliary symbols. According to the scroll's account, this formation, known as the Spirit Mirror Guardian, possesses the ability to reflect and soothe the tumult of the soul while warding off external mental encroachments. Tom endeavored to construct this diagram independently. His formidable magical power illuminated the runes, yet his will was excessively sharp, tinged with a strong desire for control and a subtle, barely perceptible restlessness. Consequently, the energy flow within the diagram failed to achieve the harmonious, mirror-like state described in the scroll, instead emitting an unstable hum that caused the candle flames to flicker violently. Not right. Tom growled in frustration, waving his wand forcefully to dispel the impending chaos of the diagram's energy. The backlash of magic paled his complexion. Realizing that the description was fundamentally flawed, perhaps a more potent core of magic was required. Ares, who had remained quietly observant, could distinctly sense the discord within Tom's magic. He stepped forward, not glancing at the dissipating diagram, but instead focusing on Tom. Your will is too rigid, Tom. It resembles a hammer. Whereas what is needed here is weaving. He extended his hand, his fingertips tracing the air, guiding the intertwined light and dark energies of his eternal cycle. Like the most deft of weavers, sketching one of the symbols representing tranquility, the rune emitted a soft and steady glow, in stark contrast to the blinding light Tom had previously conjured. Tom frowned as he watched Ares' demonstration, acknowledging that Ares' method aligned more closely with the scroll's description. However, his ingrained thought patterns made it challenging to shift his approach immediately. Try it, Ares urged, his heterochromatic eyes brimming with encouragement. Do not think of controlling it. Instead, endeavor to understand it, allowing your magic to attune to its frequency. After a moment of silence, Tom raised his wand once more. He closed his eyes, striving to purge his mind of thoughts centered on power and control, attempting to perceive the essence contained within those ancient symbols. This time, the process of illuminating the runes slowed considerably, and the radiance lost its aggressive edge. However, upon reaching the third rune, one that required resonance with the preceding two, his magic once again faltered, causing subtle cracks to form at the diagram's center. In that instant, Ares made a bold move. He stepped closer, positioning himself beside Tom, gently covering Tom's hand that grasped the wand with his own. Tom's body stiffened abruptly, and he opened his eyes wide, surprise and wariness flashing in his dark irises. Yet, Ares' hand remained steady, offering not disruption but a gentle and resolute guiding force. That energy acted as a lubricant, like a coordinated metronome, aiding Tom's somewhat clumsy and rigid magical flow, allowing him to traverse the resonance point smoothly. Continue. Ares' voice resonated in his ear, calm and reassuring. Feel my magic flow. Keep pace with it. Tom pressed his lips tightly together, suppressing the tumult of complex emotions rising within him, focusing intently on the strange rhythm of light and dark magic that emanated from Ares' palm. Unlike his own jagged magic, it was harmonious and encompassing, imbued with a profound soothing power. Under this guiding force, he discovered that his previously unruly magic had begun to yield, learning to weave rather than strike. One by one, the runes were illuminated under their combined magical guidance, twinkling like stars in the dim chamber. The energy flowed smoothly between them, producing a melodious sound akin to wind chimes. When the final rune was activated, the entire diagram erupted into brilliance, forming a flawless circular barrier that radiated soft white light, its surface smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the figures of the two standing side by side. We did it. The serene and peaceful aura emanating from the diagram enveloped them, soothing Tom's earlier agitation born from prolonged concentration and previous failures. while also imparting a sense of spiritual comfort to Ares. Tom gazed in awe at the perfect spirit mirror guardian diagram, then glanced down at their still intertwined hands. Ares's hand was slightly smaller, his fingertips cool, yet a distinct warmth radiated from the point of contact. Tom sensed that beyond magic, something deeper flowed silently between them through this contact. He did not immediately withdraw his hand from Ares's grasp. Ares stood quietly, feeling the warmth and gentle pulse of Tom's hand. Through their magical connection, he vaguely perceived the tremors within Tom's heart, not merely due to the successful casting of a complex spell, but also stemming from the impact of this unprecedented, seamless collaboration. Ding. High synchronization rate of magical resonance and deep trust behavior detected. Progress of soul anchor construction. 5. Note: a unique companionship and collaborative breakthroughs are effective means to strengthen the anchor. The system's prompt echoed in Ares's mind, affirming the significance of their actions at that moment. After a considerable pause, Tom slowly, almost reluctantly, withdrew his hand. He averted his gaze to the stable diagram, his tone regaining its usual calm, though upon closer inspection, it seemed to lack some of its customary coldness. It appears this method is indeed effective. Indeed, Ares replied, retracting his hand, his fingertips lingering with the warmth and magical sensation of Tom's presence. Different magics require different hearts. Your power is suited for conquest and destruction, whereas this requires guardianship and harmony. Tom did not argue. For the first time, he clearly recognized that Ares possessed a form of power that he lacked. This power was not a sign of weakness. In certain realms, it was even decisive. From that day forth, the research dynamic within the Room of Wishes underwent a transformation. Tom remained the leader and explorer, while Ares increasingly assumed the role of guide and balancer. Whenever they encountered magic requiring delicate manipulation, particularly those involving the soul or emotional layers, such physical contact and deep intertwining of magic became commonplace. Tom transitioned from initial rigidity and discomfort to gradually becoming accustomed to, and even secretly anticipating, these interactions. He relished the thrill of wielding immense power alone, but also began to crave the unprecedented sense of stability that enveloped his very soul when exploring the unknown alongside Ares. Ares, for his part, cautiously navigated the boundaries. He understood the doubts and controlling tendencies inherent in Tom's character. Excessive intimacy could provoke backlash. He consistently confined such contact to the necessary realm of magical collaboration, yet with each touch, he imbued it with intent to guide and soothe. Akin to spring rain nurturing the earth, silently strengthening the connection known as the soul anchor. The first year flew by amidst busy studies and clandestine explorations. To outsiders, they were inseparable, the extraordinarily gifted Slytherin twin stars. Yet within that room known only to them, amidst the intertwining magic and the occasional brush of fingertips, a unique bond transcending friendship, a near-soul resonance, was quietly blossoming, unbreakable. Chapter 32. Undercurrents of the End of Term and Silent Guardianship. The castle of Hogwarts was enveloped in an atmosphere fraught with anxiety and anticipation. As the end of the first academic year approached, final examinations loomed like a heavy cloud over every student's head. For Tom Riddle, this was not merely a moment to assess his academic achievements over the past year. It was a pivotal battle to solidify his status as a prodigy and prove his worth to all skeptics. He devoted nearly all his time to revision. At the edge of the library's restricted section, in the quietest corner of the Slytherin common room, and even in the late-night dormitories, one could find him immersed in a pile of books. His ambitions extended beyond mere passage. He sought to seize the top rank in his year with overwhelming and indisputable superiority. This extreme focus bore immense pressure. The magical aura radiating from Tom grew sharper and more unstable, akin to a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. He became more taciturn than usual, his gaze colder, and whenever he locked eyes with Ares, a flicker of unresolved anxiety lurked within the depths of his dark eyes. Ares could keenly discern Tom's state. He understood that mere soothing words would ring hollow in the face of Tom's obsession with perfection. Thus, he opted for a more pragmatic approach. During the theoretical review in Charms class, when Tom was entangled in the subtle discrepancies of a complex spell's energy structure, Ares would casually introduce an alternative perspective he had gleaned from ancient scrolls regarding the nature of magical flow, often illuminating Tom's understanding in an instant. In Potions class, Ares would leverage his formidable mental faculties to transform the convoluted steps and characteristics of ingredients into memorable, rhythmic image chains, sharing them with Tom through slight, permissible mental nudges, significantly enhancing his memorization efficiency. Even amidst the tedious recitation of historical timelines in the study of magic, Ares could unearth the underlying logic of power struggles and ideological conflicts. allowing Tom to move beyond rote memorization to a more profound comprehension, yielding remarkable results. These acts of assistance were rendered silently and without a hint of self-congratulation, as if they were merely part of their daily exchanges. Tom accepted this support, maintaining an outward facade of proud independence, yet deep within, he recognized that without Ares, it would have been impossible to endure such an intense review while keeping his psyche from spiraling into chaos. The exam week finally arrived. Charms, transfiguration, and potions came one after another. Tom excelled in every examination room, his precise spell-casting, flawless potion results, and the profound understanding exhibited in his responses left the professors nodding in approval. However, during the practical examination of defense against the dark arts, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The practical content involved facing a low-level boggart controlled by the professor. When it was Tom's turn, the boggart twisted and contorted before the audience, ultimately settling into a suffocating, profound darkness, revealing the cold, closed door of Wool's orphanage. This was one of Tom's deepest fears: abandonment, regression to a hopeless past where he was regarded as a monster. A low murmur of whispers rippled through the observing students. Tom's complexion turned ashen, his hand gripping the wand trembled slightly. The incantation absurdly poised on the tip of his tongue, yet choked by the icy grip of panic surging from within. He could showcase power to anyone, but he found it impossible to confront this manifestation of his soul's vulnerabilities. In that moment of paralysis, Ares, standing just a step behind him, suddenly advanced half a step forward. He made no overt gestures, not even a glance at Tom, but concentrated his essence, transforming the intertwining magic within him, particularly the aspect of protection and stability, into a faint yet precise wave, brushing against Tom's taut spine like the gentlest of feathers. No words, no contact. Merely a support constructed from sheer will and connection. Tom jolted as if awakened. He seemed to hear Ares' silent reminder, feeling the familiar force capable of calming the storm within him. He inhaled deeply, his eyes regaining their clarity and coldness, all panic forcibly suppressed, replaced by a sense of indignation that demanded destruction. Absurd. He pronounced the incantation clearly, his wand unwaveringly aimed at the orphanage door. With a resounding bang, the door, emblematic of fear and shame, twisted and deformed, ultimately transforming into a colossal and comical statue of Mrs. Cole, clad in a ballet tutu, clumsily pirouetting. An eruption of laughter cascaded through the room, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. The chief examiner paused in surprise, unable to suppress a chuckle, and loudly proclaimed, "Outstanding. Mr. Riddle, you faced your inner fears and triumphed. 10 points to Slytherin." Tom expressionlessly retracted his wand and exited the examination room. He did not glance at anyone, heading straight back to the waiting area. Yet Ares observed that the hand hanging at his side still trembled slightly at the fingertips. With all examinations concluded that evening, the results were announced. Unsurprisingly, Tom Riddle's name soared to the top of the year, leading by a significant margin. He achieved outstanding in every subject. The Slytherin long table erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating their rising star. Abraxas Malfoy personally raised his glass in tribute. Tom stood amidst the crowd, accepting the accolades with a composed, somewhat reserved smile, as if the earlier moment of disarray in the defense against the dark arts examination had never transpired. But only Ares knew the tumult that lay beneath that flawless facade. Late at night, in the Slytherin dormitory, Tom did not immerse himself in books or practice spells as usual. He simply stood quietly by the window, gazing at the dim lake waters and the occasional passing glowing jellyfish, his silhouette strikingly solitary. Ares did not intrude, merely sitting on his bed, waiting in silence. After an indeterminate period, Tom finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. "What did you do today?" He had felt it, the force that had pulled him back from the precipice of fear during the examination. Ares answered calmly, "I merely stood there." Tom turned around, his dark eyes piercing through the dim light, as if trying to penetrate Ares' soul. "Don't lie to me. I can feel it." Ares met his gaze without flinching. "I didn't cast any spells. I just didn't want you to be trapped by that thing." Those words struck like a final blow, shattering all of Tom's defenses. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a tumult of complex emotions swirled within: irritation at being seen as vulnerable, dependence on that silent support, and an ineffable sensation as if his very soul had been touched. He approached Ares' bedside, devoid of the usual hesitance or command, instead bearing an almost weary candor. He softly murmured, "I never want to return to that place, to those pasts." "You won T." Ares raised his gaze to meet Tom's, his heterochromatic eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. "We won T." Tom gazed deeply into his eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he barely managed a soft acknowledgement. He did not utter thanks, nor did he initiate any intimate gesture. He simply reached out and gently took the ancient runic notes resting on Aries' pillow. Beginning tomorrow, he perused the notes, his tone returning to its usual calmness, albeit softened. As he delved into the next array, I need a stronger protection. He did not specify what he sought to protect, but Aries understood. Alert. Emotional support at critical moments and acceptance of vulnerability significantly solidified the foundation of trust. Soul anchor construction progress. 10. Tip. Sharing vulnerabilities and providing silent guardianship are key to deepening the anchor within the soul. The system's notification resonated quietly. Aries watched as Tom immersed himself once more in his studies, aware that the conclusion of this academic year did not signify the end of their relationship, but rather the commencement of a deeper connection. The coexistence of light and darkness, having endured the undercurrents of the final term and the silent guardianship, has become ever more inseparable. Chapter 33. The Summer Haven and the Golden Keys. The Hogwarts Express puffed white steam as it echoed a long whistle, ferrying students brimming with the joy of returning home toward London. However, for Tom Riddle and Aries Phoenix, Platform 9 at King's Cross Station was not an entrance to a warm familial embrace, but rather the starting point of their return to the gray confines of the Woosley orphanage. On the return journey, Tom was even more taciturn than before. The summer sunlight spilled through the window, yet it could not dispel the gloom that hung upon his brow. He caressed his wand, his gaze vacantly fixed on the fleeting scenery outside, the palpable low pressure emanating from him, causing even Bilious Black, who had intended to approach for a chat, to retreat awkwardly. The thought of returning to that place replete with foolishness, filth, and indifference, and spending a full 2 months there, stirred a wave of visceral nausea within him. Aries, seated opposite him, could vividly sense the tumult of resistance and rage roiling within Tom. He too dreaded the return to the orphanage, where secrets were absent, magic was non-existent, and only relentless scrutiny and scarcity prevailed. Host. Detecting extremely high emotional risk for target individual. The option to return to the orphanage bears a 99 correlation with negative emotions. An alternative solution is urgently needed. The system's voice resonated in Aries' mind, tinged with a familiar, exaggerated urgency. I know, Aries responded inwardly, but we have nowhere else to go. Ding. Detection of host successfully completing the first year and solidifying bonds has triggered a hidden milestone. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations. You have received deed to a tranquil residence in Hogsmeade, including basic magical protection and concealment measures. X1. Golden Keys, single use, destination, tranquil residence. X2. Additional note. The property is located on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, in a serene environment, suitable for secret gatherings and magical research, with regular cleaning by house elves. The host will no longer have to return to that dilapidated orphanage. Aries was taken aback. A property in Hogsmeade? This reward arrived with impeccable timing and uncanny coincidence. Yet, he had no time to ponder why the system was so considerate, as a wave of immense relief flooded over him. Just as the train was nearing London and Tom's expression grew increasingly grim, his fingers nearly crushing the wand, Aries retrieved the 2 antiquated keys, gleaming with a soft golden light from the inner pocket of his robe, in reality, the system's space. The handles of the keys were intricately carved with entwined ivy and celestial patterns. He slid one of the keys across the small table toward Tom. Tom's attention was drawn to the golden glimmer, pulling his gaze from the window to the key. He furrowed his brow, a look of confusion and wariness crossing his features. What is this? The option to not return to the orphanage, Aries replied calmly, his mismatched eyes shimmering with a faint light. Hogsmeade, a place that belongs to us. Tom's pupils constricted in surprise. He abruptly raised his head, fixing Aries with an intense stare as if to verify whether he was jesting. Hogsmeade. How? He immediately realized this could not have been procured through conventional means, his voice dropping to a whisper. Where did you get this? That is irrelevant. Aries sidestepped the question. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, one he could not share. What matters is that it now belongs to us, a sanctuary where we can quietly study magic, free from muggle disturbances. He grasped his own key. With this, we can go directly there. Tom held the heavy golden key, feeling the stable and powerful magical resonance attached to it. Elation, skepticism, astonishment, and an ineffable sense of fortune akin to a drowning person grasping at driftwood intertwined within him. He clutched the key tightly, his knuckles whitening with the effort, as if fearing it might vanish. How do we use it? His voice trembled imperceptibly. Hold it, and think of home, Aries instructed according to the system's guidelines. As the train gently came to a halt at King's Cross Station, and the other students cheered and surged toward the doors, Tom and Aries exchanged a glance, mutually deciding to remain until the end. They sidestepped the throng and slipped into an empty compartment. Tom took a deep breath, firmly grasping the golden key. and closed his eyes. Ares mirrored his actions. A whirlwind of disorientation swept over them, gentler than apparition but equally disorienting. Moments later, the sensation of solid ground returned. They materialized in a spacious, warm living room. A real fire danced in the hearth, exuding the scent of pine. The furniture was dark wood, simple yet comfortable, with a thick carpet underfoot. The bookshelves were already filled with various foundational magical texts, a thoughtful provision from the system. Heavy, deep green curtains adorned the windows, currently drawn open, revealing the snow-covered roofs of Hogsmeade and the distant, hazy outline of Hogwarts Castle. The entire house was enveloped in powerful protective charms, resonating with the only sound being the crackling of the firewood. Gone were the musty odors and clamor of the orphanage, the scrutinizing gaze of Mrs. Colf, and the whispers of foolish peers. What remained was freedom, tranquility, and a space that belonged solely to the two of them. Tom stood in the center of the living room, surveying his surroundings, speechless for an extended moment. The icy mask on his face shattered completely, revealing a near-dazed expression. Overwhelmed by immense surprise, he approached the window, gazing out at Hogwarts in the distance, then turned back to the warm, inviting room, finally resting his gaze on Ares. "Is this your difference?" he asked softly, his tone complex and inscrutable. He realized once more that Ares' secrets ran deeper and were more reassuring than he had ever imagined. Ares moved beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder as they looked out at the scenery. "This is ours, Tom," he reiterated. "This summer, we can do anything we wish." Tom exhaled slowly, as if releasing all the pent-up frustration that had weighed on his chest. He turned to face Ares, the fire rekindling in his dark eyes. No longer fueled by impatience and rage, but now glowing with plans and control. "We need to devise a plan." He resumed his usual calm demeanor, laced with evident excitement. "Magic practice, reading, and exploring Hogsmeade. This place is far safer and more dignified than the Room of Requirement." He almost immediately immersed himself in strategizing this unexpected holiday. Ares watched him regain his vigor, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This summer was destined to be starkly different from any previous summer spent in the orphanage. Here, they could practice magic without reservation, delve into perilous subjects, and even discreetly observe the wizarding residents of Hogsmeade. That night, as they lay in beds far more comfortable than those in the orphanage, Tom spoke in the darkness. "Ares. Yes, this place is wonderful." A simple three-word phrase, yet it encapsulated all the acknowledgement and sense of belonging. Hooray, task completed. Target individual's emotional stability at 10,086. Soul anchor stability enhanced. Tip: co-managing a home is the best nurturing ground for strengthening bonds. As Ares listened to the system's jubilant notifications, gazing out at the starlit sky of Hogsmeade, a faint smile graced his lips. This golden key unlocked not just a house, but a summer haven for him and Tom, away from the shadows of the past, providing a solid and secretive foundation for their intertwined futures of light and darkness. In this tranquil abode, certain emotions may flourish like summer vines, growing ever more lush in the undisturbed serenity. Chapter 34, The Summer Vines. The serene dwelling resembles a bubble cast under a spell of forgetfulness, effectively isolating the clamor of Hogwarts and the shadows of the orphanage. Here, time flows in a delightful and refreshing rhythm. In the early morning, sunlight filters through frost-laden windows, casting dappled patterns upon the thickly carpeted floor. Tom is always the first to awaken. He rises quietly, moving to the window to gaze at the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle bathed in dawn's light, his dark eyes shimmering with plans and aspirations. He then embarks on a day of magical practice, typically in the spacious living room, meticulously honing the precision of a silent spell or exploring the deeper transformations of the Mirror Guardian's protective array. Ares, on the other hand, prefers to nestle in the softest armchair by the fireplace after breakfast, perusing ancient scrolls retrieved from the vault or examining the still-locked black box. The air is infused with the scent of burning pine and the aroma of old books, occasionally mingled with the subtle hum of Tom's magical exertions. Ding. Summer Limited Task 1 released. Task Name: Harmonious Breakfast. Task Requirements: collaborate with the target individual to prepare a simple breakfast without the use of household magic, i.e., employing house elves. Task Reward: a jar of magically delicious jam with a taste rating of 50. The system's cheerful prompt rang out. Ares lifted his gaze from the scroll, observing Tom, who was practicing a complex dance for the quill. "Tom," he began, "shall we attempt to make breakfast ourselves today?" Tom halted momentarily, the quill falling from his grasp. He frowned, clearly perceiving this as a waste of time. Given the presence of a readily available house elf, whom they had discovered to be a taciturn creature named Bobo. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmer of eager determination in Ares' eyes, he swallowed the retort that had nearly escaped his lips. "As you wish." Instantly, the kitchen descended into delightful chaos. Tom attempted to execute a precise cutting charm on the bread, only to yield slices that were either unevenly thick or severed entirely in half. Ares endeavored to heat the milk, but nearly caused the cauldron, which he had mistakenly chosen, to boil over. Flour was scattered everywhere, and one egg met a premature demise. Tom's brow furrowed increasingly, his patience teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Just as he was about to summon Bobo in defeat, Ares picked up an egg and presented it to him. You stabilize it with the levitation charm, and I shall crack it. Taken aback for a moment, Tom complied. His precise magical control allowed the egg to hover steadily above the bowl, unwavering. Ares seized the moment, deftly cracking it, and the yolk cascaded perfectly into the bowl. A successful collaboration ensued. Subsequently, Tom took charge of frying the bacon with his magical finesse, while Ares relied on instinct and the system's faint nudges to brew the tea. When a breakfast that was far from exquisite but steaming hot was finally laid upon the table, the two exchanged amused glances at the flour dusting their faces. Bursting into laughter. Task completed. Harmony level 10. Reward, magical jam, blueberry flavor, has been dispensed to the pantry. Tom picked up a slice of slightly charred toast, slathered it with the suddenly appeared, glistening magical blueberry jam, and took a bite. The unexpectedly delightful flavor exploded on his tongue. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yet his hastened pace of eating signified his approval. This shared experience of accomplishing a mundane task was foreign to them, yet oddly bestowed a subtle sense of fulfillment. The afternoon was designated for research. They typically convened in the small underground magical laboratory, a feature of the house. While Tom spearheaded perilous magical experiments, Ares would meticulously arrange protective and stabilizing arrays nearby. Conversely, when Ares delved into the esoteric ancient runes or attempted to communicate with the black box, Tom would set aside his own readings, observing quietly, occasionally posing a piercing question or discreetly offering a vial of magical replenishment when Ares seemed to wane. At times, their studies morphed into teaching moments. Tom would demonstrate a newly mastered advanced spell, elucidating its magical structure with his characteristic, undeniable confidence. When his explanations veered into abstraction, Ares would interject with more tangible metaphors or a simple rune to aid comprehension. Once, while Ares was attempting a complex rune drawing, his wrist ached slightly from maintaining a position for too long, causing him to instinctively shake it out. Tom noticed this. He set down his copy of Secrets of Dark Magic, approached Ares, and without uttering a word, grasped his wrist, channeling a precise flicker of magic to alleviate the strain in the muscle. His gesture was somewhat awkward, tinged with an experimental curiosity, yet applied with just the right amount of pressure. Ares was taken aback, lifting his gaze. However, Tom had already averted his eyes, as if he had merely performed an act of the most natural kind, returning to his seat. Yet Ares observed a faint blush creeping up Tom's neck, nearly imperceptible. Such inadvertent, albeit somewhat clumsy, acts of care began to multiply. Tom would habitually return books he had finished to the armchair where Ares often sat. He would silently stoke the flames of the fireplace when the evening chill set in, and once, Ares awoke from a slumber on the sofa to find a soft wool blanket draped over him, with Tom seated across, engrossed in reading by the light, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Ding. Detected habitual caring behavior from the target individual. Soul Anchor Warmth Level 5. Nightfall marked their explorations of Hogsmeade. Cloaked in Ares's invisibility cloak, enhanced with potent confusion charms, they glided like phantoms through the slumbering village. They stealthily leaned against the window of Honeydukes, gazing at the array of confections within. Outside the three broomsticks, they listened to the muffled sounds of laughter emanating from within. And they even dared to approach the shrieking shack, straining to hear the whispers of the wind and speculating about its terrifying legends. One evening, while returning through a dim alley from the Hogshead Inn, Tom inadvertently stepped on a loose flagstone, creating a conspicuous noise. Instantly, a light flickered on behind a nearby window. Ares instinctively grasped Tom's arm, swiftly pulling him into the shadow of a deeper doorway. They huddled closely together, holding their breath as they listened to the window creak open, a gruff voice cursing before slamming it shut. In the darkness, they could distinctly hear each other's heartbeats. Feeling the warmth of one another's breath, Tom did not immediately push Ares away. Instead, after confirming their safety, he murmured, "Clumsy." Yet, his tone bore little reproach. Infused instead with a hint of intimacy he himself was unaware of. Ares released his hold, chuckling softly. Upon returning to the serene abode and shedding their cloak, the house remained warm and quiet. Bobo had thoughtfully prepared hot cocoa, placed on the small table in the living room. They settled on the carpet before the fireplace, cradling warm mugs, gazing at the flickering flames, occasionally sharing insights from their day as research or speculating about a shop in Hogsmeade. Most of the time, silence enveloped them. But this stillness no longer felt stifling. Rather, it was imbued with a comforting tranquility of shared space. The summer vines, within this secret harbor that belonged solely to them, quietly entwined around two solitary yet proud souls. Those inadvertent touches, habitual closeness, and silent care subtly transformed the underlying essence of their interactions. Tom remained steadfast in his pursuit of power, still suspicious and proud, yet the unmistakable imprint of another's presence has taken root in his world. He has begun to acclimate to the comforting warmth that this presence brings. This summer is not merely a quest for magic. It is an unspoken, gradual fermentation of emotions. Chapter 35, Prelude of Starlight and Shadows. Summer days slip away like sand through fingers, quietly drawing to a close amidst dedicated study and leisurely exploration. The tranquil abode has evolved beyond a mere refuge from the orphanage. It has become a small world filled with tacit understanding and secrets, jointly constructed by Tom and Aries. As their comprehension of each other's magical traits deepens, their collaboration grows increasingly intricate. Tom no longer regards Aries simply as a balancer. He has begun to genuinely appreciate and harness Aries' unique ability to harmonize light and shadow. During an attempt to replicate an ancient magical ritual, purely theoretical, Tom's constructed magical framework neared collapse due to its excessive complexity, and chaotic energy surged through the laboratory like a whirlwind of razor blades. At the critical moment, Aries, without the need for physical contact, merely planted the eternal cycle wand upon the ground, and a gentle yet resilient barrier of intertwined light and shadow sprang forth, resembling the most supple of nets, capturing and soothing the violent energy currents. Tom gazed at the stabilized ritual framework and then at Aries, whose complexion had turned slightly pale, a complex glimmer flickering in his dark eyes. "Your power," Tom remarked, surprisingly adopting a tone of near evaluation, tinged with veiled admiration, "is, in some respects, more valuable than mere destruction." Aries, breathing slightly heavier as he felt the reverberation of magic within him, calmly replied, "Power is not a matter of superiority. It depends on whether it is wielded in the right context and if it can be controlled." He cast a significant glance at the now quieted perilous ritual. Tom scoffed lightly, offering no rebuttal, clearly absorbing Aries' words. He began to consciously integrate Aries' harmonizing power into his own magical constructs. Though the process still bore his distinctive dominant force, he learned to allow space for Aries to exert his influence at critical junctures. Ding. Summer Limited Task 3, released. Task name: Whispers Under the Starry Sky. Task requirements: on a cloudless night, observe the starry sky together with the target character on the rooftop, system conveniently unlocked, and share a secret unrelated to magical research. It may be a trivial past event or a thought. Task rewards: temporary buff of stellar resonance, slight enhancement of magical perception for the next 3 days, and a delightful hot cocoa recipe. This task stirred something within Aries. Sharing a secret? This would likely prove more challenging for Tom than confronting a chimera. That evening, the sky was clear and vast. Following the system's map, Aries discovered the hidden staircase leading to the rooftop. Upon pushing open the small door, he was greeted by an expansive platform surrounded by transparent magical barriers that shielded against the cold wind, yet did not obstruct the view of the stars. The deep night sky resembled a velvet curtain, adorned with sparkling diamonds. Initially, Tom scoffed at the seemingly fruitless activity of stargazing. But under Aries' half-true persuasion that observing ancient celestial magic necessitated practical observation, he reluctantly acquiesced. The night breeze was cool, and the starry expanse was awe-inspiring. The two sat side by side on the soft cushions laid out on the rooftop, prepared in advance by Bobo, and for a moment, they fell into silence. The lights of Hogwarts twinkled in the distant mountains, while Hogsmeade lay in tranquil stillness. The starry sky here seemed different from what they had seen from the orphanage. Aries broke the silence first, his voice soft. Tom gazed at the stars, his profile softened under their glow. "There was only a small, rusted window," he said, his tone devoid of emotion, "and the lights of London are too bright. There are few stars." This marked his first voluntary mention of the orphanage, albeit in a nonchalant manner. After a brief pause, Aries decided to take the risk and attempt to fulfill the task's requirements. "I remember before waking up." He used the vague phrasing, "I seemed to have a very long dream. In that dream, there was a golden lake, and a bird that burned eternally but never extinguished." He was describing the symbolic memories of the blood bond and the phoenix. Tom turned to face him, his gaze penetrating in the starlight, a hint of inquiry in his dark eyes. "A dream?" "Yes," Aries nodded, not delving deeper, "just a dream. It felt warm, yet somewhat melancholic." He paused before countering. "What about you? Before coming to Hogwarts, apart from the unpleasant experiences, did you have any particular expectations?" Tom remained silent for an extended duration. long enough for Ares to think he would not respond. Just as he was about to give up, Tom's voice emerged, low and nearly blending with the night breeze. Books say that wizards can see into the hearts of others and control them. Back then, I thought, if I could do that, then no one would ever bully us again. The us made Ares' heart flutter. He glimpsed the yearning for power that had perhaps initially arisen from a desire to survive and protect, albeit limited to each other, beneath Tom's hard exterior. And now? Ares inquired softly. Tom lifted his gaze again to the starry sky, his eyes seemingly penetrating the stars, fixating on a more distant, grand future. Now, his voice regained its usual calmness and ambition. What I desire is far beyond that. He did not specify what he sought, yet Ares could sense the overwhelming, almost primal desire yearning to break free. Task completed. Secret sharing, mild, achieved. Rewards distributed. Note, target character shared childhood motivations, trust level 1. Host should also be mindful that overly vague origins may provoke deeper inquiries. The system's notification alerted Ares. Tom was not like Bill Weasley. Once his curiosity was piqued, he would not relent until he found answers. Just then, an owl flapped its wings as it passed through the magical barrier, precisely delivering a letter onto Tom's lap. The envelope bore Professor Slughorn's unique, fragrant wax seal. Tom opened the letter, quickly scanning its contents. A cryptic smile forming on his lips. Slughorn, he handed the letter to Ares. Has learned by chance that we are staying in England during the holidays, clearly from Abraxas or other club members, and has warmly invited us to a small tea party at his temporarily rented house in Hogsmeade next week. He mentioned that he has several interesting friends he wishes to introduce us to. Ares studied the ornate script on the letter, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Slughorn's interesting friends often hinted at trouble and more complex entanglements of power. Moreover, how had he inadvertently learned of their stay in Hogsmeade? Did this imply Dumbledore's endorsement or scrutiny? Tom, however, appeared undeterred, excitement glimmering in his eyes. This is an opportunity, Ares. Slughorn's connections are broader than we can imagine. While the starlight remained dazzling, Ares sensed a shadow quietly enveloping their serene summer haven alongside this invitation. Tom's thirst for power and recognition would be reignited by this letter, leading them onto a more intricate and perilous social stage. Furthermore, Ares' nebulous origins would inevitably become more exposed to the discerning, potentially becoming a ticking time bomb. As the summer drew to a close, the prelude of intertwining starlight and shadows began to play. Chapter 36. Ripples of the Tea Party and Trials of Trust. The invitation to Slughorn's tea party was akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, rippling through the warm ambience of their serene abode. Tom immediately shifted into a state of preparation, rigorously practicing his etiquette and carefully contemplating the phrases he might employ in conversation, even enlisting Ares to simulate various social scenarios. His regard for this opportunity surpassed his usual dedication to any class. Ares, on the other hand, remained more composed. He participated in Tom's rehearsals, but often found himself deep in thought. How had Slughorn pinpointed their presence in Hogsmeade so precisely? Was it merely idle chatter among students, or some sort of probing at Dumbledore's behest? The secrets of the blood pact coursing through him, along with the existence of the system, rendered him uneasy about being exposed to more scrutiny. Host, fret not. You are the chosen one, blessed by this system. A mere tea party is a trivial matter. Temporary task, make an elegant appearance. Task requirements. At Slughorn's tea party, engage in meaningful conversation with at least 3 guests from diverse backgrounds, ensuring that the target individual acquires at least one valuable piece of information or a commitment. Task reward. Temporary charisma boost as a socialite. Duration, 1 tea party. Along with an exclusive, privacy-protecting tip that cannot be eavesdropped upon. Theoretical version. The system's encouragement eased Ares somewhat, though the theoretical tip left him both amused and exasperated. On the day of the tea party, they donned their most immaculate robes, meticulously groomed by magic, and arrived at Slughorn's temporarily rented residence in Hogsmeade, lavishly adorned. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals had already gathered, including Slughorn himself and Abraxas Malfoy, along with a wizard who served as an editor for the Daily Prophet, an official from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and an eccentric scholar rumored to be studying ancient alchemy. Ah, our young geniuses have arrived. Slughorn warmly approached them, introducing Tom and Ares to the assembly as if showcasing rare specimens. His gaze lingered on Ares's mismatched eyes and markings with unabashed curiosity. Tom swiftly became the center of attention. Poised and articulate, he seamlessly navigated discussions on the evolution of the secrecy statute with the ministry official, while also engaging the alchemical scholar in esoteric discourse about the philosopher's stone, interspersing the conversation with just the right amount of humor that elicited hearty laughter from the editor. He adeptly steered the dialogue, ultimately extracting vague information from the ministry official regarding recent investigations into smuggling cases of certain rare magical creatures, certainly valuable intelligence for Tom, who aspired to collect rare materials. Eris, adhering to the system's task and his own style, opted for a more understated approach. He listened intently, occasionally posing a question that pierced to the core at critical moments, often igniting deeper discussions that garnered the respect of both the editor and the alchemical scholar. When Slughorn boasted about an ancient ring from his collection, said to faintly sense emotions, Eris, drawing on his knowledge of runes, accurately pointed out that a particular symbol on the ring had been misinterpreted. Its true function leaned more towards the storage of emotional memories. Leaving Slughorn astonished and effusively praising him, the tea party appeared to proceed smoothly. However, just as the atmosphere reached its most harmonious point, the alchemical scholar, a sharp-eyed old witch named Eleanor Peveril, suddenly fixed her gaze intently on Eris's face, particularly the golden chain-like marking beneath his left eye. Mr. Phoenix. Her voice resonated with an ancient cadence. Forgive an old scholar's curiosity. That marking upon your face is quite unique. I believe I have encountered a similar description in fragments of an extremely ancient alchemical manuscript concerning contracts and bloodlines. It is said to pertain to a power of oath transcending ordinary magic. In an instant, the entire room fell silent, all eyes converging upon Eris. Slughorn's eyes widened, and Abraxas exhibited a keen interest. Tom's hand, which had been holding the teacup, subtly tightened, his dark eyes suddenly fathomless as they bore into Eris. Eris's heart raced. Here it was, one of his greatest fears materializing. He maintained an exterior calm, meeting Professor Peveril's inquisitive gaze with his mismatched eyes, his tone nonchalant. Is that so, Professor Peveril? Regrettably, I am unaware of its origin. It has merely been there for as long as I can remember. He resorted once more to the universal excuse of amnesia. Yet he could sense how feeble it appeared under such a scrutinizing gaze. Professor Peveril nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. But her sharp eye seemed to have already marked Eris as an enigma waiting to be unraveled. Shortly after this small interlude, the tea party concluded. On their journey back to their tranquil abode, the two remained silent, the atmosphere considerably heavier than on their arrival. Upon returning to their safe haven, Tom immediately cast several silencing charms with a wave of his wand, turning to face Eris, his perfect smile from the tea party replaced by a chilling scrutiny. That marking. Tom's voice suppressed some underlying emotion, the power of oaths. Eris, how much are you truly concealing from me? He did not erupt in anger as he had previously. But this cold inquiry, tinged with feelings of being kept in the dark and excluded from secrets, weighed heavily on Eris. He could feel Tom's trust beginning to waver. Eris understood that he could not reveal the truth about the blood pact and the system. Taking a deep breath, he opted for partial honesty, steering the focus towards their emotional connection. I cannot explain it all, Tom. But I can swear, he locked his gaze with Tom's, his tone unwaveringly serious, that this marking, along with all my differences, is tied to our bond. It protects me, and perhaps it truly awakened because of our encounter. This was the closest he could come to the truth, placing Tom at the heart of the causality. Tom stared intently at him, as if attempting to discern the veracity of every word. Eris did not shy away from his gaze. Within his mismatched eyes lay a blend of openness and a subtle plea. A lengthy silence stretched between them. The flickering light from the fireplace danced, casting shadows that played across their faces. Alert! Alert! Trust crisis. Host, think of a solution. At last, the oppressive tension surrounding Tom began to dissipate somewhat. He averted his gaze, moving to the window, turning his back to Eris. I dislike being kept in the dark, Eris, he stated, his voice still frigid. Especially disliking appearing a fool before others due to my ignorance of you. I know, Eris replied softly, but all I can share with you is this. And it is all true. He stepped closer, standing not far behind Tom. We are in this together, Tom. No matter what secrets I possess, that will never change. Tom did not turn around or reply. Yet, Eris noticed that the hand resting on the windowsill gradually relaxed, unclenching its fist. This tea party had bestowed upon them valuable information, yet it had also drawn deeper scrutiny and suspicion. Professor Peveril's words felt like a thorn embedded in Tom's heart, heralding the tumultuous waves that Eris's extraordinary origins would inevitably stir as they moved forward. Trust had once again undergone a severe trial, though it had not shattered. Cracks were already discernible. The tranquility of the summer harbor was being slowly eroded by the encroaching currents from the outside world. Chapter 37. Cracks and Reinforcements. The ripples instigated by the tea party had not dissipated with the summer breeze. Rather, they settled into an invisible tension within their serene abode. Tom had become more taciturn than ever before. He continued to study magic alongside Ares, planning for the new academic year, yet the once unblemished, instinctual trust between them now seemed shrouded in shadows. His gaze frequently fell upon the golden markings beneath Ares's left eye, accompanied by a profound, calculating scrutiny. Ares could distinctly sense this change. He understood that mere emotional bonds and vague promises were insufficient to quell the doubts festering within Tom's heart. Tom Riddle craved control, comprehension, and the comforting security of encompassing all uncertainties within his realm of understanding. However, the secrets of their blood pact and the system were precisely what he could not provide. Host, the trust level of the target individual has significantly declined. Immediate reinforcement measures are required. Triggered crisis response task. A shared secret. Task requirements. Discover and safeguard a new secret that pertains to both parties and carries a certain level of risk. Redirecting the target's excessive focus on the host's own secrets. Task rewards. Slight permanent increase in joint spellcasting compatibility. The system's task prompt arrived with impeccable timing. Ares realized he needed to create a new secret, one that belonged to both of them, requiring mutual protection, to reinforce their conspiratorial bond and divert Tom's attention. The opportunity presented itself on a gloomy afternoon. They donned their invisibility cloak once more and ventured deep into the outskirts of Hogsmeade, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. In a corner of an abandoned stone house, nearly engulfed by vines, Tom keenly sensed a faint yet exceptionally pure magical disturbance. He pushed aside the thick tendrils and discovered a narrow, downward staircase hidden beneath the decaying floorboards. A scent mingling moss, ancient metal, and remnants of potent magic wafted towards him. There was something below. A glimmer of treasure-seeking excitement sparkled in Tom's dark eyes, temporarily replacing his earlier gloom. They descended cautiously along the slippery stone steps, arriving at a modest, circular cellar. At the center stood a shattered stone pedestal, etched with ancient magical sigils long since rendered ineffective. However, what captured their attention was a dusty, yet still emanating a faint blue glow, mirror nestled in one corner. This was no ordinary mirror. Larger than those sold in shops, it was neither metal nor wood, its surface adorned with silver patterns resembling the trajectories of stars. Now rotating at an exceedingly slow pace, emitting an almost inaudible hum. Tom cautiously examined the surroundings with his wand, confirming the absence of traps before reaching for the mirror. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, the mirror jolted violently, its rotation accelerating, the blue light intensifying to a blinding glare, directing itself towards Ares. Tom's gaze snapped towards Ares, his expression suddenly sharp. Ares was taken aback, but swiftly composed himself, recognizing that this might just be the opportunity the system referred to as a shared secret. He stepped forward, not shying away from the mirror's focus, but instead extended his hand and gently touched it. The mirror's tremors ceased, the blue light softened, even conveying a faint, almost affectionate sense of affirmation. It recognizes you? Tom's voice brimmed with disbelief and deeper inquiry. Not entirely. Ares quickly contemplated, weaving a plausible explanation that combined the system's possible influence and the remnants of ancient magic in this place. The ancient magical array here might retain a characteristic that identifies the essence of magical power. My magic perhaps resonates with whatever it once protected or the magical system that crafted it. He gestured towards the starry patterns on the mirror, then subtly glanced at the chain-like markings beneath his own eye. These ancient magical artifacts always seemed capable of sensing things that ordinary objects could not. This explanation was half-truth, alluding to the uniqueness of Ares's magic while attributing the cause to external circumstances, skillfully sidestepping the revelation of his core secrets. Tom scrutinized the mirror, which had returned to a state of calm, as if acknowledging Ares, then glanced at Ares's composed face. The examination in his eyes gradually transformed into a new light, mingled with excitement and possessiveness. An ancient, powerful magical artifact that resonated with Ares's magic. This was undoubtedly a discovery of immense value. Moreover, and more importantly, it was a secret they had uncovered together. Its existence and nature became a mystery they needed to protect and explore jointly. What can it sense? Tom handed the mirror to Ares, his tone reverting to their usual scholarly demeanor, though lacking some of the previous distance. Ares accepted the mirror, concentrating on its essence. Not entirely malicious, but rather a strong magical intent, or perhaps a hidden truth. He described the vague sensations, noting its particular sensitivity to certain powerful magical traces. Tom pondered. An ancient truth detector? Intriguing. He surveyed the secret cellar, wondering who it once belonged to and what it was originally meant to safeguard. Countless questions formed in his mind, all of which required him and Ares to seek answers together. They concealed the cellar once more, returning to their tranquil abode with the ancient mirror. This shared discovery acted as a binding agent, temporarily mending the rifts caused by the tea party. Tom's attention successfully shifted to this new secret, and he began fervently researching, eager to unravel the mirror's origins and the cellar's past. Ares assisted in his studies while discreetly utilizing the system's aid to gradually unlock some of the mirror's functions, in reality, effects simulated by the system based on the scenario, ensuring that Tom remained intensely engaged. However, Ares was acutely aware that this was merely a stopgap. Professor Peveril's words lingered like a thorn, not only embedded in Tom's heart, but also serving as a reminder to Ares that the mysteries surrounding him could attract even more perilous scrutiny at any moment. Tom's temporary satisfaction rested on the foundation of their shared secret. Should he become content with it, or should this secret be exhausted, his gaze would undoubtedly sharpen once more, piercing into Ares's deeper, unspeakable secrets. As the summer drew to a close, this fragile equilibrium and new exploration approached its culmination. The Hogwarts Express was poised to depart once more, and the second-year experience was destined to become all the more tumultuous due to their summer encounters, Slughorn's Tea Party, the ancient mirror, and the suspicions and secrets lurking beneath the calm facade. The fractures might have been temporarily reinforced, but the undercurrents beneath the foundation had never ceased their tumultuous flow. Chapter 38, The Beginning of the Second Year and Eyes in the Shadows. The Hogwarts Express puffed out familiar white steam, carrying students towards the castle, shrouded in the early autumn mist. Unlike a year prior, Tom and Ares were no longer unknown faces. As they stepped onto the train, they attracted numerous curious, evaluative, and even odd gazes. "Look, it's Riddle and Phoenix. I heard they didn't return home for the summer. Professor Slughorn even invited them." Whispers floated through the train carriage. Tom remained unperturbed, even deliberately adjusting his stride to appear more composed, a faint smile gracing his lips that suited his genius persona. He relished the attention, a testament to his efforts over the past year. Ares walked quietly at his side, disregarding the curious stares directed at his heterochromatic eyes and markings, yet internally heightened his vigilance. Fame was a double-edged sword. It brought convenience, but also exposed them more thoroughly to the scrutiny of others. The compartments of their train had become far less easy to locate than in their first year. Abraxas Malfoy, now in 5th year, had already reserved a quiet compartment for them through his prefect privileges, while Bilious Black, in 3rd year, eagerly approached, chattering incessantly about the astonishing secrets he had uncovered during the summer at the Black ancestral home. Tom navigated the conversation with ease, discussing with Abraxas the latest updates from the Daily Prophet regarding the International Confederation of Wizards, occasionally diverting his attention to correct one of Bilious' outlandish divination conclusions. Ares mostly listened, occasionally providing precise data or overlooked details when Tom required assistance, perfectly fulfilling the role of a think tank. Ding. New semester task triggered. Solidify alliance. Task requirement. Within the first week of school, collaboratively face at least one public provocation or challenge from other students and emerge victorious. Task reward. Aura of Unity. Feint. A slight enhancement in persuasive power and intimidation during joint operations. The system's task made Ares acutely aware of the undercurrents beneath their calm exterior. Their ascent would inevitably provoke jealousy and tests. During the potions class on the afternoon of the second day of school, Professor Slughorn, as jovial and rotund as ever, was instructing the second-year Slytherin and Gryffindor students on concocting an improved version of the swelling solution. The process was intricate, demanding meticulous attention to both the timing and handling of ingredients. Naturally, Tom and Ares were paired together. Their workstation was situated at the front of the classroom. With flames from the cauldron burning steadily under Tom's precise magical control, the potion gradually assuming a flawless, textbook-like shade of pale purple. Meanwhile, in the group diagonally behind them, several Slytherin boys from the same year, led by a student named Cassius Avery, who bore a familial resemblance to the troublesome upperclassman Avery from the previous year, were clearly emulating their cousin. Their potion, however, appeared murky, indicating a misstep in the timing of adding the armadillo bile. Cassius glared at Tom and Ares' impeccable brew, his expression darkening. Seizing the opportunity while Slughorn's back was turned, animatedly directing Neville Longbottom's grandfather, still a clumsy second-year Gryffindor, Cassius deliberately elbowed Ares' wrist, which was grasping the stirring rod. If struck, not only would their potion be ruined, but the splattering of scalding potion could cause burns. Just as the elbow was about to make contact with Ares, a clear, calm voice rang out. Armor protection. It was not Ares, but Tom, standing beside him. An invisible barrier instantly materialized on the outside of Ares' arm, deftly blocking the insidious impact and even rebounding the force back. Cassius felt his elbow collide with an unseen wall, stumbling slightly, nearly toppling his precariously balanced cauldron. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, with few witnesses able to comprehend the events. Tom didn't even turn his head, remaining focused on the cauldron before him, meticulously slicing the moonlight grass root with a silver knife, as if the silent, wandless protective spell had been mere illusion. Cassius's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, uncertainty flickering in his gaze as he regarded Tom's upright posture, then cast a resentful glare at Ares, yet dared not take further action. He keenly felt the finesse of the rebounded force, a warning that inflicted no actual harm, leaving him without grounds for complaint. Professor Slughorn turned at an opportune moment, strolling to Tom and Ares' workstation, immediately spotting their flawless potion, and exclaimed in his booming voice, "Splendid work, Mr. Riddle, Mr. Phoenix. Unblemished. Slytherin earns 10 points. Task completed. Successfully countered provocation. Rewards dispensed." Hint: the proactive protective action of the target individual is a significant marker of the deepening alliance. As they exited the chilly dungeon classroom after class, Tom cast a nonchalant glance at Cassius Avery, his expression calm yet devoid of warmth, sending a shiver down the latter's spine, prompting him to instinctively avert his gaze. The pawns pushed forward to test them. Tom and Ares walked side by side up the stone steps, their tones laced with disdain. The person behind him still had not learned to accept reality. Ares responded with a soft hum. He understood that Tom's notion of reality was the insurmountable divide of power and rank. This successful defense not only intimidated their peers, but also conveyed a clear message to the older students observing from the shadows. They were not to be trifled with and possessed ample ability to safeguard their territory. However, the looming threats did not solely arise from the student body. During the astronomy class the following evening, as students observed Venus's trajectory through telescopes, Ares once again sensed that familiar, probing gaze emanating from the direction of the faculty. He looked up just in time to meet the eyes of Professor Dumbledore, who had just passed by. The Transfiguration Professor's blue eyes, peering over his crescent-shaped glasses, remained gentle, yet Ares could sense an unspoken understanding and scrutiny lurking within, particularly as his gaze swept over the golden pattern winding beneath Ares' left eye. Simultaneously, an owl delivered a letter from Professor Peveril. The alchemical scholar expressed her enthusiastic interest in the magical resonance theory that Ares had cautiously mentioned over the summer, attaching a list of exceedingly obscure references concerning various ancient oath magics, hoping for an opportunity to discuss them in depth with Ares. Tom picked up the letter, glanced at it, and his expression darkened slightly. He said nothing, merely folded the parchment and tucked it into his bag. "She hasn't given up," Ares stated. "Intelligent individuals are always fixated on puzzles." Tom's tone revealed no emotion, but a glint of cold light flashed in his dark eyes, suggesting this was not necessarily a negative development. The crux lay in who could unravel the enigma first, and who held the key to the revelations that followed. The beginning of second year unfolded in this rhythm of outward splendor and underlying turmoil. Through their increasingly harmonious synergy and growing strength, Tom and Ares established an unassailable standing among their peers. Yet, the excessive scrutiny from Slughorn's circle, the persistent provocations from upperclassmen through proxies, Dumbledore's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through facades, and Professor Peveril's relentless inquiries all coalesced into an ever-tightening net, reminding them that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. The secrets they had jointly safeguarded during that summer and the bonds they had forged could temporarily uphold their alliance, but could not extinguish the ceaseless onslaught of probing gazes from the outside, seeking to pierce through their disguise. The true test, perhaps, was only just beginning. Chapter 39. Whispers in the Shadows and the Cornerstone of the Throne. Life in the second year at Hogwarts gradually unfolded amidst a subtle tension. The names Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix began to be associated within Slytherin and even among the other houses with talent, mystery, and an aura of untouchability. The incident in potions had spread like a breeze among certain factions of students, momentarily tempering the claws of many potential provocateurs. Tom was thoroughly satisfied, taking this off for granted and beginning to wield it more systematically. He no longer merely contented himself with showcasing his talents in class. Instead, he consciously crafted his image within Slughorn's club and during casual conversations in the common room, positioning himself as a leader destined to stand atop the wizarding world. Born perhaps of humble origins, yet endowed with undeniable talent and wisdom, Ares, in turn, became an indispensable part of his grand design. As Tom eloquently articulated the beautiful future that arises from the union of pure-blood ideals and formidable power, Ares sat quietly beside him, his serene heterochromatic eyes and the enigmatic patterns adorning his face naturally bestowing an unfathomable aura upon their small assembly. He felt no need for excessive words. His mere existence served as a testament that even such a unique being chose to follow Riddle, which undeniably attested to Riddle's extraordinary nature. Daily Task Update. The Foundation of the Throne. Task Requirements. Assist the target individual in attracting at least 2 first-year students with potential, heritage, talent, or special skills. into his inner circle within a week. Task reward. Low-level resource clue, pointing to an abandoned classroom harboring rare magical materials, X1. The system's task aligned seamlessly with Tom's intentions. He began to take note of the first-year students, freshly enrolled and still enveloped in uncertainty, yet displaying certain latent values. Unlike his impatient approach toward Abraxas, he adopted a more nuanced strategy. He would casually extend a helping hand to a struggling newcomer, earning their gratitude through just the right amount of guidance. He would inadvertently mention a particular freshman's surname in clubs, expressing interest in their family history, and he would even, through Ares's unique soothing magic, subtly alleviate the anxieties and resistance of the newcomers. Ares complemented his efforts by observing and assessing which individuals were more easily drawn in, identifying those whose hearts harbored ambitions akin to Tom's or a desire for power. He would also, during Tom's recruitment attempts, utilize his innate allure derived from the Grindelwald lineage to render Tom's words more convincing and appealing. Before long, 2 first-year students entered their purview. One was a taciturn boy named Avery, who exhibited remarkable intuition and charms. The other was a girl named Rogier, hailing from a declining yet storied pureblood family, who possessed an extraordinary fixation on her family's revival. Tom, like a patient hunter, gradually tightened his net. He shared trivial yet significant magical techniques that made the newcomers feel valued, hinting at the potential for further guidance and resources. Ares, meanwhile, offered silent approval with his gaze, which seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. This process, however, was not without its challenges. Some upperclassmen, particularly those fiercely protective of blood purity, expressed dissatisfaction with Tom's unconventional methods of recruitment. They regarded his approach as a dilution of Slytherin's purity, with whispers labeling Ares as the enigmatic creature lurking by Riddle's side. Such remarks occasionally reached Tom's ears, and each time, his gaze would cool slightly, though he restrained the impulse for immediate retaliation. He understood that the time for action was not yet ripe. He needed to amass strength, requiring more foundational figures like Avery and Rogier. Yet, external pressures were not the sole shadows looming over them. One evening, while they studied an ancient scrying mirror in the Room of Requirement, which Tom firmly believed would unveil more secrets of Hogwarts, the mirror suddenly began to tremble violently, its blue light pulsating, directing its focus not on Ares, but deep within the castle, emitting a low, ominous hum that seemed to serve as a warning. What was it pointing to? Tom fixated on the mirror, his eyes sparkling with excitement and greed. Ares concentrated, brow furrowing. A trace of very ancient, immensely powerful magic lingered, deeply concealed, yet suffused with an oppressive aura. He described how the mirror appeared to caution them of danger, yet simultaneously hinted at immense power hidden within. A smirk crept onto Tom's lips. Danger and opportunity coexisted. This was indeed the most valuable secret. He almost immediately connected it to the legendary Chamber of Secrets, said to be accessible only to the true heir of Slytherin. We must find it. It was at this moment that Ares received a second letter from Professor Peverell. This time, the content was more specific. Professor Peverell mentioned that while perusing ancient copies of notes regarding the Dumbledore family circulating from Godric's Hollow, emphasizing that this was purely for academic research, she had discovered references to a golden, blood-like contract mark, which bore an astonishing resemblance to the patterns on Ares's face. She cautiously inquired whether Ares's family had any connections to Godric's Hollow or names such as Dumbledore and Grindelwald. This letter struck Ares like a bolt of lightning, revealing a sliver of the truth he had long sought to conceal. He could almost feel the blood pact simmering beneath his skin. He did not divulge the entirety of the letter's content to Tom, merely downplaying it by saying that Professor Peverell had proposed some hypotheses regarding ancient magic. Yet, he knew that this thin veil could be pierced at any moment. Once Tom connected the keywords Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald to him, with Tom's keen intuition and suspicion, the truth would be inescapable. Tom, engrossed in the prospect of utilizing the scrying mirror to unearth the castle's secrets and build his own power, momentarily set aside the implications of Professor Peverell's letter. However, the probing curiosity in his gaze toward Ares never fully dissipated. The foundation of the throne was being constructed piece by piece, yet the whispers from the shadows grew increasingly distinct. The unknown dangers indicated by the mirror, Professor Peverell's relentless inquiries, and Tom's deep-seated concern over Ares's elusive secrets loomed like buried mines beneath the facade of prosperity, awaiting the right moment to detonate. The stage for the second year was set, leading toward both glory and abyss. Chapter 40. The Invisible Crown and the Stirring of Shadows. The core circle of Tom Riddle began to take shape, yet he gradually realized that Ares Phoenix's presence itself resembled an invisible crown, radiating a unique allure. Not born of deliberate cultivation, but rather an innate quality that flowed through his veins. This was first evidenced in the younger students, particularly those sensitive or filled with confusion. During Charms class, as Professor Flitwick elucidated the intricate flow of a complex spell, a first-year Ravenclaw girl, disheartened by repeated failures, found her eyes brimming with tears. Ares, seated diagonally behind her, offered no vocal guidance. Instead, as she faltered once more, her magic waning. His fingertips unconsciously traced an extremely simple ancient runic symbol for cohesion upon his knee. Though the girl did not perceive the symbol, she inexplicably felt a gentle yet steadfast power wash over her heart, calming her agitated emotions. Drawing a deep breath, she waved her wand again, and this time, the spell succeeded. She turned back in surprise, her gaze meeting Ares's tranquil heterochromatic eyes. Ares inclined his head slightly, devoid of words. Yet the girl's eyes brimmed with gratitude and an ineffable trust. Similar occurrences unfolded quietly. In the library, a Hufflepuff boy was rendered dizzy by the complexities of herbology diagrams. And Ares, quietly organizing his ancient runic notes nearby, exuded an aura of calm concentration that oddly soothed the boy, allowing him to find clarity in his thoughts. He would even inadvertently leave behind some clear charts and notes for the boy's reference. These subtle, unintentional gestures were not acts of calculated intent by Ares. They stemmed from the compassion and guiding influence inherited from the Dumbledore lineage, coupled with Grindelwald's innate ability to effortlessly discern others' needs and exert influence without overt action. He resembled a magnet, effortlessly attracting those souls yearning for guidance, understanding, or simply drawn to his paradoxical yet harmonious qualities. Initially, Tom welcomed this phenomenon, as it provided him with a plethora of potential options for his foundational recruits. He even exploited this to have Ares engage with seemingly introverted students who might possess unique talents. However, it soon became apparent to Tom that events were slipping from his grasp. During a gathering at Slughorn's club, the conversation fortuitously shifted to the ancient applications of runes and alchemy. While Ares did not actively contribute, when a senior Ravenclaw student made an erroneous claim, Ares succinctly and precisely corrected him, citing a passage from an obscure tome and elucidating the magical philosophy embedded within. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present, and his mismatched eyes seemed to hold boundless wisdom under the light. In that moment, not only did the corrected Ravenclaw cast a genuinely interested gaze upon Ares, but several Hufflepuff and Slytherin seniors, who had previously remained neutral, also regarded him with newfound appreciation. It was no longer the look reserved for Riddle's enigmatic entourage, but rather one befitting an independent individual worthy of respect and engagement. Tom's grip on his honeyed drink subtly tightened. He maintained a flawless smile, seamlessly steering the conversation toward a topic more aligned with his interests, power dynamics, striving to reclaim the spotlight. While he succeeded, a vague agitation stirred within him. He relished the added value Ares brought, yet he harbored no desire for this invisible crown to rest upon anyone else's head, not even Ares's. What irked Tom further was Ares's apparent oblivion, or perhaps indifference, to his own natural allure. He responded with equanimity to the appreciative or inquisitive glances cast his way, perpetuating his quiet detachment. Yet, in Tom's eyes, this indifference bordered on a silent provocation. The conflict erupted one evening. Tom was engaged in a hushed conversation with Avery and Rosier in a corner of the common room, solidifying his influence, while Ares sat at a distance by the window, gazing at the giant squid gliding through the depths of the Black Lake. A third-year Slytherin girl, summoning her courage, approached Ares. Her cheeks flushed as she presented a letter penned in silver ink, presumably seeking clarification on a particular magical theory. Mr. Phoenix, I greatly admired your insights on runes at the club last time. I was wondering if, before she could finish, Tom's cold voice interjected with an undeniable finality. I'm sorry, but we have pressing matters to discuss. His gaze barely shifted to the girl, resting instead on Ares, imbued with a veiled warning. Startled, the girl flushed deeper, stammering an apology before hastily retreating. Ares lifted his eyes to Tom, a flicker of confusion crossing his mismatched gaze, though predominantly calm. It was merely a question, he stated. A question? Tom stepped closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper, audible only to the two of them. Ares, you need to discern priorities. Our time should not be squandered on such trivial socializing. His tone bore an unrecognized hint of possessiveness, bordering on the domineering. Ares regarded him silently, neither retorting nor submissively averting his gaze. He merely redirected his attention to the deep waters outside, softly asserting, I know what is important, Tom. This brief clash did not escalate, but served as a thorn between them. Tom began to deliberately draw Ares into his sphere, rarely allowing him to stray far in public, silently proclaiming ownership through his actions. Although Ares complied, The proud lineage of two legendary wizards coursing through his veins made him subtly uncomfortable with such excessive control. Meanwhile, Professor Peveril's third letter arrived. This time, she eschewed any circumlocution, directly enclosing a blurred, evidently antiquated magical photograph. The image depicted two young men beneath a tree in Godric's Hollow. Though their features were indistinct, the golden hair and spirited demeanor were reminiscent of a youthful Grindelwald. While the red-haired boy beside him had the back of the photograph inscribed in archaic ink with the words, "Blood bond, light and dark coexist." As the letter landed on the common room table, it fell precisely between Tom and Ares. Tom's gaze flickered over the obscured photograph and its inscription before settling on Ares's face, ultimately fixating on the golden chain pattern beneath his left eye. As if echoing the notion of a blood bond, his dark eyes deepened, becoming fathomless. The invisible crown exuded allure, and the turbulence lurking in the shadows finally found a distinct outlet. Tom's yearning for power and his displeasure at Ares's uncontrollable charm, spurred by Professor Peveril's almost confrontational letter, were on the brink of transforming into a relentless pursuit of truth. The secret of Ares's lineage could no longer be concealed. Chapter 41. Confrontation and Compromise. In the common room, the crackling of the hearth fell eerily silent, the air growing as frigid as ice. Tom Riddle's fingers pressed against the blurred magical photograph, his fingertips whitening from the force of his grip. His gaze, sharp as the most formidable ice pick, pierced through the air, firmly anchored on Ares's face, especially on that golden chain beneath his left eye. Godric's Hollow, blood bond, light and dark coexist. Tom's voice resonated, low and deliberate, each word as if forged from ice. Ares, will you still claim to remember nothing? Or is this merely another coincidence? He lifted the letter, giving it a gentle shake, the paper producing a fragile sound. Professor Peveril believes your markings are connected to this photograph, to those two names, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The mention of these names carried a complex undertone, a mix of trepidation towards power and a simmering anger from being excluded from a monumental secret. Ares's heart thudded heavily in his chest. He knew this moment was inevitable. The tenuous excuse of amnesia crumbled under the weight of such irrefutable evidence. He met Tom's scrutinizing gaze, his mismatched eyes betraying no panic, only a profound, almost weary tranquility. I have not deceived you, Tom, Ares began, his voice steady. My memories of the past are indeed fragmented. Yet, certain feelings, certain connections, I cannot deny. He chose to acknowledge a fraction of the truth, the only means to momentarily quell Tom's fury and preserve their trust. Tom advanced a step closer, nearly nose to nose with Ares, an aura of magic exuding a palpable pressure. What connections? He pressed, demanding clarity without room for ambiguity. Ares inhaled deeply, deciding to unveil part of the truth while concealing the coarse secret behind emotional ties. The magic within me embodies both light and dark. I can sense its origin is intertwined with some exceedingly ancient and powerful entities. He gestured towards the indistinct figures in the photograph. Perhaps Professor Peveril is correct. My bloodline may indeed be linked to them. He paused, under the intensity of Tom's gaze, continuing with an unprecedented seriousness. But this does not change anything, Tom. I do not know what transpired, nor why I appeared near the orphanage. What I do know, from the moment I opened my eyes, the only certainty, the only truth, is my connection to you. He gently placed his hand upon his chest, feeling the warmth of their bond, silently inviting Tom to sense the invisible ties that bound them. This connection is far more genuine and significant than my fragmented memories or any lineage I might possess. It serves as the anchor of my existence. Tom fixated on him, as if attempting to extract every thought from the depths of his soul. Ares did not shy away, calmly accepting his scrutiny. Time slipped by in silence, the whispers of other students in the common room sounding as though they originated from another realm. Emergency state. Trust levels are fluctuating sharply. Analyzing emotional output of the host. Target's emotional stability is maintained. At last, the tightly wound, seemingly volatile magical aura surrounding Tom began to gradually recede. The icy glare in his eyes had not entirely thawed, yet the menacing aura dissipated. He took a half-step back, creating a slight distance between them. Your anchor? He echoed the term, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, but predominantly marked by a complex evaluation. Indeed, Ares affirmed. No matter where I originate or whom my bloodline entwines with, standing beside you is I, Ares Phoenix. This truth shall remain unchanged. Tom fell silent. He lowered his gaze to the photograph, then looked up at Ares. Ares's words deftly shifted the focus from the secret itself to its significance for them. A bloodline secret potentially linked to two of the most powerful wizards of the age is undoubtedly impactful. However, the certainty Ares emphasized, in some measure, satisfied Tom's innermost. Clandestine vanity and desire for control, is yearning to be the most significant presence in Ares' world. An ally with such a background, yet who still chooses to regard him as an anchor, possesses a value and danger that far exceed that of an ordinary individual. Peveril can pursue no further. Tom finally spoke, his voice regaining its usual calmness, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. This secret must remain between us two. He picked up the letter and photograph, and with a flick of his wand, a wisp of ethereal blue flame erupted from its tip, reducing them to ashes. I understand, Ares nodded. Destroying evidence is Tom's style. As for your bloodline. Tom's gaze fell once more on the markings adorning Ares' skin. This time, it bore less of an interrogative tone and more of a profound calculation. If this is true, then it signifies not only the past, but also potential resources and leverage for the future. We must utilize this with greater caution, lest it become a target. The crisis seemed to have temporarily subsided. Tom accepted Ares' partial candor and incorporated this astonishing secret into his strategic framework. He refrained from probing further into the details, knowing that pressuring too hard could yield counterproductive results. As long as Ares remained by his side, and this connection remained steadfast, the secret would eventually be wholly at his disposal. However, a rift had emerged. The irreconcilable conflict between Tom's yearning for absolute control and Ares' inevitable retention of core secrets loomed large. This confrontation was a perilous compromise rather than a true resolution. Tom's doubts merely lay dormant, akin to a slumbering volcano. Ares was also acutely aware that as they delved deeper into the heart of the magical world, the truth of his heritage would inevitably surface like a tide that could not be resisted. That night, in the dormitory, Tom unusually refrained from immediately immersing himself in reading or practice. Instead, he stood by the window, gazing into the depths of the Black Lake. After a long while, he turned his back to Ares and said, "Remember what you said today, Ares." "I will remember," Ares replied. Trust hung precariously on the edge of a precipice, but the cord sustaining it was already taut. They stood side by side, yet beneath their feet, the foundation had begun to show subtle but undeniable fissures. The coexistence of light and dark, under the shadow of secrets, stepped into an even more precarious phase. Chapter 42, The Scholar's Obsession and the Prince's Unease. Professor Peveril's letter turned to ash in the hearth, yet the flame it ignited in Tom Riddle's heart had not been completely extinguished. On the surface, he regained his customary calm and scheming demeanor, even displaying an almost deliberate facade of normalcy towards Ares, as if their confrontation had never occurred. However, Ares could keenly sense that the scrutiny behind Tom's dark eyes had become more frequent and profound. Tom began to regard Ares with a fresh, almost scholarly perspective. He would inadvertently inquire about Ares' intuitive feelings regarding specific magics, especially those related to contracts, bloodlines, or formidable protective spells. He observed with heightened focus the subtle fluctuations in Ares' magical aura when he cast spells, and on one occasion, while Ares unconsciously traced the markings beneath his eyes in slumber, Tom lay awake across the room, silently watching for an extended period in the dark. This constituted a silent, persistent pressure. Tom was attempting, in his own way, to gradually peel back the layers of mystery surrounding Ares, seeking to fully comprehend this unexpected resource and its potential risks within his grasp. Ares was acutely aware of this, yet he could not impede it. He could only exercise greater caution in concealing the peculiarities associated with his blood pact and the system, attributing all anomalies to the narrative of the symbiotic magic of light and dark. Their relationship had entered a delicate phase, still intimate, still sharing most secrets, such as the mirror and the basement. Yet in the most core domains, an invisible barrier had been erected. Meanwhile, Professor Peveril's academic fervor had not waned due to the lack of a response. Days later, another owl delivered her new letter. This time, she refrained from sending any sensitive images or directly mentioning names, opting instead for a more circuitous approach befitting her scholarly identity. In the letter, she discussed the theory of symbiotic contracts in ancient alchemy, elaborating on certain extremely archaic magics related to the binding of souls or bloodlines, whose external manifestations often leave unique imprints on the binders or their progeny, resembling flowing metal or burning patterns. She referenced several obscure tomes that even Tom had never heard of, casually noting that some early researchers of these theories were purportedly intertwined with Godric's Hollow. And there were even speculations that Professor Albus Dumbledore had dabbled in such studies during his youth. She prudently clarified that this was unverified academic rumor. The content of this letter, while ostensibly an academic discourse, was laden with carefully crafted keys aimed at unlocking the secrets encasing Ares. It elucidated that Professor Peveril's sources were neither through acquaintances with Dumbledore nor Grindelwald, the likelihood being exceedingly slim given her age and field, but rather through diligent study of ancient, esoteric texts and manuscripts, coupled with fragmented information circulating within academia, leading to astonishing deductions. Tom read the letter expressionlessly before passing it to Aries. She is probing. Tom's voice revealed no emotion, yet the unconscious tapping of his fingers on the chair's backrest betrayed his inner turbulence, manifesting in this seemingly innocuous manner. She is more persistent and astute than we imagined. Aries observed the letter's meticulous yet suggestive academic language with a sense of trepidation. Professor Peveril resembled a patient archaeologist, meticulously brushing away the dust cloaking the truth. Her sources were scattered and indirect, yet precisely due to their academic nature and indirectness, they were all the more difficult to thwart through forceful means. What does she seek? Aries inquired. Knowledge. The satisfaction of solving puzzles. Perhaps. A desire to gain higher prestige in the field of alchemy, Tom analyzed coolly, but she does not comprehend that for some puzzles, knowing the answer itself may prove perilous. He once again incinerated the letter, yet this time, his movements were slower, as if contemplating how to address this encroaching dilemma. We cannot remain passive forever. Tom rose to his feet, pacing within the confines of the room. We must divert her attention or compel her to retreat. However, before Tom could devise a specific strategy, another potential threat began to emerge. During the charms class, Professor Flitwick assigned a silent spell exercise that required intense mental focus. Aries completed it almost instantaneously with remarkable perfection, his aura radiating a harmonious magical field that even steadied the anxious Ravenclaw students nearby, indirectly fostering their success. Professor Flitwick, pleasantly surprised, awarded points to Slytherin and, in an unusual display, described Aries as possessing a rare talent for soothing and guiding his peers. After class, several upper-year Ravenclaws approached Aries, sincerely seeking his advice on techniques, their eyes brimming with genuine admiration for his knowledge and abilities. From a distance, Tom observed Aries surrounded by the Ravenclaw students, among whom were several strikingly attractive girls. He watched as Aries calmly and patiently answered their queries, enveloped in an aura that exuded reassurance and credibility. Tom's lips formed a cold, straight line. The familiar discontent of having his possessions coveted and admired by others surged within him once more. Unlike the adulation from the younger students, the appreciation from these Ravenclaws was far more mature and independent. Their gazes towards Aries suggested he was a distinct luminary, rather than merely an appendage of Tom Riddle. When Aries finally extricated himself from the crowd and approached Tom, the latter said nothing, merely turned and swiftly exited the classroom, his pace quicker than usual. Aries silently followed, acutely aware of the low pressure emanating from Tom's figure ahead. Professor Peveril, like a relentless hunter in the shadows, pursued him with knowledge and reasoning, while Aries' undeniable charm acted as an uncontrollable light, incessantly drawing external attention and challenging Tom's sensitive nerves and ever-expanding possessiveness. The interplay of secret shadows and alluring light wove an increasingly tight net around the two. Tom's unease burgeoned. He required a more secure method to bind Aries, along with all his secrets and allure, irrevocably to his side. This thought quietly ushered him towards an ancient and perilous realm of magic. Chapter 43. The Whispers of Horcruxes and New Pawns. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library had long ceased to be an insurmountable barrier for Tom Riddle. With Slughorn's special authorization, coupled with his ever-improving skills in confounding charms and invisibility techniques, he glided like a specter amidst the shelves that harbored dangerous knowledge. Ever since Professor Peveril's letter and Aries' uncontrollable allure began to challenge his nerves, Tom found himself lingering there longer and longer. He sought not mere curses of dark magic, but something deeper and more elemental, knowledge about souls, eternity, and how to ensure a connection that would never fade. His gaze ultimately settled upon a thick tome, its antique binding crafted from a dark, somber leather, devoid of any title on its spine, carelessly tucked away in a dust-laden corner. It seemed deliberately forgotten by those who came before. As he brushed away the dust with his fingers, several words, seemingly formed from shadows, emerged: supreme alchemy, the separation and containment of souls. Tom's heart raced. He cautiously withdrew the book and retreated to the most secluded corner, poring over it by the dim light of his wand. The text, written in obscure ancient runes and accompanied by unsettling illustrations, detailed a forbidden magical process for splitting a soul and sealing its fragments within specific objects to create Horcruxes. The book claimed that as long as the Horcrux remained intact, its creator could evade death and achieve a form of immortality. Immortality. This was an irresistible ultimate temptation for Tom, who yearned to transcend and control all. Yet, even more captivating was a vague annotation within the text. Fragments of the soul could also serve as profound anchors, transcending bloodlines and time, binding another existence, sharing eternal solitude or absolute loyalty. This passage struck Tom's deepest desires like a devil's whisper. An idea, akin to a poisonous vine, began to flourish. If he created a Horcrux, could he bind Ares to himself in an unbreakable manner, to ensure that his secrets, his power, and all his allure were solely for his own? How perfectly this aligned with their symbiotic concept of light and darkness. This thought exhilarated him to the point of tingling fingertips, yet the remnants of rationality warned him of the inherent dangers and the need for meticulous preparation. He needed to delve deeper into research, to seek out a suitable vessel, to await the perfect moment. He concealed the book in the innermost depths of his undetectable extension charm bag, deciding to keep it as his most critical secret, even from Ares for the time being. Meanwhile, Slughorn's club welcomed a new face. At a gathering themed around the emerging powers in the magical world, Slughorn enthusiastically introduced a girl named Catelyn Vall from Durmstrang as an exchange student. She possessed lustrous black hair, striking features, and an air of mystique and cold elegance characteristic of Eastern European witches. A gifted duelist, she excelled particularly in silent spells and highly aggressive magic. Tom was instantly intrigued, not for her beauty, but for her demonstrated strength and potential utility. Encouraged by Slughorn, Tom engaged in a friendly, at least on the surface, magical duel with her. With his precise control and profound understanding of spell principles, he gained a slight advantage. Yet Catelyn's wild and efficient combat style left a significant impression on him. "Quite impressive, Mr. Riddle," Catelyn remarked. Her accented English laced with a spark of challenge in her dark eyes. "Hogwarts teaching standards are indeed well-deserved. Your combat style is remarkable, Miss Vall," Tom replied courteously, already assessing the possibility of integrating her into his circle. A powerful ally from Durmstrang could prove invaluable in addressing certain troubles in the future, such as silencing overly persistent scholars. Ares also took note of Catelyn. He sensed a similar pure yearning for power within her, akin to Tom's, yet more overt and lacking the depth of Tom's calculated demeanor. When Catelyn's gaze occasionally swept over him, it carried a pure curiosity. Seemingly intrigued by his unique position beside Riddle, yet devoid of the excessive emotion displayed by others. This unadulterated, almost evaluative gaze made Ares feel more at ease. After the gathering concluded, Tom conversed quietly with Abraxas. The Vall family held a certain influence within Durmstrang and the Eastern European wizarding community. Abraxas provided intelligence, and moreover, their family appeared to harbor no aversion to certain unconventional legacies of dark magic. Tom nodded, his assessment of Catelyn's value elevated further. However, upon returning to the Slytherin common room, a letter delivered by the school owl, bearing the Hogwarts crest, awaited Ares. It was a correspondence from Professor Dumbledore. The Transfiguration professor gently noted in his letter that he had observed Ares' unique talent in ancient runes and some obscure magical theories, mentioning that Hogwarts housed some rare manuscripts on ancient contract magic that were not even catalogued in the library. Should Ares be interested, he was welcome to visit his office one afternoon over the weekend, where he could provide potentially helpful guidance. This letter arrived most opportunely, just as Professor Peverell was tightening his grip and Tom began to delve into the knowledge of Horcruxes. The emergence of a potential distraction in the form of Catelyn appeared. Was Dumbledore's action merely a manifestation of his appreciation for talent, or had he already discerned something more? Was it a covert communication with Professor Peverell, or had his own acumen allowed him to glimpse certain truths? Tom clutched the letter, his countenance darkened. Dumbledore's office was not a place one could easily deceive. "You cannot go," Tom stated emphatically, his tone bordering on a command. Ares gazed at the elegant cursive of Dumbledore's handwriting, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he yearned to engage with the knowledge that might unravel the enigma of his lineage. On the other, he was acutely aware of Dumbledore's perceptiveness. This endeavor was akin to stepping into a den of dragons. "I understand the risks," Ares finally murmured. Yet declining might arouse even greater suspicion. The whispers of Horcruxes echoed in Tom's mind. Catelyn's arrival introduced new possibilities, while Dumbledore's invitation loomed like a sword suspended above him. Tom sensed that his once clear control over the situation was becoming increasingly intricate and perilous. He must act swiftly, accumulating enough power to confront the challenges ahead, ensuring that his most crucial asset, Ares, remained firmly within his grasp. On the chessboard of their second year, new pieces had already been placed, and the game between the players had entered a more treacherous phase. Chapter 44, The Resonance of Bloodlines and Barriers of Reason. For Ares, Dumbledore's invitation was far from a mere academic consultation. The thin parchment felt as heavy as lead, concealing the very core of his identity's mystery. Intertwined with the past of two legendary wizards steeped in love and regret. As he ascended the spiral staircase, his heart thudded heavily in his chest, and the blood bond mark beneath his left eye pulsed with an unprecedented, almost searing thrill, as if responding to its origin. The office door swung open, and Albus Dumbledore sat awaiting him. No longer merely a distant silhouette in the Great Hall, he was now an immediate presence. Ares' breath caught almost imperceptibly. Those eyes, so familiar from portraits and memories, glimmered like the purest sapphires, now reflecting his figure with startling clarity. A torrent of emotions surged from the depths of his bloodline, mingling admiration, sorrow, and an ineffable sense of grievance, nearly overwhelming his usual composure. He had to summon all his will to maintain a placid expression, ensuring his voice did not tremble. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." "Good afternoon, Mr. Phoenix." Dumbledore's voice retained its gentle quality. Yet those keen blue eyes seemed to constrict ever so slightly the moment Ares entered. His gaze felt like an invisible tendril, delicately brushing across Ares' face. Lingering for a fleeting instant on the golden chain mark, Ares sensed that this scrutiny conveyed more than mere observation. It was a profound emotion, as if Dumbledore was peering through him into some distant time and space. The conversation commenced with seemingly routine pleasantries. Yet both were acutely aware that it was merely a fragile facade. When the discussion turned to ancient magical contracts, Dumbledore spoke of the power born from the deepest emotions, of binding that which is more precious than life itself. At that moment, Ares could almost hear the sound of his blood coursing through his veins. He felt the blood bond burning beneath his skin, resonating with Dumbledore's words. His hands, resting upon his lap, clenched slightly, fingertips digging into his palms. Using the pain to remain alert, he forced himself to view Dumbledore as a remarkably insightful sage to be navigated with caution, rather than a potential blood relative. "I have noticed that you seem to possess an innate affinity for such magic," Dumbledore remarked casually, yet Ares detected a subtle warmth in his phrasing, indicative of something deeper than mere interest. It felt more like a probing, a confirmation left unspoken. Ares' heart raced. He was on the verge of questioning, seeking to clarify the swirling thoughts regarding Godric's Valley, the shattered blood bond vial, and the speculations surrounding his peculiar birth. But he could not. Tom's warning gaze, their shared secret, and an underlying fear of the unpredictable consequences that truth might unveil acted as shackles, restraining the words that nearly escaped his lips. He lowered his eyelashes, avoiding Dumbledore's gaze that seemed to penetrate his very soul, employing his pre-prepared remarks regarding the characteristics of light and dark magic to respond. His voice emerged even flatter and more detached than usual, yet only he knew the tumultuous storm that lay beneath that veneer of calm. Dumbledore did not press him further. He simply listened quietly, then produced those precious manuscripts. As Ares lowered his gaze to peruse the ancient symbols describing contract magic, he could feel Dumbledore's attention still fixed upon him, imbued with an inquisitive quality, a hint of what might be termed regret, but more so, a weighty and intricate understanding. When Ares finally departed the office and descended the spiral staircase, he felt as though he had engaged in a battle that drained his very spirit. Turning his back to the closed door, he leaned against the cold wall, allowing himself a moment to breathe, releasing the suppressed emotional turmoil within. The close encounter with Dumbledore acted like a magnet, powerfully drawing forth the part of him that belonged to the other. The soul-deep resonance far stronger than any logical reasoning could assert. Yet, he chose silence, opting to erect barriers of rationality. Upon returning to the common room, faced with Tom's eager inquiries, Ares donned the mask of composure once more. He recounted the events, emphasizing their successful navigation of the encounter. However, the flicker of unrest in his eyes and his unusually pale complexion may not have entirely escaped Tom's perceptive gaze. Tom's warnings and Dumbledore's probing felt like two colossal forces, tearing Ares asunder. His commitment and reliance on Tom were genuine, yet his yearning for his origins and that inexplicable emotional connection to Dumbledore were equally real. This meeting did not resolve the issues at hand. Rather, it was akin to dropping a deep water bomb beneath a placid lake, the resulting undercurrents quietly altering everything. This internal conflict and the suppressed emotions were far more indicative of the immense tension and tragedy he bore as a descendant of the twins than any outward calm could suggest. This unspeakable pain and struggle would serve as a crucial driving force propelling the unfolding narrative. Chapter 45. The Prelude to Dark Magic and Unexpected Alliances. Since Ares returned from Dumbledore's office, Tom Riddle felt as though an invisible thread was taut against his nerves. Ares appeared outwardly unchanged. Yet Tom detected his occasional lapses into distraction and the fleeting, elusive complexity within his mismatched eyes. These subtle shifts gnawed at Tom's insides like ants, deepening his sense of insecurity. Dumbledore's gaze, Peveril's scrutiny, and Ares' allure, which seemed poised to slip beyond his control, compelled him to act decisively. He needed an absolute safeguard, impervious to any external forces. The ancient tome on Horcruxes in the restricted section had become akin to his scripture. He was no longer satisfied with theoretical research. He embarked on a frenzied quest for information on the specific steps of the ritual, the materials required, and suitable vessels. He moved like a wraith through the castle's midnight corridors, utilizing his sensitivity to the traces of powerful magic, which he falsely claimed was a detection ability, to seek out places that might harbor ancient, potent, and negatively charged artifacts, perfect vessels to contain fragments of his soul. His obsession and the increasingly dark aura surrounding him had begun to infiltrate their close-knit circle. Avery and Rogier had become more reticent and docile, their gazes towards Tom tinged with an instinctive fear. Even Abraxas Malfoy had privately expressed a hint of veiled concern to Ares. Tom seemed overly fixated on certain domains of knowledge lately. Ares was acutely aware of this, yet felt powerless to intervene. Every attempt to draw Tom back into safer territories was met with an icy scrutiny from Tom, accompanied by the unspoken subtext of, "Do you not understand me?" He felt as though he stood at the edge of a chasm, watching Tom drift further away on the other side, while the bridge connecting them grew increasingly precarious. At that moment, Katarina Vole, the Durmstrang exchange student, once again showcased her worth. During a practical class in defense against the dark arts, Gryffindor's Bilious Black attempted to disrupt Katarina with an unpracticed, provocative gesture he had seen in his family's library. This gesture bore an extremely insulting connotation in certain Eastern European dark magic traditions. Katarina's eyes instantly transformed, akin to the frigid winds of Siberia. Without employing her wand or uttering a spell, she merely raised her hand, fingers slightly splayed, unleashing an invisible, icy surge of magic that struck Bilious like a whip. He let out a cry, staggering backward, a fleeting red mark appearing on his face, though the physical damage was minimal. The cold malice embedded within that magic rendered him pale as a ghost. At Durmstrang, Katarina withdrew her hand, her tone flat, yet laced with chilling intensity. "We need not resort to childish tricks. If one wishes to provoke, let it be done with strength." The room fell silent. Even the professor paused momentarily before advancing to check on Bilious. Tom stood aside, his eyes glimmering with admiration. What Katarina demonstrated was not merely power, but a methodical and ruthless approach that he greatly esteemed. After class, Tom approached Katarina. "A most clean and decisive technique, Miss Vole," he commended, his tone imbued with equal appreciation. Katarina scrutinized him, her dark eyes assessing. "Thank you, Mr. Riddle. It seems Hogwarts is not entirely a haven for delicate blooms." "Certainly not." Tom smiled. "Some individuals are destined for grander, more authentic stages. I believe we can find common ground." He extended an invitation to her, not to join his increasingly defined inner circle, but rather to forge a more flexible alliance based on shared interests and mutual recognition of strength. He alluded to certain conservative factions within Hogwarts, implicitly referencing Dumbledore, that stifled the growth of true talent, and mentioned his exploration of ancient paths capable of shattering these constraints. Katarina was evidently intrigued by Tom's vision. Accustomed to the supremacy of power at Durmstrang, Tom's ambition and the potential he exhibited resonated with her pursuit of strength. "That sounds intriguing," she replied without immediate commitment, yet her stance was clear. "I detest tedium and constraints." Tom recognized that he had found a potential, formidable executor. Katarina's background and approach were well suited for handling matters that were less convenient for him to confront directly. However, just as Tom believed things were progressing in the direction he anticipated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. One evening, while Ares was alone in the library researching, he encountered Katarina once more. She seemed to have just concluded a discussion with the professor of charms regarding Eastern European magical systems. "Phoenix," Katarina called out to him, her tone direct. "What are you and Riddle studying?" Ares felt a twinge of caution but maintained his composure. "Many aspects. Magic is always filled with the unknown. Is it not?" Katarina stepped closer, her piercing gaze sweeping over his face, particularly fixating on his heterochromatic eyes. "I can sense an unusual magical fluctuation surrounding you. Not merely powerful, but also an ancient, restrained force." She paused, lowering her voice. "Riddle is pursuing something perilous, and you're attempting to balance it. Am I correct?" Ares' heart sank. Katarina's perception far exceeded his expectations. She not only sensed Tom's foray into dark magic, but seemed to vaguely discern the role he played in it. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Miss Vole." Ares maintained his calm demeanor. Katarina smiled, devoid of warmth. "No need to be anxious. I merely wish to convey that sometimes an overly brilliant light requires shadows to accentuate its presence, and at times, those shadows may possess their own will." She cast a meaningful glance at Ares before turning away. Her words echoed in Ares' mind like a clarion call. Katarina was not a mere pawn to be manipulated by Tom at will. She was exceptionally astute, possessing her own judgment, and seemed more intrigued by the shadows represented by Ares beneath Tom's brilliance. Tom was accelerating down a dark path, with Katarina entering the fray, driven by her own motives. While Dumbledore's watchful gaze lingered like a specter, Ares stood at the eye of the storm, feeling the ropes maintaining the balance snap one by one. Tom was preparing for a forbidden ritual. Katerina was poised to intervene, and the secret of his own bloodline loomed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As the end of their second year brewed a tempest capable of altering everything. Chapter 46. Warning of a sickness in obsession. His possessiveness ignited. Katerina Vohl's whispered words, akin to a serpent's tongue brushing against the shadow of his ear. Sometimes, shadows may possess their own will. A chill coursed down Ares' spine. It was not fear, but a dangerous resonance. For as he gazed into Tom's increasingly abyssal eyes, steeped in dark magical knowledge, and observed the burgeoning desire for control beneath his elegant facade, he had to concede that Katerina was indeed correct. More perilously, within her unadulterated scrutiny of power, regarding him as an independent entity, Ares felt a damned sense of understanding. This shift was something Tom sensed almost instantaneously. The tension in Charm's class was palpable. Professor Flitwick had just assigned a complex topic concerning the layering of magical resonance fields when Katerina raised her hand. As she stood, her deep blue Durmstrang uniform accentuated her silver hair like a cold flame. Professor, I have a differing perspective. Her voice was clear, carrying the unique chill of Nordic clarity. If we abandon the master-servant resonance model and employ a bidirectional parallel resonance, we may be able to surpass the current theoretical threshold of magical output. She turned, tracing intricate runic patterns in the air with her wand. Those patterns bore a striking resemblance to the doodles Ares had unconsciously sketched at the edge of his journal the previous night. Ares instinctively nodded slightly. Just that one motion. The quill in Tom's hand snapped with a crack. Ink splattered across the parchment like spilled blood. It seems Miss Vohl's insights resonate with you? After class. In the deserted corridor, Tom blocked Ares' path. His voice was low, yet as frigid as the deepest ice of a cellar, each word laced with venom. Ares paused. Here it comes. She merely proposed an alternative possibility. He attempted to keep his voice steady. A possibility? Tom stepped closer, forcing Ares against the cold stone wall. His shadow enveloped Ares completely, and the storm brewing in Tom's black eyes was unlike anything Ares had ever witnessed. Not merely fury, but something deeper. Darker, like an irate dragon whose scales had been touched. A Durmstrang exchange student, after 3 months of our core research, casually presents another possibility? His fingers rose, hovering beside Ares' neck without making contact, the magical energy crackling in the air. Ares, look at me. Ares lifted his mismatched gaze. Tell me, Tom's voice dropped lower. Almost a whisper, who is your only accomplice? Who deserves to share all your secrets, all your darkness, all your futures? Fear gripped him. This realization struck Ares like a bolt of lightning. Tom Riddle, the eternally composed and omnipotent future Dark Lord, at this moment harbored a flicker of panic deep within his eyes, a fear of being supplanted, of being abandoned, of this singular light shifting towards another. Just then, a jubilant yet profoundly out-of-place voice erupted in Ares' mind. Beep. Detected ultra-high concentration of citric energy. Host. Target individual S vinegar pod has exploded. Acidity rating. Hell's special blend. Ares muttered to himself. This damn system. Emergency emotional stabilization task triggered. Task name. Restrain your mad little wolf dog. Task requirements. Within 1 hour. Prove to the target through your actions that you belong to him, from head to toe, from magic to soul, so that anyone who dares to glance must perish. Task reward. 1 box of soul resonance cookies. Effect. Within 3 hours of consumption, mutual magical perception increases by 30, accompanied by a trace of telepathy. Failure penalty. Target's corruption value increases by 10, and may trigger the hidden plot of captivity play. Ares twitched at the corners of his mouth. Captivity play. What the hell? Yet the system unveiled the truth. At this moment, Tom was a powder keg ready to explode, and he, Ares, was the fuse. There was no turning back. Suddenly, Ares moved. He did not shy away from the oppressive aura emanating from Tom. Instead, he advanced, his mismatched eyes piercing into the tumultuous black ones. Tom, he spoke, his voice low but as assertive as a hammer striking silence. Listen closely. He seized Tom's hand, suspended near his neck, not to push it away, but rather, with resolute insistence, pressed it against his left cheek. Tom's cool fingertips directly touched the slightly warm golden blood bond chain. This, Ares articulated slowly, each syllable like a brand, is connected to you. From the moment it appeared on me, it has recognized only you. He felt Tom's fingers tremble sharply. Katerina Vohl, Ares smirked. A smile devoid of warmth yet imbued with a brutal honesty. She was merely a moderately sharp knife. Useful, it remained. Troublesome, it would be broken. He leaned closer, his breath nearly brushing Tom's lips. But the one who wields this knife and decides its direction has always been you, Tom Riddle. Acidity rapidly decreasing. Emotional tempest calming. Host. Splendid work. Continue to shower him with sweet nothings. Do not cease. Tom fixed his gaze upon him, the storm within his dark eyes slowly abating, replaced by a deeper, more viscous possessiveness. He caressed the chain mark beneath Ares' cheek, the pressure firm, as if marking his claim. Remember what you said today, Ares? He murmured after a long pause, his voice still laced with lingering coldness. My patience is limited, especially towards those who covet what is mine. I understand. Ares released his hand, the chain mark warming slightly under Tom's fingertips. The immediate crisis was averted, yet fractures had begun to form, like hidden currents beneath the icy surface. Days later, when Professor Slughorn burst into the common room, brandishing a gilded invitation like a chubby squirrel that had found truffles, Ares knew greater troubles loomed. My darlings. Tremendous news, Slughorn exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, lowering his voice. Nicholas Flamel. Yes, the very one who created the Philosopher's Stone, his most esteemed disciple, Mr. Istor Lefebvre, will be visiting Hogwarts next week. I, your beloved headmaster, have procured tickets for a private tea party. In an instant, Tom was ignited. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. The mystery of immortality. The desire flickering in his eyes almost materialized, a hunger for ultimate knowledge and power. However, Slughorn's next words sent Ares' heart plummeting. Mr. Lefebvre possesses extraordinary expertise in ancient contractual magic and exceptional bloodline inheritance. He has expressed a particular interest in you, Mr. Phoenix, wishing to meet this uniquely gifted young man. The air thickened abruptly. Tom's elation froze, slowly contorting into an expression of profound complexity. On one hand, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to engage with the pinnacle of alchemy. On the other, the immense risk of exposing Ares' core secrets regarding the blood bond and transgressions to another ancient being. The venomous fangs of jealousy had barely been pressed down, yet a far deadlier crisis loomed. Ares observed the flickering internal conflict in Tom's eyes, reaching into his pocket where a box of soul resonance cookies lay quietly. Perhaps these cookies would enable them to better comprehend the waves of sentiment between them. Yet, the impending arrival of the alchemist's apprentice, with those eyes capable of piercing the essence of magic, sought to unearth every truth buried within Ares' soul. What choice would Tom make? Would he seize the opportunity to touch immortality, even at the potential cost of exposing Ares? Or, Ares lowered his gaze. The storm was indeed approaching. Chapter 47. The Alchemist's Gaze and the Horcrux's Dilemma. The news of Istor Lefebvre's impending visit swept through the select few in Hogwarts like a whirlwind. For Tom Riddle, this was undoubtedly a golden gateway to the secrets of immortality, one he could not afford to miss. Yet, Lefebvre's peculiar interest in Ares felt like a venomous barb, piercing his sensitive nerves. At the small gathering meticulously arranged by Slughorn, Lefebvre became the unequivocal focal point. He was a middle-aged wizard, simply attired. Yet his gaze was extraordinarily clear and sharp, as if capable of piercing through all facades. He exchanged pleasantries with Slughorn and conversed with a select few outstanding students, including Abraxas and Katerina, yet those penetrating eyes would occasionally, seemingly inadvertently, sweep over Ares, who sat quietly beside Tom. When Slughorn steered the conversation towards the extraordinary magical talents and potential connections to ancient bloodlines, Lefebvre finally directed his attention towards Ares. Mr. Phoenix, his voice calm and devoid of any pressure, yet impossible to ignore, Professor Slughorn has mentioned your unique magical traits multiple times. If I may be so bold, the mark beneath your left eye is quite remarkable. It reminds me of some ancient alchemical texts that refer to the manifestation of essential power. This is not merely an ordinary magical mark. It resembles a kind of innate covenant brand, or perhaps an embodiment of some high-level magical principles upon an individual. The room fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to Ares. Tom's hand resting on his knee clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palm. Katerina raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of intrigue. Ares felt the bond chain mark beneath his skin warm slightly. He forced himself to remain composed, meeting Lefebvre's inquisitive gaze and reiterating the narrative about the symbiosis of light and dark magic and its unknown origins. Lefebvre listened quietly, offering no rebuttal, merely nodding gently. Magical traits indeed vary immensely, he acknowledged, before shifting his tone, still gentle yet imbued with an undeniable penetrating quality. However, as far as I know, the manifestation of such a level of rule is rarely without source. Behind it, there often lies a grand narrative involving destiny, soul, and even time and emotions. Perhaps it is only when you are prepared to confront the narrative concealed within that you can truly comprehend and wield this power. He did not press further. Yet every word struck Ares' heart like a hammer, reverberating through Tom's nerves. Lefebvre seemed to suggest that Ares' secret bore great significance, far surpassing their current understanding. After the meeting concluded, Tom's mood darkened to an extreme. Lefebvre's words had validated his deepest fears. Ares' secret was of immeasurable worth, and many coveted it. Simultaneously, Lefebvre made no mention of Horcruxes, intensifying Tom's yearning for immortality. He had gleaned something, or perhaps guessed at it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tom rasped, his eyes bloodshot. Yet he refused to elaborate. Those who stand atop their pedestals always seem fond of riddles. Alert! Alert! The target's emotional state is approaching a dangerous threshold. The inclination towards Horcrux research is sharply escalating. Emergency intervention task initiated. Task name: a flicker of light in the darkness. Task requirements: within the next 24 hours. Successfully divert the target's attention from Horcrux research, guiding him to focus on at least one non-destructive magical field related to creation or protection. Task reward: Twin Bond Soothing Oil X1, specially crafted by the system, capable of slightly calming agitated magic and deepening trust links. The system's alarm sent a chill through Ares. He was acutely aware that Tom stood at the precipice. Tom! Ares inhaled deeply, stepping before him. Meeting his frantic gaze head-on. Lefebvre's words may indeed hold truth. My power, our anchor, perhaps truly connects to something grander. Yet the path to pursue it need not be the darkest one. He produced the manuscript on ancient protective covenants that Dumbledore had given him. Look here. These ancient protective arrays derive their strength from connection and vows, also involving the realm of souls, yet their direction is towards protection rather than destruction. If we can master this, perhaps we can better safeguard our secrets, or even discover an alternative form of eternity. Tom abruptly lifted his head, fixated on the manuscript in Ares' hand, then glanced into Ares' eyes, where a flicker of guiding light, faint yet resolute, resided. An intense internal struggle ensued within him. The allure of Horcruxes was direct and formidable, yet Ares' words, along with the ancient knowledge of protection and connection, seemed to point toward another possibility. One that might simultaneously satisfy his longing for immortality and fulfill Ares' needs for profound attachment. Another form of eternity? Tom's voice wavered, barely perceptible. At the very least, it warrants our exploration. Ares extended the manuscript forward, advocating for clarity on all options before embarking on an irreversible path, was it not? Tom remained silent for an extended period, so much so that Ares almost feared the task would fail. Ultimately, he reached out, accepting the manuscript, albeit with a somewhat stiff motion. I will read it, he stated coldly, but that does not signify my abandonment of other avenues. Task completed. Attention successfully diverted. Reward has been issued to system space. Notice, the target is at a critical crossroads. The host's guidance is paramount. The dark temptation remains potent. Ares exhaled a slight sigh of relief, yet this victory felt trivial and fleeting. Tom had merely shifted his gaze from the unknown outcome of Horcruxes to another equally profound path, one that may align more closely with Ares' expectations. However, his core yearning for power and control remained unaltered. Meanwhile, Catelyn intercepted Ares in the corridor. She appeared quite intrigued by the outcome of Lefebvre's meeting. It seems that the radiance surrounding you and Riddle is even more captivating than I had imagined, she remarked cryptically. A man like Lefebvre would not bestow such attention upon a mere young wizard without reason. Riddle seeks to exploit this opportunity, does he not? Yet he seems anxious that you might be taken from him? A glimmer of understanding and an elusive interest flickered within her dark eyes. Ares remained silent, gazing at her with calmness. Catelyn smiled lightly. Do not worry. I have no intention of choosing sides just yet. I merely believe that if the shadow itself is formidable enough, perhaps there is no need to forever cling to a ray of light. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Ares to ponder the perilous allure of her words regarding independence. The alchemist's gaze pierced through the superficial. The choice surrounding Horcruxes remained unresolved. And the wild wolf from Durmstrang quietly assessed the weaknesses of its prey. Ares stood at the eye of the storm, tightly clutching the vial of soothing oil awarded by the system, acutely aware that his efforts to guide Tom away from darkness were akin to walking a tightrope. Even the slightest breeze could precipitate an irrevocable fall. Chapter 48. A flicker of light in the shadows and the whisper of the wild wolf. The night at Hogwarts was serene. The fire in the Slytherin common room flickered beneath the shimmering reflections of water, casting emerald and silver decorations as if they lay at the depths of a mysterious lake. Ares sat in a spacious armchair by the fireplace, unfurling the parchment manuscript on ancient protective covenants, seemingly engrossed in study, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed upon Tom, who paced by the window not far away. Tom's posture was rigid, his short, obsidian hair casting a stark silhouette against the flickering flames. He held a book, yet Ares knew he had not absorbed a single word. Lefebvre's words echoed with rules manifesting in grand narratives of fate, soul, and even time and emotion, ensnaring him in invisible chains that tightened his absolute need for control. The target's emotional state continues to oscillate at a high level. It is advised that the host promptly utilize a calming tool to solidify the guiding effects. The system's prompt resonated within Ares's mind, tinged with an almost imperceptible urgency. Ares silently sighed, retrieving the vial of twin bond soothing oil from the system space. Within the petite crystal bottle, the liquid displayed an extraordinary intertwining of gold and silver hues, as if it contained both moonlight and starlight within. He uncorked the bottle, and a faint, elegant, and cool fragrance wafted forth. Reminiscent not of floral scents, but rather of the mingled essence of moss and ancient trees deep within a forest after rain, imbued with a calming magic. He rose and approached Tom. Outside, the black lake lay still, occasionally shadowed by the slow glide of a giant squid's tentacle. Still contemplating Lefebvre's words? Ares's voice was soft, almost melding with the crackling of the fire. Tom did not turn, yet the taut line of his jaw relaxed ever so slightly. He saw you, Ares. His voice was low and ominous, like an undercurrent swirling beneath calm waters. He had perceived the difference within Ares. In this world, there would always be an attempt to either possess or utterly destroy that which is different. This was Tom Riddle's understanding: possession or obliteration, with no middle ground. Thus, we require a more potent protection. Ares extended the vial of oil, its gold and silver liquid swirling within, representing not merely magic but the bond between them. Try this. It may help you feel a bit more at ease. Tom finally turned, his profound gaze falling upon the small vial, then lifting to scrutinize Ares's face, particularly the serpentine golden chain pattern beneath his left eye. What is this? He inquired, his tone laced with habitual skepticism. Yet beneath it lay a flicker of yearning for solace. An ancient calming formula, one I stumbled upon. Ares deflected the gravity of the system's existence, stating, "It can soothe agitated magic, and perhaps clarify our thoughts." Tom studied him for several seconds, as if weighing whether this was yet another gentle trap. Ultimately, he extended his hand, not to take the vial, but to grasp Ares's wrist, which held it. His fingertips were cool, yet his grip was undeniably persuasive. He guided Ares's hand to bring the bottle's mouth close to his own nose, inhaling deeply. The crisp, tranquil fragrance seemed to take immediate effect. The tumultuous rage and restlessness swirling in Tom's eyes visibly subsided, though not extinguished. It was forcibly suppressed beneath an icy veneer. He briefly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he regained an exquisite, frigid rationality. As the protective array came to mind, he released his hold, steering the conversation back to Ares's earlier insights. What did you discern from that manuscript? Ares felt a sense of calm wash over him as he spread the manuscript across the windowsill, pointing to several intricate runic notes. Observe here and here. The essence of these contracts lies not in demands, but in offering and connection. It constructs a protective realm founded upon the caster's magical essence, even incorporating fragments of emotional imprints. In theory, if the connection is profound enough, it can even share burdens of harm and provide warnings of danger. Sharing burdens. Tom echoed softly, a flicker of bright light igniting in his ash-gray eyes, not of sentiment, but of a newfound calculation regarding this innovative instrument. A symbiotic contract based on the soul, more adaptable than an unbreakable vow, yet more functional than a mere blood pact. He immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. Soul artifacts tore the soul asunder in pursuit of immortality, epitomizing the utmost selfishness. Conversely, this protective contract aimed to intertwine soul powers for coexistence, representing another form of eternity. For him, the latter appeared far more alluring in achieving the goal of binding with Ares. Further verification was necessary. Tom swiftly reached a decision. His innate propensity for action, once directed towards the right path, unleashed in astonishing efficiency. This weekend, at the House of Requirement, we need empirical data. At that moment, a slightly husky voice, tinged with an exotic accent, interjected, shattering the fragile equilibrium recently established between the two. Discussing secrets? I hope I am not intruding. Katerina Volganova leaned against the doorframe leading to the dormitory corridor, arms crossed. She donned a fur-trimmed robe of Durmstrang, her black eyes shimmering like two unfathomable springs in the glow of the hearth, radiating a wild caution as her gaze flitted between Ares and Tom, ultimately settling upon the manuscript on the windowsill, which clearly did not belong to Hogwarts's curriculum. Tom's expression instantaneously turned frosty, the hostility that had just been soothed by the essential oil resurfacing. This does not concern you, Volganova. Perhaps it does, or perhaps it does not. Katerina replied with a nonchalant smile, her gaze shifting to Ares with a pointed insinuation. I merely believe that those with unique brilliance should not allow their paths to be easily defined. Durmstrang also possessed records of ancient contracts, some relating to ice and wolf pacts, embodying more direct powers. At times, shadows themselves are sufficiently formidable, requiring no eternal chase for light. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Tom, or to be bound by it. Her words struck like a cold dagger, precisely piercing Tom's most sensitive nerve, his complex emotions towards Ares, mingled with overwhelming possessiveness and the fear of loss. She implied that Ares possessed intrinsic worth, suggesting he might not need Tom. The atmosphere around Tom plummeted to a chilling low. He did not erupt. Rather, he fixed his ice-cold gaze upon Katerina, as if assessing an obstacle that needed to be eliminated. Ares felt a headache coming on. Katerina's interest and the instability she brought were more troublesome than anticipated. He needed to stabilize Tom. Everyone has their own path, Katerina, Ares responded calmly, subtly stowing away the oil bottle. This minute action seemed to ease the tension in Tom's taut mouth by a fraction, and we are quite aware of our respective positions. Katerina raised an eyebrow, seemingly neither surprised nor disappointed by the response. Excellent. Clarity is the first rule of survival. She cast one last meaningful glance at Ares before vanishing into the shadows of the corridor, retreating like a true wolf. Once she departed, the common room fell into a deeper silence. The hearth crackled, and the waters of the Black Lake surged silently. She is attempting to sow discord between us. Tom's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of suppressed malice. She cannot succeed, Ares asserted firmly, feeling it imperative to provide Tom with the reassurance he most needed at that moment. Our anchor point is unshakable. Tom gazed deeply into Ares's eyes, the icy chill gradually giving way to something deeper and more complex, a blend of possession, dependence, and a subtle fear rekindled by Katerina's words. He ceased speaking, redirecting his gaze toward the endless darkness outside the window, yet this time his body slightly inclined toward Ares, as if reaffirming his presence. Ares understood that guiding Tom's path was still fraught with thorns. The alchemist's gaze brought forth the threat of exposure, while the whispers of the wild wolf stirred the temptation of independence. Deep within Tom lay a yearning for power and immortality, which was merely temporarily suppressed, not extinguished. He tightened his grip on the cool oil bottle tucked within his sleeve, recognizing that this flicker of light struggling to persist in the shadows must shine brightly enough to illuminate the perilous path they traversed, teetering on the edge of the forbidden, leading toward an unknown future. Chapter 49, Fractures in the Heart Wall. In the house of requirement that weekend, responding to their needs, it transformed into an ancient circular stone chamber. The dome soared high, lost in darkness, with only a vast magical array, meticulously outlined with powdered silver and enchanted ink, radiating a steady glow at the center of the floor. The runes interlinked, their lines flowing endlessly, forming the cornerstone of the heart wall protective contract. The air thrummed with the deep resonance of arcane energy, mingling with the scent of ancient dust and determination. Tom Riddle stood at the central node of the array, his posture regal, like a young emperor. Beneath his obsidian hair, his eyes were profound, wholly devoted to channeling his magical energy. His pure, frigid magic acted like an invisible chisel, precisely and efficiently activating the intricate web of runic pathways, which glimmered with silver light, stable and powerful. Ares Phoenix stood at the coordinating node opposite him, his platinum hair shimmering subtly under the magical illumination. His mismatched eyes, one cerulean, the other ash-gray, closely traced the rhythm of the magical flow. His magical essence was distinctly different, warm and resilient, akin to the tides under the moonlight, quietly filling the minute gaps left by Tom's sharp, cold magic, rendering the overall structure more harmonious and robust. Detecting deep collaborative magical construction, analyzing array stability, 85. Magical resonance has surpassed the threshold, establishing deep linkages. The system's prompt resonated with a hint of exhilaration. Initially, the two magical forces clashed like ice and fire attempting to merge, their boundaries starkly defined, occasionally repelling one another, causing the silver light to tremble. A flicker of barely perceptible agitation crossed Tom's brow. He was accustomed to absolute control, and this necessity for harmony and acceptance challenged his instincts. Feel it, Tom, rather than command it. Ares's voice was calm, yet possessed an unusual penetrating quality, resonating with the lingering essence of the oil in his sleeve. It should not be a shackle, but a bond, a bridge uniquely ours, leading to the corridors of our souls. Tom closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, forcing himself to rein in his sovereign desire for control, attempting to perceive and adapt to the unique pulse of compassion and resilience within Ares's magic. Gradually, the sense of repulsion ebbed like the tide, and the boundaries of ice and fire began to blur and meld together. The silver light ceased to be merely a reflection, instead emanating a warm and bright glow from within the array. An unprecedented resonance stirred ripples deep within their souls, not a direct dialogue of thoughts, but a more profound, subtle perception rooted in the essence of their magic and the core of their wills. They could distinctly sense each other's presence, perceiving the unwavering focus that bound them in a precious connection. Just as this bond reached its zenith, a warm and steadfast protective force poised to envelop them like an invisible barrier, a sharp, discordant resonation suddenly emanated from the edge of the stone hall. The space twisted violently as if a stone had been cast into still water, rippling wildly. The stable magical array upon the ground flared erratically in response, its runic lines contorting as if a dying silver serpent was thrashing about. The magical connection was ruthlessly torn asunder by an external, brutal force. A fierce backlash of magic surged back towards the caster like a wild stallion gone awry. Ugh! Ares's body shuddered violently, stumbling backward until he collided with the frigid stone wall. A searing pain radiated from the blood alliance mark beneath his left eye, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Tom's situation was even more dire. Positioned at the core of the magical output, the abrupt interruption struck him like a hammer to the chest. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, a crimson line of blood trickling down from the corner of his tightly pressed lips, a stark contrast against his ashen skin. Yet he paid no heed to wipe it away. His eyes, suddenly wide open, reflected not the subtle sensations of their prior connection, but rather a tempest of rage and a chilling intent to kill, fixed unwaveringly on the source of the disturbance. The walls of the stone hall rippled like water, and in the next moment, two figures awkwardly breached the once invisible barrier, tumbling through. Katerina Vojanova steadied herself first, her fur-trimmed cloak from Durmstrang slightly disheveled, her black eyes shimmering not with remorse, but with a primal, triumphant excitement as they rapidly scanned the dissipating brilliance of the magical array on the ground, the chaotic lines, the blood at Tom's lips, and Ares's pale visage. Abraxas Malfoy followed closely, his light golden hair no longer meticulously styled, strands falling across his forehead. The tip of his wand still bore the unstable remnants of spatial magic, while in his other hand, he clutched a black gemstone marred with peculiar fissures, now rapidly losing its luster. His gray eyes revealed a flicker of residual shock, tempered with a deeper, calculating shrewdness. The spatial marker stone, no wonder. Tom's voice was hoarse and frigid, each word laced with a tempestuous edge, as he recognized the singularly precious alchemical item capable of forcibly locating and briefly disrupting stabilized space. Malfoy, how dare you? An unexpected spatial disturbance, Riddle. Abraxas quickly regained his composure, stowing away the defunct gemstone. His tone was characteristically smooth, yet unequivocally disavowing. Miss Vojanova is particularly sensitive to certain ancient magical resonances. We merely followed the traces to explore. We had not anticipated such a violent reaction. He deflected the blame onto chance and Katerina's sensitivity, yet his gaze clearly indicated that he understood the risks and deemed them worthwhile. Katerina seemed oblivious to Tom's murderous glare, her eyes greedily capturing the remnants of Ares's intertwined light and darkness that lingered in the air, inhaling deeply. Such a contradictory, yet harmonious force. Warm as the rising sun, profound as the eternal night. Phoenix, you are a treasure worthy of exploration. Her words were direct and imbued with possessiveness, utterly disregarding Tom's presence. This proclamation ignited the flames of Tom's fury and fear. The interloper not only existed, but had also come equipped with tools, intruding upon his sanctum, attempting to seize his soul anchor. Treasure? Tom let out a low, humorless laugh, devoid of warmth, as he slowly raised his wand, its tip aimed squarely at Katerina. A terrifying magical pressure began to coalesce. That depends on whether you have the life to carry away even a speck of dust. Tom. Ares choked back discomfort, interjecting. At that moment, tensions escalated, and the consequences could be dire. Abraxas stepped forward, positioning himself slightly to the side of Katerina, his wand unraised but his stance clear. Riddle. An unfortunate incident. Miss Vojanova is simply too forthright. Conflict here serves no benefit to anyone. But Katerina, from behind Abraxas, flashed Ares a challenging smile, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Look, Riddle's first reaction is destruction, not protection. Is such light truly worth eternal pursuit by shadows, Phoenix? Her words sent a wave of danger radiating from Tom. Ares felt a weight settle in his chest. Katerina had not only invaded their space, but was also attempting to tear apart the fragile trust they had just forged. He needed to stabilize Tom immediately. Our research welcomes no bystanders. Ares's voice carried an undeniable chill as he cast his gaze over Abraxas and Katerina. Please leave. Abraxas regarded them intently, lingering for a moment on the defunct magical array before nodding. We shall take our leave. He grasped Katerina, who seemed inclined to protest, and forcibly led her away. The spatial ripples surged once more, and their figures vanished from the stone hall. The room of requirement fell silent again. Yet that brief, profound resonance of souls had been utterly shattered, leaving only the painful backlash, the dissipated array, and a thick atmosphere of suspicion and violence that hung heavily in the air. Tom still held his wand aloft, pointing it at the empty wall, his chest heaving violently. The blood at the corner of his lips glowed a striking red. He abruptly turned to Ares, his eyes ablaze with unquenched bloodlust and deeper unease. "She looks at you." Tom's voice twisted with suppressed fury. "As if you are a rare treasure. She wishes to snatch you from my side." Katarina's words echoed in his mind, resonating with the previous assertions that shadows need not depend on light. Ares stepped forward, disregarding the dangerous aura emanating from Tom, reaching out to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his lips with his sleeve. The gesture was so natural, infused with an irresistible tenderness, that it momentarily halted Tom's ferocity. "She cannot." Ares's mismatched gaze held Tom's turbulent eyes, his tone as calm as ancient stone, imbued with a peculiar, compelling strength. "No one can. Only you and I have the power to sway this anchor." Tom fixed his gaze upon him, as if attempting to peer through his eyes to uncover the truth buried deep within his soul. After a long moment, the fury in his eyes gradually receded like a receding tide, yet the cold, fear-fueled suspicion remained, embedded like a thorn in his heart. He lowered his wand, remaining silent. But as his gaze swept over the now utterly dimmed and distorted magical array on the ground, a flicker of resolve, and perhaps a hint of obsessive madness, flashed across his features. It was as if he silently vowed to discover a means, one far more absolute, eternal, and indivisible than this protective contract vulnerable to external disturbances. To ensnare Ares's radiance forever, completely, within his shadow, rendering it impervious to prying eyes and theft. Chapter 50. Choices and Shadows. The potions classroom was suffused with steam and the peculiar sense of mixed ingredients. Professor Slughorn's booming voice was elucidating the essentials of the polyjuice potion. But Tom Riddle absorbed not a single word. His finely articulated fingers gripped a silver knife, mechanically and precisely slicing through the sleeping draft beans, their juices oozing forth, exuding a sweet, cloying aroma that threatened to lull him into drowsiness. His movements remained flawless, akin to a finely tuned instrument, yet within the depths of his dark eyes, a cold tempest raged, discordant with the atmosphere of the classroom. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Ares Phoenix, seated diagonally ahead of him. Ares gently tilted his head, attentively absorbing Slughorn's elucidation. His platinum locks shimmered softly under the dim classroom light, while the golden chain-like mark beneath his left eye flickered in the steam. It was this very mark, this unique power encapsulated within his corporeal form, that drew forth the nauseating admiration of Katarina and the prying eyes of the outside world. Target's emotional state remains at a perilous threshold. Cognitive rigidity tendencies are intensifying. The obsession with the host's correlation has escalated to an absolute possession level. The system's alert resonated coolly within Ares' mind, bearing an unprecedented severity. He could distinctly feel the piercing gaze from behind him, almost capable of penetrating his very being. He understood that mere reassurances and the promises of anchors had become feeble in the wake of Tom witnessing the covetousness firsthand and experiencing the frailty of the protective pact. What Tom required was a more formidable and indisputable testament. During the break, Slughorn cheerfully beckoned to Tom and Ares, who were about to depart. "Ah, Riddle, Phoenix. Wait. My dear children." His round, plump face glowed with excitement as he praised their consistent excellence in class. "Particularly you, Phoenix. Your insights into the handling of the sleeping draft were remarkably reminiscent of a dear departed friend of mine, a true master in the realm of alchemy." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer, his honey-colored mustache quivering. "I have received a reply from Mr. Lefebvre. He is greatly intrigued by your unique talents, especially yours, Phoenix. He believes this could be the key to unraveling certain ancient alchemical enigmas. He even hinted that Master Nicolaim himself might be willing to engage with you, albeit in a limited capacity, at some point in the future." This revelation fell upon Ares like a boulder cast into a lake of turbulent waters. His heart sank. The attention of Lefebvre, and even Nicolaim, meant that the secrets he harbored were being propelled toward a dangerously exposed precipice. However, Tom's reaction was starkly contrasting. A brilliant light erupted in his eyes, not of joy, but a fierce blend of avarice and acute peril. The door to the secret of immortality appeared to crack open. Yet simultaneously, the risks of thrusting Ares into the limelight multiplied exponentially. "It is our supreme honor, Professor." Tom's response was astonishingly swift. He inclined slightly, his tone humble yet fervent, perfectly masking the tempest within. "To converse with Mr. Lefebvre, and even Master Nicolaim, is an opportunity we have long coveted. Ares, and I shall be thoroughly prepared for it. Slughorn, stroking his beard with satisfaction, offered further encouragement before ambling away. Once Slughorn had departed, the fervor on Tom's face instantly cooled, replaced by a near-cold gravity. He seized Ares' wrist with such force that it elicited a slight frown from him. "Did you hear that, Ares?" Tom's voice was low and urgent, carrying an undeniable resolve. "Nicolame, this is the only shortcut to eternity. We must seize it." But then he abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze darkening. "But before that, we must address another issue. Katerina and the countless potential Katerinas yet to come. The protective pact is far too fragile. We require a more potent guarantee, an unbreakable bond." He dragged Ares swiftly through the bustling corridor to a secluded corner of the armory hall. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting mottled shadows on the cold stone floor, yet it could not dispel the chill emanating from Tom's very being. "I have perused all the forbidden tomes on soul magic." Tom advanced on Ares, his deep-set eyes locking onto him, as if seeking to draw him into an unfathomable abyss. "There exists an ancient magic capable of severing a portion of the soul, encasing it within a vessel. This not only signifies an eternity that transcends death, but also binds more profoundly than any contract, a connection that is intrinsic and irrevocable. The creator of such an artifact would forge an indelible link with the vessel that bears their soul." Horcrux. He finally laid this term bare before Ares. Highest level alert. Detected the target's explicit intention to create a Horcrux. Core mission faces the gravest threat. Ultimate intervention task issued. Task name: The Path of Paradox. Task requirements: at all costs, guide the target towards alternative solutions before the completion of the Horcrux creation, or instill a profound understanding that the connection derived from a Horcrux is one of distortion and loss, rather than eternity and possession. Limited intervention through the Blood Pact is permissible, but comes with the risk of detection by Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Task reward: unknown, to be determined based on intervention results and subsequent developments. Ares felt a cold shiver race down his spine. The most perilous moment had arrived. He could not simply negate Tom's desires, as that would only hasten his descent into opposition. Tearing the soul apart, Ares met his frenzied gaze, his mismatched eyes brimming with complex emotions, concern, warning, and a profound sorrow that spoke of eternal incompleteness. Is the connection you crave built upon the foundations of self-destruction? What can an incomplete soul truly possess? It is merely a twisted obsession, ultimately leading to utter loss. What do you propose we do? Tom bellowed, frustration and fear intertwining in his voice. The protective pact is pathetically fragile. Nicolame's attention will make you the target of all. I must not lose you. If we cannot exist eternally in our complete forms, then I would rather bind you to me in a fractured state forever. At that moment, perhaps due to the emotional turbulence or the so-called limited intervention of the system task, Ares felt the blood pact mark beneath his left eye suddenly heat up. A faint yet potent surge of magical energy emanating uncontrollably from him, rippling outward like waves before dissipating into nothingness. Ares' expression shifted subtly, almost simultaneously. In Professor Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, he abruptly raised his head, having been examining a silver artifact exuding a pearly mist. His sharp blue eyes, peering through crescent-shaped glasses, focused on a distant point, his brow furrowing in shock and deep concern. Meanwhile, deep within the distant confines of Nurmengard Castle, Grindelwald, seated at the center of a prophetic orb matrix, suddenly opened his mismatched eyes wide, a slow, arrogant smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Found you," he whispered, his voice echoing through the vast hall. "My bloodline." Ares forcibly suppressed the anomaly of the blood pact, aware of the potential consequences of the recent surge. Yet the immediate crisis loomed larger. He grasped Tom's shoulders, compelling him to regain his composure. "Look at me, Tom." Ares' voice carried a decisive strength. "There must be another way. A path that does not require the ripping of souls, yet allows us to truly stand together at the pinnacle of the world. Nicolame's alchemy. A deeper application of ancient protective pacts, or even exploring the very source of this power within me. We still have choices. Do not tread that irrevocable path of paradox just yet." Tom gasped for breath. The fluctuations of the blood pact, Ares' words, and the terror of loss collided within him. He gazed into Ares' eyes, filled with unwavering determination and pleading. The madness within him wavered slightly. He craved power, binding, eternity. Yet Ares had illuminated a seemingly more arduous path that might lead to a more perfect conclusion. "Prove it to me, Ares." After a prolonged silence, Tom's voice emerged, hoarse yet imbued with an undercurrent of barely perceptible fragility and a final ultimatum, affirming the existence of a certain path. "Otherwise, I shudder to think what I might do." He refrained from mentioning Horcruxes again, yet that threat loomed like the sword of Damocles, suspended above Ares and their shared fate. Meanwhile, on the distant European continent, a storm was quietly brewing, ignited by the tremors of a blood pact. Chapter 51, Shadow of the Raven. The stone walls of the corridor post-potions class were frigid, and Tom Riddle's grip on Ares' wrist remained unwavering. The paranoia roiling within his gaze was nearly palpable. Slughorn's insinuation regarding the interest in LeMay felt like the final pebble dropped into a vessel on the verge of overflowing. "Prove it to me, Ares." Tom's voice rasped as he pinned him against the shadows beside the armor. "Prove that another path exists, or else I cannot predict my actions." The scent of the sleep-inducing bean juice clinging to his cuffs was sickeningly sweet. Ares pressed his back against the coarse stone wall, the blood-packed mark beneath his left eye radiating a faint warmth from the lingering sensation of powerful thoughts sweeping past him. His mismatched irises met Tom's nearly frenzied stare, and he suddenly realized that all attempts at comfort and guidance had reached their limit. Warning: target's soul division tendencies have reached a critical point. The Paradox Path mission has entered its final phase. There could be no retreat. Just as the last flicker of patience in Tom's eyes was about to extinguish, Ares abruptly broke free from his shackles. It was not an act of retreat, but rather a step forward, as he seized Tom's arm with a forceful counteraction. "All right." Ares' voice was resolute, imbued with a determination Tom had never encountered before. "Let us prove it in another way. Now, come with me to the Forbidden Forest." Tom's madness momentarily faltered, disrupted by this unexpected initiative. The Forbidden Forest? Hagrid's spiders 1T simply vanish. The traces of dark magic on that feather serve as our guide. Ares urged him through the corridor, his pace swift. "Do you not wish to uncover who is spying on us? Rather than conjecturing about the dark paths here, let us illuminate them ourselves. Horcruxes may offer you a false eternity, but I can provide you with the truth and the strength to retaliate. Do you dare, Tom?" These words fell upon Tom's restless heart, like a splash of icy water mingled with fire. To take the initiative and seize control of the threat resonated far more with his nature than passive proof. The paranoia in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a colder, sharper edge, characteristic of a predator. "Lead the way," he replied succinctly, a cruel anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Under the night's veil, the Forbidden Forest loomed like a colossal beast, guided by the flickering glow and their keen perception of dark magic traces. The two soon unearthed more clues: thorns severed by a sharp blade, unnatural scorch marks upon the earth, and the air thick with remnants of the profane magic that had originated from that feather. Ares knelt, his fingertips grazing the scorched earth, his mismatched eyes faintly glowing in the darkness. He was orchestrating a ritual, incomplete yet insidiously malevolent, aimed at tracing and marking the dark bloodline. He glanced up at Tom, the implication clear. Though Tom's expression was obscured in shadow, the chill radiating from him nearly froze the surrounding air. "Find him," he murmured, his wand slipping into his palm. They followed the traces deeper into the woods, ultimately arriving at a clearing where they beheld a figure, a wizard clad in an ill-fitting black robe, hooded, muttering incantations over a small heap of materials emitting green smoke. Beneath him, a rudimentary yet ominous magical array was taking shape. Beside it, a specially designed cage contained a feeble Aragog, coiled weakly. Without a moment's hesitation, Tom raised his wand. "Wait." Ares abruptly restrained his hand. "Observe his actions." The wizard's movements were awkward and clumsy, as if mimicking a ritual he could not fully command. His incantations were fragmented, riddled with errors. "An apprentice?" Tom squinted. A blend of disdain and wariness etched on his brow. Just then, the wizard seemed to complete a step, letting out an exultant growl as he scattered a handful of powder into the air. The powder ignited, releasing a pungent odor, and a pitch-black raven began to circle above, emitting a shrill cry, its scarlet eyes locking onto Ares. The wizard followed the raven's gaze, his eyes beneath the hood meeting Ares' mismatched ones. He paused momentarily. Then his eyes erupted with a fervor and greed, as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Yes, it's you, the child of light and darkness," he babbled excitedly, trembling with anticipation, abandoning the unfinished ritual and the spider in the cage as he lunged towards Ares, a crude binding spell shooting forth from his wand. The spell posed no threat. Tom, even too disinterested to employ a shield charm, waved it aside effortlessly. But the title uttered by the wizard sent a jolt through both Tom and Ares. "Shatter them to bits." Tom's incantation was swift and fierce, sending the wizard's wand flying from his grasp and toppling him to the ground. The wizard fell, his hood slipping off to reveal a pale, unfamiliar young face. He struggled, his gaze still fixated on Ares, murmuring, "My master will reward me for finding you." A chill shot up Ares' spine. Grindelwald. His minions had infiltrated this close. The tremors of the blood pact indeed served as a beacon. Tom advanced, his boots crunching on the twigs. looking down upon the apprentice with an icy gaze devoid of warmth. Who is your master? What does child of light and darkness mean? The apprentice's face contorted with a mixture of fear and fervor, repeating, for the greater good, my master will come. A flicker of malice crossed Tom's face, clearly prepared to employ more extreme measures to extract answers. Find him swiftly. A steady voice suddenly rang out. Several magical ropes appeared from thin air, ensnaring the apprentice tightly. Albus Dumbledore emerged from the shadows of the forest, clad in dark robes, his countenance devoid of its usual warmth, replaced by a somber gravity. He first surveyed the bound apprentice and the raven circling anxiously overhead, before his gaze fell upon Ares and Tom, lingering on Ares for a moment longer. In the depths of the forbidden forest, an illegal duel, and an unidentified intruder, Dumbledore's voice betrayed no emotion. I believe you owe me and Headmaster Dippet an explanation. His blue eyes swept over the incomplete dark magic ritual and the caged acromantula, particularly regarding the apparent unusual interest this gentleman has shown towards Mr. Fox. He approached the apprentice, crouching to examine a remarkably concealed symbol on his collar, the mark of the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore's expression grew graver still. Tom's face tightened, refusing to respond. Ares inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Professor Dumbledore, we discovered Hagrid's lost pet and thwarted this intruder from completing a dark magic ritual potentially aimed at students. He downplayed the gravity, focusing on the protection of his peers and the prevention of dark magic. Dumbledore regarded him intently, then glanced at Tom, who clearly held a dominant position. Acts of bravery are commendable, but personal recklessness is inadvisable. His implication was clear. There are dangers far exceeding your capacity to handle. This man and the messenger will be under my watch. With a flick of his wand, the raven attempting to flee was also ensnared by an invisible rope and fell to the ground. Now, Dumbledore rose, his gaze sweeping over the two boys. Return to the castle. Until the headmaster makes a decision, tonight's events must not be spoken of to anyone. His tone bore an undeniable authority, not derived from his position as headmaster, but emanating from his own strength and wisdom. Tom and Ares exchanged a glance, understanding that their endeavors for the night must conclude here. They had rescued Aragog and unmasked the saboteur, yet they had also drawn Dumbledore's deeper scrutiny, confirming that Grindelwald's influence was perilously close. As they traversed the path back to the castle, silence enveloped them. It was not until they neared the castle's rear entrance that Tom suddenly spoke, his voice strikingly clear against the night breeze. Child of light and darkness. He glanced at Ares, his deep-set eyes no longer filled with inquiry, but illuminated with a fervent glow of reevaluation. The troubles you bring are greater than I had anticipated, he remarked, his tone devoid of irritation, instead infused with the excitement of a worthy opponent, making the scenario all the more intriguing. Ares met his gaze, aware that the fragile equilibrium between them had been irrevocably shattered. A new alliance, forged on the foundation of perilous secrets and formidable adversaries, was quietly taking shape on this very night. Mutual complicity, he softly replied. The shadows of the forbidden forest closed behind them, while the true tempest was merely beginning to brew. Chapter 52, The Silent Judgment. The following day in defense against the dark arts class, the atmosphere was so tense that one could practically wring water from it. Professor Cabot Avery, a man perpetually furrowing his brow and perpetuating a mantra of vigilance and defense, appeared particularly agitated today. His gaze frequently swept over the back row where Tom Riddle sat, a mix of scrutiny and barely concealed apprehension in his eyes. Dark magic, Professor Avery emphasized with his gravelly voice, exists not only within ancient tomes, but also lurks within the human heart. It tempts those who yearn for power, dragging them into the abyss. His lecture seemed more pointed than usual. Ares Phoenix could feel Tom's taut muscles beside him. The events of the previous night in the Forbidden Forest hung like an invisible veil, isolating them from the surrounding world. Dumbledore's final, profound glance indicated that matters would not conclude easily. The captured raven and the saintly apprentice were likely undergoing dubious treatment at this very moment. As anticipated, at the end of the class, Professor Avery cleared his throat, his gaze settling on Tom and Ares. Riddle, Phoenix. Headmaster Dippet wishes to see you in his office. Immediately, the classroom fell into an instant hush, all eyes focusing on them. A flicker of understanding passed through Abraxas Malfoy's cold gray eyes, while Katerina Vojanova raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Tom rose with an expressionless demeanor, closely followed by Ares. They traversed the corridor in silence. This was not the route to receive accolades. The door to the headmaster's office was guarded by a stone beast. After they announced their names, the creature silently swung open. Inside the office, an array of peculiar silver instruments emitted faint sounds, and the portraits of former headmasters pretended to doze, though Ares sensed their watchful eyes peering from behind the frames. Headmaster Armando Dippet sat behind an expansive desk, his silver hair and beard framing a kindly face. Yet at this moment, the eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles bore an uncommon seriousness. Albus Dumbledore stood by the window, his back to them, gazing outside. His scarlet robes appeared particularly tranquil in the light. "Ah, Mr. Riddle, Mr. Phoenix." Headmaster Dippet's voice was gentle yet tinged with fatigue. "Please, take a seat. I imagine you can surmise the reason for my summons." The two complied, Tom sitting upright and guarded, while Ares appeared more serene, his heterochromatic eyes scrutinizing every detail of the room. Regarding the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest last night, Headmaster Dippet continued, his hands folded atop the desk. "Professor Dumbledore has provided me with a detailed account. An unidentified intruder, an unfinished dark magic ritual, and his peculiar interest in Mr. Phoenix." He turned to Ares. "Child, could you elucidate why he referred to you as the child of light and darkness? It sounds rather extraordinary." All eyes were upon Ares, Dippet's inquiry. The scrutinizing gazes from the portraits, and Dumbledore's calm, yet penetrating blue eyes weighed heavily on him. Tom's hands tightened slightly upon his knees. Ares inhaled deeply, meeting Headmaster Dippet's gaze with sincerity and openness. "Headmaster, to be candid, I share your perplexity. The term child of light and darkness is as foreign to me as it is to that intruder. Tom and I merely discovered Hagrid's pet was missing and followed the clues to intervene in his ritual." He seemed quite unhinged. He deftly cast the inquiry back towards them, positioning himself and Tom as defenders of the innocent. Headmaster Dippet furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unsatisfied with this answer, yet unable to pinpoint any flaws. He turned his gaze to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stepped forward, his focus first landing on Tom. "Mr. Riddle, how did you manage to accurately locate that spot?" "As far as I know, the Forbidden Forest is quite expansive." Tom's response was meticulous, imbued with his characteristic calmness. "We discovered a feather tainted with traces of dark magic, Professor. Phoenixes are sensitive to magical fluctuations. We simply followed the evidence. We believed someone was attempting to exploit magical creatures for some nefarious ritual, which could pose a threat to the safety of the school." He elevated their motive to one of safeguarding Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded, his expression inscrutable. Then, his gaze shifted to Ares, this time more intense, as if seeking to pierce through his very being. "Mr. Phoenix." His voice was soft, but laden with gravity. "Sometimes, the attributes one carries can act like a beacon, attracting those who navigate through darkness, whether they wish it or not." His gaze seemed to linger on the golden chain pattern beneath Ares' left eye. Ares felt the blood packed beneath his skin warm slightly. He understood Dumbledore's insinuation. He could neither fully admit nor entirely deny it. "If that is indeed the case, Professor." Ares met Dumbledore's penetrating blue eyes with clarity and steadiness. Then, understanding why this beacon shines and how to control its glow to prevent attracting further darkness may prove more crucial than investigating the one who ignited it. He positioned himself as someone in need of understanding and assistance, rather than as an object of interrogation. A brief flicker of what seemed like appreciation flashed in Dumbledore's eyes before vanishing. He inclined his head slightly towards Headmaster Dippet. Headmaster Dippet appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, for he was more adept at handling clear violations of school rules than such enigmatic occurrences. "Very well, children." His tone softened. "Regardless, your actions did indeed thwart a potential danger, which is commendable. However, your late-night intrusion into the Forbidden Forest remains a serious violation of school regulations. Slytherin shall incur a deduction of 20 points. This penalty felt neither too harsh nor too lenient. As for the intruder," Headmaster Dippet continued, his expression once again turning serious, "the relevant departments of the Ministry of Magic have intervened. He will face the appropriate interrogation and consequences. This matter is concluded. I do not wish to hear any further gossip regarding it. You may return." As they exited the headmaster's office, silence once more enveloped the two. It was not until they reached an empty corridor that Tom halted, turning to Ares. "Dumbledore knows," he stated firmly, certain in his assertion. "He understands what that title signifies. And he is aware of the secret you carry." Indeed, Ares did not deny it, yet he opted for temporary silence. "Why?" "Because he is observing." Ares gazed out at the overcast sky from the corridor window, contemplating you, me, and the uncertain path that lay ahead of us together. The arrival of that saintly apprentice served as both a warning and a potential validation for him. Validation of what, you may ask? Validation of his belief that love and bonds could indeed resist ambition and darkness. Turning his head, Ares' heterochromatic eyes shimmered with a complex light. He regarded us as a perilous experiment. The corners of Tom's mouth twisted into a chilling smile. How intriguing. Let us allow this observer to witness something beyond his expectations. He strode forward with resolute steps. The voice of Tom, the master spoken of by the saint, drifted with the wind, tinged with an almost imperceptible excitement. It appeared that our stage was far grander than Hogwarts. Ares matched his pace, aware that they had just undergone a silent judgment. Yet the true trial was only just commencing, as Grindelwald's influence began to surface and Dumbledore's deep involvement unfolded. They were no longer apprentices lurking in the shadows, but rather compelled to stand on the precipice of a far grander game. At a high place within the castle, Albus Dumbledore gazed at the retreating figures of the two boys, his gaze profound. He absently stroked a peculiar golden key, a replica astonishingly similar to the twin soul key used by Ares Phoenix at Gringotts, which had been discovered last night on the saintly apprentice. Gellert, he murmured softly. Are you so impatient? Chapter 53, The New Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Slughorn's Christmas party enveloped Hogwarts in a sugary veneer, momentarily concealing the undercurrents of looming crisis. However, on the first morning following the holidays, this layer of sweetness was utterly shattered by an unforeseen turn of events in the defense against the dark arts class. When Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix entered the classroom, they were met not by the usual frowning Professor Avery at the lectern, but by a complete stranger. The man was tall and slender, clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray robe, with a subtle silver brooch resembling an ancient symbol adorning his collar. His deep brown hair was impeccably styled, and his face appeared to be in his mid-30s, exuding a scholarly elegance, yet his light brown eyes were remarkably sharp, as if they could pierce through appearances to discern the essence. Please take your seats, gentlemen and ladies, he spoke with a gentle clarity, his voice possessing a magnetic quality that compelled attention. I am Walton Travers, and from today onward, I will be taking over Professor Avery's defense against the dark arts course. A murmur of subtle unrest rippled through the classroom. A change of professors in the defense against the dark arts class was not uncommon. But such a sudden shift midterm was indeed unusual. Professor Travers paid no heed to the students' whispered conversations. Instead, he offered a slight smile, his gaze sweeping slowly across the class, lingering momentarily on Tom before finally resting on Ares. That look was not aggressive but bore a precise scrutiny, as if assessing an exceptionally precious work of art. Ares felt the blood bond mark beneath his left eye warm slightly, instinctively arousing his vigilance. Professor Avery is on temporary leave for personal reasons, Travers explained nonchalantly, then shifted his focus. In my view, the essence of defense against the dark arts lies not in rote memorization of spells, but in understanding the nature of darkness and recognizing the shadows that lurk beneath the light. The manner in which he spoke and the vocabulary he chose instilled a familiar unease within Ares. This did not resemble the typical style of Hogwarts professors. Rather, it echoed something akin to ancient magics relating to soul binding. Such magics often exhibited the peculiar manifestation of coexistence between light and dark. His gaze once more subtly swept across Ares's face. Understanding this will enable us to better protect ourselves, not to be deceived by superficial radiance nor consumed by profound darkness. Tom's hand on the desk tightened slightly. Ares could sense the immediate tension in his muscles. This new professor spoke with hidden intent, and his target was clear. Of course, this is merely an aside, Travers seemed to casually remark as he returned to the lectern. Today, we shall begin with how to identify and defend against common dark magical objects imbued with mental enchantments. His course content was indeed novel and practical, yet that earlier insinuation had already planted a seed in the hearts of all present. After class, Professor Travers gently spoke. Mr. Riddle, Mr. Phoenix, may I have a word? As the other students gradually departed, Katerina Vojanova cast them a meaningful glance as she passed. Abraxas Malfoy furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly weighing something. Once the classroom was left with only the three of them, the scholarly smile faded from Travers's face, replaced by a more direct and penetrating demeanor. He did not mince words. I have been entrusted by a rather visionary gentleman, he began, lowering his voice to ensure only they could hear, who harbors great interest in your potential, particularly in the unique gifts exhibited by you, Mr. Phoenix. Ares's heart sank. Grindelwald. So soon? Tom stepped forward slightly, adopting a protective posture that subtly shielded Ares, his gaze icy. We do not understand what you mean, Professor. Travers remained unfazed, nodding appreciatively. Caution is a virtue, Mr. Riddle. However, some opportunities knock but once. His gaze passed over Tom and returned to Ares. That gentleman believes that true power should not be shackled by antiquated dogmas. He comprehends the essence of the coexistence of light and dark and possesses the wisdom and resources to guide it toward brilliance. For instance, how to truly master the connection inherent to you. His gaze fell upon the markings on Ares's face. We are currently well. Thank you for your kind intentions, Professor. Ares replied calmly, his heterochromatic pupils betraying no sign of turmoil. Professor Travers regarded them thoughtfully, suddenly shifting the topic. Professor Avery is an overly cautious man. He failed to timely identify and address potential threats within the campus, such as the recent incident in the Forbidden Forest. which has left the headmaster and the board of governors quite disappointed. My teaching philosophy leans more toward proactively identifying and resolving crises. He spoke lightly. Yet both Tom and Aries discerned the underlying implication. Professor Avery's leave was likely related to his failure to manage the situation involving them and that saintly apprentice, while Travers' arrival signified a more direct and dangerous scrutiny. I hope that in the days to come, we can come to know one another more deeply, Travers concluded, restoring the scholarly smile to his face, though the depths of his gaze held no warmth. You may leave now. As they exited the classroom, the air in the corridor felt thick and laden with pressure. He is a saint, Tom murmured, his tone firm, laced with a hint of territorial aggression. Grindelwald has sent him to confront us. Moreover, he has gained the approval of the board of governors, or at least that of headmaster Dippet. Aries added, his brow furrowed. This means he is practically unassailable in the open. His target is me, or rather, the power I share with Grindelwald. Tom halted, turning to face Aries, his deep-set eyes swirling with complex emotions, vigilance against a formidable foe, a burning curiosity regarding Aries' secrets, and an exhilarating thrill at being drawn into a larger maelstrom. He mentioned guidance and resources. Tom spoke slowly. He is tempting you, Aries. I am aware, Aries nodded, revealing that he, or rather Grindelwald behind him, believed that I had yet to fully grasp the power of the blood pact. They wish to guide me. He looked at Tom, a flicker of determination gleaming in his heterochromatic eyes. This signifies that we still have time, before they deem me ready, before we discover the true means to wield this power. A cold smile crept slowly across Tom's lips. Thus, we must learn and grow beneath his watchful gaze. And then, let him and his master comprehend, Aries interjected, his voice soft yet resolute, who truly holds the reins of my destiny. The two exchanged a glance. A silent accord forged in their gaze. Travers' arrival was not an end, but the commencement of a new and perilous chapter. They would not only contend with Dumbledore's scrutiny, but also with the overt allure emanating from Grindelwald. Their fragile conspiratorial alliance would soon face its true test under such extreme pressure. As their figures vanished at the corridor's end, the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom closed gently. Walton Travers stood by the window, gazing at the somber sky outside, his fingertips brushing against a silver brooch. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible, a tarnished gem and a piece of black jade in need of sculpting. Master, your collection is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 54, The Tempering of Ice and Fire. The arrival of Walton Travers was akin to a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, stirring tumultuous ripples within Hogwarts. His defense against the dark arts course was refreshingly innovative, eschewing Professor Avery's rote theories in favor of practical application and a dissection of the nature of darkness. Yet, those seemingly gentle hazel eyes of his often betrayed an unsettlingly precise scrutiny, particularly when focused on Aries Phoenix. Your command over spells is remarkable, Mr. Phoenix. After a practical lesson on dispelling low-level curses, Professor Travers called out to Aries, who was preparing to depart. Tom Riddle nearly halted in his tracks, silently standing beside Aries like a shadow. Travers appeared oblivious to Tom's wariness, offering a cultured smile as his gaze fell upon Aries' face, more specifically, the golden chain pattern adorning it. Your approach to dealing with curse remnants is quite unique. It is not merely expulsion or purification. Rather, it resembles an embrace and transformation. The delicate balance of light and dark magic you exhibit is truly astonishing. His choice of words tread perilously close to danger. Aries felt a faint resonance from the wand concealed within his sleeve, as if stirred by a kindred essence. It is simply in accordance with the textbook's guidance, Professor. He lowered his eyelids, adopting a tone of humility and aloofness, his heterochromatic gaze obscured by dense lashes. Such techniques cannot be gleaned from textbooks. Travers chuckled lightly, his voice lowered with a hint of seduction. Some gifts are innate, requiring true masters to guide their full brilliance. To be stranded in the shallows is ultimately a waste. He spoke with veiled implications, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, produced a small, exquisitely crafted envelope sealed with wax from the pocket of his robe. Ah, Mr. Phoenix. I found this while organizing the materials left by my predecessor. It is an invitation for academic exchange from the European continent, seemingly addressed to you. The sender is the Norwegian Alchemy and Ancient Runes Research Society. He extended the envelope, the wax seal bearing an abstract design of an eye encircled by stars. Aries did not immediately reach for it, sensing Tom's breath momentarily hitch beside him. Norwegian? That was nearly an overt stronghold of Grindelwald's influence in Europe. The intent behind this invitation was unmistakable. Tom reached out, swiftly taking the envelope with a fluid motion, his expression one of perfectly measured gratitude as a student receiving assistance from a professor. Thank you, Professor Travers. I will remind Aries to read it carefully. He nonchalantly held the envelope as if it were merely a standard course notification. Travers's gaze lingered on Tom's face for a fleeting moment, admiration and calculation flashing through his eyes. Of course, Mr. Riddle is always so reliable. He nodded, uttering no further words as he turned to depart, his robe trailing elegantly behind him. Once Travers's silhouette disappeared at the corridor's end, Tom's smile abruptly cooled. He clutched the envelope, his knuckles widening, his gaze fixating with a predatory intensity on the wax seal, as if attempting to pierce through it, to obliterate it. I cannot wait any longer. Tom's voice was frigid, akin to ice in the depths of a cellar, a brazen solicitation. This is also a test. Ares observed the envelope, a flicker of light dancing in his heterochromatic eyes. They are probing our stance, testing our relationship with Dumbledore, and assessing my understanding of that legacy. Upon returning to their customary secluded corner of the Slytherin common room, dappled with the reflections of rippling water, Tom cast a silencing charm before casting the envelope onto the cold stone table. He did not open it, as if it were something filthy, tainted with a curse. What are your thoughts? Tom inquired, his gaze sharp as a scalpel. The Norwegian Research Society? It sounds like a grandiose trap. Ares did not respond directly. He stared at the wax seal, and a notification resonated within his mind. Detected a letter bearing a unique magical seal. The analysis indicates a 92 match with the secondary marks of the saints. The letter is enchanted with tracking and emotional sensing magic. The letter itself holds no significance. Ares finally spoke, his voice steady. What matters is our response. To refuse would appear cowardly or a complete capitulation to Dumbledore. To accept would be to walk into a snare. Tom's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, producing a dull, stifled sound, mirroring the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. We require a response that is neither acceptance nor outright rejection. One that buys us time while simultaneously probing their intentions. A calculating glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if orchestrating a meticulous game of chess. Ares' eyes flashed with agreement. Perhaps we could express our interest in the academic exchange, while emphasizing our current heavy workload, particularly with OWLs approaching. As Professor Horace has high expectations for us, we could request to postpone the exchange until next summer. He paused, glancing at Tom, his heterochromatic gaze imbued with a sense of risk. We could casually divulge that Professor Dumbledore has recently taken a keen interest in ancient contract magic, often providing us with additional guidance. He intentionally mentioned Slughorn and OWLs, the most legitimate of reasons, while also drawing Dumbledore into this invisible game. A cold and appreciative smile slowly graced Tom's lips, akin to a toxic mushroom blooming in the darkness. Involving Dumbledore as a shield while subtly suggesting our close relationship with him enhances our leverage and worth, a commendable strategy. Let Travers and his master speculate and weigh their options. This was undoubtedly a precarious tightrope act. Leveraging Dumbledore's name inherently carried immense risk, yet high stakes often accompanied high rewards. We must present a unified front. Tom rose, radiating an undeniable aura of resolved decision. This letter's origins are ambiguous, and its content may pertain to activities unsuitable for students. Before we ascertain the Norwegian Society's true nature, the best response is to offer none. I shall take custody of it. He cast a glance at Ares, his eyes imbued with a trust reminiscent of a mission deployment. In the next class, it would be you who would pose a sufficiently intricate question regarding the transitional nodes between ancient guardian contracts and dark magic curses. A query complex enough to showcase your potential while conveniently intertwining with Dumbledore's field of research. Ares nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility intensify upon his shoulders. This was a bold plan, fraught with risks yet brimming with opportunities. No longer were they mere pawns passively enduring pressure. They began to exploit the fissures between various powers, carving out space and agency for themselves. That evening, within the secret study that the Room of Requirement had transformed into, a chamber brimming with ancient tomes and magical artifacts, Ares unfurled the manuscript of the ancient guardian contract once more. Beneath the soft glow of magical lamps, the archaic script on the parchment appeared to flow gently. This time, he sought not to soothe Tom, but to arm himself. To secure his footing in the impending storm, he needed to truly comprehend and harness greater power, whether to confront Travers or to fulfill his promise to Tom. Proving the existence of that alternative path, Tom sat opposite him, not engrossed in his usual dark magic studies, but instead perusing a hefty tome on ancient scripts and the theory of contracts. His long fingers traced the obscure passages, his brow furrowed, his expression one of unprecedented concentration. Under the light, the shadows of the two boys elongated and intertwined, cast upon the walls laden with ancient wisdom, as if merging with the sagacity of centuries past to resist the chill of reality. Their conversation was sparse, punctuated only by the rustle of turning pages and the soft scratch of quills on parchment, alongside occasional whispered discussions about specific difficulties. Yet an intangible bond, more profound and resilient than ever before, quietly flourished and solidified amidst this silent and focused inquiry. They were conspirators, allies, and now became navigators who must depend on one another and jointly steer their course through tumultuous waters. Outside, the night enveloping Hogwarts remained tranquil, with the faint sounds of the giant squid stirring the waters of the Black Lake echoing from its depths. Yet within the castle, the crucible of ice and fire was quietly shaping the trajectory of the future. The pressure exerted by Travers had not shattered their alliance. Rather, it was akin to the hammering of steel, tempering the fragile connection born of entangled interests and emotions into something far more resilient and perilous. And on some distant day in the future, a melodious phoenix song might witness the culmination of this forging. Chapter 55, Silent Smoke. The air in Slughorn's private storeroom was thick with a honeyed sweetness mingled with the complex aroma of aged potion ingredients. The annual small Christmas gathering was underway, a traditional occasion for Horace Slughorn to showcase his collection, those promising students of noble lineage or remarkable talent. Tom Riddle was, of course, a frequent guest, exuding elegance and poise, effortlessly navigating the company of several classmates from illustrious families. As if the brooding boy he once was by the edge of the forbidden forest were merely a figment of the imagination. Ares Phoenix, however, remained quietly ensconced in a shadow against the wall, cradling a glass of untouched mead. His heterochromatic eyes appeared even more striking under the warm yellow light, the golden chain beneath his left eye cleverly obscured by a strand of cascading platinum hair. He sensed several gazes occasionally drifting towards him, one from Abraxas Malfoy, scrutinizing him with cautious calculation, another from Katerina Vojanova, her curiosity unabashed, and yet another from across the room, that of the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Walton Travers, whose seemingly casual yet precise observation sent shivers down his spine. Professor Travers engaged in lively conversation with Slughorn, his refined demeanor and spontaneous insights into potion-making evidently winning the host's favor. Yet Ares noted how the topics often unwittingly veered towards ancient magic, bloodline inheritance, and certain misunderstood powers. There were always gifted youths, akin to uncut diamonds, who required proper guidance to truly shine. Travers's voice was modest, yet it resonated in Ares's ears. A lamentable loss for the entire magical community, constrained by a narrow perspective. Slughorn chuckled, his plump fingers swirling the wine glass. Ah, yes, take our young Phoenix, for instance. His finesse and magical control often leaves me in awe. He seemed oblivious to the deeper implications of Travers's words, merely indulging in the habitual pride of a mentor showcasing his exceptional student. At that moment, the atmosphere of the gathering subtly shifted. The storeroom door swung open, and Professor Albus Dumbledore entered, clad in a somewhat vibrant deep purple robe adorned with ever-changing star patterns. Horace, I hope I am not intruding upon this delightful gathering, Dumbledore said with a warm smile, his gaze sweeping across the room, lingering momentarily on Ares and Tom before meeting Travers's eyes for a fleeting instant. It felt as though invisible sparks flickered in the air. Albus, my old friend. Slughorn welcomed him enthusiastically. You arrived just in time. We were discussing talent and guidance. Dumbledore accepted a glass of lemonade, deftly seizing the conversation. Indeed, guidance is of utmost importance, Horace. However, at times, an overly eager hand can stifle the very power that a seedling needs to break ground. Trust and patience may prove to be far more precious nutrients. His words seemed directed at Slughorn, yet his keen blue eyes were fixed upon Travers. Travers's smile remained intact, his light brown eyes narrowing slightly. Professor Dumbledore's insights are always laden with wisdom. However, some seedlings are planted in soil fraught with peril. Without a gardener to prune the extraneous branches and fend off pests, they may never reach the day of thriving. He cast a pointed glance at Ares. A polite, yet adversarial aura enveloped the two professors, causing the surrounding chatter to taper off involuntarily. Tom approached Ares, wine glass in hand, his voice low enough for only them to hear. Look, both the hound and the guardian covet the same prey. His tone dripped with icy mockery, laced with a hint of excitement at the prospect of control. They debated the qualifications of the gardener, rather than the ownership of the prey. Ares replied softly, a flicker of weariness and resolve flashing in his heterochromatic gaze. He felt his wand, nestled within his sleeve, emanate a faint warmth, as if stirred by this silent smoke. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to turn to Ares casually, his tone reminiscent of a concerned elder inquiring about a student's studies. Ah, Mr. Phoenix. Regarding that obscure point on the eternal contract you referenced in your last paper, I happened to come across some potentially relevant materials, located on the shelf just beside my office door. You may wish to peruse them at your convenience. They might aid your deeper understanding of the true weight between sacrifice and guardianship. He provided a specific shelf number and level. This statement, seemingly innocuous, sent Ares' heart racing. Dumbledore had mentioned the eternal contract, explicitly indicating the location of the materials. It was a tacit approval, a test. He permitted Ares access to deeper knowledge, while simultaneously observing how he would utilize it. Travers's smile dimmed slightly. Clearly grasping Dumbledore's subtext, he was providing nourishment beyond what he deemed Ares' narrow perspective. The gathering continued amidst this subtle tension. Soon after, Travers excused himself under the pretext of an obligation. As he passed by Ares, he did not pause, but whispered a seemingly trivial remark that floated into Ares' ear. Remember, true power never fears choice. Hesitation, in and of itself, is an answer. Ares' body stiffened slightly. Moments later, Dumbledore prepared to take his leave. As he passed by Ares and Tom, he seemed to suddenly recall something, addressing Tom with, "Mr. Riddle. The study of history of magic can sometimes illuminate the fog of the present. While Professor Binz's lectures may be rather dreary, the rare tomes on the struggles of medieval wizarding factions, located on the lower shelf of the 7th row in Section B of the library, might provide unexpected perspectives." A flicker of surprise crossed Tom's eyes, soon replaced by deep contemplation. What was Dumbledore hinting at? Something regarding saints? The rise of Grindelwald? After Dumbledore departed, the gathering drew to a close. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Tom immediately cast a silencing charm. Dumbledore has presented us with two paths, Tom analyzed, his eyes gleaming with insight. He offers you power and responsibility, while providing me with history and caution. He is attempting to find equilibrium. Ares toyed with his wand, realizing that Dumbledore was conveying that he possessed something valuable for them, while simultaneously reminding them of the dangers and the formidable opponents they faced. Yet, a choice still lay before them. Tom turned to Ares, contemplating whether to accept Dumbledore's guidance, lean towards the resources behind Travers, or, with a hint of a smile, forge their own third path, using them as stepping stones. Ares did not reply immediately. He moved to the window, gazing at the strange flicker beneath the depths of the Black Lake. The image of Fawkes flashed through his mind, and the melodious phoenix's song seemed to resonate across time, echoing in his ears. What he needed was not to choose a side, but to discover the power to master it all. Tomorrow, Ares turned, his heterochromatic eyes unwavering as stars in the darkness. I will visit Dumbledore's office to retrieve the materials. As for you, Tom, perhaps you should examine those rare tomes on faction struggles. We must understand our enemies, as well as our potential allies. Tom regarded him, eventually nodding slowly. The invisible smoke of conflict had already spread from the professors to beneath their feet. Every step they took would dictate the trajectory of the impending war. Chapter 56, The Resonance of Pain. The Hogwarts library appeared particularly serene under the afternoon light, with dust dancing slowly in the shafts of illumination streaming through the high windows. Ares Phoenix ventured alone into the depths of the library, where the more ancient and perilous restricted section lay. Thanks to Dumbledore's seemingly casual guidance, he had obtained special permission to access specific materials necessary for his thesis. His footsteps echoed softly on the stone floor. As he passed the 7th row in Section B, he caught sight of a familiar figure crouched before the lower shelves. Tom Riddle, his long fingers brushing over the faded, gilded spines of ancient titles. Tom's expression was focused and cold, akin to an archaeologist scrutinizing a lethal weapon. He did not look up, but Ares knew he sensed his presence. No words were needed between them. A tacit understanding flowed silently. Each was engaged in their own search, yet together they would share their findings. Ares continued forward, arriving at the bookshelf that Dumbledore had indicated. In the designated spot, he discovered an unassuming book, bound in deep brown dragon hide, devoid of any title on its spine. The moment he touched the cover, a stirring emanating from the depths of his soul nearly caused him to falter. It was not mere warmth, but a vast, ancient resonance echoing with the weight of endless ages. The blood bond mark beneath his left eye seemed to come alive, coursing beneath his skin, calling to the dormant power within the pages. Yes, he was undoubtedly familiar with this sensation. It was almost the cornerstone of his existence. Amidst the endless drift through the crevices of time, the pulse of this connection served as the only true point of reference. He carried the book to the room of requirement. Today, the room responded to his needs, transforming into a meditation chamber filled with cushions, superbly soundproofed, and adorned with a basic protective spell diagram at its center. The air was infused with a faint sandalwood fragrance, soothing to the spirit. Yet he understood that it could not truly quell the storm that might arise when he approached the essence of it all. Tom arrived a little later, bringing with him several densely scribbled sheets of parchment, carrying the musty scent characteristic of old libraries. The rise of the saints was no mere coincidence, Tom stated bluntly. spreading out his notes, which detailed the family trees and operational patterns of Grindelwald's early followers, their core doctrines revolving around the greater good and wizarding dominance. Founded upon an extreme interpretation of ancient prophecies, they were not merely in search of powerful weapons, but were also seeking keys, or rather, individuals emblematic of specific prophetic descriptions. His gaze fell upon the nameless book beside Ares, and the implication was clear. Ares took a deep breath and opened the dragonhide book. The pages were crafted from some resilient magical creature's hide, the text not ink, but ancient runes formed by light flowing across the pages. The opening discussion revolved around the supreme magical contracts entwined with the essence of the soul and fate, its form, its binding power, its cost. This book was describing blood bonds. Ares's voice was unusually calm, laced with an almost cold understanding, as he pointed to an image composed of light and shadow, depicting two figures entwined by golden chains, a pattern that perfectly mirrored the mark etched in the depths of his memory. It was not merely descriptive, it elucidated its very essence. The power of such a contract stemmed from the most extreme emotions, love or hate, commitment or betrayal. Once established, it transcended ordinary magic, becoming part of the threads of fate. Nearly impossible to destroy from the outside. Tom leaned closer, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the luminous text, the glow igniting a flame of inquiry within him. If it cannot be destroyed from the outside, then what about from within? He astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Ares did not respond immediately, his fingertips grazing a passage describing the discord of will and the echoes of the contract. A sharp, ancient pain pierced his soul in an instant, causing his complexion to pale slightly. He was all too familiar with this sensation, in the crevices of time, with every intensifying conflict between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Each step toward their inevitable rupture resonated with tremors that threatened to tear at his very existence. The stability of the contract depends on the unity of the will of the signatories. Ares's voice lowered, heavy with the weight of first-hand experience. Should a fundamental and irreconcilable division in will occur, the contract itself will not immediately fail, but will produce violent magical echoes. He paused, a fleeting hint of pain flickering in his heterochromatic eyes. For those bound by such a contract, it was a torment on a soul level, potentially leading to the disintegration of the bearer. He raised his gaze to Tom. This book was stating a fact I understand better than anyone else. Is it suggesting the possibility of a split? Tom inquired, urgency lacing his tone, as though he perceived a weakness to exploit. Not entirely. Ares flipped to the later pages, pointing to a more obscure passage, seemingly concealed. As he attempted to decipher it, a wave of intense burning radiated from the chain mark beneath his left eye. As if issuing a warning, it mentioned that, in certain extreme circumstances, when a contract nears collapse due to discord of will, its power may not dissipate, but rather seek new anchors, or be forcibly drawn upon or inherited by a stronger, resonant will. A chill coursed through him. This was not merely a manual, but rather a guide on how to survive, maneuver, and even plunder within such a supreme contract. And he, as a living blood bond, was the most precious pawn in this game, yet potentially the most perilous trap. Tom fell silent, his eyes fixed on the book, their expression shifting unpredictably. The value and peril of this tome, as evidenced by Ares's first-hand experience, have become increasingly tangible and alarming. It not only unveils the nature of power, but also exposes Ares's inherent vulnerabilities and the haunting possibilities that accompany them. Does Dumbledore possess knowledge of this book's contents? Is he aware of your sentiments regarding it? Tom inquired slowly. He surely must. Ares closed the book, as though its cover bore the weight of an excessively burdensome past. Bestowing this book upon me was a gesture laden with multiple significances. He was conveying that he understood both my essence and my suffering. He was cautioning me, as well as you, that the costs of betrayal and division are intolerable for us both. Meanwhile, Ares hesitated, a flicker of complexity flashing through his heterochromatic eyes. He was also testing me, examining whether, after comprehending all of this, I would choose to embrace this innate bond and responsibility, or, akin to Grindelwald, attempt to distort and exploit it, ultimately repeating past mistakes. At that moment, Ares felt a potent resonance emanating from the wand nestled in his sleeve. A resonance imbued with sorrow and solace, as if it were responding to the tumult of his current emotions. The chain pattern beneath his left eye continued to radiate warmth. No longer a warning, but rather a silent companionship. We must delve deeper into its mysteries. Tom's voice shattered the silence, imbued with an undeniable resolve, yet beneath that determination, there seemed to linger a hint of wavering, drawn not by fear, but by a desire for control. If this power and pain are integral to your destiny, then understanding it and mastering it shall serve as our weapons against fate. Dumbledore has afforded us the opportunity to confront the truth. He turned his gaze towards Ares, his eyes sharp. Yet we cannot simply adhere to the path he has laid out for us. We must forge our own research in our own way. For the ensuing hours, the two of them immersed themselves in the profound study of the Dragonhide book. Ares, guided by his empathic connection to their blood pact, directed the flow of magic, striving to decipher the concealed passages. However, with each attempt to touch upon the core of willful contradiction and the transference of power, the phantom pain originating from the depths of his soul intensified, as if countless tiny shards of ice were piercing his nerves. Detection indicates that the host is engaging with the mental burdens of high-level contract magic taboo. It is advised to pause the analysis. The system's warning chimed with an unusual urgency. As evening descended and they departed from the room of requirement, Ares's complexion appeared more pallid than usual. His brow furrowed with an unmistakable fatigue. "Knowledge is not merely power, Tom," Ares whispered, his voice tinged with a rasp. "It is also a conduit through which we relive our suffering." Tom regarded him, for the first time refraining from immediate rebuttal. He perceived the weariness in Ares's eyes, which stemmed not from magical exhaustion, but from a deeper, more profound trauma. "Then let us discover a means to render suffering worthwhile," he ultimately declared, his tone resolute, yet seemingly infused with something else. As they traversed the path back to the Slytherin common room, they remained unaware that, in a higher chamber of the castle, Albus Dumbledore stood by the window of his office, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the layers of walls to rest upon them. In his hand, he held a long, fiery red phoenix tail feather, gently stroking it, his expression complex. "You have touched the core," he murmured softly to himself, his voice laden with profound compassion and a hint of resignation. Outside, the night began to cloak the landscape, and a silver-white Patronus stag slipped silently through the window's gap, gracefully bounding towards the forbidden forest, as if to convey a crucial message. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, within the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Walton Travers was addressing a double-sided mirror, quietly reporting on today's observations regarding Ares's acquisition of that particular book from the library. An invisible web was gradually tightening. The youths, who had just confronted the roots of their fates, found the path beneath their feet becoming increasingly treacherous. Chapter 57. The Wand Whispers. Midnight approaches. The Transfiguration classroom was eerily silent. 30 students held their breath, wands poised at the struggling beetle on the desk. Professor Albus Dumbledore's robes today bore a silver astrological chart that flowed silently as he paced between the rows of desks, his blue eyes sharp as a hawk. "Imagine the smoothness of a button. Feel the transformation of its material." His voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable magic. "Remember, the essence of transfiguration lies not in conquest, but in resonance." In the front row, before Tom Riddle lay a button so breathtakingly perfect, it was almost suffocating. Crafted from obsidian, its edges sharp as a blade, it refracted harsh light. He scarcely moved his wand. Merely casting a downward glance was sufficient for the beetle to curl, harden, and transform into this cold artifact. Yet Tom's gaze was drawn to the desk beside him. On Ares Phoenix's table, a peculiar tug-of-war was unfolding. The beetle oscillated between its button and insect forms, its limbs intermittently morphing into smooth edges, then twisting back to their original state. Ares furrowed his brow, his heterochromatic eyes fixated on the minuscule creature, his left eye a deep azure like frozen ice, while his right was a shadowy abyss. He did not impose force, but rather guided, attuning himself to the slightest tremors of magic coursing through the beetle's body. The wand nestled in his sleeve resonated with warmth, as if softly encouraging him. "Fascinating." Dumbledore's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Ares's fingertips trembled, nearly causing the beetle to complete its transformation. He lifted his gaze to meet the professor's penetrating look through his crescent-shaped spectacles. "You are exploring the transitional state," Dumbledore observed with keen interest regarding the half-insect, half-button creature rather than demanding an outcome. "This requires extraordinary perceptiveness." His gaze swept over the wand beside Ares, and he lowered his voice so that only the two could hear. "A wand is not merely a tool, Mr. Phoenix. It is a partner, a mirror, and at times, a warning. Strive to feel it, rather than to dominate it." Ares's heart quivered. He closed his eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, magic flowed like a gentle stream into the beetle. The insect ceased its struggles, transitioning smoothly, and moments later, a warm button, imbued with peculiar woody patterns, lay quietly on the desk. In stark contrast to Tom's cold, flawless creation, it radiated the warmth of life. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Turning to address the entire class, transfiguration is the art of understanding. Violence may temporarily alter form, but only resonance can touch the essence. His gaze lingered briefly on Tom's excessively perfect button, without comment, before moving on to the next group of students. The bell rang. The students surged towards the door as if liberated, only to freeze upon encountering Professor Walton Travers, who leaned against the doorframe, his deep gray robes immaculate, a charming yet unsettling smile gracing his face. An excellent lesson, Albus, Travers greeted, yet his gaze, like a serpent, fixated on Ares and Tom as they attempted to leave, having fortuitously crossed paths with the two. Regarding the Novigrad Research Society's invitation, we have just acquired a rare collection of documents pertaining to the origins of ancient wand lore. I believe it may greatly benefit Mr. Phoenix's study of that unique wand. Here it comes again. A more enticing bait, delivered with greater precision. Tom stepped forward, a flawless smile of apology blossoming on his face. Thank you for your kind offer, Professor. However, the OWLs this year are quite demanding, and Professor Slughorn has high expectations. Professor Dumbledore is also guiding us through some in-depth explorations of magical principles. He deftly invoked the names of both professors as a shield, particularly emphasizing Dumbledore's mentorship, subtly implying their position and suggesting that they might have to decline his generous offer. Perhaps next summer? Impenetrable, respectful, yet declining, with ample justification. Travers's smile remained unchanged, yet a fleeting chill passed through the light brown depths of his eyes. Regrettable. Academia does indeed require focus. He turned to Ares, his words sharp as a blade, speaking of the wand's eternal cycle and the spiral wood of light and shadow, declaring it a rarity even within Ollivander's archives. Have you ever experienced a sense of stagnation or an unusual resonance amidst the ebb and flow of light and dark magic? I am acquainted with several masters of wandcraft in Europe who might offer unique insights. Piercing directly to the core, Ares met his gaze, his heterochromatic eyes calm and unruffled. My wand resonates harmoniously with me. Professor Dumbledore has taught that this resonance is rooted in the connection of souls, rather than theoretical dissection. I believe what I require is the passage of time to feel, rather than external interpretation. Once again invoking Dumbledore, he steered the conversation towards inner cultivation. Travers lightly tapped the doorframe, ultimately transforming into a knowing smile, a commendable attitude. He inclined his head slightly towards Dumbledore, then turned away, his steps measured, yet his silhouette emanated an icy chill. Dumbledore watched him depart, then turned his attention to the two young boys before him, his expression grave. A wise choice, he said gently, each word laden with significance. Some paths, once embarked upon, are difficult to retrace. Establishing a solid foundation is far more crucial than pursuing distant unknowns. After a pause, as if casually mentioning it, he added, by the way, the North Tower has been rather restless of late. Filch has complained that the armor clatters inexplicably in the early hours. It could be Peeves causing mischief, or perhaps the echoes of some ancient magic. Hogwarts harbors many secrets. Some ought to remain dormant, best left undisturbed. With that, he embraced his lesson plans and departed, leaving an enigmatic warning reverberating in the air. In the depths of night, Tom whispered the name of the North Tower, his eyes igniting with a dangerous curiosity. Was it a warning or a bait? Both. Ares pressed his fingers against the pulsating blood bond mark beneath his left eye. When Dumbledore mentioned the echoes of ancient magic, the pattern resonated with a distant call, perhaps signaling danger or guiding discovery. In the empty Slytherin common room, the flickering embers of the fireplace cast a crimson glow upon the dark waters of the Black Lake. Tom and Ares nestled in the shadows, spread before them a dragon-hide tome and a multitude of densely scribbled notes. Travers would not relent. Tom pointedly traced the analysis of the saint's actions, his tone more direct today. Grindelwald's interest in the essence of your wand's power can no longer be concealed. Dumbledore is controlling the tempo. Ares grazed the section on the backlash of the dragon-hide book, a phantom pain flickering within him. He had given the key, yet he had not indicated which door would open or which led to a precipice. Then we must discern for ourselves. Tom's eyes were a tempest of ambition and composure. The North Tower warranted exploration. Yet, before that, he glanced at Ares' wand, needing first to learn to sense the power already present. The two lowered their voices, plunging into the depths of magical principles. Outside, the shadow of a leviathan from the Black Lake glided slowly by. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the castle's North Tower, a set of ancient armor stood watch, its hollow gaze sweeping across the corridor, metal fingers twitching ever so slightly. Farther afield, in the highest reaches of Nurmengard Castle, Gellert Grindelwald listened to Travers's report from the two-way mirror, his heterochromatic pupils ablaze in the darkness. Encountering obstacles? He chuckled lightly, toying with a pale bone wand. Good. This indicates that the boy indeed possesses value. The voice from the mirror spoke with deference, yet Grindelwald raised his eyes towards England, as if he could pierce through the miles and behold the two boys standing shoulder to shoulder in the depths of Hogwarts. Patience, Walton, he murmured, his fingertips brushing over the blood bond vial at his heart, which had begun to radiate warmth, resonating with another chain mark from a distant castle. The most precious fruits require time to ripen. He paused, his voice laced with a chilling excitement, and a storm is approaching. I can feel it. Chapter 58, Whispers of the North Tower. Midnight had passed, and the stone steps of the North Tower swallowed the last remnants of sound from below. Ares tread upon dust that had accumulated over centuries, his footsteps as light as a spectre-ass. Beneath his left eye, the pulsing blood bond mark transformed from a mere guide into a heavy, dragging resonance. As if something deep within the tower was lamenting in harmony with the magic coursing through it. Tom followed half a step behind, the cold white halo emanating from his wand slicing through a sliver of darkness. His breath was nearly inaudible, yet Ares could sense his taut focus. Like a bowstring drawn tight, aimed at every shadow that might lurk around the corners. Dumbledore would not mention a malfunctioning suit of armor without reason. Tom's voice was barely above a whisper, almost lost in the spiraling narrow space, hinting that there was something worthy of our attention, or perhaps something to be wary of. The tower's summit platform was more dilapidated than anticipated. Abandoned astronomical instruments resembled the bones of a colossal beast, casting warped shadows in the pallid stripes of moonlight. At the center stood a suit of knightly armor, still and silent, rust and cracks crawling over its surface, the visor's gap a void of darkness. Yet, it was not the armor that captivated Ares' attention. It was the wall. Opposite the armor, on a seemingly forgotten surface, beneath a shroud of dust and cobwebs. An extremely faint, unnatural pattern surged forth. He stepped closer, the wand's glow illuminating the scene. Dust cascaded away under the influence of magic, revealing a breathtaking sight, not a complete magical array, but a multitude of fractured, overlapping magical etchings. It appeared as though someone had frantically inscribed, scrawled, and rewritten here, attempting to document or contain some vast and unstable force. The curves and angles of many symbols bore a chilling resemblance to the chapters describing the foundational structures of the blood bond in the Dragonhide book. A well of observation? Tom quickly assessed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, or perhaps a failed binding field. The age of these symbols far predates Hogwarts. Observing the layers of wear, they had undoubtedly withstood more than 3 surges of magical tide. Ares remained silent. His fingertips hovered before the icy stone wall, not yet touching. Yet the blood in his veins seemed to surge towards the mark beneath his left eye. The resonance had shifted from a vague drag to a clear, chilling sting. It was not an attack, but a resonance. The magical scars lingering in the depths of the wall vibrated in sympathy with the power flowing through him, echoing across time. Phantom pain pierced through his chest without warning. He gasped, his voice taut. It recorded not a connection, but an explosion. A soul-based contract was torn asunder here. These markings are fragments splintered from that rupture. At the moment his words fell, a faint sound echoed in the stillness, a minuscule crack, as delicate as a brittle twig snapping, yet piercingly clear in the profound silence. The sound emanated from the suit of armor. The two instantly pivoted, wands raised in unison. Tom's wand tip had already coalesced into a dangerous silver glimmer, while Ares felt the eternal cycle in his sleeve grow fervent. The phoenix ashes and night steed feathers deep within the core of his wand seemingly awakening simultaneously. The armor remained motionless, rigidly standing at the threshold of moonlight and shadow. Yet, behind the narrow slit of the visor, 2 glowing emerald eyes flickered open, akin to a slumbering beast roused from its dreams, before extinguishing in an instant. It was no illusion. That light bore an icy chill, far from a mere reflection of moonlight. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds. The armor remained still. Let us go? Tom's voice was resolute, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the armor, retreating slowly, now. They did not run, yet their retreat was astonishingly swift. Each step landed in the densest shadows, their robes sweeping over the stone steps soundlessly, until they re-entered the relatively familiar corridor below, where the silence that devoured everything from the tower did not pursue them. Only then did the tension in their nerves slacken slightly, though the icy chill of fear had seeped into their bones. Returning to the Slytherin dungeon, the fire had long extinguished, leaving only the ceaseless, eerie green waves of the black lake dancing upon the walls, resembling countless prying eyes. The armor was not possessed. Ares leaned against the cold stone wall, exhaling slowly, attempting to dispel the lingering phantom pain in his chest. It was a node, a vital activation point within Hogwarts' ancient defense or monitoring network. Its awakening may have been triggered by our touch upon the marks on the wall, or perhaps it was merely because we had arrived. Dumbledore was aware that it would stir. Tom responded, his profile sharply defined in the dim light, a manifestation of his cold resolve. This was part of his cue. He was revealing the castle's extensive knowledge, a truth I too recognized, while simultaneously cautioning us against our exploration, which had been under some form of scrutiny from the very outset. not merely his gaze. Ares recalled the inhuman chill emanating from the depths of those 2 points of eerie green light, and Professor Travers' appearance near the dragon skin book was anything but coincidental. Could he truly disregard the commotion within the North Tower tonight? Tom's fingertips lightly tapped on the leather surface of the armchair. A habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. The crux lay within that wall. It bore witness to the very source of your power, directly linked to the castle's oldest and most perilous secrets. Dumbledore perceived this as a risk to be guided and guarded against, while Travers might consider it a variable to be manipulated, and he paused, his dark gray eyes gleaming astonishingly in the shadows, must turn it into a bargaining chip. The deciphering of the Dragonskin book must accelerate. We needed to comprehend the rules before others defined this game, ideally rewriting a few of them. At that moment, Ares felt the stirring of his wand once more within his robes. This time, it was warm and clear, as if a tiny flame had ignited deep within the core of the wand, instantaneously dispelling the chill of the North Tower. Simultaneously, a distant, resonant call, piercing through countless spatial barriers, echoed within the depths of his consciousness. That sound encapsulated the dual forces of destruction and rebirth, pure and potent. His body trembled almost imperceptibly. Tom immediately sensed it. Is it happening again? That feeling? Ares nodded, this time without reservation. The eternal cycle and something else. It was warm, in stark contrast to the sensation of the North Tower. The call brought not merely solace, but rather a promise. A vibrant answer that stood in stark opposition to the cold calculations and ancient sorrows. Perhaps, within this vast web woven from myriad gazes, they were not entirely passive. And high above, in a chamber hidden from their sight, within the office of the Transfiguration Professor, Fawkes the Phoenix lifted its head from its gilded perch, its magnificent tail feathers shimmering with golden light. It gazed towards the North Tower, its golden eyes seemingly piercing through stone and time, emitting a soft cry that only it could comprehend. At the opposite end of the office, the silvery glow of the pensive illuminated Albus Dumbledore's serene profile. The quill in his hand remained in motion, inscribing comments upon a paper concerning the uses of Norwegian ridgeback dragon scales, his handwriting smooth and elegant, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding in the North Tower tonight. Yet, behind the lenses of his crescent-shaped glasses, the depths of his penetrating blue eyes harbored a faint, intricate concern, quietly settling within. The night was still young, and certain echoes, once awakened, are exceedingly difficult to silence entirely. Chapter 59, The Ripples of Memory. Professor Slughorn's Christmas party appeared as an illusory confection, beneath which dark currents unveiled their grotesque visage the following day. In the defense against the dark arts class, Professor Walton Travers did not mention the minor altercation at last night's gathering, yet his teaching approach had become increasingly targeted. Today, we shall practically explore how to defend against a more insidious form of attack, memory probing and emotional implantation. Travers stood before the lectern, his voice clear and magnetic, as his light brown eyes swept across the class, ultimately lingering, almost imperceptibly, on Ares. Of course, we shall only demonstrate and engage in foundational exercises in an absolutely controlled environment, utilizing strictly vetted, harmless memory fragments. He instructed the students to pair up and practice the most fundamental form of mental shielding. When it was Ares' turn, Travers approached him personally. Mr. Phoenix, your magical traits are exceptional. Standard exercises may not accurately gauge your true defensive capabilities. Travers smiled encouragingly. Allow me to demonstrate personally. I will use an exceedingly faint public memory image drawn from the annals of magical history. You need only attempt to perceive and block its emotional influence. Ares' inner alarm bells rang, yet he could not refuse a professor's direct guidance in front of the entire class. He glanced at Tom nearby, who wore a furrowed brow and an icy demeanor. Please concentrate, Mr. Phoenix. Travers raised his wand, its tip aimed at Ares' temple. His voice gentle, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. The mental intrusion is merely the slightest whisper. A cold, probing force, imbued with an intense curiosity, sought to penetrate Ares' mind. Instantly, Ares erected the barrier of mental shielding, a skill acquired during his drifting through the interstices of time. However, at the moment of contact between his defense and Travers' magic, an aberration occurred. The blood bond mark beneath his left eye erupted with a searing sensation, not originating from within him, but seemingly activated by a specific frequency concealed within Travers' seemingly tranquil magic. A fragmented, chaotic scene, rife with intense emotion, surged forth, shattering the barrier he had fought to maintain, not from the outside, but forcibly extracted from the depths of his very soul. Golden light collided violently with profound darkness. Immense pain interwoven with even greater resolve. A young, defiant voice cried out, for the greater good. Another voice, equally youthful yet laden with anguish and betrayal, retorted, You're mad, Gellert. The glaring summer sun of Godric's Hollow illuminated two boys whose fingers were tightly intertwined. Their blood mingling as a complex golden symbol coalesced in the air, embodying boundless promises and power, followed by the explosive rupture of their bond, leaving behind an eternal ache and a nascent consciousness born from the tumult of time, bearing all contradictions and strengths. Ugh! Ares stifled a groan, staggering backward and toppling the chair behind him. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, his heterochromatic eyes sharply constricting, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. As he grasped his head tightly, as if trying to expel the sudden, alien surge of intense emotion and fragmented memories from his mind. It was not merely an image. It was the very essence of his creation, the fervor of the bond forged and the coldness of its rupture. The indelible marks of two extreme emotions etched upon his soul. Ares. Tom rushed forward to support him, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury and a hint of panic unbeknownst even to himself. He abruptly raised his head, wand aimed directly at Travers. His voice low and dangerous. What have you done to him? The classroom erupted in chaos. All the students stared in shock at the scene unfolding. Professor Travers displayed an appropriately surprised and concerned demeanor. I merely guided a public memory regarding the early debates on the establishment of the International Confederation of Wizards, Mr. Phoenix's reaction seems somewhat excessive, perhaps due to a magical resonance that led to an unforeseen outcome. I sincerely apologize. His explanation was seamless. Yet a flicker of triumph darted across his light brown eyes. He had succeeded, employing an exceedingly covert method, mingled with a trace of magical imprint from Grindelwald, to pry open the seals deep within Ares' soul from within. He is not in a condition to continue the lesson. Tom had no faith in his words. He firmly supported the nearly incapacitated Ares, his voice frigid. I will take him to the hospital wing. Of course, Travers acquiesced, a facade of feigned concern on his face. Just as Tom was aiding Ares towards the exit, the classroom door swung open. Albus Dumbledore stood at the threshold, having evidently sensed the unusual surge of magical energy, and rushed over. His gaze swiftly swept over the pale Ares, the supporting Tom, and the seemingly innocent Travers at the lectern. What transpired here? Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, yet his blue eyes had transformed into a frozen lake. A piercing gaze directed squarely at Travers. An unfortunate little accident. Albus. Travers spread his hands, his tone laced with resignation. I was demonstrating the brain-closing spell, and Mr. Phoenix appeared to resonate unusually with the public memory fragment used for the demonstration. Dumbledore disregarded him, moving to kneel before Ares, meticulously examining his condition. As his gaze fell upon the unusually bright, even pulsating golden chain pattern beneath Ares' left eye, his pupils constricted sharply. He sensed the familiar yet heart-wrenching surge of magical energy. It was the blood bond being forcefully activated, a faint echo of the past shared between him and Gellert, now torn open at the seams. I will take him to my office. Dumbledore rose, his tone brooking no dissent as he gently took Ares from Tom's hands, his movements imbued with a formidable protective intent. For there lay a more suitable remedy and a tranquil environment. He cast a glance at Tom. Mr. Riddle, you shall accompany us as well. Supporting Ares, Dumbledore led the way, with Tom following closely behind. The trio exited the classroom, leaving behind a whispering crowd and the shadowy visage of Travers at the lectern. In Dumbledore's office, Fawkes let out a clear, soothing cry. Ares was settled into a soft armchair, and after consuming the calming potion handed to him by Dumbledore, the severe headache and soul-rending sensation gradually subsided. Yet the fragments of memory and tumultuous emotions continued to reverberate in his mind, leaving him in a state of profound disquiet. I have touched the root. Ares rasped to Dumbledore, his heterochromatic eyes brimming with unresolved tumult. I know, Dumbledore replied gravely, nodding his head, his gaze upon Ares laden with complex emotions, guilt, compassion, and a flicker of anger. It was my oversight. I underestimated their means and resolve. He glanced at the silent, yet sharp-eyed Tom beside him. Travers has invoked powers that he should not have, those belonging to another covenant. Tom immediately grasped the crux. Grindelwald? A fragment of his power? Dumbledore did not directly affirm it, yet his silence served as confirmation. You now comprehend, he regarded the two youths solemnly, that what you are entangled in extends far beyond mere rivalry or ideological discord within the school. It is an ancient and personal vendetta, and thus, far more perilous. In Ares, you stand at its forefront. Leaning against the chair's backrest, Ares absorbed the faint solace brought by Fawkes' song, along with a peculiar clarity that seemed to emerge from the turmoil wrought by the blood bond within him. He lifted his head, meeting Dumbledore's gaze and then Tom's. A resolute expression slowly manifesting on his pale countenance, a blend of pain and enlightenment. I understand, he murmured, his heterochromatic eyes swirling with depth. There is no evading this. Since this is my root, to comprehend it and master it will be my most potent weapon and my only path forward. Tom, standing in the shadows, observed the newfound determination in Ares' eyes, a resolve born of profound personal anguish, and felt his own notions subtly shift. The pure intent of exploitation and possession seemed insufficient in the face of this stark, soul-stirring danger. A more intricate emotion, one of protection and shared confrontation, for the first time cast a distinct ripple upon the icy surface of his heart. Dumbledore took in their reactions, exhaling a soft sigh. The storm's curtain had been irrevocably drawn back, and these two youths had been thrust into the eye of the Tempest, with no path of retreat remaining. Chapter 60. The snowfall descends. Thin frost flowers crystallized upon the windows of the infirmary, filtering the gray-white daylight into an increasingly frigid hue. Madame Pomfrey, the matronly nurse's assistant revealing her increasingly decisive nature, had just administered a second vial of calming potion to Ares. The potion's bitter flavor was tinged with a hint of mint, barely suppressing the tumultuous dizziness and phantom pains swirling in his mind. Acute magical resonance induced mental stress. Madame Pomfrey stated as she stowed the empty vial, her tone unyielding and devoid of any room for doubt. Absolute rest is imperative, at least until tomorrow morning. He must not endure any form of stimulation. Her stern gaze swept over Dumbledore, standing at the foot of the bed, as if silently admonishing the professors for their managerial shortcomings. Ares reclined against the pristine pillow, his complexion still pale, yet the chaotic storm within his heterochromatic eyes had calmed, settling into a profound weariness, coupled with a sobering clarity brought forth by the forced exposure to his essence. The lingering tremors of the awakened blood bond had not yet dissipated. Memories of the searing summer sunlight in Godric's Hollow, heated arguments, the mingling of blood and oaths, and the final shattering echoes were etched indelibly in his consciousness, unable to be dispelled. I feel much better, Madame Pomfrey, thank you. His voice, tinged with the rasp of magical depletion, conveyed steadiness. He turned to Dumbledore, offering a slight nod. And thank you, Professor. Dumbledore stood by the bedside, his blue eyes clouded with worry and a barely perceptible weight. He gently patted Ares' shoulder, his touch imbued with the unique soothing power of a seasoned elder. Rest well, my child. Some wounds require time to heal in solitude. He turned to leave, his scarlet robes trailing a somber path through the stillness of the infirmary. Tom Riddle remained silently shrouded in the shadows until the infirmary door softly closed behind Dumbledore. He stepped forward, pulling a sturdy wooden chair to sit beside the bed. He did not speak immediately but scrutinized Ares with his deep-set eyes, which seemed to absorb all light, simmering with cold fury directed at Travers' precise and malicious probing. Alongside an emotion he had yet to fully comprehend, fear. He targeted your core. Tom finally spoke, his voice low, ensuring that only the two of them could hear. He pried open a corner of the seal, Ares corrected, lifting his hand to gently touch the golden chain pattern beneath his left eye, which appeared clearer and even pulsating now more than ever. It hurt, but it also allowed me to see it for the first time, to truly feel it. Lowering his hand, his gaze turned to Tom, his heterochromatic eyes shimmering with complexity. It is not merely power, Tom. It is the wellspring of creation and the seed of destruction. Grindelwald yearns to control it, while Dumbledore seeks to guide or contain it. And we, Tom interjected, a cold, determined smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, shall master it, bending it to our will. He did not delve into the specifics of those memories. They were inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome. This attack had forged a deeper, painful connection between Ares and his source of power, further entwining him with the complicity of their shared bond under external threat. On the following day, Ares was permitted to leave the infirmary. Hogwarts had descended into a facade of festivity. The corridors were adorned with verdant holly and mistletoe bearing creamy white berries, while Filch labored to polish the suits of armor to a brilliant shine, reflecting the flickering light of the corridor torches. Most students had departed for home, rendering the castle unusually deserted, where footsteps echoed in the stone hallways with a haunting solitude. To Ares' surprise, Tom Riddle chose to remain at school. The Christmas feast at Wool's orphanage was merely a quieter version of a charity day. When Ares inquired about it, Tom responded in an almost indifferent tone, subsequently pushing a heavy, deep blue velvet-covered album, its corners severely worn, towards Ares. Found it in the abandoned archive Professor Binns mentioned. Some forgotten images of Hogwarts. Ares, filled with a tinge of bewilderment, opened the album. Within, he did not find the usual animated magical photographs, but rather a collection of static black and white images, frozen in time by ancient magic, capturing the old tales of the castle from decades past, perhaps even earlier. He turned the pages one by one, his gaze skimming over the indistinct figures clad in long robes that had long fallen out of fashion, until his fingertips suddenly halted on a particular page. It featured an image taken in front of the Hogwarts entrance, the paper yellowed with age and the edges curling. In the photograph, two young men stood shoulder to shoulder, their radiant smiles bright enough to dispel any gloom. One boasted striking golden hair, his demeanor flamboyant and rebellious, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, exuding an alluring charm. The other, with thick chestnut curls and glasses, wore a similarly bright smile, yet there was an understated scholarly quality about him. They appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, the summer sun casting a golden hue upon them, brimming with the unique confidence and camaraderie of youth, as if they could conquer the world. Beneath the photograph, a line of faded cursive read, GGAD, after the summer in Godric's Hollow. Ares' heart tightened abruptly, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Despite the blurriness of the image and the long passage of time, he instantly recognized them, Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. The unclouded warmth of their friendship in the photograph resonated deeply with fragmented memories forcefully stirred within his soul, creating a poignant contrast to the eventual rift, conflict, and decades of lingering pain he was aware of. His fingers unconsciously and gently brushed against the vibrant faces of the two youths in the image, and the blood bond mark beneath his left eye pulsed with a steady warmth, no longer a sharp pain, but a profound sense of compassion and sorrow, as if it stemmed from the very essence of life itself. Tom silently observed every subtle reaction from him, refraining from interrupting. He understood that Ares had seen what he intended for him to see. After a long moment, Ares slowly lifted his gaze, emotions swirling within his heterochromatic eyes, akin to the surface of the sea after a tempest. Why show me this? To understand your enemy, one must also understand your guide. Tom's voice was calm and unwavering, as methodical as analyzing a complex potion recipe. Only by comprehending their past selves could one grasp the reasons behind their transformation. Power, ideology, ambition, and emotion shape a person and can utterly dismantle what seems an unbreakable bond. His gaze fixed on Ares' face, a near-cruel clarity in his expression. Perhaps this insight would allow you to discern your own path more clearly, preventing you from treading upon certain paths with excessively grave consequences. Ares silently closed the album, as if sealing away a heavy epic. Outside, delicate snowflakes began to fall, fluttering down silently to cover the inky surface of the Black Lake, the distant forbidden forest, and the castle's spires, adorning the entire world in a pristine, seemingly flawless shroud. The castle was quieter than usual, with only a handful of students remaining, and even the portraits on the walls seemed to doze within their frames, while the fire in the common room crackled monotonously. In this peculiar tranquility enveloped by ice and snow, a new, subtle balance quietly established itself between the two. They continued to delve into the Dragonhide book in secret, exploring the mysteries of the blood bond and ancient magic. Yet Travers's treacherous strike and this dusty old photograph served as two potent catalysts, forcing them to recognize the depth and peril of the whirlpool in which they found themselves. Tom's ambition had not waned. Instead, it blazed hotter due to his engagement with higher-stakes games. However, within his attitude towards Ares, the pure desire for utilization and possession seemed to have subtly intertwined with a more complex valuation, one of being the sole understanding companion and co-conspirator of fate. Meanwhile, Ares, amidst the pain of his soul and the clarity of his understanding, grew ever more resolute in his determination to seize control of his own destiny. On Christmas Eve, while the few remaining students gathered in the Great Hall to enjoy a lavish dinner and festive crackers, Ares and Tom found themselves before an arched window on the castle's western side, overlooking the snow-laden courtyard. Moonlight poured over the immaculate snow, reflecting a cold brilliance akin to diamonds, casting the statues in the courtyard as silent phantoms. Next year, Tom mused, gazing out at the frozen world, his voice breaking the silence of the corridor with undeniable certainty, we will possess more. Ares did not look at him. His gaze also directed towards the vast expanse of moonlit snow. We need more, he responded softly, his tone calm, yet imbued with the same unwavering strength. At that moment, Ares seemingly heard an extremely distant call, as if it traversed layers of snow and temporal barriers, clear and warm. The sound flickered briefly, faint as a mere illusion, yet it strangely sent ripples through his heart, dispelling some of the surrounding chill. Instinctively, he touched the wand of eternal recurrence hidden in his sleeve, feeling a wave of peaceful warmth emanate from it, as if answering that distant summons. Tom sensed something and glanced at him, a flicker of inquiry passing through his deep-set eyes, though he ultimately refrained from voicing any questions. Snowflakes fell silently, thickly blanketing the castle's contours, temporarily concealing all lurking crises and machinations. Yet beneath the tranquil veil of snow, resolve was accumulating strength within the frozen ground, awaiting the opportune moment to break through the ice. And in a hidden warm corner of the castle, a single tear, radiant as molten ruby, silently slipped from the golden eye of a magnificent phoenix, falling onto the plush perch below, harboring the secrets of rebirth and destruction. Chapter 61. The Truth by the Hearth. On Christmas morning, Hogwarts lay in slumber beneath a heavy blanket of snow. Intricate frost crystals adorned the window panes, filtering the dawn light into a hazy, cold glow. Within the Slytherin common room, the only flicker of vitality came from the flames in the fireplace, tirelessly dancing and intertwining the emerald waves of light with warm orange-red hues, casting shadows upon the two boys seated opposite one another. Ares Phoenix curled comfortably in a large armchair, a dragonhide tome spread open upon his lap, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edges of the pages. Since that fateful night in the infirmary, a subtle change had taken root within him. The fragmented memories forcibly pried open by Travers had not vanished. Rather, they surfaced occasionally like pebbles sinking in water, creating ripples upon the lake of his consciousness. At this moment, he endeavored to decipher an obscure passage regarding the limits of contract vessels and the will they bear. The familiar faint pulse of the blood bond mark beneath his left eye no longer a sharp pain, but a deep, resonant whisper in harmony with the words. Tom Riddle sat across from him, not wielding a wand or a dark magic tome, but rather a copy of the Daily Prophet. His slender fingers glided over the front page, reporting on the increasingly tense situation across the European continent. His gaze sharp as if searching for opportunities unnoticed by the average eye. His profile, illuminated by the firelight, appeared particularly distinct. The customary marble-like cold perfection of his mask seemed to show the slightest signs of cracking amidst the recent upheavals and this rare moment of tranquility. Travers will not relent. Tom suddenly spoke, his voice low yet shattering the stillness of the room. He did not raise his head, his focus still on the newspaper, testing and waiting for Ares to respond out of fear or curiosity, to willingly lean into his guidance. Ares lifted his gaze from the pages. The dancing flames reflected in his heterochromatic eyes. He knows what I have seen. His voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. Those memories do not belong to me, yet they are a part of who I am. Grindelwald's delusions, Dumbledore's anguish, they are right there. He pointed to his forehead, the gesture heavy with significance. Tom finally shifted his gaze from the newspaper, directing his attention towards Ares. Within those profound eyes, beyond the usual calculating glimmer, there lingered something else. How does it feel? He inquired, his tone neutral yet not indifferent, resembling that of one gathering crucial data. Ares fell silent for a moment, seemingly in search of the right words, akin to standing on the edge of a cliff, gazing into a canyon where a fierce battle once unfolded. He eventually spoke, his voice low. You can see the remnants of past glory and tragedy. You can feel the lingering passion and despair. Yet it remains merely an echo of what has transpired. Perilous, yet imbued with knowledge. He paused, looking at Tom. The crux lies in whether we allow these echoes to drag us into the abyss or if we can discern a map that guides us forward. Tom's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Map, he echoed, a faint, almost genuine smile curving at the corners of his lips. A record detailing how the two most formidable wizards of the age rose, connected, and ultimately succumbed to ruin. Its worth is immeasurable. His gaze returned to Ares's face, now infused with a fresh, fervent scrutiny. And you are the sole living annotation of this map. At that moment, the door to the common room creaked open, ushering in a gust of cold air from the corridor. Katerina Vojanova stood at the threshold, still clad in her fur-trimmed Durmstrang robe, her black eyes resembling a lone wolf on a snow-laden wasteland. She first surveyed the largely silent duo before finally settling on the flickering fire. It appears not everyone is lost in the sweet dreams of Christmas, she remarked, her voice possessing a raspy magnetism as she made her way to an empty chair by the hearth, her movements so natural they suggested she belonged there all along. She extended her hand, nonchalantly warming it by the fire, her gaze shifting to Ares. Feeling better, Phoenix? You seemed rather unwell in yesterday's defense against the dark arts class. Her directness momentarily thickened the air. Tom's demeanor instantly turned icy, a palpable wariness evident in his eyes. Ares met her gaze calmly, responding, much better. Thank you for your concern, Miss Vojanova. Katerina shrugged indifferently. In Durmstrang, injury is commonplace. What matters is what one learns from it. Her eyes flitted between the dragon-skin book beside Ares and the Daily Prophet near Tom, her words laden with meaning. Sometimes, the most perilous attacks do not come from an enemy's wand, but rather from the awakening within you, or from those who endeavor to help you control it. Her implications pointed not only at Travers, but subtly at Dumbledore, perhaps even Tom. Tom coldly interjected, no need to concern yourself, Miss Vojanova. We are well aware of our circumstances. Katerina chuckled lightly, undeterred by Tom's chill. Of course, Riddle is always quite aware. She stood, brushing non-existent dust from her robe, merely reminding, when both the hounds and guardians vie for the same prey, the best choice for the prey is not to choose sides, but to render oneself unpalatable to all. With that suggestive remark, she turned and departed as abruptly as she had arrived. Once again, only the two of them remained in the common room, yet the atmosphere had shifted. Katerina's words acted as a needle, piercing through a delicate equilibrium. She is attempting to sow discord. Tom's voice regained its customary frostiness. Perhaps, Ares mused, staring into the flames, the light and shadow dancing in his heterochromatic eyes, yet there was merit in her assertion. Dumbledore's protection was a form of constraint, while Travers's allure was a trap. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, need to forge our own path, Tom. Not wholly reliant on the map Dumbledore provides, nor seduced by the shortcuts Travers promises. Tom fell silent, observing Ares, this individual who once sought his protection but was now swiftly maturing in pain, even beginning to chart a course. An unprecedented feeling burgeoned within him, not merely a desire for control, but a complex tapestry interwoven with admiration, apprehension, and an intense possessiveness. He could not afford to lose Ares, not merely for the strength of their blood bond, but because Ares was the only one who could comprehend and keep pace with him. We will find it, Tom finally declared, his voice deep and resolute, a path that belongs solely to us. Outside, the snow began to fall again, silently cloaking the castle. The crackling flames in the hearth warmed this corner of the world. Two young men sat at the intersection of light and shadow, one bearing the weighty echoes of the past, the other gazing into the uncertain chessboard of the future. Their fates, on this quiet Christmas morning, were forged tighter and more intricately by the fire's glow. Meanwhile, in a high tower of the castle, Albus Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing at the swirling snow. A letter bearing the Ministry of Magic's urgent seal clutched in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. The shadows of Europe were inexorably stretching towards Hogwarts. Chapter 62. A confrontation on a snowy night. Slughorn's private dinner was always suffused with the mingled aromas of candied fruits, oak-aged potions, and the delicate scent of power. This year's intimate Christmas gathering felt particularly exclusive due to the scarcity of students remaining at school. Heavy, deep crimson velvet curtains shielded the room from the swirling snow outside, while the fireplace crackled warmly, casting a glow on every face. Tom Riddle was undoubtedly one of the focal points of the evening. Clad in a well-tailored robe, his demeanor impeccable, he engaged a seventh-year student from a board member's family in a discussion about the refinement of a rare moonstone powder in potion-making. His arguments were precise, drawing on references and occasionally offering insights that even Slughorn found remarkable, prompting the older student to nod appreciatively, his eyes shining with admiration. Tom moved like a masterful dancer within a web woven from lineage, talent, and future connections, every smile and toast meticulously calculated. Yet, his peripheral vision remained anchored on the other end of the room, where Ares Phoenix leaned against the cold glass of the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing the frost-kissed surface, leaving a few blurred trails of moisture. Outside, the Hogwarts courtyard lay blanketed in thick snow, the distant dark surface of the black lake barely visible in the snowy veil, resembling a solidified darkness. The clinking of glasses and animated chatter inside felt as if separated by an invisible barrier. He could sense several gazes fixed upon him, Slughorn's mingling admiration with a possessive desire for a prized collection, Abraxas Malfoy's calm, calculating scrutiny, and Walton Travers's seemingly casual, yet incisively analytical observation. "Ah, my dear children." Slughorn's booming voice resonated as he strode into the center of the room, a glass in hand, his plump face glowing with warmth. "What a splendid evening. It always brings me joy to see the brightest minds of the younger generation gathered together." His gaze swept over Tom, offering an approving nod before landing on Ares. "Especially you, Phoenix. I hear you've made some, unconventional, yet highly enlightening discoveries in the field of magical history. Professor Binns has remarkably praised you." Ares inclined his head slightly, deflecting the compliment. "It's merely a superficial interest in ancient runes, Professor, thanks to the library's extensive collection. Humility is a virtue, my child, but excessive modesty can obscure the brilliance of a diamond." Slughorn chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder before lowering his voice, infused with a hint of conspiratorial intimacy. "You see, true wisdom often lies hidden within these superficial interests. Just as our esteemed Professor Dumbledore was once captivated by seemingly trivial ancient contracts and alchemical symbols in his youth, he now appears to evoke a semblance of nostalgia. His casual reference to Dumbledore belies a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, as though he were subtly intertwining Ares with Dumbledore within his own intricate web of connections. At that moment, Professor Travers gracefully approached, a goblet of crystalline mead in hand. his countenance adorned with an impeccable, refined smile. You are absolutely right, Horace. The wisdom of antiquity serves as the key to our future. Naturally, he engaged in the conversation, his hazel eyes directed toward Ares, his tone gentle. Mr. Phoenix's interest in ancient magical texts coincides perfectly with a recent focal project of the Novi Garden Research Society. They are endeavoring to decipher a trove of lost manuscripts related to the origins of early alchemy, some of which purportedly contain symbol systems astonishingly akin to the magical patterns found in the castle's most ancient regions. He cast the bait again, this time with greater specificity, alluding directly to the castle's secrets while implicitly responding to Slughorn's mention of Dumbledore. Unbeknownst to them, Tom had silently taken his place beside Ares, a look of measured interest on his face, embodying the curiosity of a student toward the academic discourse. It sounds quite challenging, Professor Travers. However, as Professor Slughorn often reminds us, a shaky foundation leads to chaos. I believe we must first solidify our grasp of the OWL curriculum before venturing into such profound research. He once again deflected Travers's direct overture under the guise of prioritizing academics, deftly drawing Slughorn to his side. Slughorn nodded, stroking his beard in agreement. Indeed, Walton, we must allow young minds the time to develop. Riddle is correct. The foundation is paramount. Travers maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed. Yet his gaze lingered between Tom and Ares for a moment, ultimately settling on the golden chain pattern beneath Ares's left eye, which appeared even more pronounced in the warm glow of the hearth. Indeed, establishing a solid foundation is crucial, he continued in a calm tone, yet his words shifted, however. Some talents are akin to uncut gems. If not polished in due time, they risk gathering dust. Furthermore, the ever-changing tides of the outside world may not permit ample time for gradual growth. He paused meaningfully, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper only audible to them. The situation on the European continent grows increasingly tense, with certain factions clinging to outdated ideologies attempting to impede the course of history. Those with true foresight should recognize the necessity of choosing the right vessel before the storm arrives. This statement nearly tore through the veneer of scholarly discourse, laden with overt threats and implications. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Slughorn's smile faltered, his hands fidgeting nervously as he seemed at a loss for words to alleviate the strain. Abraxas Malfoy, holding his goblet, let his cold, gray eyes drop in contemplation. Yet his ears were keenly attuned to every word spoken. Ares felt a slight, vigilant tremor emanate from the wand concealed within his sleeve. He lifted his gaze, his mismatched eyes meeting Travers's with an air of tranquility. Thank you for your reminder, Professor. However, I believe that the true vessel should be constructed and navigated by its own helmsman, rather than merely boarding a pre-existing ship. His response was neither deferential nor dismissive, articulating a clear stance of independence. A flicker of displeasure flashed briefly in the depths of Travers's eyes, swiftly replaced by deeper intrigue. He gently swirled his goblet, opting not to press further, instead remarking, ambitious, I see. One can only hope your shipbuilding skills keep pace with the impending storm. He raised his glass in a toast before seamlessly blending back into the circle of other guests. The dinner continued amidst a subtle undercurrent of tension. As Ares and Tom finally took their leave, stepping out of the warm, yet stifling chamber into the cold, empty corridors of the castle, the frigid air invigorated their senses. Snowflakes continued to fall silently outside, enveloping the castle in an eerie tranquility. He has issued his ultimatum, Tom's voice echoed in the quiet hallway, coldly analytical. Grindelwald's patience is waning. Travers implies that if we do not take the initiative to align ourselves, we may be perceived as obstacles to the forthcoming storm and eliminated. Ares nodded, his breath forming white mist in the chill. He has also conveyed a message. Grindelwald is profoundly interested in the ancient magic of Hogwarts itself, or rather, in the resonance between myself and that magic. He paused, gazing into the darkened corridor outside the window. We must hasten our pace, Tom, before the storm truly descends. At that moment, an almost imperceptible hum, resonating as if directly within his soul, brushed past him. It was not merely a sound, but a tremor of magic emanating from a distant source, imbued with a wild, powerful, and familiar resonance, causing the blood-bound chain beneath his left eye to suddenly ignite with warmth, far exceeding any previous experience. The sensation flickered and vanished, yet it instantly heightened his awareness. A glimmer of alarm flashing in his mismatched gaze. Tom immediately sensed his unease. What is it? Ares slowly shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the darkness outside the window, softly murmuring, nothing, just a feeling that the snowstorm seems to have intensified. He believed he heard a distant, piercing call that traversed the blizzard, imbued with a fervent warmth. The sound was faint yet resolute, as if responding to that far-off threat. instilling a flicker of warmth within his heart. Meanwhile, atop the highest spire of the castle, a colossal raven, almost blending into the night, faced the storm. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on their departing figure. Beneath its talons lay letters flickering with ghostly green flames. Chapter 63, The Professor's Hearth. The sugary sweet clash during Slughorn's dinner lingered in the air like viscous, inferior mead, an unsettling remnant of the Christmas holiday. Hogwarts lay in slumber beneath the depths of winter, snow concealing every sound, while the chills seeping from the castle's stone walls harmonized with the biting wind and snow outside. After the Transfiguration class, students hurriedly wrapped their robes tighter and departed, their breath briefly misting in the corridors. Ares Phoenix deliberately lingered until only Professor Albus Dumbledore remained, wiping the blackboard. The pale winter sun filtered through the high windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air and casting mottled shadows on Dumbledore's somewhat vibrant purple robe. Professor. Ares stepped forward, his voice resonating with clarity in the spacious classroom. I have reviewed pertinent materials regarding some queries following the recent magical disturbance, particularly concerning the long-term effects of certain ancient magical contracts on magical stability. He spoke with caution, especially regarding the subject at hand. Dumbledore turned, placing the cloth on the podium, his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles reflecting an understanding that suggested he had been anticipating this moment. His fingertips still bore traces of the demonstration's silver powder, glistening in the light. Ancient contracts, Mr. Phoenix, often resonate with the mental state of their signatories. Their stability relies more on the anchor of will than on the resilience of magic. His words, as always, bore layers of metaphor, yet Ares keenly detected a deeper, almost weary concern woven within. I am attempting to comprehend this connection, Ares responded, meeting Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. However, external noise can sometimes disrupt this process of understanding. Dumbledore gently adjusted his glasses, moving towards the window to gaze out at the Transfiguration grounds, now blanketed in ice and snow, resembling a fallen colossal beast. The walls of Hogwarts had borne witness to too many secrets. They protected as much as they warned. His voice deepened, and at times, an excessive fixation on excavation could inadvertently awaken echoes that ought to remain in slumber, thus inviting trouble. He turned, his gaze sharpened, piercing straight at Ares. Focusing on the realms within your control, solidifying foundations, and clarifying intentions. True strength emanates from inner order, rather than from any form of gift or plunder. Remember, regardless of where the storm may arise, the cornerstone of Hogwarts can still offer sanctuary. He refrained from naming Travers or mentioning Grindelwald. Yet each word precisely echoed the undercurrents of the banquet. He was admonishing Ares to resist temptation while subtly pledging the limited protection that Hogwarts, or rather, he himself, could afford. Simultaneously, he once again placed the weight and responsibility of choice heavily upon Ares' shoulders. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Ares inclined his head slightly. He received an answer that was not an answer, an acquiescent posture, and a clear warning. As he exited the classroom, Tom Riddle lingered like a specter in the shadows across the corridor, evidently having awaited their encounter for some time. Beneath his dark hair, his gaze was fathomless, and the earlier dialogue clearly had not escaped his scrutiny. Sanctuary, Tom murmured, savoring the word, his lips curling into a smile devoid of warmth, yet questioning whether such refuge could withstand the erosion from within. He alluded to Travers and the Dark Lord, who had long coveted the ancient core of Hogwarts. Ares remained silent. The two walked in quietude towards the library, their shadows elongated by the snowlight, cast upon the icy stone floor, resembling two solitary wolves marching side by side. A consensus solidified in their silence. Dumbledore's sanctuary bore limitations. They had to hasten. In the ensuing days, the castle remained steeped in the languor of the holidays, yet the room of requirement presented a starkly different panorama. The chamber transformed, responding to their will, into a somber study filled with an air of seriousness. The atmosphere was thick with the sense of parchment, aged ink, and the faintly sinister essence of materials Tom had procured from unknown sources. On the walls, runes and diagrams transcribed from dragonhide tomes and various forbidden texts flowed, as if alive, forming a perilous celestial map of knowledge. Tom's research was both clear and perilous. Before him lay manuscripts concerning soul-splitting and ancient curses, the yellowed pages adorned with grotesque and blasphemous illustrations. His gaze was one of pure, unmasked yearning, akin to a traveler in a desert glimpsing a mirage of water. He systematically gathered and analyzed all information pertaining to the creation of Horcruxes, weighing their horrific costs against ultimate gains, coldly juxtaposing them with the fleeting possibilities of the blood bond-esque power that might shift when will crumbled. As mentioned in the Dragonhide book, this was a choice made between two shades of darkness. Ares delved deeper into the interpretations of the Dragonhide tome. With the aid of forcibly awakened fragments of memory and the resonance of his own bloodline, he began to unearth more secrets hidden beneath the flowing magical words. He particularly focused on the chapters concerning contractual guardianship and the harmony of power, striving to discover a perilous path that could harness the strength of the blood bond without succumbing to its consumption or total enslavement. The wand tucked within his sleeve resonated with a gentle glow, whispering along with his exploration, as if conversing with ancient wisdom. In moments of intense concentration, that distant yet clear note would once again resonate within his heartstrings, each time bringing a sense of indescribable solace and strength, akin to a flicker of enduring warmth in the depths of an icy abyss. One deep night, Ares suddenly pointed to a particularly obscure magical text, mentioning a possible means to use the flame of the heart to forge the impurities of will within a contract, thereby enhancing its protective essence rather than leading to possession or destruction. Tom lifted his gaze from his dark musings, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Heart flame? What does it refer to? Clearly, it was not the common magical fire. The text was vague. Ares shook his head, his mismatched eyes filled with contemplation, suggesting it might be a symbol or perhaps a uniquely special form of magical fire. Unconsciously, he caressed his wand, the warm resonance quietly returning. Tom scrutinized him, suddenly shifting the topic. Travers has been unusually quiet these days. The eye of the storm is always calm. Ares closed the book, rubbing his brow. He is awaiting our choice, or preparing for the next greeting. Before he could finish, the room trembled abruptly, not from the usual disturbances of the castle, but from the very fabric of space itself. The runes flowing upon the walls flickered erratically, as if disturbed by an invisible force. In an instant, both became alert, wands gripped firmly in hand. The tremor subsided swiftly, yet upon the door of the room of requirement, a line of words slowly emerged. As if branded by a searing mark, gaze upon the shadowed one, beware lest the shadows consume. The words lingered momentarily, mocking, before dissipating. Tom's expression froze in an instant. He is demonstrating power. He knows our progress. Ares felt a stinging sensation beneath his left eye, as if being watched. We have little time left, Tom, he murmured. Outside, the night was thick as ink. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the castle, Albus Dumbledore stood in his transfiguration office, cluttered with books, silverware, and trinkets. He stood before the fireplace, flames dancing in his azure eyes. The phoenix, Fawkes, perched atop a mundane cabinet overflowing with old books, appeared somewhat restless. It emitted a low, warning lament, a single tear, glimmering like a ruby, slipped from its eye, silently merging into a velvet cloth beneath, as if the wheels of fate were being quietly nudged forward in an unseen corner. Chapter 64. The Warning from the Hogshead Inn. The tail end of the Christmas holidays clung to Hogwarts like silk drenched in icy water, cold and sticky against each stone brick. The few students remaining were sparse, leaving the castle so empty one could hear the echo of their own footsteps. Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix, draped in heavy cloaks with their hoods pulled low, silently traversed the snow-covered courtyard towards Hogsmeade. The snowstorm had temporarily abated, yet the leaden sky hung low, foretelling more cold to come. Their destination was the Hogshead Inn. It was less a choice than a lack of alternatives. The warning left by Travers at the door of the room of requirement burned into their nerves. They needed information to understand the saint hidden beneath the mask of the defense against the dark arts professor and the true intentions of the Dark Lord behind him. The only place in Hogsmeade that could provide clues without immediately reporting their inquiries to the school was that infamous tavern. The Hogshead Inn resembled a piece of rotting wood salvaged from a swamp, leaning precariously on the village's edge. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a potent blend of mutton, cheap mead, and years of dust assaulted them, nearly suffocating. The inn was dimly lit, with only a few oil lamps casting flickering shadows against the stained walls. A handful of wizards, faces obscured by tightly wrapped scarves, huddled in the corner shadows, resembling a pile of silent, moldy rags. Tom's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He inherently abhorred such a filthy, chaotic environment. Ares, however, adjusted his breathing in silence, his mismatched pupils swiftly scanning the dimness, assessing potential dangers. The innkeeper, Aberforth Dumbledore, vigorously scrubbed a wooden mug that seemed eternally beyond cleaning. He appeared considerably younger than his brother Albus, yet deep lines etched his brow, marks of long-standing discontent and reclusiveness. His greasy gray hair was entangled, and his eyes, murky and watchful, mirrored a goat trapped in a cage. Tom approached the bar, tossing down a few silver sickles. 2 butterbeers, he stated evenly, needing the least conspicuous of openings. A Bufus lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze sweeping over them, pausing momentarily on Ares's face, shrouded in the shadow of his hood. As if attempting to discern something, he rudely slid 2 cups filled with a cloudy, scantily foamed liquid towards them, remaining silent. Ares raised his glass, his fingertips grazing the greasy surface of the cup, lowering his voice to ensure only those near the bar could hear. He stated, "We are in search of some particular reading material concerning the European continent and some ancient symbols." He prudently refrained from mentioning any names. Yet the mention of ancient symbols was sufficient to allude to many things, including blood pacts. Abufus's action of wiping the glass momentarily halted, emitting a coarse, derisive snort. "Here. There's only liquor and lice," he grumbled, yet his murky eyes fixed sharply on Ares. "If you seek deathly tomes, seek them elsewhere. Is the Hogwarts library not sufficient for you children's antics?" Tom interjected, his tone imbued with a touch of appropriate obstinacy befitting his age. "Some books in the library are not sufficiently new. We have heard that some new ideas are emerging from Europe." "New ideas?" Abufus abruptly slammed the cloth onto the bar, the sound drawing wary glances from a few wizards in the corner. "A plague is a plague, no matter what robes it dons," he bellowed, his agitation palpable as his gaze bore into Ares. "Listen, lad, I care not who you are or what troublesome marks you bear. Stay far from those blonde deceivers. They speak of greater interests, yet in their hands, they clutch only chains and corpses. They relish collecting peculiarities like you." His words pierced the murky air of the bar like an ice pick. Tom tensed, realizing that Abufus not only recognized Ares' uniqueness, but also explicitly pointed to Grindelwald's threat. "We merely wish to understand," Ares attempted to explain. "Understand?" Abufus interrupted, a mixture of anger and some form of anguish etched on his face. "Understand how they use sweet words to turn the wise into madmen? How they cloak murder in ideals? Go back to your castle. Bury your heads in the sand. It's better than having them chopped off." He seized their glasses and violently poured the remaining liquid into a bucket beneath the counter, the sound signifying the end of their conversation. In the corner, a wizard who had been keeping his head down stirred slightly, a hint of ominous light flickering beneath his hood. Tom grasped Ares, who was still inclined to speak, and with a cold glance, urged him to depart. The two quickly rose and exited the stifling bar. On their way back to the castle, the wind and snow descended again, fiercer than before. The icy snowflakes lashed against their faces, stinging painfully. "He recognized you." Tom's voice sounded muffled in the storm, yet the chill within it remained undiminished. "And he harbored a profound hatred for Grindelwald." Not mere hatred. Ares tightened his hood, recalling the anguish and fury in Abufus's eyes, as if he were warning someone who might repeat a tragic fate. Though Abufus's words were coarse, they revealed crucial information. Grindelwald was collecting peculiarities, and Ares was a target. Furthermore, Abufus had a clear and painful understanding of Grindelwald's true nature. "Others in the bar were also watching us," Tom added, his perceptive nature as keen as ever. "That fellow in the corner." At that moment, an abrupt caw of a crow, distorted by the wind and snow, swept over their heads. Both men looked up to see a pitch-black raven struggling against the storm, flying towards the castle, clutching something beneath its claws. A strong sense of foreboding seized Ares. The blood-packed mark beneath his left eye ignited with an intense pain, more acute than ever before, as though sounding the highest alarm. "Move quickly." Tom realized something as well, his voice low and urgent. The two braved the storm, hastening towards the castle. They needed to return to the relatively safe Slytherin common room before a certain message arrived. Meanwhile, in the Hog's head, Abufus watched the direction they had departed, his murky eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. He bowed his head, gazing at the bucket beneath the counter filled with discarded butterbeer, muttering a curse. Unsure if it was aimed at the two reckless youths or the blonde madman who had brought endless trouble to him and his family. The castle's outline appeared hazy amidst the storm, resembling a vast, pale beast, waiting to devour something. Ares' wand, tucked within his sleeve, vibrated with an incessant warning, and the sound of a phoenix's cry seemed, this time, completely drowned by the snowstorm and the encroaching crisis. Chapter 65, Conspirators in a Snowy Night. The Christmas holiday at Hogwarts drew to a close amid the howling storm. The warnings brought back from the Hog's head clung to his heart like thorns soaked in icy water, each heartbeat delivering a subtle yet persistent sting. The castle resembled a forgotten white isle, isolated behind the swirling snow, with even the portraits retreating into their frames, unwilling to cast a glance at the frigid world outside. The fire in the Slytherin common room served as the sole source of warmth in this icy realm, the eerie green reflections dancing with the flickering orange flames, casting peculiar patterns upon the walls. The night had deepened, and the other students had returned to their dormitories, leaving only two figures seated before the fireplace. Ares Phoenix curled within a heavy emerald-green armchair, a dragonhide book spread open on his lap, yet his gaze did not rest upon the pages. His fingertips unconsciously toyed with the corner of the page, his mismatched eyes reflecting the flames. His left eye a deep blue like a frozen lake. His right a dark gray akin to the abyss before a storm. The image of a Bufus' angry and pained eyes, along with the raven that might be clutching a secret message, flickered repeatedly in his mind. The mark of the blood pact beneath his left eye continued to emit a profound heat, no longer merely resonating, but signaling a crisis akin to being targeted by a hawk. Tom Riddle sat opposite him, appearing relaxed, yet his spine remained straight, reminiscent of an unyielding monarch. He neither read nor glanced at Ares. Instead, he fixated on a piece of charcoal in the fire that was collapsing, shadows dancing in his deep-set eyes, more unpredictable than the flames. In his mind, he dissected and analyzed the fragmented information received from Bufus, piecing it together with Travers' actions and Dumbledore's hints. "He is afraid," Tom suddenly spoke, his voice low, shattering the near-still silence. He did not specify who he referred to, yet Ares immediately understood it was Bufus. He feared Grindelwald, and more so, he feared that you, or what you represented, might tread the same path. Ares's gaze finally returned from the void, landing upon Tom's sharply defined profile illuminated by the firelight. He feared the very fervor itself, the kind capable of incinerating everything, including one's own convictions. He softly corrected, his fingertips gently pressing against the burning mark. "He believes I am a vessel for such convictions." Tom finally turned his head, his gaze landing on Ares's face with an intensity that felt almost tangible, scrutinizing, yet laced with a near-greedy inquiry. "Are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet laden with gravity. "Will you be consumed by those echoes? By Grindelwald's delusions, or Dumbledore's regrets?" The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Ares met his gaze without flinching. An odd amalgamation of tension and some rebellious spirit burgeoned in the atmosphere. "Perhaps," he replied, lowering his voice as well, a spark of provocation flashing in his mismatched eyes. "That depends on whether my accomplice can provide a more potent anchor than those echoes." This statement struck like an invisible lightning bolt, severing the long-maintained, unspoken equilibrium that had existed between them. Tom's pupils constricted slightly, his body imperceptibly leaning forward, as though drawn by the invisible pull of the words spoken. The glow of the fire burned in his eyes, reflecting a dangerous yet captivating luster. "Anchor?" Tom repeated, a cold yet alluring curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "I believed we had long transcended such fragile notions. We are accomplices, Ares, sharing secrets, bearing risks. And inevitably, we shall share everything that the future holds." His words were imbued with an undeniable possessiveness, his gaze intense, as if he sought to brand the very soul of the person before him with his mark. "I do not wish to be your anchor. I desire to be your only indispensable companion." The air grew thick with tension. The heat of the flames seemed to surge, roasting the skin of both men. Ares felt his heart race, not merely from the danger, but due to the raw, almost sovereign assertion embedded in Tom's declarations. He experienced a dizzying sensation, as if standing at the precipice of a cliff, beneath which lay the abyss known as Tom Riddle, beckoning him to plunge into its depths. "Companion," Ares whispered, savoring the word. He leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them to the point where he could feel the warmth of the other's breath. "Then tell me, Tom, when the road diverges, when your ambition clashes with my essence, how will the companion choose?" His voice trembled imperceptibly, a blend of exploration and an inquiry into his own fears. Tom gazed intently at Ares' face, his eyes skimming over the platinum strands of hair, the mismatched irises, ultimately resting on the sinuous golden chain pattern. He extended his hand, the motion deliberate as if it were a sacred rite. His fingertips hovered mere millimeters above Ares' skin, absorbing the unique magical vibrations and searing warmth emanating from the chain pattern. "The road shall not diverge," Tom declared, his voice low and resolute, infused with a mad confidence. "I shall ensure they converge. Your essence," his fingertips nearly traced the outline of the pattern, "will become the most resplendent jewel upon my crown, rather than an obstacle. Together, we shall redefine the rules, Ares, and delineate our grander interests." His words were beguiling, intoxicating, and yet a promise. A shiver coursed down Ares' spine, the chain pattern beneath his left eye pulsing more violently as Tom's fingertips approached. Reason screamed of danger, warning him that this person was the deepest of traps. Yet, a profound yearning, born from solitude and desire, quietly began to unravel under this lethal temptation. At the zenith of this clash of wills, amidst the howling wind and snow outside, the clear cry of a phoenix pierced through once more. This time, it no longer felt distant or vague. Instead, it bore a strange, soul-soothing clarity, akin to a cool spring washing over a scorched soul, shattering the perilous and ambiguous stalemate in an instant. Ares suddenly leaned back against his chair, as if jolted awake, a flicker of clarity crossing his mismatched eyes. Tom's fingertips fell, forming a fist. A fleeting expression of annoyance at being interrupted flickering across his gaze before swiftly being masked. Apparently, your guardian harbors some unease, Tom remarked, his tone reverting to its customary chill, laced with a hint of derision. Ares offered no response, instinctively brushing against the wand concealed within his sleeve. The warmth of eternal cycles flooding him, dispelling the momentary disorientation. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs. Travers, and that raven. Ares redirected the conversation back to the pressing crisis, his voice regaining its calm. They will not wait for us to untangle our affairs. Tom also reined in his emotions, transforming back into the calculating Slytherin leader. Indeed, he rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the world completely consumed by the storm. Aberforth's warning was genuine. Grindelwald's patience has worn thin. The next encounter, I fear, will not be as simple as the markings on the door. His silhouette appeared solitary and resolute against the backdrop of the Tempest. We need a plan, Tom, Ares murmured, observing his figure. A plan that not only ensures our safety, but also allows for countermeasures. Tom did not turn around. Yet his voice resonated clearly. Then let us meticulously strategize how to welcome our uninvited guests. The fire continued to blaze. Yet the ambiguity and danger in the air were supplanted by a colder, more resolute determination to confront a common foe. The bond of complicity, in the depths of the snow-laden night, was forged into something more intricate and resilient. And in a shadowy corner of the castle, a long frozen tear of phoenix sorrow seemed to flicker faintly, unnoticed in the dark. Chapter 66, Shadows of the Candlelight. The room of requirement transformed tonight into an ancient observatory. The dome concealed within darkness. The ground beneath was smooth as glass, a black stone surface embedded with glimmering silver runes, forming a complex array of magical symbols. The room bore no windows. The sole source of illumination came from several magical candles on the walls, their eerie blue flames flickering, elongating and distorting the shadows of the two figures against the star-strewn walls, resembling a slumbering beast. Ares Phoenix stood at the center of the magical array, eyes closed, his platinum hair appearing to be cloaked in frost under the ghostly candlelight. He tilted his head slightly back, the blood-bond chain pattern beneath his left eye swirling as if alive, emanating a more radiant golden glow than usual. He was actively guiding the power within him, no longer passively enduring its tremors or pain. The air pulsed with a low hum, resonating deeply with the magical array beneath his feet and throughout the room. Tom Riddle stood at the periphery of the array, akin to a composed observer. He was not immersed in his usual studies, but was wholly focused on Ares. His deep-set eyes, nearly black under the dim light, churned with indistinguishable emotions, a pure thirst for power, a meticulous analysis of the unknown phenomena, and a deeper, almost obsessive concentration. He watched Ares' face, where the surging magic revealed a blend of agony and transcendence, observing how the golden patterns intertwined with his own magic, as though admiring a weapon being meticulously honed, gradually revealing its unparalleled sharpness. Do you feel the boundary? Tom's voice echoed in the spacious room, low and guiding. Ares did not open his eyes, his brow furrowed as if resisting an invisible weight. It is expanding, like the tide, attempting to breach the levee. His voice trembled with the vibrations of magic. He was attempting a perilous technique mentioned in the Dragonhide book, actively stimulating the blood bond, temporarily enhancing his perception of the surrounding magical network to discern any potential surveillance or threats. This was their first step in countering Travers and that raven. Control it. Tom stepped forward, entering the outer ring of the array, his proximity causing subtle ripples in the surrounding magical field. Guide it, just as you would control transfiguration. Remember, you are the master. His words carried an undeniable authority, laced with a barely perceptible temptation. Ares inhaled deeply, striving to follow Tom's guidance, attempting to harness the surging power as one would tame a wild stallion. Just then, a more intense pulse of magic radiated outward from him, causing the candle flames on the walls to flicker violently, nearly extinguishing. Ares staggered, as if about to be cast away by this force. Tom reacted swiftly, almost instinctively. He lunged forward, grasping Ares' arm with a firm yet frigid grip, anchoring him against the tumultuous surge. In that instant, the point of contact felt electric. Ares abruptly opened his eyes, the golden light in his mismatched irises still swirling, tinged with a hint of panic from the uncontrolled surge of magic, locking onto Tom's gaze, which was mere inches away. The proximity between the two was palpable, their breaths audible. Tom could distinctly perceive his own reflection in Ares' pupils, as well as the intricate golden patterns pulsating with life at such a close distance. He felt the unusually vibrant warmth emanating from Ares' arm. Stirred by the surge of magical energy, Ares wished to articulate something, yet found his voice somewhat parched. Tom's hand, cold and firm, contrasted sharply with the fiery magic coursing within him, providing an odd sense of stability, yet also signaling a latent danger of confinement. He did not immediately release his grip. His gaze gradually descended from Ares' eyes to the arm he firmly held, then ascended once more, re-establishing eye contact. His thumb, seemingly involuntarily, brushed lightly against Ares' robe sleeve. An exceedingly subtle yet possessive gesture. Tom's voice, now deeper than before, carried a texture akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Your foundation requires more substantial support. His gaze, as if tangible, entwined with Ares, brimming with inquiry and a nearly provocative undercurrent, posed the question of who truly constituted that foundation. The air felt as though it had solidified. The candlelight regained its steadiness, yet the invisible tension within the room escalated to its zenith. Magic flowed silently between the two, colliding like their current obscure relationship. Ares could hear the thundering of his own heartbeat in his ears. He should break free, his rational mind insisted. However, his body felt ensnared, as if under a binding spell, utterly immobile. Tom's closeness, his touch, and the dangerous obsession in his words exerted a lethal allure, compelling him to both flee and be irresistibly drawn in. In that moment of stalemate, the wand nestled within Ares' sleeve resonated with a familiar, gentle, yet resolute warmth, akin to a vigilant observer, gently tapping at his nerves. Simultaneously, a remarkably clear, melodious cry, reminiscent of a phoenix, resonated as if right beside him, wielding the power to cleanse the mind, piercing through the dense atmosphere of ambiguity. Ares' pupils dilated, as if awakened, and he exerted a slight pressure with his arm. Tom keenly sensed his subtle resistance. A fleeting flicker of displeasure flashed in the depths of his eyes, yet he ultimately, albeit slowly and deliberately, released his grip. On the next occasion, Tom stepped back, creating distance, his voice returning to its usual calmness, as if the preceding moment had never transpired. We can attempt to extend this perceptive ability to specific areas of the castle. For instance, outside Professor Travers' office, Ares swiftly composed himself, calming the tumultuous magic within. The golden glow beneath his left eye gradually fading. He needed more precise control. Avoiding Tom's gaze, he turned toward the star chart on the wall, deliberately maintaining a serene tone, knowing that a broader scope would be easier for him to detect. Of course, Tom's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. We have ample time to proceed at our leisure. He turned to a desk piled high with notes, his silhouette remaining tall and solitary. Ares watched his retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously grazing the arm that had just been grasped, where the lingering coldness and a hint of hidden shivers still resided. The boundary of complicity was blurring, and the perilous game was deepening. Yet, that seemingly omnipresent phoenix, its warnings and guardianship, how long could it endure amidst the ever-thickening shadows and temptations? Under the dim blue candlelight, the two young men, each harboring their own thoughts, continued to navigate the labyrinth of magic, while the thread that bound them, known as connection, was being dyed in increasingly intricate and indistinguishable hues. Chapter 67, The Phoenix's Call at Dawn. The perilous resonance of magic and ambiguous physical contact within the room of requirement hung, like an indelible veil, over Ares' Phoenix and Tom Riddle. The seemingly tranquil night by the fireplace in the common room belied the turbulent undercurrents, both of them tacitly avoiding that treacherous boundary while being unable to ignore the taut, invisible string between them. Yet, the external threats showed no sign of abating due to the entanglements of youthful hearts. Professor Walton Travers' practical course on defensive magic commenced in the first week following the holiday, unfolding in a remarkably targeted manner. The location was designated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a realm perpetually shrouded in shadows and unknowns. In the depths of winter, although a clearing had been made in the snow at the forest's edge, the towering ancient trees still bore icicles, resembling countless suspended swords. The biting wind howled through the bare trunks, stirring the snowflakes on the ground, striking against the students' robes with a numbing chill. The sky loomed in oppressive leaden gray, as if ready to unleash further ice and snow. True defense stems from an acute awareness of danger. Professor Travers stood at the forefront of the line, his deep gray robe unwavering in the cold wind, his voice still cultured yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His light brown eyes scanned the somewhat anxious students, ultimately landing on Ares with the precision of a probing needle. Today, we shall learn how to identify, evade, and, when necessary, expel some less than friendly magical creatures. He waved his wand, releasing several agitated bowtruckles bound by magic and a swarm of buzzing puffskeins into the clearing. This appeared to be a standard practical lesson. However, the blood bond mark beneath Ares' left eye pulsed with a faint yet sharp sting, as if silently sounding an alarm. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the wand of eternal recurrence concealed within his sleeve. Tom stood alongside Ares, his expression impassive, yet his deep-set eyes resembled the most meticulous instruments, analyzing every subtle movement of Travers and every unnatural shadow at the forest's edge. His wand had already slipped quietly into his palm, poised for immediate activation. The lesson unfolded methodically. Under Travers' guidance, students took turns practicing the banishing spell. When it was Ares' turn, he stepped forward, his wand aimed steadily at a puffskein attempting to charge at him. Banishing them, Mr. Phoenix, Travers' voice resounded behind him, carrying a barely perceptible chill, in your unique manner. Ares held his breath, focusing intently as he uttered the incantation. A gentle yet effective red light struck the puffskein, driving it away. However, just as his spell took effect, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From a deeply concealed shadow within the forbidden forest, a lightning-fast, ominous black-purple magical beam surged forth, not aimed at the expelled puffskein, but instead, at an acute angle directly targeting Ares' back. This was no ordinary magic emanating from a creature within the forest. Its precision, malice, and stealth were unmistakably those of a wizard's deliberate ambush. Ares! Tom's warning cry reached him simultaneously with the dark beam. Drawing on instinct and the heightened perception granted by the blood bond, Ares abruptly pivoted, the dark beam grazing the hem of his robe and instantly corroding a small tree behind him to create a charred hole. A chilling, malicious residue of magic began to permeate the air. Students gasped in alarm, and chaos erupted instantaneously. Travers' face displayed timely shock and anger. A dark wizard is attacking. Everyone, form a defensive circle, he commanded loudly, seemingly protecting the students. Yet his position subtly obstructed Ares' most direct path to safety. The assailant remained concealed, and a second, then a third, dark beam followed in quick succession, all targeting Ares. They originated from different directions, clearly indicating that there was more than one assailant, creating a malicious web of crossfire. Under the protective cover of Tom, Ares struggled to evade, the radiance of the iron armor curse flickering violently before them, its light oscillating erratically. They are charging at you. Tom's voice, strained with fury and rapid magical exertion, grew hoarse, his icy gaze almost crystallizing into substance. He witnessed Ares' robe sleeves being torn apart under the relentless assault, a streak of blood scorched onto his arm by a passing dark flash, igniting the most ferocious flames of rage deep within him. Just as Ares staggered backward to evade a curse aimed directly at his face, nearly losing his balance. A more formidable curse, dark purple and nearly black, shot from the shadows of the forest like a venomous serpent, targeting his heart. The timing was maliciously precise, as if it had calculated his momentary vulnerability. A faint, satisfied curve appeared at the corner of Travers' lips, concealed amidst the chaos and shadows. No. Tom Riddle unleashed a roar of unprecedented fury, nearly losing control. He saw the astonishment in Ares' eyes, witnessed the lethal purplish-black light rapidly expanding within his mismatched pupils. In that instant, all reason, all concealment, all long-term schemes were utterly crushed by a more primal, more tempestuous emotion. It was his soul recognized accomplice. The other side of his ambition, a treasure he would never allow anyone to take away. He did not even wield his wand. A profoundly ancient, frigid, death-laden magic erupted from within Tom. He extended his pallid, bloodless hand and grasped at the dark curse aimed at Ares, as if to snatch it from the air. An invisible tearing sound resonated through the atmosphere, and that powerful dark magic seemed to be seized by an unseen giant hand, violently twisting and trembling, until, with a crack, reminiscent of shattering glass, the curse was crushed in Tom's bare grasp. The dissipating blackish-purple magic writhed like a dying venomous creature, emitting a piercing shriek before ultimately vanishing into the air. The clearing fell into an instant silence. All eyes were fixed on Tom. He stood there, exuding a chilling low temperature, his black hair moving without wind, and within his profound gaze, there was no longer the usual calmness and calculation but a tempest of pure, dark murderous intent. What he had just unleashed was not any magic taught at Hogwarts. That power was suffused with an air of desecration and destruction. Tom did not even glance at the stunned assailants. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing through the air like a poisoned icicle, locking onto the pale-faced Travers, who now appeared somewhat shaken. It was you. Tom's voice, though not raised, bore the weight of 1,000 tons, each word seeming to emerge from an ice cellar. Or perhaps, a rat you had placed inside. His accusation nearly tore apart the last shred of Travers' composure. The elegance on Travers' face could no longer be maintained. His expression darkened as he opened his mouth to speak. Just then, a clarion call, bright and soaring, as if it could penetrate the very soul, unexpectedly shattered the oppressive canopy above the forbidden forest. That sound carried an unparalleled authority and a purifying power that dispelled the malevolent chill and remnants of dark magic lingering in the air. Everyone, including the furious Tom and the brooding Travers, involuntarily looked skyward. A radiant golden-red streak, like the sun tearing through a gray canvas, hurtled from the distant horizon. Its speed was astonishing. In one moment it was at the edge of the sky, and in the next, it had arrived above the forbidden forest. What was it? A bird? No, it was a sovereign. Its size resembled that of a hawk, yet its bearing was 1,000 times more graceful and noble. Its feathers shimmered with flowing gold and red, as if woven from liquid flames and sunlight, and its long tail feathers trailed brilliant light across the sky. It emanated a warmth and powerful magical aura, forming a stark contrast to Tom's recent frigid, deathly presence. Most astonishingly, its eyes, resembling molten gold, unambiguously locked onto Ares' phoenix, whose complexion had turned pale and whose arm bled. Under the incredulous gazes of all, this extraordinary, legendary creature, a phoenix, retracted its flames, gracefully and gently alighting on Ares' phoenix's slightly trembling shoulder. It affectionately, as if to confirm, used its beak to softly smooth Ares' platinum hair, then lifted its head and emitted a gentle cry, imbued with both reassurance and proclamation. In that moment, silence enveloped everything. The wind and snow seemed to cease their howling, and time appeared to freeze. The fury in Tom's eyes was replaced by profound astonishment as he fixated on the phoenix perched on Ares' shoulder, as if attempting to ascertain whether this was merely an illusion. For the first time, a look of almost uncharacteristic shock and disbelief crossed Travers' face, and he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fear. A phoenix recognizes its master? This is impossible. How could it? Except for Dumbledore's. Ares, too, was completely stunned, feeling the incredible warmth and lightness upon his shoulder, a sensation not of physical heat, but a soothing, powerful tranquility that resonated with the eternal cycle of his wand and the blood bond within him, calming the turmoil stirred by the attack and the surge of magic, even dulling the sting of the curse that marred his arm. The phoenix gazed at him with its molten gold eyes, radiating an ancient wisdom and an unspoken acknowledgement, before elegantly turning its head, sweeping its gaze across the assembly, and finally resting on the ashen-faced Walton Travers. That glance shattered the last remnants of Travers' composed facade, leaving only an unmasked dread and gloom. His lips moved as if to utter something, but ultimately, he merely stared at the phoenix, as if beholding a nightmare that should not exist in this world, one that had utterly disrupted his meticulously devised plans. It was Tom Riddle who shattered the silence. The chilling, murderous intent surrounding him had yet to fully dissipate, and the fury in his profound gaze was supplanted by an insatiable curiosity, one so intense it seemed capable of scorching everything in its path. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the phoenix resting on Ares' shoulder, his voice hoarse from suppressing a tumult of emotions. What is this? His question was not directed at Ares, but seemed more an inquiry into the very fabric of fate itself. This sudden, powerful being, establishing such an intimate connection with Ares, instilled within him an unprecedented sense of loss of control. His accomplice, his only recognized companion, seemed to have been ushered into a realm he had yet to comprehend, a higher domain altogether. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Professor Albus Dumbledore emerged at the edge of the clearing, evidently sensing the extraordinary surge of magical energy in this place, as well as the piercing cry of the phoenix that resonated throughout the castle. Today, he donned a modest, deep purple robe, and the customary gentle smile that adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of incredulous astonishment. His gaze swiftly transcended all present and settled directly upon the phoenix perched upon Ares' shoulder. His blue eyes dilated in shock, as if he had beheld a miracle long submerged by the tides of time. He advanced briskly, neglecting to acknowledge Travers and the bewildered students surrounding them. Merlin's beard. Dumbledore murmured in astonishment, halting a few paces before Ares. His eyes darted back and forth between the phoenix and the golden chain-like markings beneath Ares' left eye, reflecting a tumult of emotions: shock, bewilderment, profound concern, and even a touch of near-pitying realization. Aurora, is that you? I believed you had long since followed your predecessor into the eternal flames. The phoenix, named Aurora, emitted a soft, almost sighing call, gently nudging Ares' hair with its beak, an action imbued with a sense of guardianship. Do you know it, Professor? Ares could not help but inquire, confusion evident in his heterochromatic eyes. He felt an undeniable connection between the phoenix and Dumbledore, yet it was far from that of mere master and servant. Dumbledore's focus finally crystallized upon Ares' face, laden with complex significance. Know it? No, my child, it is far more than mere acquaintance. Aurora is the mother of Fawkes, the former leader of the Phoenixes. She vanished decades ago, after my sister Ariana's passing, alongside her loyal companion. We all believed she had chosen to be reborn in the midst of endless sorrow. Forgetting the past. He paused, his voice heavy with historical weight. It appears she has not forgotten. She has merely been waiting. Waiting for a soul capable of bearing both the deepest darkness and the purest light, one worthy of her renewed vow of protection. Mother of Fox, the former leader of the Phoenixes. This revelation crashed like thunder in the ears of all who heard it. This was not merely an acquisition of a phoenix for Ares. He had garnered the unreserved recognition of an ancient, powerful, and independent legendary being. This was far more astonishing than a simple resonance with Dumbledore's bloodline. It pointed directly to the unique essence of Ares as a being of light and darkness intertwined. Professor Travers's countenance was beyond the description of mere discomfort. It was a grotesque amalgamation of greed, fear, and profound resentment. Gellert Grindelwald sought a vessel of the blood pact, an heir of limitless potential. Yet now, this vessel bore not only the blood pact, but also the protection of the legendary Phoenix leader. The variables and potential threats had exceeded his initial estimations. Dumbledore finally turned his gaze toward Travers, his blue eyes now devoid of any warmth, replaced by a chilling sharpness. Walton, I believe you owe an exceedingly detailed explanation regarding the unexpected assault that transpired here, as well as the manifestation of this phoenix, which should exist only in legend. To both Headmaster Dippet and myself, his tone brooked no dissent, effectively placing Travers under scrutiny. Travers inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, and donned his facade of refined composure, despite the fractures at its edges. Of course, Albus. I too am profoundly shocked and outraged. How dare dark wizards attack students near Hogwarts? We must conduct a thorough investigation. His justification rang hollow, but in the absence of concrete evidence. Dumbledore could not react in the moment. Thus, a chaotic, conspiracy-laden practical lesson concluded abruptly amidst shock, suspicion, and unresolved mysteries. The students were instructed to return to the castle immediately, sternly warned against discussing the events of the day, though all understood that such a prohibition would do little to quell the spreading rumors like wildfire. On the journey back to the castle, the atmosphere was eerie and silent. Tom walked closely beside Ares, his lips pressed tightly together, occasionally casting glances at Aurora, who soared gracefully above them, radiating a soft luminescence, and then at Ares's composed profile, whose deep-set eyes concealed a storm of unfathomable emotions. It was not until they reached the relative safety of the Slytherin common room, where the hearth once again served as the sole source of light, that Tom abruptly turned to face Ares. Aurora elegantly alighted upon the mantelpiece, resembling a burning statue, silently observing them. It chose you, Tom stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Why? He sought not an abstract answer regarding bloodlines or essence. He needed to understand whether this sudden variable would destabilize their fragile and perilous alliance. Ares lifted his gaze, his heterochromatic eyes appearing especially profound in the glow of the fire. I do not know, Tom, but I sense that its arrival relates to the blood pact. And yet it is more than that. He gently stroked the feathers of Aurora, who curled contentedly on his lap, as if finally finding her haven. Perhaps it is guarding that part of me yet untouched by darkness, or perhaps it is protecting the treacherous path we tread, ensuring we do not plunge into the abyss entirely. He met Tom's gaze, his own eyes sincere yet intricate. This does not alter the fact that we are accomplices, Tom. It merely adds an unpredictable observer to our game, one that neither you nor I can fully control. Tom scrutinized him intensely, then glanced at the phoenix, which seemed to resonate subtly with Ares's magic. A fierce conflagration of jealousy, possessiveness, and a thrill of challenge ignited within him. Ares remained that special individual, intertwined with his fate, yet now enveloped in an even more mysterious and formidable aura. An observer? Tom ultimately sneered, a cold and dangerous curve gracing his lips. Let it watch closely. Let it witness how we maneuver this game towards an astonishing conclusion that leaves everyone agape. He extended his hand, not toward Ares, but as if to seize the invisible threads of fate hanging in the air, his gesture imbued with a resolute aggression. Neither Dumbledore's protection, Grindelwald's covetous gaze, nor the guardianship of the Phoenix could alter the final outcome. You belong to where I decide. Tom's voice was low and filled with ambition, his piercing gaze locking onto Ares. Aurora emitted a barely audible, warning-like hum, her molten golden eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. Meanwhile, in the distant Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald lingered in profound silence after hearing Travers's urgent report through the two-way mirror. In his heterochromatic gaze, there was no longer a mere ambition. Instead, a more fervent, inevitable flame had ignited. The Phoenix has claimed its master, he mused quietly, his fingertips gliding across the mirror's surface as if he could touch the distant unpredictable figure of the young man. Albus, what kind of miracle, or perhaps monstrosity, have we wrought? He raised his head. Issuing new instructions to the pale-faced Travers reflected in the mirror, the plan is altered. Halt all coercive measures. I want you to ensure at any cost that the boy comes willingly to my side. The tempest had not subsided. Rather, with the Phoenix's arrival, it was propelled toward an even more unpredictable trajectory. Chapter 69, Undercurrents Beneath the Ice. The arrival of the Phoenix Aurora was akin to a boulder cast into the seemingly placid waters of Hogwarts, creating ripples that exceeded anyone's imagination. Despite the school's imposition of a gag order, the whispers of numerous witnesses spread the news of Phoenix being claimed by the legendary bird like secretive vines, quietly weaving through the corridors and the hushed murmurs of the auditorium. The name Ares Phoenix was no longer merely associated with the shadow of Riddle or his exceptional talents. It had taken on an aura of legend, enhancing the already striking golden chain pattern beneath his left eye, which now seemed to exude an even greater air of enigma. Yet, this sudden accolade did not solely usher in convenience. Whether successfully casting a complex spell in Charms class or quietly perusing books in the library, Ares could invariably feel the myriad gazes directed towards him, a melange of curiosity, awe, jealousy, and even avarice. The dawn, typically elusive, obscured in some corner of the castle, was something Ares could distinctly sense, a warm and sturdy connection of souls, akin to an invisible guardian barrier, providing him with a modicum of solace while simultaneously rendering him the focal point of attention. In Transfiguration class, Professor Albus Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Ares with an inexplicable depth, more profound than ever before. He refrained from engaging Ares in private discussion, yet while elucidating the exquisite control required for human transfiguration, he imparted a significant remark. The highest form of transformation is not merely altering one's external appearance, but rather understanding and mastering the intrinsic essence of one's power. At times, excessive brilliance can indeed dispel darkness, yet it also bears the risk of scorching oneself and attracting perilous moths. His azure eyes swept across the class, momentarily resting on Ares, imbued with a sense of warning. Simultaneously, Professor Walton Travers exhibited a marked change in demeanor. He no longer displayed undue interest in Ares in public settings, nor did he broach any topics related to the Novigarden Research Society. His defense against the dark arts classes became rather conventional, even somewhat dreary. However, this deliberate aloofness and normalcy seemed more akin to a dormant state. Ares often caught fleeting glimpses of cold calculation in Travers's hazel eyes as they passed each other in the corridors, reminiscent of a serpent coiled in the grass, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Grindelwald's directive had bound that boy to my side like an invisible shackle, akin to a more insidious poison, silently brewing. The greatest source of pressure for Ares, however, was Tom Riddle. The atmosphere by the fireplace in the common room grew increasingly delicate. Tom continued to study Dragonhide books and discuss magic with Ares, yet his silences extended and his stares lingered longer. Occasionally, Ares would look up to find himself ensnared by Tom's gaze, deep and consuming, swirling with a complex array of emotions, an assessment of the Phoenix's power, a re-evaluation of Ares's newfound significance, and an intensifying, undeniable possessiveness. What was he contemplating? One late night, as Ares endeavored to decipher a challenging passage on the partitioning of contractual power, Tom suddenly spoke, his voice resonating with clarity in the silence. While he did not specify, both understood he referred to the dawn, perhaps invisibly lurking somewhere. Ares paused, lifting his head. I am uncertain. It can perceive emotions, perhaps the flow of magic and intentions. He replied cautiously. Tom scoffed, casting aside his notes on counter-curses, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, his penetrating gaze fixed on Ares. Intentions? For instance, at this moment, I am contemplating whether this legendary creature is your new guardian or merely an intrusive observer. His words bore a sharp challenge, subtly probing the boundaries of that phoenix, as well as testing Ares' stance. Ares felt a faint tremor emanate from the wand concealed within his sleeve, while the connection with the dawn deep within his soul quivered, imparting a blend of reassurance and vigilance. He set down his quill, meeting Tom's gaze with serene resolve. It is the dawn, Tom, an independent ancient being, not the possession of anyone. Its existence will not alter the course of our predetermined paths. He deliberately emphasized our. Tom savored the weight of that word, slowly rising to stand behind Ares' chair, casting a shadow over him. He did not touch Ares, but the palpable sense of encroaching pressure was unmistakable. Ares, remember, his voice was low, almost a whisper against Ares' ear, imbued with a chilling, sovereign assertion. No matter how many eyes may be upon you, how much power may seek to draw near, the only one who can stand beside you, sharing all your secrets and bearing your fate, is I, this phoenix, Dumbledore, even that troublesome blood pact within you. They are merely tools or obstacles to be cleared away. Our path cannot be defined by any outsiders. His words were obsessive and frenzied, yet laced with a distorted, heart-stopping sincerity. Ares felt a chill crawl up his spine, stemming not solely from fear, but from a suffocating sense of being ensnared in a quagmire, one he perhaps would not wish to escape. He sensed the warmth transmitted by the dawn attempting to dispel this coldness. Yet Tom's fervent obsession clung to him like the most viscous of webs. At that moment, the door to the common room was gently pushed open, revealing Abraxas Malfoy. His neatly groomed, light golden hair contrasted starkly with the coldness of his gray eyes, which swept over the two individuals in the peculiar atmosphere by the fireplace, lingering momentarily on Tom's posture, nearly imprisoning Ares' silhouette, before returning to his habitual elegance and detachment. I hope I am not interrupting your discussion. Abraxas' voice was calm, devoid of emotion. I have just heard an intriguing piece of news that you may find of interest. Professor Travers has submitted a request to Headmaster Dippet, seeking to organize a small-scale, off-campus practical experience for exceptional students, with the destination being an ancient wizarding village at the foot of the Alps, rumored to harbor many primordial relics of medieval alchemy and ancient magical scripts. He paused, adding, notably, both of your names are on the list. This revelation struck like ice upon the already turbulent waters. Tom straightened, the previous obsession replaced by a sharp clarity in his gaze as he turned to Abraxas. When? Expected in spring, though the exact date is yet to be determined, Abraxas replied nonchalantly. It seems our defense against the dark arts professor has altered his strategy. Shifting from direct provocation to a more enticing invitation, he remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ares, especially after certain events. The proximity of that village at the foot of the Alps to Numengard was undeniably alarming. After delivering the news, Abraxas politely departed, leaving a heavier atmosphere in the room. Tom redirected his attention to Ares, the previous intensity of emotion seemingly having settled into a cooler, more dangerous resolve. Do you see? He murmured, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. The trap has merely changed its bait. This time, they wish to invite you into the snare. Ares remained silent. He felt the weight and warmth of the dawn's silent descent upon his shoulders, while before him, Tom's eyes brimmed with ambition and possessiveness. An invitation that could not be declined. The power of the blood pact within him flowed steadily beneath the calm surface, connecting him to a distant past filled with uncertainties and a future fraught with peril. Beneath the icy facade, turbulent currents surged forth. The impending journey to the Alps in spring loomed ahead like a swirling vortex, waiting for them. Chapter 70. A Glimmer in the Rift. The news of the outdoor practice in the Alps rippled through the specific circles of Hogwarts like a stone cast into a tranquil pond. For the majority of students, it merely represented an enviable opportunity for adventure. Yet for a select few at the vortex of this whirlwind, it was undeniably a meticulously woven web, exuding a sweetly toxic allure. Professor Walton Travers had expertly concealed all his outward brilliance. His lessons in defense against the dark arts were so rigorous that they bordered on the pedantic, and he maintained an impeccably measured distance from Ares Phoenix, as if the deadly confrontation at the edge of the Forbidden Forest had never transpired. However, behind this deliberate facade of normalcy lay a more insidious operation. He began to inadvertently showcase some intricate and powerful ancient magical runes originating from the European continent during class, subtly resonating with certain marginal annotations found in the Dragonhide book. He would also casually reference the legends of the lost ruins in the Alps, alluding to the secrets they might harbor regarding the origins of magical power and contracts. Each time, his hazel eyes would naturally flit over Ares, scrutinizing his slightest reactions, much like a patient fisherman casting a baited line time and again. This subtle erosion was far more unsettling than overt threats. Ares could sense that Travers, or rather Grindelwald behind him, was attempting to leverage knowledge and origins as a means to pry open the deep-seated yearning within him for the source of his own power. The blood bond mark beneath his left eye would always stir with a different, alluring tremor upon hearing those hidden legends, instilling both caution and an uncontrollable curiosity that sprang from instinct. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle's emotions resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, its surface cloaked in cold snow, yet roiling with molten lava beneath. The existence of the Phoenix Dawn perpetually challenged his extreme possessiveness and exclusivity. The unspoken, soul-deep connection between this legendary creature and Ares pricked at the very core of his desire for control, like an invisible thorn. Within the dim library that had transformed from the room of requirement, this tension reached its zenith. Ares was endeavoring to guide the intertwining magic of light and darkness within him to resonate with a complex formation regarding the harmonization of power from the Dragonhide book. The dawn rested quietly upon an ancient stone candle holder, its molten gold eyes half closed, as if feigning slumber. Yet the serene and formidable magical aura it emanated served as a stabilizing foundation, aiding Ares in better balancing the tumultuous forces within him. Tom stood in the shadows, observing the gentle radiance flowing around Ares, harmonizing with the power of the phoenix, and the focused expression on his face that transcended the mundane. Submerged in the mysteries of magic, a complex mix of jealousy and a sense of exclusion coiled around his heart like a poisonous vine, as Ares successfully guided his magic, causing the temporary sigil drawn on the ground to illuminate with a soft dual hue. He exhaled gently, a flicker of triumph sparking in his mismatched eyes as he instinctively raised his gaze towards the dawn on the candlestick, his lips curving ever so slightly in a barely perceptible arc of gratitude. This subtle gesture became the final straw that broke Tom's rationality. Apparently, Tom's cold voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the room as he stepped from the shadows, his silent footsteps carrying an invisible weight. You have found a more agreeable assistant. His gaze was sharp as a blade, slicing through Ares before finally fixing upon the seemingly slumbering dawn, brimming with unmasked hostility. Ares momentarily froze, suppressing his expression. Tom, it is merely assisting me in stabilizing. Stabilizing? Tom interrupted, a mocking curve to his lips as he advanced, closing the distance between them to a mere step, his icy aura starkly opposing the warmth radiating from the dawn. Or is it guiding you away from our path? His voice dropped, laced with menace. Away from those secrets that could truly empower us, those that cannot abide the light, such as Horcruxes? He unabashedly uttered the taboo word once more, his intense gaze piercing into Ares, as if wagering on whom Ares would ultimately choose between him and the phoenix. Ares's complexion paled instantly. He felt the anxious tremor resonating from the wand concealed in his sleeve and distinctly received a warning warmth from the direction of the dawn. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, meeting Tom's almost obsessive gaze with his own. I have not forgotten our path, Tom. But power manifests in myriad forms. Annihilating the soul for the sake of immortality is the most perilous and grotesque of them all. The power of the dawn reveals to me that perhaps there exists another way. Grotesque? Tom seemed struck by the word, abruptly extending his hand, not to grasp Ares, but to slam it down forcefully upon the nearby stone table, producing a dull thud that interrupted Ares's words. A dark storm roiled in his eyes. Power is power. There exists only strength and weakness, no beauty or ugliness. Do you believe that the paltry warmth brought by this bird can illuminate all the shadows on our path? Can it withstand Grindelwald? Can it combat the potential enmity of the entire magical world? His emotions, rarely unleashed, reverberated throughout the vast chamber. The resting dawn finally opened its eyes fully, its golden pupils calmly fixating on Tom, devoid of hostility, yet imbued with an unsettling serenity that seemed to see through all. Ares gazed at the boy before him, whose fear had twisted into a somewhat grotesque visage, a melange of emotions stirring within him. He understood the roots of Tom's obsession, deeply embedded fears of loss and solitude from his orphanage days. Tom, Ares's voice was unusually calm, imbued with a strength that sought to penetrate the other's frenzied shell. The arrival of the dawn is neither to replace you nor to lead us down a path of pristine virtue. Its existence may serve to ensure that in our exploration of darkness, we do not utterly lose ourselves. It is to prevent our complicity from becoming chains that drag us into the abyss. He took a small step forward, narrowing the tense distance between them, his mismatched eyes shimmering with complex and sincere light. I believe there is another kind of strength, Tom. One that does not require the tearing of souls or the forsaking of all, enabling us to stand side by side at the pinnacle of the world. And discovering it requires time and the collaboration of both of us. His words glimmered like a faint light, striving to penetrate the thick ice within Tom's heart. Tom stared intently at Ares, his chest heaving, as the storm in his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a profound, indistinguishable struggle. He glanced at the irritating persistence reflected in Ares's eyes, then cast a sidelong look at the ever-calm phoenix, which seemed to harbor boundless power. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking further, abruptly turning away, striding out of the room of requirement with an unresolved fury, leaving Ares and the silent dawn behind. A fissure had emerged. Trust needed to be reforged, and at the distant foot of the Alps, that invisible net lay in quiet anticipation of their arrival. Chapter 71, The Frozen Game. The discordant confrontation within the room of requirement settled like a layer of suddenly congealed ice, enveloping the relationship between Ares Phoenix and Tom Riddle. In the ensuing days, an intentional, frigid distance spread between them. They continued to attend classes together, appeared in the common room, and even convened in the room of requirement for research. Yet their conversations were confined to necessary and stilted academic discourse. The atmospheric pressure surrounding Tom was alarmingly low, as the tempest within his profound eyes was supplanted by a deeper, almost absolute silence, as if all tumultuous emotions had been encased beneath a layer of ice. Ares made several attempts to shatter the impasse, but all he elicited was a more frigid, even sardonic, evasion from Tom. This state persisted until their astronomy class. Scheduled for the frigid midnight hour to observe a rare celestial alignment, the class was naturally held atop Hogwarts' highest astronomy tower. At the tower's apex, the biting wind cut like a knife, howling through the stone parapets. The deep night sky, unfurled like black velvet, was adorned with stars that sparkled like icy diamonds. Distant and aloof, the students, bundled in thick cloaks, watched their breath dissipate into the cold air, while their fingers, numb from the chill, struggled to adjust the telescopes amidst a chorus of muttered curses and chattering teeth. Ares stood alone at a remote observation point, striving to adjust the focus of the telescope. But the icy tips of his fingers and the turmoil within his heart rendered concentration elusive. Though dawn had yet to break, he sensed its proximity in the void. A warmth that was his sole consolation in that moment. He could feel Tom nearby. Even without turning, the presence was as palpable as a magnet, exuding a cold allure. Indeed, as Professor Binns drifted away to guide other students, footsteps approached from behind. Tom came closer, pausing beside him, gazing not at Ares but at the starry expanse above, his profile resembling a chilling sculpture beneath the starlight. The North Star, Tom suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet more piercing than the wintry gusts, forever fixed in the north. A beacon for the lost. Yet, how lonely and frigid it must be. His words were at once an offhand reflection and the sharpest of metaphors. Ares lowered his hands from the telescope, raising his gaze to the most steadfast and solitary star in the heavens. Perhaps it does not feel loneliness, he softly replied, his mismatched eyes reflecting the starlight. It guards the entire Big Dipper, guiding all who look upon it. Its worth lies in its unwavering position, not in possession of others. Tom slowly turned his head, the starlight illuminating the depths of his eyes, yet failing to penetrate even a glimmer of brightness. Worth? He echoed, a cold smile curving his lips. Ares, you remain so naive. Worth must be acknowledged, utilized. Otherwise, what is it but dust? Guardian? Merely a pretext for the powerless to comfort themselves. He stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking to a point where Ares could feel the chilling aura emanating from Tom, merging with the surrounding frigid night, and discern the near-mad obsession lurking within his gaze, suppressed to the utmost degree. The Phoenix, Tom's voice dropped lower, laced with a dangerous, beguiling quality. Does it protect you, or the balance it requires from you? When that balance is no longer needed, or when greater interests arise, do you think it would hesitate to cast you aside like a previous contractee? His words struck Ares like venom, piercing the hidden insecurities within him. Ares felt his heart constrict slightly, yet he did not recoil. Instead, he met Tom's icy gaze with resolve, his mismatched eyes shimmering with determination in the night. And you, Tom, is your need for me rooted in my essence, or in the power I provide, fulfilling your desire for absolute control? If one day I can no longer offer these, or choose a different path, would you not swiftly regard me as mere dust? This was a direct rebuttal, laying bare the fundamental discord between them under the chilling starlight. Tom's pupils dilated sharply, Ares' words evidently striking a nerve, exposing a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. The ice within his eyes seemed to crack, a surge of offended fury mingling with a deeper, more profound emotion. He abruptly extended his hand, not to touch Ares, but to press forcefully against the cold stone wall behind him, trapping Ares within the narrow space between himself and the parapet. Differing paths? Tom's voice was hoarse, suppressed to an extreme degree, as he lowered his head, their foreheads nearly touching, their heated breaths intertwining with the frigid air. There are no differing paths, Ares. From the moment you chose to walk towards me in the orphanage, there were none. His gaze was tangible, ensnaring Ares with an undeniable possessiveness and a near-desperate obsession. You are my accomplice, my mirror, my only recognized kin. This path, you must walk. If not. He paused, a terrifying glimmer flashing in his eyes, leaving the threat unspoken, yet it hung palpably between them. The cold wind tousled Ares' platinum hair, brushing against Tom's hand resting on the stone wall. The juxtaposition of icy temperature, fervent breath, perilous confinement, and the heart-wrenching complexity of madness and obsession in Tom's eyes formed an atmosphere of profound contradiction and tension. Ares could hear his own heartbeat pounding like a drum, feel the slight tremor of his wand within his sleeve, and the warmth of dawn's promise attempting to soothe, yet failing to dispel the icy shackles binding him. He did not struggle. Instead, he raised his eyes, his mismatched gaze penetrating Tom's, as if to draw him into the depths of darkness, his voice soft yet imbued with an extraordinary strength. Then, Tom, show me. Prove that our path holds possibilities beyond destruction and possession. Otherwise, he slightly turned his head, evading the overwhelming warmth of Tom's breath. His tone laced with an imperceptible weariness and resolve. Even you cannot forever imprison a heart yearning for light. His words were a double-edged sword, offering a flicker of hope while drawing a clear line in the sand. Tom's body stiffened abruptly, the fingers braced against the wall, turning white from exertion. He fixed his gaze upon Ares's face, so near, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. At that moment, the tower's icy wind seemed to freeze, and the stars bore cold witness to the perilous game unfolding between the two youths, one concerning souls and futures. Ultimately, Tom said nothing. He slowly, excruciatingly, withdrew his hand from the wall, stepping back and re-establishing the icy distance between them. All emotion on his face was once again encased in silence, leaving only an unfathomable stillness. He cast one last glance at Ares, his expression inscrutable, before turning away and melding into the shadows of the tower, as though he had never existed. Ares leaned against the cold stone wall, exhaling slowly, only then realizing his back was damp with cold sweat. In that moment, he had genuinely felt Tom's suffocating need for control and danger, yet also glimpsed beneath the ice a fear of being abandoned by the light. Perhaps one that even Tom was unaware of. The North Star continued to coldly shimmer above them, while the impasse between them seemed to have been breached. They found themselves mired in a deeper fog of uncertainty regarding the future. Chapter 72, The Silent Concerto. The clash of ice and fire atop the astronomy tower did not rend anything as violently as a snowstorm. Instead, it acted as a deep freeze, instantly solidifying all intense emotions into a new, more complex mode of interaction. A strange calm settled between Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix. They no longer engaged in heated arguments, nor did they undertake any perilous probing that touched the depths of their souls. Conversations were confined to the essential transactional exchanges, precise and frigid, akin to the transfer of encrypted messages. In the research of the request for everything room, they resembled two unfamiliar scholars sharing a laboratory, each engrossed in their own domain. Occasionally exchanging a few cold insights regarding a particular magical node, the air thick with an artificially suppressed tension. This state was more suffocating for Ares than any previous conflict. He could distinctly sense Tom's icy gaze frequently landing upon him, no longer a raw possession, but a deeper scrutiny, as if reassessing the value of a complex alchemical artifact. Tom seemed to wield this absolute calm to reaffirm his control over the situation, while simultaneously awaiting something, an opportunity or a signal for Ares to soften his stance. That opportunity arrived in an unexpected manner. Professor Slughorn appeared determined to dispel the unhealthy atmosphere that had settled over the castle, as he privately lamented. And shortly after the term resumed normalcy, he organized an intimate evening salon, limited to his core collection. This time, the venue was his warm and crowded office, where the air was suffused with the sweet scent of candied fruits and the rich aroma of aged oak barrels. Naturally, Tom was the center of attention at the salon. He presented himself impeccably, even more dazzling than usual. He adeptly engaged in discussions with several senior students regarding the internal factional struggles within the Ministry of Magic. His words sharp and insights unique, prompting the illustrious seventh years to cast frequent, appreciative glances his way, their eyes betraying admiration and a desire for alliance. He navigated the conversation effortlessly, as though the uncontrollable boy atop the astronomy tower were merely an illusion. Ares, on the other hand, chose to retreat to a quiet corner near the fireplace, attempting to conceal himself in the shadows cast by the bookshelf. The dawn had not yet manifested, but he felt its presence nearby. That warm connection of souls was his sole refuge. However, this evening, one individual seemingly had no intention of allowing him to remain invisible. Professor Travers, holding a glass of crystalline mead, strolled naturally to his side. "It is a pleasure to see you again in such a setting, Mr. Phoenix," Travers remarked. His voice, as always, polished and refined, his face adorned with an appropriately warm smile, while his light brown eyes scanned Ares with the precision of a spotlight, as if hoping that the recent incident in the Forbidden Forest had not left him too deeply shadowed. "Hogwarts should be the safest place. Thank you for your concern, Professor." "I am quite well now," Ares replied, his tone polite yet distant, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold surface of the glass. "That is reassuring," Travers nodded, his gaze seemingly brushing over the chain mark beneath Ares's left eye before he lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. "Speaking of our previous discussion regarding the Alps, I have uncovered some intriguing details. Near that ancient village, there is said to be an undisclosed ruin, with murals and runes that appear to pertain to an exceedingly ancient contract concerning the exchange of the essence of life and magic." His words were laced with temptation. Each phrase was like a meticulously crafted hook, with certain symbols whose intricate design and pure power surpassed any magical system currently accessible to us. I believe it would be an unparalleled opportunity for a student like you, who possesses a profound interest in ancient runes. Ares felt a distinct stirring from the blood bond mark beneath his left eye, this time not a warning, but a resonance of intense attraction. He sensed the faint hum emanating from the eternal cycle of his wand hidden within his sleeve. Travers had astutely identified his yearning for the source of power. Just then, a chilling figure intruded upon their exchange. It seems Professor Travers is quite diligent in his preparations for extracurricular activities. Tom Riddle had silently concluded his conversation and appeared beside Ares, a glass of wine in hand, his face adorned with the impeccable, courteous smile of an exemplary student. Yet his deep-set eyes, fixed on Travers, bore no warmth, only a cold vigilance and warning. He did not acknowledge Ares, as if he were merely passing by, joining a casual academic discussion. However, his positioning subtly placed Ares half a body length away from Travers, creating an invisible barrier of protection, or rather, asserting dominion. Travers maintained his smile, but a flicker of discontent flashed in his eyes before morphing into a deeper amusement. Ensuring that exemplary students receive the finest educational experience is a teacher's duty, Mr. Riddle, especially those gifted young individuals like Mr. Phoenix, who require broad horizons and proper guidance. He deliberately emphasized the word guidance. Indeed, Tom replied with a slight nod, his tone neutral yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. Ares and I will jointly assess the value of this opportunity. After all, the unknown often accompanies risks, and caution is always prudent. He placed a slight emphasis on the word jointly, which rippled through Ares's mind like a stone cast upon the surface of water, creating subtle disturbances. Tom's intervention was not aimed at easing the tension between him and Ares, but rather an instinctive protection of his own domain. He would not permit Travers, this evidently ulterior outsider, to encroach excessively upon the delicate Cold War existing between him and Ares, nor to tempt his accomplice. The salon continued under an atmosphere of superficial harmony, each participant harboring their own ulterior motives. When Ares and Tom eventually departed Slughorn's office, stepping into the cold, empty corridor, that icy silence enveloped them once more. Yet this time, the silence seemed imbued with a subtle difference. Tom's seemingly casual, protective, or possessive intervention felt like a pebble dropped into an icy lake. While it did not break the surface, it elicited unseen ripples beneath the ice. They walked in succession, their footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. No words were exchanged, yet an intangible, taut string seemed to have quietly loosened by a millimeter. The shadows of the Alps loomed ahead, and this silent symphony between them appeared poised to welcome a new variation. Chapter 73, The Masquerade of Defense. The brief and veiled maintenance at Slughorn's salon dissipated like a breath of white mist in the winter, vanishing amidst the cold columns of Hogwarts. The meticulously maintained icy facade between Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix had not melted, yet the temperature of the undercurrents seemed to have undergone an ineffable change. They continued to orbit each other like planets on predetermined trajectories, maintaining a precise and restrained distance. However, within the interwoven gravitational gaps, something was quietly burgeoning. The atmosphere in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom today was particularly solemn. The portraits of renowned wizards from ages past appeared to hold their breath. Watching from the walls, Professor Walton Travers stood at the front of the classroom, not clad in his usual elegant robes, but instead donned a sharply tailored deep gray combat outfit, which lent him an air of competence and undeniable authority. Theory is the skeleton, practice is the flesh and blood. His voice resonated clearly in the quiet classroom, his light brown eyes sweeping over each youthful face. Today, we will conduct a pressure defense test. You will take turns stepping forward to attempt to withstand a spell I will cast. Remember, the emphasis lies not in whether one is defeated, but rather in observing the logic and strength with which you construct your defenses, and under pressure, the unique aspects of your magical flow. He paused, his gaze fleetingly brushing over Ares, as he continued. He had the students step forward in order of their grades. The younger students struggled significantly, their barriers often collapsing by the third or fourth layer of magical enhancement under Travers' scrutiny, starkly illustrating the objective chasm created by age and experience. When it was the turn of some exemplary fifth-year students, the situation improved slightly, yet they too ultimately succumbed to the fate of their defenses being dismantled. Finally, it was the third year's turn. Tom Riddle stepped forward, his demeanor remarkably calm, almost mechanical. The barrier he erected was efficient and robust, exhibiting no waste of superfluous magic, dissipating only after enduring pressure far beyond that of his peers, akin to a precisely calibrated instrument. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Travers' eyes, though more so a critical evaluation of a flawless tool. Next came Ares Phoenix. He walked to the center of the arena, acutely aware of Tom's icy, focused gaze bearing down on him like a tangible weight. Taking a deep breath, he raised his wand, the eternal cycle. Travers began to cast. In the initial layers of pressure, Ares adeptly handled it with solid fundamentals and precise control. However, as the intensity of the magic escalated, he chose not to resist like the others, but instead began to guide and redirect the energy. The wand concealed in his sleeve resonated gently, and his internal magic, a unique tapestry of light and shadow, flowed with remarkable resilience, creating subtle, swirling eddies at the surface of the barrier that skillfully diffused the impact. This was not a display of brute force, but rather a manifestation of a profound understanding of the essence of magic and an application of its inherent qualities. As Ares successfully withstood pressure equivalent to that of an exceptional fifth-year student, a hushed awe filled the classroom. Travers called a halt to the general testing. A remarkably unique defense mechanism, Mr. Phoenix, Travers approached, wearing an impeccable smile of admiration, though his light brown eyes sparkled with an inquisitive glint. Your grasp of the flow of magic transcends your year. However, the more unique the system, the more it often conceals nodes that are susceptible to targeting. He shifted his tone, imbued with a mentor's concern. Let us engage in a more in-depth teaching demonstration. I shall simulate the mindset of a dark wizard adept at identifying weaknesses, targeting several theoretical transition nodes within your defensive framework. This will aid you in deepening your self-awareness and refining it. The atmosphere at the edge of the arena grew subtly charged. This was no longer a fair test, but a targeted probe cloaked in the guise of guidance. Ares' heart tightened slightly. He could not refuse. Very well, Professor. He gathered his magic once more, his mismatched pupils filled with vigilance. Travers raised his wand. His attacks transformed from broad, oppressive strikes to exceedingly precise, incisive thrusts. Akin to a scalpel, as sharp, minuscule magical needles targeted the most critical theoretical junctions and transition points in Ares' defensive network. Initially, Ares managed to maintain his ground through mastery of his own magic and understanding gleaned from the Dragonhide book. Yet, Travers' assaults seemed ceaseless, each one striking at the pivotal moments when old strength waned and new power had yet to arise. The pressure intensified. Beads of sweat began to form on Ares' brow, and his arm, which sustained the barrier, began to tremble slightly. The blood-packed mark beneath his left eye throbbed faintly, his internal magic growing restless under the relentless scrutiny of high pressure. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Travers' eyes. This was precisely what he sought, to extract the most fundamental source of Ares' power under extreme duress, to force him into a loss of control, or to unveil his dependencies. Just as Ares felt the barrier about to be torn apart by the insidious probing, a cold, swift barrier imbued with potent magic suddenly appeared before his faltering defense, deftly intercepting Travers' most cunning magical needle. The sound of a sharp collision resonated, and both magical forces dissipated simultaneously. All present stood in stunned silence, including Travers. Tom Riddle, having left the sidelines, now stood half a step in front of Ares, wand raised, his expression inscrutable. Yet within his profound gaze churned a cold tsunami, unflinchingly directed at Travers. Professor, Tom's voice was steady, devoid of any tremor, yet imbued with monumental weight. The purpose of a demonstration is to instruct, not to dismantle a student's defensive framework. I believe Mr. Phoenix has now fully recognized the potential risks inherent in his method. He stood there, his posture not one of protection, but rather a proclamation that this was his domain, impervious to undue interference. Travers' smile froze. Slowly, he lowered his wand, casting a deep, penetrating gaze at Tom, as if attempting to peel away his icy exterior to discern the true intentions roiling beneath. His gaze then swept to Ares, who stood slightly behind Tom, breathing heavily. Quick to react, precise in judgment, Travers' voice betrayed no emotion, yet each word fell like ice upon the ground. It seems your academic exchange is far more profound than I had anticipated. He deliberately employed vague terminology before turning to the class, restoring his authoritative demeanor. That will be all for today's lesson. Dismissed. Students departed the classroom, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, whispering amongst themselves. In the now empty classroom, only Travers remained, alongside Tom and Ares, who stood side by side. A cold silence enveloped the trio, heavier than ever before. Tom's intervention had shattered the stalemate, stripping away the final veneer of warmth. I will reserve a place for you at the Alps, Travers suddenly spoke, his voice low and imbued with an unassailable authority. There are ancient puzzles there, perhaps requiring the kind of synergy you both possess to unravel. Leaving behind this poignant remark, he turned and exited the classroom. The soft click of the closing door echoed sharply in the stillness. Tom did not glance at Ares, nor did he immediately depart. He simply stood there, as if reevaluating the reason he had lost control, and stepped forward in that moment. Ares gazed at Tom's cold, chiseled profile. The silhouette that had shielded him moments ago oddly overlapping with the figure that had exerted pressure from atop the astronomy tower. Coldness and protection. Obsession and coexistence. Complex threads entwined them ever tighter. "Thank you," Ares murmured softly, shattering the suffocating silence. Tom's body stiffened imperceptibly, then he let out a faint, ambiguous snort, ultimately offering no reply as he strode out of the classroom. This time, Ares felt no chill of abandonment. Watching Tom's retreating figure, he understood well that the Alps were no longer a distant temptation, but an unavoidable, heart-pounding invitation. Beneath the ice between them, dark currents had converged into a whirlpool. Chapter 74, Echoes Beneath the Ice. The public trial and defense in the dark arts classroom had cast a deep-sea bomb beneath the placid surface of Hogwarts Lake. The shockwaves silently spread, altering the entire underwater ecosystem. Tom Riddle's sudden intervention had shattered the prolonged cold standoff between the two, yet had also laid bare a more complex and indefinable element upon the table. In Slughorn's potions class, the air was thick with the peculiar aroma of boiling lacewings and valerian root. Tom remained silent, yet this silence no longer resembled an impenetrable ice wall. Rather, it embodied a concentrated, cautious demeanor laced with remnants of apprehension. His handling of materials was as precise as ever. But Ares Phoenix could sense that the peripheral glances from Tom occasionally swept over him, not for evaluation, but seemingly for confirmation. Confirmation of his existence. Confirmation of whether the invisible thread connecting them after that conflict still held. Ares focused intently on the cauldron before him, striving to achieve a flawless nacreous sheen in the potion. He could feel the blood-bound chain beneath his left eye quieter than usual, as if even it were digesting the changes wrought by their confrontation. The wand concealed within his sleeve emanated a steady warmth of eternal cycles, while the bond with the phoenix of dawn deep within his soul conveyed a nearly reassuring, tranquil wave. He seemed to hear an exceedingly distant, contented trill. After class, Professor Travers crossed paths with them in the corridor. His face bore an impeccable, professor-like neutrality. Speaking of the practical work in the Alps, his tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Headmaster Depet had already given preliminary approval. Specific itineraries and considerations would be circulated in a few days. The climate there differs vastly from Scotland, particularly in the mountainous regions where the magical environment is more vibrant and ancient. He advised them, his gaze flickering between Tom and Ares, imbued with a subtle depth to prepare adequately, especially in terms of coordinating responses to unexpected situations. He deliberately emphasized the word coordinate, then nodded slightly and departed. This was no longer a choice, but an impending, meticulously packaged certainty. That evening, the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room by the fireplace was markedly different from usual. Gone were the icy silences and deliberate evasions. Tom and Ares occupied adjacent armchairs, several sheets of parchment sprawled between them, containing Tom's collected insights on the geography, climate, and magical lore surrounding the Alps. The vibrant and ancient magical environment mentioned by Travers likely alluded to those unrecorded relics or remnants of powerful magical fields. Tom pointed to a passage regarding ley line nodes, his voice regaining the calmness characteristic of analytical discourse, though lacking its previous sharpness. His objective was clear: to exploit the uncertainty of their surroundings, crafting a scenario that compelled reliance on his guidance or forced them to reveal more under pressure. Ares' gaze fell upon a hand-drawn sketch of an ancient protective rune, its patterns subtly resonating with certain records in the Dragonhide tome. It might also be a trap, targeting me or both of us. He lifted his head, his mismatched eyes shimmering with clarity in the firelight. He discerned your reaction, Tom. He knew you would intervene under specific circumstances. Tom's fingers, which had been turning the pages, hesitated slightly. He did not look at Ares. His gaze remained fixed on the parchment, yet the line of his profile softened imperceptibly. He had overestimated his control and underestimated the magnitude of the trouble. He sidestepped the term intervention, responding instead in a manner more befitting his style, tinged with arrogance. Yet, this was a veiled admission. At that moment, within the shadows of the mantelpiece, space shimmered slightly, and the phoenix of dawn gracefully revealed itself. It made no sound, quietly preening its golden-red feathers, its molten gold eyes calmly surveying the two boys below, as if a silent witness. Tom's gaze finally lifted from the parchment, landing on the magnificent creature. This time, his expression was devoid of the prior hostility and rejection, replaced instead by a cold, evaluative scrutiny, as if assessing an invaluable piece unexpectedly placed upon the negotiating table. It seems to have chosen you, Tom stated, his tone devoid of emotion. It selects what it deems worthy of protection, Ares corrected, extending his hand, and the Dawn Phoenix alighted lightly upon his forearm, imparting a wave of warm reassurance. Perhaps, It safeguarded not only me, but also the obliteration of a certain possibility it would rather not witness. Tom silently observed this scene. The unspoken rapport between the legendary creature and Ares. After a long pause, he finally spoke again, his voice low. The Alps. We need a plan, not merely a reactive stance, but an active utilization. In his eyes, the familiar glimmer of the hunter reignited, yet this time, the target was no longer nebulous. Let us seize this opportunity, Ares interjected. Determination flickering in his mismatched gaze, to uncover Travers's true intentions and those of the individuals behind him. Simultaneously, they would seek the answers they required regarding power and contracts. The crackling fire resonated with the quiet illumination of their mutual understanding. The ice had not completely melted, but the waters beneath had already shifted direction, converging into a current rushing toward a shared objective. The Alps had transformed from a mere threat into a perilous stage, and they, this pair of intricately bound conspirators, were about to step hand in hand onto that unknown battlefield, fraught with thorns, for the very first time. Chapter 75. The first step of the chess player. The fire in the Slytherin dungeon witnessed a silent revolution over the ensuing days. Parchments, ancient tomes, and hand-drawn maps piled high between the two adjacent armchairs. Tom Riddle's capacity for gathering information was nothing short of formidable. He meticulously extracted all accounts regarding the Alps from the restricted section, Slughorn's private collection, and the clandestine knowledge shared among pure-blood families, from Muggle geographic surveys to the journals of wizarding explorers. From ancient inscriptions like the Nivens to modern reports on ley-line magical anomalies. However, the rhythm governing this pre-war simulation subtly shifted. Initially, Tom maintained absolute dominance. He analyzed potential trap locations set by Travers, the common entrapment spells employed by saints, and how to counteract using the mountainous terrain. Articulating his plan with the precision of a clock, imbued with the quintessential Riddle style, efficient, ruthless, centered on control and the annihilation of threats. Ares Phoenix listened quietly, his mismatched eyes scanning the intricate texts and diagrams with keen focus. The wand nestled within his sleeve emanated a steady warmth, as if soothing the turbulent thoughts swirling within him. He perceived the unassailable logic in Tom's narrative, but also astutely sensed a potentially fatal detail that had been overlooked. Tom. Ares began softly after Tom concluded a segment on breaching the disillusionment charms, his voice like a feather brushing across a still lake. Yet it caused Tom to halt his annotations on the parchment. Your plan is predicated on one assumption, that Travers, or rather Grindelwald behind him, sees us as prey to be ensnared. Tom lifted his gaze, a flicker of irritation mingling with curiosity in his obsidian eyes. Isn't that the case? Not entirely, Ares replied, picking up an ancient illustration depicting the fabled ice crystal palace of the Alps, lightly tapping his fingertip upon it. Grindelwald is a seer, a herald of ideals. He seeks something unique, perhaps not merely to imprison or exploit, but to validate. Validate. Tom furrowed his brow. The term exceeded the confines of his purely power-driven perspective. To affirm his prophecies, to substantiate his notions regarding wizards and muggles, about power and greater interests, Ares elucidated. His left eye, with its cerulean hue, seemed to reflect a distant starry sky, as if perceiving me, or perhaps even you. He pondered whether our unexpected encounters would descend like meteors, thereby validating the singular correctness of his path, or whether we would become, unbeknownst to him, living pieces upon his ideological chessboard, even, and he hesitated. A glint of sharpness flashing in his heterochromatic eyes, overturning his entire board. The crackling fire illuminated half of Ares's face, casting the other half in shadow, and the winding golden blood pact chain beneath his left eye seemed to ripple in response. The phoenix, Dawn, quietly perched on a nearby branch, its molten gold eyes gazing intently at Ares, as if silently commending his insight. Tom remained silent. He was accustomed to calculating magical power, influence, and schemes, yet seldom delved into the metaphysical motivations of his adversaries. Ares's perspective opened a new window for him, revealing a deeper spiritual contest underlying the game. So, what is your suggestion? Tom's voice lowered, no longer merely declarative but imbued with inquiry. This marked a subtle, yet crucial shift. Ares did not respond directly. Instead, he slid several seemingly unrelated pieces of parchment across the table toward Tom. One was an early observational note by magizoologist Newt Scamander regarding the habits of rare magical creatures in the Alps, such as the crystal fowl and the snowcat. Another was a vague account deciphered from a dragonhide tome, detailing how ancient wizards utilized elemental nodes in their natural environments to construct shelters or conduct rituals. Let us use knowledge as bait, and we shall swallow this bait while digesting the hook as well, Ares spoke with a calm excitement. We need not adhere strictly to the exploration route he has predetermined. We can leverage our understanding of magical creatures' habits and ancient elemental magic to carve our own path in the Alps. His slender fingers traced the map, connecting several seemingly disparate locations. Here, according to Scamander's notes, was the breeding ground of the crystal fowl, which was incredibly sensitive to disturbances in magical energy and served as a natural alarm system. There, based on ancient records, might exist a faint ice elemental node. If activated, even temporarily, it could create chaos and disrupt the saint's tracking magic. Tom's gaze followed Ares' finger intently, his mind racing to assess the feasibility and value of this seemingly fantastical plan. He had to concede that Ares' thought process transcended conventional offense and defense, resembling the weaving of an invisible magical net unique to them. This required an extraordinarily precise timing and subtle manipulation of magic. Tom pointed out the critical aspect. This was not his forte. His magic leaned towards the direct, powerful, and dominative. Timing, we can grasp together, Ares replied, his gaze steady. As for the guidance of the node, perhaps that responsibility could rest with me and Dawn. He cast a glance at the phoenix, a being of light and flame, inherently drawn to and restrained by the ice element, capable of aiding him in perceiving and directing the energies within that realm. Tom's eyes fell once more upon the magnificent phoenix, this time with less skepticism and more recognition of its potential as an ally and tool. He leaned back against the chair, his long fingers interlaced before him. An intriguing notion. He ultimately conceded, a subtle yet genuine smile gracing his lips. Not one of mockery, but rather the exhilaration that accompanies the prospect of an engaging game. So what are the specific steps? In the ensuing hours, the atmosphere of the common room underwent a profound transformation. No longer was it a one-sided exposition of plans from Tom, supplemented by Ares. It evolved into a genuine collaboration. Tom, with his deep understanding of dark magic, defensive arts, and the frailties of human nature, refined the countermeasures against the saint's attacks, while Ares, drawing upon the vast knowledge bestowed by his system, his keen intuition regarding ancient runes, and his extraordinary connection with the Phoenix, continually enriched the possibilities of their independent path. He even proposed a bolder idea. If they could locate and briefly control a sufficiently powerful elemental node, they might send a message back to Grindelwald. What message? Tom inquired. We are not mere pawns for him to manipulate at will. We possess a power that he cannot fully anticipate, perhaps even comprehend. Ares' voice, though quiet, resonated with an unprecedented sense of strength. In that moment, he was no longer the boy in need of protection, struggling amidst the tumult. Instead, he radiated a calm and confident light that belonged to a master strategist. Tom regarded him deeply, offering no dissent. This proposal perfectly aligned with his inner yearning for recognition and the ambition to assert his existence. As night fell, the framework of their plan finally took shape. The parchment now adorned with their intertwined scripts and magical markings, leaving only the two of them and the soft crackling of the fire in the common room. We need to practice, Ares said, rubbing his somewhat fatigued heterochromatic eyes, especially the parts involving synergistic magic and coordination with Dawn. Tom nodded, for the first time showing no impatience towards practice and cooperation. The gravity of their objective, along with Ares' exhibited wisdom and courage, was enough to compel him to wholeheartedly invest in their endeavor. Tomorrow, we shall begin at the room of requirement. Tom rose, his tall figure stretching in the firelight. It is time for our conspiratorial partnership to possess commensurate strength. Ares also stood, feeling a warm resonance emanate from the eternal cycle within his sleeve. He sensed the blood-packed chain beneath his left eye gently warming, as if responding to this new, proactive resolve. He approached the window, gazing at the flickering lights deep within the Black Lake. The snowy peaks of the Alps seemed to reflect in his heterochromatic gaze. The game of hunter and prey was about to commence, and this time, he and Tom would jointly take on the role of the hunters. Chapter 76, The Prelude of Resonance. Within the intricate veins of Hogwarts Castle lay countless secrets, and the Room of Requirement was undoubtedly one of the most understanding. As Tom Riddle and Ares Phoenix wandered for the third time before the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnaby, silently wishing for a safe space to practice advanced magic and test their magical resonance, the smooth door appeared once more. The scene beyond the door differed from the previous two encounters. Still expansive, with a ceiling as lofty as the night sky. The ground beneath their feet had transformed from cold stone to an illusory surface woven from light and shadow, yielding slightly underfoot, creating gentle halos that radiated as they walked. The air was imbued with a peculiar tranquility, as if absorbing all noise, leaving only the purest fluctuations of magic. This space seemed to reflect the castle's magical core. A perfect experimental arena crafted for their current needs. Dressed in a simple black practice robe, Tom stood tall like a youthful reaper. Stepping to the center of the arena first, his wand slipping silently into his hand, the wood glimmering with a dark sheen beneath the dim light. "Let us begin." His voice resonated clearly in the vastness, imbued with undeniable resolve. Ares took a deep breath, positioning himself opposite Tom. His platinum hair seemed to emanate a soft glow in the ambient light, while the blue of his left eye and the gray-black of his right appeared deeper than usual. He sensed the warm stirrings from the eternal cycle within his sleeve, as if anticipating something. Gently, he grasped his wand, its cool surface spiraling with light and shadow. Yet the warmth within surged more distinctly than ever before. Beginning with the most fundamental guidance of magical energy, Ares spoke with a steady voice. Attempting to connect our magical fields, not in opposition, but to perceive each other as frequencies. This was a theory he had derived from ancient meditation techniques found in the Dragonskin book and provided by the system, aimed at establishing a connection that transcended the ordinary collaboration seen in wizard duels. Tom nodded slightly, closing his eyes as an invisible yet powerful wave of magic began to emanate from him, cold and sharp, infused with an indomitable authority, akin to the surging dark tides of a black lake. Ares also shut his eyes, striving to soothe his own magical energy. His magical essence was more intricate, imbued with a warmth and light stemming from his bloodline, though he remained unaware of its precise origin, tempered by the calm rationality bestowed by the system, and tinged with a barely perceptible darkness and compassion brought forth by the blood pact. The interplay of these three qualities formed a unique and poetic magical field, reminiscent of the tides beneath a moonlit night, gentle yet vast. The two distinctly different magical fields gradually approached each other in the void. Upon their initial contact, it was akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, igniting an intense repulsion. Tom's controlling magic instinctively sought to suppress and consume, while Ares's embracing yet resilient magical field naturally generated defensive ripples. A few invisible sparks erupted in the air, and both let out muffled grunts, stepping back a half-pace. "Control your magic, Riddle." Ares opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing in his heterochromatic gaze. This was not a duel, but a resonance. "You need to listen, not command." Tom furrowed his brow, accustomed to wielding magic with absolute power, and found this need to lower himself to perceive unsettling, even uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, suppressing his instinctive agitation, and tried once more. This time, he forcibly restrained the aggression of his magic, as if slowly sheathing a drawn sword, leaving only the purest essence of power. On the second attempt, the sense of repulsion diminished significantly. The two magical energies began to flow cautiously alongside each other, like two streams, yet remained distinctly separate, unable to truly merge. "Not enough," Ares whispered, sensing the warmth from the cycle of eternity rising. The phoenix ashes within the core of his wand, and the night stallion's feathers seemingly trembling. He focused his thoughts, attempting to actively guide a minuscule thread of magic imbued with light and the essence of rebirth, gently probing towards Tom's profound darkness. Just as that luminous thread touched the core of Tom's magical energy, a deep resonance echoed, not from their ears, but directly resonating within the depths of their souls. Tom abruptly opened his eyes, shock unmistakable within them. He felt an unprecedented warmth, like the first ray of sunlight breaking through hardened ice, not to melt him, but oddly harmonizing with the cold core of his being in an ineffable vibration. Within his originally pure dark magical field, a faint golden halo began to emerge. Simultaneously, Ares felt a slight ripple in his own magical field, a cold yet pure force reflecting back, not eroding him, but rather acting as an absolute rational mirror, illuminating and stabilizing his somewhat convoluted magical structure, enhancing his mastery over his power to a new level. The phoenix, perched nearby, emitted a long and joyful trill, its golden red aura seemingly brightening. Just like that, Ares's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt it. That resonance was not merely superimposed, but rather a qualitative transformation. "Continue, Tom. Stabilize this frequency." The ensuing practice transformed into a wondrous exploration. They endeavored to apply this initial resonance to the simplest of spells, glowing flickers. When Tom cast alone, the tip of his wand emitted a cold, stable light akin to a white star. When Ares cast alone, the aura was warm, with edges shimmering in flowing gold and silver. Yet, when they cast simultaneously, actively maintaining that fragile magical resonance, a miracle transpired. The light emanating from the tip of the wand morphed into a hazy, ever-shifting mist, within which miniature stars seemed to flicker and dance, merging Tom's ultimate stability with Ares's poetic and mutable magic. This radiance illuminated Tom's face, the corners of his tightly pressed lips softening slightly, his eyes sparkling with a pure thirst for knowledge, as if he had discovered a new continent. However, this state of resonance was exceedingly unstable. At the slightest disturbance from either side, the harmonious mist would shatter, reverting to their respective independent lights. We need an anchor point. After a failed attempt, Ares panted, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Maintaining such precise operations drained him mentally, something that can help us stabilize the resonance quickly. Tom remained silent. Yet his gaze drifted once more towards the phoenix. This time, his intent was clear, no longer a mere weighing of options. Ares instantly comprehended his meaning. He approached the morning phoenix, extending his hand to gently stroke its warm feathers. "Morning phoenix, we require your assistance," he murmured. "Use your power as a bridge and stabilizer for our resonance. May it be so?" The molten gold eyes of the phoenix regarded him kindly, then it gracefully raised its head, letting out a higher-pitched call. It spread its wings, ascending above the two, radiating a soft yet powerful light, enveloping Tom and Ares in a warm glow that was not blinding, but rather formed a comforting aura around them. Inside this luminous shield, they were astonished to discover that the fragile magical connection between them had instantly become considerably more stable. It was as if the phoenix's power smoothed out all rough edges, harmonizing the innate repulsion between light and dark. They attempted resonance once more, and this time, the blended mist of light persisted stably for nearly a minute before gradually dissipating due to Ares' waning mental strength. "We succeeded." Ares collapsed to the ground, pale yet ignited with a flame of excitement in his heterochromatic eyes. He lifted his head to meet Tom, who breathed heavily but sparkled with clarity. Tom stood rooted, feeling the unusual warmth of the magical aftershocks within him, alongside the unprecedented sense of fulfillment left by the fleeting resonance deep within his soul. He gazed down at Ares, the boy who had always seemed to require his protection, yet now had opened a door to a fresh realm of power for them. He extended his hand, not for assistance, but in an equal, inviting gesture. "It seems our path as accomplices is more valuable than I had anticipated." His voice remained deep, yet it was tinged with less of the previous coldness and more with an almost imperceptible warmth named expectation. Ares looked at the outstretched hand with its defined knuckles, smiling slightly as he placed his own upon it. In that moment of leverage, he felt a gentle warmth emanate from the blood pact mark beneath his left eye, as if it too were throbbing in response to this historic breakthrough. In this space, shaped by their shared will, under the witness of the morning phoenix, the first true resonance between light and dark heralded the overture of transformation. Awaiting them atop the snow-capped peaks of the Alps were not merely traps, but a grand stage to validate this newfound power. Chapter 77, The Frozen Warmth and Hidden Reefs. In December at Hogwarts, the castle was enveloped in a layer of unmelting, biting cold. Frosted patterns of intricate ice flowers adorned the window panes, while the howling wind in the corridor echoed like the whispers of phantoms. Yet, within the Slytherin common room, the verdant flames dancing in the hearth intertwined with the distorted glimmers of light filtering in from the depths of the Black Lake, creating an atmosphere that was a serene and secretive contrast to the harsh cold outside. Tom Riddle reclined in his customary armchair, an open tome of advanced potion-making spread before him. However, his fingertips lingered on a single page, his gaze failing to focus on the intricate formulas. His thoughts remained enmeshed in the strange resonance experienced in the room of requirement the previous day. It was not merely an accumulation of magical energy, but rather a profound amalgamation. When Ares's warm and poetic strands of magic brushed against his frigid core, it sparked not a conflict, but an unprecedented, spine-tingling harmony. This sensation was more captivating than the mastery of all, as if, upon the sheer cliff he had long ascended in solitude towards the pinnacle of power. A hidden path accessible only to them had suddenly materialized. This novelty temporarily eclipsed all else, including his habitual, nearly overwhelming possessiveness towards Ares. He remained oblivious to the momentary stiffness that enveloped him when Abraxas Malfoy approached Ares, carrying 2 steaming mugs of cocoa. "Try this, Phoenix," Abraxas stated, his face adorned with a perfect, Malfoy-esque polite smile, as he offered one mug to Ares, who was engrossed in perusing an ancient runic dictionary, said to contain a new house elf recipe capable of warding off the most stubborn chill. His gaze seemingly wandered over Ares' sleeve, where the handle of a wand faintly peeked out, and the slumbering phoenix perched beside him. Malfoy's alliances were always astutely calculated for value. Ares lifted his head from the weighty tome, his heterochromatic eyes appearing somewhat hazy from concentration. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a calm, yet heavily weighted voice interjected. "Your constitution is not suited for the excessive intake of unfamiliar magical additives." Tom had unknowingly closed the book, his obsidian eyes casting a cool glance at the cup in Abraxas's hand before finally settling on Ares. "Our deductions regarding the Alpine ley lines remain unfinished." He stated this not as an inquiry, but as a direct assertion, as if it were an unspoken item on their established agenda. Abraxas halted his hand midair, his smile unwavering, yet a fleeting glimmer of understanding and caution flickered in the depths of his ashen eyes. He gracefully withdrew his hand and inclined his head slightly towards Ares. It seems Riddle has more pressing academic matters to discuss with you. Perhaps another time, Phoenix. He elegantly pivoted and strode towards a cluster of fellow Slytherin students, as if the preceding interruption had never transpired. Ares regarded Tom, who had once again lowered his head, his focus returning to the pages, as if that exclusive remark had not originated from his lips. Yet Ares could perceive that this was not a vanishing possessiveness, but rather a transformation. It no longer burned like a searing flame, attempting to incinerate all that drew near, but had morphed into a deeper embrace, akin to the waters of the Black Lake, silently proclaiming territorial sovereignty while isolating all external contact. He sighed softly, closing the runic dictionary in his hands, and seated himself in the chair opposite Tom. He refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, and instead unfurled a map of the Alps, regarding the potential ice elemental node. I have compared Scamander's notes with the runes in the Dragon Skin Tome, and discovered an intriguing correlation. Tom's attention was immediately captured. As the conversation shifted to their shared endeavors, the subtle tension born from Abraxas dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a focused collaboration. His mind was sharp, always adept at pinpointing potential risks within their plans. Ares, on the other hand, possessed a more expansive and creative perspective, often proposing seemingly fanciful, yet highly feasible augmentations. The Phoenix, in the interludes of their discussion, would occasionally emit soft, bell-like chirps, its molten gaze flitting between a point on the map and the window revealing the Black Lake, as if sensing something. It appeared somewhat unsettled. Ares followed the Phoenix's gaze outside, where only a dark expanse of frozen lake water lay beneath the ice. Perhaps it had sensed the impending journey. Tom's tone remained devoid of excessive emotion, yet his eyes sharpened slightly, as if he were aware of certain presences also attuned to their movements. At that moment, the door to the common room swung open, admitting Professor Horace Slughorn, wrapped in an aura of cold. His round, plump face was flushed, and glistening snowflakes clung to his honey-colored beard. "Ah, Tom, my dear boy." And Phoenix. His booming voice shattered the tranquility of the common room, drawing the attention of all students. "How fortuitous that you are both here. I bring good news." He rubbed his hands together, beaming with warmth. "To celebrate the successful conclusion of this term, and to provide you exceptional young minds with a little diversion during this frigid season, I have decided to host a small salon this weekend. In my office, there will be some special desserts, and a few distinguished alumni from various fields whom you might find intriguing will also be in attendance." His gaze flicked meaningfully between Tom and Ares, lingering a moment on Ares and his companion Phoenix. "This will be an excellent opportunity to expand your social networks and exchange unique insights. I trust you won't miss it, will you?" He winked, not waiting for a response from either of them before bustling off, leaving behind a room filled with murmurs and a mix of envious and inquisitive glances directed towards Tom and Ares. Tom's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Slughorn salons were typically a breeding ground for ambition, rife with insincere flattery and shrewd calculations. He navigated such gatherings with ease. Yet he harbored uncertainty regarding Ares's willingness or suitability for such an environment. More importantly, in a public gathering of such complexity, he could not easily shield Ares from the myriad of meaningful gazes directed his way. Ares watched Slughorn's retreating figure, a trace of contemplation flickering across his heterochromatic eyes. He was not particularly enthusiastic about socializing, yet he sensed keenly that this was likely more than a mere salon. Might the distinguished alumni mentioned by Slughorn have connections to their journey to the Alps, or to those who were covertly observing them? He turned to Tom, only to find him already looking at him, the depths of his gaze, previously momentarily eclipsed by their focused discussion, now revealing the unmistakable essence of possessiveness once more, like an undercurrent beneath the ice. "What do you think?" Tom inquired, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. The weekend salon, seemingly a casual gathering, felt as though a stone had been cast upon the frozen lake's surface, sending ripples beneath that might disturb untold hidden creatures.